Everyone is talking at once to his own friend, and the consequence is that a noise and hubbub is kept up for the whole of the time, and all present are too interested in their own individual matters to heed what is going on between his neighbor and friend. And as far as the warders are concerned, they look upon the scene with perfect apathy, and in most cases do not hear anything very distinctly, or if they do, do not bother themselves with affairs, which after all do not as a general rule in any way interest them. Peace, during his first few days' incarceration in the jail of Newgate, had conducted himself in a discreet and proper manner. He was observant of the prison rules, assumed an air of passive resignation, and strove as best he could to impress everybody with the fact that he was a repentant sinner. The hypocrisy of this man was one of his leading characteristics. One morning, when the governor had paid him his accustomed diurnal visit, he expressed himself dissatisfied with the manner in which his cell was cleaned. Peace assumed a tone of humility, and said he was much pained at incurring his censure, but that he would be specially mindful of the timely warning, and take every care not to incur his censure again. At the same time, he expressed his thanks for the considerate manner he had been treated by the prison officials, whose kindness he should ever be grateful for. It is said that a soft word turneth away wrath, and Peace after this was treated with the greatest possible kindness, conformable with the rules of the jail. Indeed, he played his part so admirably that those about him were disposed to believe that he had fallen into error by some sudden or spasmodic influence, which they were at a loss to account for. Chapter Roman 147, Visiting Day at Newgate. Peace had written a number of epistles to his friends. These, of course, had undergone the usual inspection, but there was nothing in the documents to compromise the writer. On the contrary, although the language was neither grammatical nor refined, the letters themselves appeared to be those of a penitent and contrite man, who bitterly regretted the error into which he had fallen. The day at length arrived upon which Peace had the satisfaction of seeing his poor illused wife, and Bill Rotten the gypsy. For the behoof of those who have never witnessed scenes of this description, we will endeavor to give a graphic account of the interior of the jail on one of these occasions. On certain mornings, and at regular hours, small groups of woebegone tearful girls may be seen in the Old Bailey exchanging whispers with each other, or treading their way silently through the throng of meat salesmen, city policemen, ticket porters, warehousemen, clerks, and shopboys with which the busy place is full. The girls look prematurely old and worn, and many of them have the unmistakable expression all noted criminals obtain, while the elder women may be divided into two classes, the callous and the crushed, and in the latter category may be included the wife of Charles Peace. There is a world of misery behind the defiant, as well as the tortured faces one sees here. All pause at the steps leading up to the half-door, behind which the head and shoulders of a stalwart man in uniform are seen, and after a moment's parley they are admitted within. The object of their journey is nearly accomplished now, for they are about to be allowed to see and converse with husbands or lovers, with their brothers or their sons. These last are taking their prescribed amount of exercise in the prison yards, and it is from behind one of the gratings looking on these that they are permitted to gaze from a given distance upon and exchange words with their visitors. Between the prisoners and their friends runs a passage of about a yard wide, with another set of iron bars fencing it off from the place where the women stand, so that between the visitors and the visited are two stout barriers and sufficient space to preclude the possibility of articles being handed from one to the other. There are no seats. The prisoners are told to break out of the line of march and permitted to advance to the grating of the yard in batches of 3 or 4. The women who have come to see them stand exactly opposite within the prison, and all have to press their faces close to the bars to make hearing possible. If a double set of wild beast cages were planted in parallel lines, with the ironwork of each facing the others, but a yard or so apart, if the lions and tigers were pushing their noses eagerly at the barriers, as if trying to escape, and if a keeper or two were planted in the intervening space to watch, a fair imitation of Newgate jail during visiting hours would be obtained. The gloomy place has been vastly altered and improved during the last few years. Those who only remember its old dark wards, with their long line of oakum pickers at work in the daytime, who saw the condemned cell say about the time Palmer had occupied it, or Bousfield endeavored to commit suicide by throwing himself in its fire, would be amazed at the transformation effected in its interior. Light iron staircases lead to airy galleries, out of which the various cells open, and from the lower floor of which the exercise grounds are gained. The condemned cell differs little now from that appropriated to ordinary prisoners, save that there is accommodation for the warders whose duty it is to watch the wretch sentenced to die, and who never leave him until he falls from the gallows drop. But our present business is with the exercise yards, and the interviews held between their bars. There is a ghastly resemblance between them and the playground of some strict school. Pacing regularly round a fixed space being maintained between each man or boy, and the rate of walking in each case, the same precede the prisoners. It is their wicked callous faces, which make the school simile seem ghastly. Dangerous beasts moving restlessly to and fro in a vast cage, seems much nearer the mark now, that we are among them. Sordid common villainy, theft, forgery, assault, burglary, cutting and wounding, and passing bad money, make up the bulk of the offenses with which the men before us stand charged. A stout florid-faced man who looks like a country farmer, and who is gesticulating violently through the bars to the cowed and crying little woman beyond them, is in on a charge of horse-stealing. He has been in prison before, and indeed was only out of it 10 days when he was again apprehended. A muscular, powerful man, he looks as if he would carry off a horse bodily, if necessary, and one wonders what the messages are he is impressing so earnestly on his poor little wife. A warder is standing near enough to the twain to overhear their talk, but we are assured no effort is made to eavesdrop, the presence of a prison official being insisted on simply as a precautionary measure. Next to the horse-dealer is a well-dressed young clerk, whose alleged offense is embezzlement. The elderly woman whose sobs reach us across the yard is his mother. She seems to be pleading earnestly, and he to be half sullen, half ashamed, but finally to yield to her entreaties, whatever their purport may have been. The third prisoner being visited is an older man, and the girl talking to him looks like his daughter. Their interview is far calmer than that of the other two, and seems indeed of a business character, for some clean linen has been brought, and the man is actually talking of the weather as we pass by, a proceeding which we thought a feint, but which, as we were reminded, was natural enough. The 3/4 of an hour allotted to each interview is doubtless a very precious time. It can only be had on particular days, and the strongest wish of those concerned must be to compress as many questions and answers into it as possible. Fancy the painful excitement with which a man about to be tried for some serious crime must look forward to his promised talk with those whom he can trust to act for him outside. The anxious thoughts, the doubts, the fears, the hopes which agitate him in the solitude of his cell are to all bear fruit in the momentous conversation he is permitted to hold. The chances of the impending trial, his fate if convicted, the means to be raised for his defense, and the effect upon those dependent on him of his present state, have to be eagerly canvassed, and it is all important that not a moment should be lost. But this very eagerness defeats itself, just as it often happens that when people meet after a long absence, and for a limited time, they fail to recall half the topics in which they are vitally interested, and on which they are anxious to compare notesso with the imprisoned men before us and their friends. In the other yards, we visited, men and women were absolutely staring at each other through the bars, in silence, though the latter had come on purpose to talk, and the former would be shut up again in a 1/4 of an hour. In some cases, it may have been the dumbness of despair which made them tongue-tied, but many seemed so nervously anxious to express all they had to say that they were unable to arrange their ideas sufficiently to give them articulate shape. Some of the women treated the whole affair, lightly smirked at the warders, and looked boldly round. But these were the exceptions. The rule, both in those waiting and those in communication with their male friends, was absolute dejection. 2 other kinds of accommodation are provided for special visitors, both similar in character. The first is an enclosed closet in the center of the principal corridor, and is for the attorneys. The second is for the prisoners who are Roman Catholics, and who are visited by their priest. Both have glass sides and roof, and realize the light closets upon which Clarissa laid much stress when describing the lodgings she had been entrapped into by Lovelace. The advice to little children to be seen, but not heard, is rigidly enforced upon all people inside these 2 places. They live for the time being literally in a glass house, and every movement can be seen from almost any portion of the chamber or corridor in which they stand. Both places were empty during our stay, the only visitors being the women pressing against the iron bars. It is easy to fill up their vacancy, however, and all but impossible not to realize the senses, which take place in the attorney's box as well as the priest's. There are seats here and a resting place for papers. It is indeed a small office under a glass case, and swept and garnished for the next tenants. The futile attempts at deceit, the half-confessions, the miserable equivocations, as to the extent and circumstances of guilt, on the one hand, the calm business tone, the remonstrances on the suicidal folly of concealment, the penetrating questions, the practiced art with which the truth is wormed out, and the astute assurances of help from the professional advisers on the other, this place has heard. If glass walls have ears like the neighbors of stone and brick, what strange stories could this little cramped cage reveal? There are more women in the porter's lodge, as we leave tearful and miserable as the rest, and waiting their turn for interviews. They too will be conducted to the iron barriers, and utter their broken conversation across the dismal yard of intervening space. The prison of Newgate is so obviously well managed, and the comforts we had almost written the luxurious off, its inmates are so carefully secured, that its authorities have doubtless sufficient reasons for the rules under which the visits of prisoners' friends may be paid and received. Still, a vast majority of the inmates are remand cases, and as they are all sent elsewhere as soon as possible after conviction, it is difficult to repress a wish that some less restricted mode of communication could be allowed. Although many of the evil faces we saw marching round were old prison hands, we presume that the law holds them innocent of the particular offenses they are charged with until it finds them guilty. Again, it must occasionally happen that guiltless persons who have been committed for trial are detained here, and there is something repulsive in the absolutely penal character of the reception they have in each case to give their friends. The reader will be able to understand from the foregoing description the most noticeable features of the visiting day at Newgate. Upon the morning to which our history more immediately refers, there were two persons among the throng of visitors, outside the gate of the city prison, these being Mrs. Peace and Bandoligged Bill, both of whom had presented themselves at the prison for the purpose of having an interview with the most celebrated burglar of modern times. Bill had dressed himself in his best attire and looked quite respectable. His female companion was tearful, depressed, and appeared to be quite borne down. When the prison door was thrown open, the motley throng of visitors passed into the entrance. They were conducted to the place appointed for the visitors, and behind the bars, they beheld the man of whom they were in search. Peace appeared to be perfectly composed. His wife uttered a deep sigh as she reached the barrier which separated her from her husband. A woman who stood next to her, and who was evidently a native of the Emerald Isle, set up a most dismal howl as she caught sight of a shock-headed urchin, who was it afterwards, transpired her youngest son. "Och, bad luck to the spalpeen as brought you to this, bad luck to him, the Murtherin based," cried the woman. "It's sorry that I am to see ye brought to this anyhow, but it ain't no fault of yours, oh murder, but my heart is a-breakin', it's all through that dirty blackguard Cakey." Cakey was a London pickpocket of the most pronounced type, and he it was who had suborned the ill-fated young Irish lad, and taught him to become a thief, so his mother affirmed. She set up such a howl that the other prisoners could not hear what their relatives had to say. "Now then, less noise," there exclaimed one of the turnkeys, "don't be howling like that woman." "Oh, bedad, it is myself, as is the most miserable oman as ever broke the bread of life," exclaimed Mrs. O'Grady, "and it is well for the likes of you to be bullyragging a poor broken-hearted mother. I've 6 childer, and never one av em iver done aught, as they need be ashamed off, never a one save my poor Dinnies, and maybe he's got into a bit o' throuble through that lying dirty scamp Cakey." Cakey, as he was termed, was the young gentleman who had made himself so obnoxious to Peace in the exercise yard. "Hold your row, mother," said one of the prisoners, "you ain't everybody." "There now," exclaimed Mrs. O'Grady, "it's well for the likes of him to be thryin' to stop the mouth of a fond and affectionate's parent, but hold up your head, Dennis darlin', and don't be afther talkin' heed of the dirty spalpeen och, but it brings tears into my motherly eyes to see ye behind the bars." "Now then, there's quite enough of this," exclaimed one of the warders, "you mustn't make such a noise. If you are not more quiet, we shall have to turn you out." "And it's turnin' me out wide be afterward," it cried the woman. Yes, unless you behave yourself. Oh, murder, it's the first time I was within the walls of a prison, and I hope it'll be the last maybe. I don't know how to behave myself, and am wrong entirely. Och, sure, now I've been as well brought up, and that ain't saying much as Ani av ye. After this outbreak, the Irishwoman was a little more subdued, and conversed with her son in a lower tone. I am sorry to see you in this pickle, said Bill Rotten, to peace, it's a precious bad business. It is, returned our hero, but I swear most solemnly that I never intended to do the bobby any harm. I was driven to it. In fact, it appears to me to be almost like a dream. How is Sue? She is pretty well, returned his wife. Hark you, said Peace in a whisper, both you and Bill must keep a sharp lookout watch over her, do you understand? Both his visitors nodded. Good, so much the better, there is good reason for this. She's all right, observed Bill, don't trouble yourself about that, she's right enough. His wife at this time had decamped from the Evelyn Road, but neither she nor Bill made him acquainted with this circumstance. Peace hesitated a moment or two, and then said, she can come on the next visiting day, poor soul, she means well, I believe. But there, when she's had a drop of drink, she will let her tongue run 19 to the dozen. Shell want a deal of looking after, and you know as well as I do that we've got a set of gossiping neighbors. What do you they say about me now? Oh, they are all of them very kind, and say they are sorry you've got into trouble, and hope y'all get through better than you expect. I never intended to hurt the bobby, I swear that nothing was further from my thoughts, but you see I was half mad at the time and driven to it. All I intended to do was to frighten him, but it's of no use talking about that now. When a man's in trouble, people generally look at the worst side of the case. Cheer up, old man, and don't give way, cried the gypsy in a consolatory tone. Let us hope the judge will look upon the matter in the right light, and deal mercifully with you. How about your defense? I have seen my lawyer, and shall be well defended. Who will you have then? Oh, one of the very best in the whole profession, Mr. Montague Williams. Couldn't have a better, I should say. No, but Lord bless me, what defense is there? Rotten looked down upon the ground and shook his head. Not much, said he. I make up my mind for a long lagging that's bound to follow as a natural consequence, and if the bobby had died, I should have had something worse. Ah, but he has recovered, there is no doubt about that, returned Bill quietly. Peace nodded significantly, and said, so I hear. Be thankful for that. I am thankful. And I say, Charlie, whispered Rotten, as he put his face closer to the iron bars, I saw Laurie the day before yesterday. Yes, what did she say? Sends her love, and all that sort of thing, and told me to let you know that if you needed it, she would let you have what you want to pay the costs incurred for your defense. It's jolly good of her, tell her. I don't want anything at present, I've got enough to last me till after the trial, but possibly I may avail myself of her offer after then. Ah, Bill, but they've got me pretty tight now, there ain't much chance of slipping out of this, none whatever. A long conversation now took place between the prisoner and his wife. This chiefly related to the disposal of certain sums of money and domestic matters generally. Mrs. Peace was tearful and broken down, but she strove to bear up against this new misfortune as best she could. Peace had but little consideration for her. His thoughts were engaged upon his own terrible position. While he was conversing with his wife, the woman O'Grady set up one of her wild howls again and interrupted the conversation. Can't you be quiet, woman? Said Peace. A fellow is notable to hear himself speak. Och, but it's nearly mad that I am. I've 7 childer, and none on 'em iver did anything as they need be ashamed of, barrin' this poor lad, who has been brought into throuble through that dirty blackguard Cakey, and bad luck to him. I think you told us that before, Mrs. suggested one of the other prisoners. The story is a little old. It's old, is it? Well, I think so, but that don't matter, hold your row. The Irishwoman began uttering a series of anathemas against the speaker and lawless persons in general, when a turnkey took her by the elbow and conducted her away from the scene, telling her, as he did so, that they had quite enough of her for that day. Everybody was greatly relieved when she had gone, and the conversation was carried on between the prisoners and their friends without any further interruption. When the time had expired accorded to visits of this character, Bill Rotten and Mrs. Peace took leave of our hero and went sadly on their way home. For the next few days, Peace occupied himself in writing letters and having interviews with his lawyer for the purpose of preparing his defense. Some of his letters were literary curiosities, and as a sample of them, we give the reader a faithful verbatim copy of some he addressed to his friend Mr. Brion. We have in the course of this work made allusions to the inventions of the hero, and it has been pretty generally admitted by those who are competent judges that these were by no means of a contemptible character. His partner in these inventions was a Mr. Brion, who was a near neighbor of Peace's. This person was under the full impression at the time that our hero was a respectable gentleman who was possessed of independent means, and he was never more surprised in his life than when he learnt the real character of the man with whom he had been dealing. After Peace's conviction for the attempted burglary, an attack on Police Constable Robinson, Mr. Brion of Peckham, made the following statement. The invention spoken of was for the raising of sunken ships, and for the purpose of having it patented specifications were deposited in the names of Henry Brion, geographer, and Henry Thompson, gentleman. Becoming bold over their invention, they offered to the Admiralty to raise the Eurydice and Vanguard, and a similar proposal was made to the German government in regard to the Grosser Kurfürst piece, was told by the Admiralty that outside assistance was unnecessary and that the naval authorities could do their own work. Brion's connection with Peace ended in an estrangement. One day Brion had fetched from Peace's house one of the fittings which they had decided to use in their plan of operations, as he required it in order to satisfy a gentleman who was ready to advance 500 to carry out the experiment. While doing this, Peace came into the house and was very angry at what Brion had done, and on his going away said that he would settle the matter in a way that Brion did not dream of. Mrs. Thompson told Brion afterwards that as he had put him out, so the wonder was that Peace had not shot him, and added that if Brion had come round to Peace's house, as he asked him to do, Peace told her that he would have shot him. The convict had also told her that he could get into Brion's house and dispatch the whole of them. Brion saw nothing more of Peace until he received a letter from Newgate, which was couched in the following terms. From John Ward 1D, for trial H. Roman 1000 prison. Newgate Nov 2 1878. My dear Sir Mr. Brion, I do not know how to write to you, or what to say to you, for my heart is near broken, for I am nearly mad to think that I have got into this fearful mess all with giving myself up to drinking. But oh, Mr. Brion, do you have pity on me? Do not you despise me, as my own famery has done, for I do not know where they are, for they have broken up their home, and gone I do not know where, so oh my dear sir, I must beg of you to have mercy upon me, and come to see me. Oh, do not say nay, for I know that when you do see me, and know what I am here for, you will weep for me, but I cannot tell you till I can see you, for I have something that I want you to do for me, that is for you to try and find out for me, for I do not know where they are gone to. Give my love to MRSS Brion, and to little Freddy, but not disp me now that I am in prison, and for Mary Sack write a letter back to me direct at once to give hease to my trouble heart. I finish with my love to you, all I am yours, Richard John Ward. But do have mercy upon me, and come to see me. You can see me any weekday from 1 till 2 o'clock, and inquire for John Ward for trial. On November 2nd, Brion went to Newgate, and asked to see the writer of the letter. To his surprise, he was shown his old acquaintance Thompson. Peace said he was a wicked, dreadful man, that he had shot a policeman, but that he only did it as he was driven for money, and asked him Brion to come to the court and give him a character. The prisoner also asked him to call on a publican in Middlesex Street, Whitechapel, with whom he had had some dealings, and ask him to give him a character. This person, in reply to his request, said that a character would do Peace more harm than good. Other letters were received by Brion before the trial at the Old Bailey. From John Ward 1D, for trial H. Roman 1000 prison. Newgate Nov 4 1878. Oh, my dear friends, Mr. and Mrs. Brion, I know that you are full of trouble for me, been such a nod fool to give way to drink and bring myself into this most fearful affair. But do forgive me for writing to you, and have pity upon me, and do all you can for me, a most wretched and miserable man that is not fiat to live nor day, for I am not fiat to meet my God, and I am not fiat to live now that I have disgraced myself. But oh, do have pity upon me, and do all you can for me, and I will pray to God to repay you for it again. Sir, if you have seen my solicitor, or seen Mr. Levy, or heard from, or seen my wife, do be kind as to come and see me at once, for oh, sir, I have very much that I do want to see, bring me the stamps and envelopes you for, and it will do me much better than you writing to me, so do be so kind, and see tomorrow the 5th if you can do. And if you have seen my wife or friends, tell them to come and see me at once, for I must see them. I do also want to see Mr. Levy very much, if you will write, and tell him, sir, do not let Dr. Sargent, nor Henny Otter friends know of my disgrace. I conclude with my best love to you all, but come and see me. Yours, John Ward. Dear Sir, I think that the seasons will be on the 18th of November. Henry Brion, 22, Philip Road, Peckham Rye, SC London. The third letter was as follows. From John Ward. For trial H. Roman 1000 Prison Newgate. My dear Sir, Mr. Brion, will you be so kind as to send me the directions of Mr. Nash direct at once, for I do want to supine him to come on my trial, to prove that I bought my gitters of him, for the police have got them for to say that I stole them, but I bought them of him when I bought my ship of him, so do be so kind as to send me his directions this very day, and my dear Sir, you be so kind as to come and see me yourself on Monday, for I do want to see you, Mr. Brion. I am your an unhappy man, John Ward. It will be seen by these documents that Peace was a very illiterate man, but it must be admitted, however, that in conversing with him, he did not appear from his conversation to be nearly so ignorant as he really was. He had a very small amount of education, but he had natural gifts, and was moreover a hypocrite and deceiver of the most pronounced type. Peace's arrest caused much consternation in the house, in the Avalon Road. On the morning that Mr. Thompson was missing, there was trouble at No. 4. Mrs. Thompson went to Mrs. Long in great distress. The infatuated woman seemed to be fond of the wretch she had taken up with despite all his elusage. She said, however, at this time, that she did not care anything about him, if she only knew where he was. She took to advertising in the newspapers. These brought no response. She found on her return that the old woman had gone away with the boy, and taken with her 2 boxes filled with valuables. She instantly took precautions to secure the rest, which she stored away in her own name in a house at Peckham Hall, except the articles we have already described as having been left elsewhere. She stayed with Mrs. Long, to whom she first told the story that her husband had gone off to America with another woman, and that she would never see him more. Her stay extended over 10 days, and then, chancing to get a hint somehow as to her husband's whereabouts, she left, telling Mrs. Long that she should write and send her address. Mrs. Long never heard from her afterwards, but believed in her still and trusted in the information she had given us. She might not do the poor woman any evil turn. 2 days after Peace disappeared, Mrs. Thompson went to Mrs. Cleves, a greengrocer a few doors off, whose husband had identified some of the property, and asked her as a great favor to come into the house with her. She said Mrs. Ward had gone as well as her husband, and there were several boxes, saying, I am afraid to open them myself. I don't know what he may have been up to. I can't open them, unless somebody will help me, because the old devil may have killed somebody, and have packed their bodies in these boxes. Mrs. Cleves did not relish the ghastly suggestion, and declined to have anything to do with Mrs. Thompson's boxes, which were ultimately obtained by the police, who had no scruples about searching the contents. Mention was made at this time of a suspicious-looking crucible in the house in the Avalon Road. It was found, however, that Peace never made use of this. One of his fences had brought it to the house in the hope that arrangements might be made for reducing on the spot a large haul of goods to a concentrated shape. But Mr. Peace preferred to dispose of his plunder in the rough, and did not care to set up a furnace whose discovery would have been fatal. He did once try melting silver in this crucible over an ordinary fire, but the attempt was a failure, and it was not renewed. Peace was quite right when he observed that Mrs. Thompson required watching, but who was to undertake the task now that her lord and master was in durance vile? Mrs. Peace became duly impressed with the fact that the game was up, and she was not disposed to remain any longer in her old quarters at Peckham. The consequence was that Mrs. Thompson was left to fight her own battles in the best way she could. A description of this woman is given by a journalist, and it is a tolerably accurate one. I was privileged yesterday, says he, to see Mrs. Thompson, the lady who has been so intimately identified with the convict Charles Peace. Mrs. Thompson is a woman of gaunt stature, wizened features, and altogether the very antithesis of the saucy Mrs. Dyson, for whom Peace seemed to have formed such a consuming passion. This preference for 2 women of such opposite appearance may be taken, I presume, as an instance of the happy impartiality of Mr. Peace in his loves, possibly. Mrs. Thompson may owe some of her present uncomeliness to her experience. While under the protection of the burglar that she has undergone much suffering, I think certain from the hard and leather-looking hue of her shrunken face. There is an abiding distrust lurking in her cold, restless eyes, which is confirmed by the twitching of her fingers as she speaks to you. There are moments when Mrs. Thompson thaws, as it were, when the curiously Mephistophelian mouth, the corners of which curl upwards instead of downwards, with a sharp precision of ominous intent, loses somewhat of its rigidity. That is when Mrs. Thompson is face to face with the whiskey bottle. It is then the lady becomes communicative. She croons over her connection, with Charlie referring to the criminal in terms of admiration and horror. Combined, it is quite erroneous to say, as some papers have done, that Mrs. Thompson was educated at a boarding school and is a woman of culture. To use her own words, "No, sir, as I was, I am. I have brothers and sisters, that is true, but myself, all I can say of myself is that I disgraced them." The woman seems to have money, but she appears to be oppressed by a dread that Charlie Peace will escape and cut her throat. Mr. Briand was certainly hardly dealt by. In the first place, he had been greatly deceived by the hero of this work, and in the end, he had lost a considerable amount of time in rendering assistance to the government in the prosecution of the Banner Cross murderer, and had no adequate compensation for the same. A writer for the press gives the following faithful account of his visit to Mr. Peace's friend at Peckham. How Peace came to live at Peckham is a story which has not yet been told, and I suspect will not be known unless it is told by Peace himself, or by another party whom I called upon yesterday, and who I suspect could say a great deal if he could be induced to say it. This gentleman, who occupies a good house in a leading road, was a great friend of Peace's. The people say that he and Peace were always together. Considering Peace's manner of life, that is more than I can receive as gospel, but it is certainly a fact that this gentleman was more in Peace's company than any other person in Peckham. My interview with him was not very encouraging. A sharp-witted Peckham boy, who acted as my guide in showing me the residences of the people, whose names I had on a card to visit, pointed to the street in which the house was situated, and said, "You will easily find it. It is the only house on that side where the lower windows are frosted to prevent people looking in." The boy added that the windows were frosted. After this gentleman began to be seen a good deal in Peace's company. Sometimes he went and visited Peace at 5 Easterus, and sometimes Peace came and visited him. With the exception of Mrs. S. Smith, who let the house to Peace, the latter kept himself very reserved so far as his neighbors were concerned. And as the neighbors thought that the Thompsonses, they called themselves, were well-to-do people considerably above their station, they did not like to intrude themselves upon the newcomer's notice. The house of this gentleman is a better one than that occupied by Peace, and is in a more pretentious road. There is an apartment underneath the level of the roadway with a large open window, and it was this window which was frosted. I saw no other window on the road treated in that fashion. Of course it may have been done simply to prevent prying people from looking in, though none of the neighbors seem to have thought it necessary to take similar precautions. 3 knocks with the knocker failed to elicit any answer, and I was leaving to try my luck elsewhere, when a Camilla-looking lady put her head out, happening to look back at the time I noticed her, and returned. She kept me standing at the door for some time, but eventually, on my telling her as much of my business as I thought it prudent to mention, she asked me, in adding, as she showed me into a parlor, "I don't think he will tell you anything about that." She closed the door and left me to myself. The parlor, I had been told, was mainly furnished with articles from Peace's house. I sat down in one of the chairs belonging to the walnut suite, which had adorned Peace's parlor, and here, I may say, that if the walnut suite is a fair sample of the luxurious furnishings at 5 Easterus, you must not suppose that there was anything very palatial about the place. In fact, the longer I inquire into this man's establishment, the glory of it seemeth to fade away. The suite is a fairly good one, covered with rep in green and gold stripes, considerably faded by wear. Such a suite as the esteemed auctioneer over the way from your office would knock down any day for 15 or 16 guineas, and think he had done fairly well for the seller, and not badly for the buyer. In the room was also a harmonium, on which Mr. Thompson, Mrs. Thompson, and the boy Wardoff, whom more anonymous to play sacred and other music. It is a fair-looking instrument, worth perhaps a 10-pound note. There are other knickknacks, which had also been obtained from Peace's establishment. While I had been using my eyes in this way, a conversation had been conducted in undertones in another room. The wife was evidently telling the husband who I was. Then the door opened, and there came close up to me a little man wearing spectacles, through which he peered at me with his small, keen eyes rather curiously, and took me in from head to foot. After he had finished his examination, he retired to a chair in the corner. The wife stood by his side, and he pointed me to a seat near the window. "What's your name?" he asked me abruptly. "Had I not better tell you my business first?" I replied. "Your name, sir, your address, and your occupation, if you please." I told him my name. "Have you your cards?" I handed him my card, which he carefully examined, then looked at me carefully as if to see if he could detect any discrepancy between the name on the card and the person who presented it. "Now, sir, what do you want?" I soon told him what I wanted. "You knew Peace very well, did you not?" "I knew Mr. Thompson, but before I say any more, let me tell you that I have been before the authorities and expressly cautioned not to say anything to anybody. They have heard my story, and if I am wanted they know where to find me." "Oh, I didn't know you were going to be a witness." "I did not say I was going to be a witness. The Greenwich police have asked me what I know, and I may tell you have warned me against saying any more. I must decline to give any information which may be used." Here the wife interrupted. "You have said quite enough, don't say any more." The husband drew up abruptly. I told him he had quite mistaken my mission. I had been informed that he was more in Mr. Thompson's house than anybody else, that he had frequently had Mr. Thompson at his house, that Mrs. Thompson and Mrs. Ward had also been there, and that I simply wanted to know what kind of people they were, and how they lived, and was not anxious to know anything about the Blackheath business. "Before I say any more," he answered, "I must ask you to promise me as a particular favor that you will not mention my name in any way." "Well," I said, "your name has been hinted at already. You have been spoken of as Mr. B, and I expect the Peckham people know very well now who Mr. B is." He did not seem pleased at this information, and was about to tell me something more when his wife again put the drag on, and kept it on all the time I was in the room. "You were working with Mr. Thompson on a patent for raising sunken ships, were you not?" I must decline to answer any questions about that. "Well, but that is a matter about which there is nothing to be gained by reticence. In fact, I know you have got that model in your house now, and that it is enclosed in a box like a Platequist. I should really, as a mere matter of curiosity, like to have a look at it." It was no use. He entrenched himself behind his spectacles. The wife assisted him to hold the fort of his lips, and nothing further could I obtain from him. No. 81. Illustration: Peace at his prison. Peace at his prison toilet after his life sentence. If it had not been for that excellent lady, I think Mr. B would have been induced to tell something which has not yet been made public, though he was evidently very anxious not to say anything which could in any way connect him any further with the Thompsons. As I was leaving, I tried a parting shot. "Mrs. Thompson, when she left, promised to write to you stating where she could be found. You have had a letter, I am told. There is now no doubt that Mrs. Thompson is merely wanted as a witness. There can be no harm in saying if you have had that letter." Mr. B was about to speak, but his good wife was before him, and with her "Don't say any more, you have said too much already," a point which I politely disputed with her. Mr. B shook his head, and I left the interesting couple. Someone has said that a woman can't keep a secret, and an old cynic offered a reward for the first female who could be found capable of holding her tongue. I want the address of the gentleman, for I can conscientiously claim the reward. I have found in the person of my friend Mrs. B a lady who can not only hold her own tongue, but that of her husband also. I left that house with mingled respect for the excellent good wife and disappointment that she did not happen at the time. I called to be out taking a 5 o'clock tea with some estimable neighbors in the region of Avalenarode or anywhere else, except in her own house, and by her husband's side. I am convinced that this gentleman and his wife could have told me a great deal as to Peace's life at home, and perhaps something about his life abroad which he may have guessed at, or picked up in his frequent interviews with his friends, the Thompsons of No. 5 Easterus. Chapter Roman 148, The Trial of Charles Peace for Burglary. The days and nights passed slowly, and sadly enough with Charles Peace, during the brief interval between his committal and trial. Take whatever view he would of the case, he could not see any gleam of sunshine, and hope for the future. It was not possible for any intelligent jury, after hearing the overwhelming evidence, which would be brought forward for the prosecution, to return any other verdict than that of guilty upon the charge or charges preferred against the ill-fated man. Peace, despite his sanguine temperament, was forcibly impressed with this fact. He whined and moaned, and declared himself to be an illused man. His relatives and friends had deserted him in the hour of extreme need. So he averred it was the way of the world, he added, and there was therefore no reason to be surprised at a circumstance which, to say the truth, was one of almost daily occurrence. He confessed that he had been greatly to blame, that under the influence of drink and excitement, he had committed a most unwarrantable act of violence, but was at the same time truly thankful that the life of the gallant police officer had not been sacrificed. This was one of the greatest consolations he had in the hour of trouble and suffering. He affected to be so contrite and assumed such a virtuous tone that those about him were half disposed to believe he had been led into crime by a sudden impulse. Nevertheless, the facts were dead against him, and a heavy sentence would be sure to follow conviction. As the sessions drew nigh, Peace became additionally nervous and anxious. He wrote off to several of his friends. So long as a man is in prison before trial and condemnation, he has no work of any sort to do beyond the cleaning of his own cell and utensils. Books are allowed him, and writing materials, as before observed. Whatever a man writes is inspected and read by the governor, and every sheet of paper is counted and has to be accounted for. This course is adopted so that prisoners may be prevented from writing letters to their friends outside without undergoing the inspection of the governor. The rule is an arbitrary one, and it does not seem to be altogether just. They have no right to be placed under such rigid surveillance before they are proved guilty. About 420,000 persons in the course of a year pass through the hands of the police in England and Wales. Of these, about 275,000 are convicted, some summarily, others after trial by jury, the former being 17 times as numerous as the latter. The great majority of these mean nothing but the slightest punishments, generally fines, but about 70,000 are sentenced to imprisonment. Of these, 6,000 in round numbers are children under 16 years of age, nearly 1,000 of whom are committed to reformatories. For most of the remainder, the cellular prisons probably furnish sufficient correction. Of the adults, rather more than 2,000 are sentenced to penal servitude. Of the 420,000 persons apprehended by the police, more than 80,000 are either known or suspected to be criminals by trade, and from 50,000 to 60,000 are known to be living in total idleness and vice. This is, of course, a terrible state of things, but as yet no remedy has been found to repress crime in the metropolis or elsewhere. Peace was a criminal of the most irreclaimable daring and desperate order, but this was not known to the authorities for a certain time of his arrest, but it afterwards became sufficiently manifest. At length the day arrived on which Peace was to be tried. He was in close converse with his lawyer on the preceding day, and was informed that Mr. Montague Williams would conduct the defense. The legal gentleman did not tell his client that the case was in every way a hopeless one, but bade him keep up his spirits and hope for the best. Before the court was duly opened, barristers and solicitors were to be seen ascending the staircase, ducking mysteriously into anterooms, and it was evident enough that there was to be a sort of legal field day. In the several robing rooms, counsel were dressing like other actors for their parts. The judge was arraying himself in his robes of office, and everybody appeared to be engaged on some important business. A court of justice is built everywhere much in the same fashion: a throne for the judge benches right and left for the sheriff and municipal authorities, boxes on each side for the juries, separate pews for the warder and clerk of the court, convenient seats for the barristers. Then there is the witness box, the dock, and benches piled tier over tier for the convenience of the spectators. And as a matter of course, the ventilation is radically bad. There is also a stone hall outside in which clients congregate till their turn comes on, and witness rooms. In addition to this, British witnesses seem to possess an inexhaustible supply of sandwiches in brown paper and ardent spirits in old medicine bottles. Upon these they feed incessantly, partly to kill time and partly to fortify their moral courage, which they know will soon be tried in public, as severely as the integrity of the prisoners. Up and down a passage which leads to the jury room, and to the private entrances into the court, one may see the attorneys in their Sunday shabagentile, and in great bustle and importance, running backwards and forwards, now halting to confab with gentlemen who are relations of the prisoners, or are subpoenaed witnessesna, with the barristers who wear stereotyped smiles upon their faces, as if law life was a pleasant dream. The judge entered the court, and the usual formal had to be gone through. The benches appointed for the use of barristers were tolerably well filled. The first case to be tried was a charge of embezzlement. It did not occupy a great space of time, as it was as clear as the sun at noonday that is on days that luminary does condescend to shine. Peace was anxiously waiting his turn with two other fellow prisoners to his ineffable disgust. One of these was the lad Cakey, as he was termed, who had so annoyed him in the exercise yard. He was charged with picking pockets, in the practice of which he was an adept. "Strike me lucky," said the audacious young ruffian, "I hopes, as how they want keep us waiting long, don't you?" "Mind your own business," returned Peace. "Vell, there ain't no call to be humpy about the matter. I spoke civilly enough, didn't I?" "You are too fast for my book," said Peace. "You're like a sheep's head all jaw. Oh, carry me out and bury me dacent, but you're as good as a play you are, and no flies," said the pickpocket. "Blessed if you couldn't make a fortin as a mummer. But I say, old man, I expect y'all get it rather odd. What made yer fire your popgun at a bobby, eh?" "Mind your own business, and don't interfere with me." "Vell, I'm sorry for yer, and I hopes as how." "Hold your tongue, you fool," interrupted our hero. "Y'all have enough to do to prove your innocence, I am thinking." "Vell, now we agree this once I am of the same pinion, they'll be down upon me as dead as a hammer. Ill lay your half a bull that they give me to stretch. I mek up my mind to that there. But you'll, I don't know how it ill go vith you, old un, but yer had a pretty smart tussle with your baba, didn't you?" "Let the gentleman be," said the other prisoner, who, like Cakey, was hardly out of his teens. "Yer sees, as how he don't like it. I am ashamed on yer. This isn't a time for chaffies it." "I don't know that it is, but it's better than sitting like a set of mutas, ain't it? It's enough to give a fellow the hump to be sitting still a-waitin' to be placed in the dock." The conversation, if it could be so termed, was brought to a close by a man coming in and saying to the young pickpocket, "Now then, this way." Cakey was placed in the dock. The trial did not last half an hour. He was found guilty and sentenced to 18 months' imprisonment. He considered the sentence a most lenient one, and left the court in better spirits than he had entered it. He found Peace in the passage when he was returning to the jail. "Vat do yer think, governor, only 18 months there's, for you I've lost my half-bull." Peace was too much wrapped up in his own thoughts to take any heed of the playful youth who was addressing him. His case was the next, and as he was placed in the dock, he glanced furtively round the court. The first face he recognized was that of Robinson, the policeman. Then his glance fell upon several others that were familiar to him, but he did not see any of his Sheffield friends. "So much the better," murmured he. Mr. Poland was engaged in earnest conversation with a police inspector, while Mr. Douglas Straight was scanning some papers before him. Peace was conscious that he was an object of interest, for he saw that the eyes of many persons were upon him. He endeavored to put on a look of humility and dejection, hoping thereby to excite sympathy. He glanced at the jury to see if they looked mercifully disposed, or otherwise. One or two jurors struck him as being hard-featured men who were bent upon doing their duty fearlessly. It was on the morning of Tuesday, the 19th of November, 1878, on which this trial took place. It was of course an eventful day in the history of our hero. The case was tried at the Central Criminal Court before Mr. Justice Hawkins, John Ward alias Charles Peace, age 60. He was so put down, although he had not reached that age by 3 years, who was described as a sailor, was indicted for a burglary in the dwelling house of James Alexander Burness, and stealing therefrom a quantity of plate, the property of the aforesaid James Alexander Burness. He was charged also with feloniously shooting at Edward Robinson, a police constable, with intent to murder him. Mr. Poland and Mr. Douglas Straight conducted the prosecution for the Treasury. The prisoner was defended by Mr. Montagu Williams and Mr. Austin Metcalfe. There was a dead silence when the case came on, and a number of persons from Greenwich, Blackheath, and elsewhere who had been suffering from the depredations of burglars were present at the trial. And in addition to these, in an obscure corner, sat unobserved by Peace Aveline's husband and Lady Marvelyn. The indictment proceeded with, was the charge of shooting at the constable. Edward Robinson was then examined. He said, on the morning of the 10th of October, I was on duty at Blackheath in the avenue leading from St. John's Park, the back of the residence of Mr. Burness. I noticed the flickering of a light in Mr. Burness' drawing-room, and this excited my suspicion, and I procured the assistance of another constable named Girling. The light continued to move about the house, and I was assisted by Girling on to the wall. At this time, a sergeant named Brown came up and he went to the front of the house, and I heard the bell ring when the light was extinguished immediately, and the prisoner jumped out of the drawing-room window to the lawn when I saw him in the act of running away. I followed him, and he turned round and pointed a revolver at my head, and said, keep back, keep off, or by I will shoot you. I said to him, you had better not, and he immediately fired 3 chambers of a revolver at my head. 2 shots passed over my head, and the third by the side of my head. I made a rush at him, and he fired a 4th shot when I closed with him, and struck him on the face with my left hand. The prisoner then said, I will settle you this time, and then fired a 5th shot, which wounded me in the right arm. I seized the prisoner then and threw him down. When the prisoner exclaimed, I will give you something else, and tried to put his hand in his pocket, I struggled with him, and got the revolver from him, and struck him several blows with it. I held him down, till Sergeant Brown came up, and he was then secured. The revolver was strapped round his wrist. I began to feel faint from loss of blood at this time, and handed the prisoner over to Sergeant Brown and Girling. Charles Brown, a sergeant of police, proved that he heard the shots fired and the cries for assistance, and said that, when he went to the spot, he found Robinson lying above the prisoner with a 6-chambered revolver in his hand, but it was strapped round the prisoner's arm. On the prisoner, he found a silver flask, a banker's checkbook, and a letter case which were afterwards identified by Mr. Burness, and a small crowbar. William Girling, the other policeman, confirmed the testimony of the previous witnesses as to the 5 shots being fired, and he also said that he heard the prisoner say that he only did it to frighten him. On the prisoner, he found an auger, a jimmy, a gimlet, and other housebreaking implements. The prisoner attempted to get away after he had apprehended him, but he hit him with his staff. Mr. Bonney, an inspector of the R Division, proved that he examined Mr. Burness' house and found that several places had been broken open with a jimmy. The prisoner refused to give his name and address, and when he was asked for them, he replied, find out. Sarah Selina Cooper, servant to Mr. Burness, proved that she found a bullet in the drawing-room on the morning after the occurrence. Mr. Montagu Williams, on behalf of the prisoner, entreated the jury, in the first place, not to allow any prejudice that might have been created in their minds by what they had read about the number of burglaries that had been committed in this neighborhood, to operate against the prisoner, but to be guided solely by the evidence relating to the particular charge. He said that his case was that the prisoner did not intend to murder the constable, but that all he desired was to get away, and he argued that the facts were of a character that tended to support this view of the case. The jury, after a very short deliberation, found the prisoner guilty upon the first count of the indictment, which charged him with discharging the revolver at the constable, with intent to murder him. The jury at the same time desired to express their admiration of the courageous conduct of the constable, and expressed a hope that he would receive some reward for the way in which he had acted. The foreman of the jury handed in a written paper to that effect. Mr. Justice Hawkins, I am not surprised, gentlemen, that you should have made this representation, for the constable has certainly behaved in a very gallant manner. Mr. Poland said that probably his lordship would like to hear something of the previous history of the prisoner. Mr. Justice Hawkins said he should be glad to receive any information that could be given to him respecting the prisoner. Inspector Bonney then stated that at the prisoner's house at Sheffield there was found a large quantity of property, and in 26 cases property had been identified by the owners as the produce of different burglaries. The necessary legal proofs were not present in court, but they could be produced on the following morning. Mr. Justice Hawkins said he did not think it was necessary to postpone passing judgment, as he thought the court was already in possession of sufficient information to leave no doubt as to what course should be taken. Mr. Reed, the deputy clerk of arraigns, then put the usual formal question to the prisoner whether he had anything to say why judgment should not be pronounced upon him. The prisoner in reply said, yes, I have this to say, my lord, I have not been fairly dealt with, and I declare before God that I never had the intention to kill the prosecutor, and all I meant to do was to frighten him in order that I might get away. If I had had the intention to kill him, I could easily have done it. But I never had that intention. I declare I did not fire 5 shots. I only fired 4, and I think I can show you, my lord, now. I can prove that only 4 shots were fired. If your lordship will look at the pistol, you will see that it goes off very easily. And the 6th barrel went off of its own accord, after I was taken into custody. At the time the 5th shot was fired, the constable had hold of my arm, and the pistol went off quite by accident. The prisoner then exclaimed with great earnestness, I really did not know that the pistol was loaded, and I hope, my lord, that you will have mercy on me. I feel that I have disgraced myself. I am not fit either to live or die. I am not prepared to meet my God. But still, I feel that my career has been made to appear much worse than it really is. Oh, my lord, do have mercy on me. Do give me one chance of repenting and of preparing myself to meet my God. Do, my lord, have mercy on me. And I assure you that you shall never repent it, as you hope for mercy yourself at the hands of the great God. Do have mercy on me, and give me a chance of redeeming my character and preparing myself to meet my God. I pray and beseech you to have mercy on me. The prisoner delivered this speech in a calm and earnest tone of voice, and at the conclusion, he appeared to be quite overcome by his feelings. Mr. Justice Hawkins, then addressing the prisoner, said, John Ward, the jury have found you guilty, upon the most irresistible evidence of having fired this pistol 5 times at the constable, with intent to murder him, and I must say that I entirely concur in that verdict, and I do not believe that any other would, upon consideration, have been satisfactory to themselves. You were detected in the act of committing a burglary in the house of a gentleman, and putting altogether aside what may have been your conduct on other occasions, the circumstances of this particular case are quite sufficient to prove to my mind that you are an accomplished burglar, and that you went to this house determined to rob by fair means, if you could, but armed in such a manner that you were also determined to resort to foul means, if necessary, to escape detection. You have asserted that you only fired the pistol at the constable in order to frighten him, that thus you might be enabled to make your escape. I do not believe you. The shot was fired at his head, and but that he was guarding his head at the time with his arm, he would have received the shot upon it. And if that had been the case, death would probably have been the result, and you would at this moment probably be receiving a sentence of death. I do not consider it at all necessary to make any inquiry into your antecedents. The facts before me are quite sufficient to show that you are an accomplished burglar, and a man who would not hesitate to commit murder in carrying out that object, notwithstanding your age. Therefore, I feel that I should fail in my duty to the public if I did not pass upon you the extreme sentence of the law for the offense of which you have been convicted, which is that you be kept in penal servitude for the rest of your natural life. The prisoner appeared to be panic-stricken at the sentence. He uttered a series of moans, and fell into the arms of the warders in attendance in a state of perfect prostration. Whether his emotion was real or not, it is not easy to say, but certainly on this occasion peace completely broke down. He had not for a moment contemplated having so severe a sentence passed on him, and he afterwards said it was a shame, and a most cruel, merciless punishment. At this moment, all his bravado forsook him, and his despair and anguish were pitiful to behold. Radically bad as the man was, there were a few persons among the spectators who pitied him, and thought him hardly dealt by. This is invariably the case, no matter how great the criminal, or how many heinous offenses he may have been guilty of. Misplaced sympathy is sure to follow his sentence. Lady Marvlin and Sir J. Battershall were greatly moved when the sentence was passed upon the prisoner. Her ladyship, from her own personal experience, knew the brutal nature of the man. Nevertheless, she was much affected at the issue of the proceedings. Miserable wretch, she ejaculated, I should have thought 6 or 10 years, at the most, would have sufficed in a case of this sort. But of course Mr. Justice Hawkins is, I suppose, the best judge. I don't think it would be possible to find a better, returned her companion. I confess, I cannot myself see any palliation, any reasonable excuse for the crime of which he has been found guilty, upon the clearest evidence. No, I suppose there is none, returned Lady Marvlin, but still penal servitude for life. Why, it is almost worse than death. If Robinson had succumbed to his injuries, there would have been but one course left. Thy's murderer would have to suffer the extreme penalty of the law. You do not duly consider the matter, my lady. I hope I do, but the Lady Aveline, this will be sad news for her." "Sad," exclaimed the baronet, "I do not see how that can be." "Ah, I know she will be sorry to hear of his untimely fate." "Really, Lady Marvelyn, you surprise me. I have yet to learn that my wife has any sympathy for ruffians of this type." "I don't say she has sympathy, but she possesses the inestimable quality of mercy which blesses him that gives, and him that takes, and she has a feeling heart that you know." "Oh, most certainly no man knows it better. Still, I cannot for the life of me understand why you and Aveline are so wrapped up in this man. You will not be surprised when you know all." The baronet made no further remark, but seemed lost in a reverie. Peace, who was completely overcome, had to be carried out of court. Mr. Justice Hawkins then directed the prosecutor Robinson to stand forward, and addressing him, said, "The jury have expressed their admiration at the bravery you have displayed in this matter, and have also expressed a wish that you should receive some reward. In the first place, I hand to you the paper on which the jury have expressed their opinion of your conduct, in order that you may keep it and refer to it in after life, and that it may be an incentive to future good conduct. I quite concur in the opinion of the jury with regard to the manner in which you have acted on this occasion, and I think the country ought to be proud of you, and of the force to which you belong, and I have great pleasure in ordering you a reward of 25 for your gallant conduct." The prosecutor thanked his lordship, and the proceedings then terminated. When Peace returned to Newgate after his sentence, he immediately came under another class, and his real imprisonment began. He moaned and groaned as if in deep pain, and there is but little doubt as to his sufferings at this time. He was conducted downstairs to the same floor as the baths. He made no observation, but was evidently in a state of prostration. But he did manage with assistance to reach that part of the city prison where another painful ceremony had to be gone through. The garments he had on he was no longer permitted to wear. They had to be exchanged for those of a convict. Never again was he destined to wear the clothes of a free man. He had been previously told that whatever clothes he wore would be forfeited. They were not of much value, it is true, for at the time of his capture, he was encased in his shabby long-tailed coat, as represented in the illustration on the front page of the preceding number. This valuable garment, together with his low-crowned hat and other articles that completed his suit, were forfeited to the crown. Doubtlessly have been preserved as relics of the most daring burglar of modern times. He heaved a profound sigh, which seemed to come from the bottom of his heart, when he was arrayed in the convict garb, with which, however, he was but too familiar. After he had shuffled into his new attire, he was told to select from a bundle of dirty, greasy-looking things what was supposed to be a woolen cap of the Scotchbone type. He chose one which appeared to fit him the best, and then the painful ceremony was over. "I've been cruelly used," he ejaculated. The sentence was a most unjust one. I never intended to hurt the bobby ill. Take my solemn oath that nothing was further from my thoughts. But my friends will not see me thus wronged. Without making an effort on my behalf, they will send a petition to the Home Office." "Well, that can be done, of course," observed one of the warders, who felt some commiseration for the wretched man. "It must be done. Time enough for that. Penal servitude for life, it's scandalous." The warders were not disposed to continue the conversation, so they marched their prisoner off to his cell. Peace found he had to mount higher in the world to the top landing, and he was located on the north side of the wall, he hitherto having been on the south. The first thing that struck him on entering his new abode was the smell of tar, good, wholesome, honest tar. He had been described in the indictment as a sailor. Why or wherefore was not clearly made manifest. It is true that he had been on board ship once or twice during his checkered career, but he could not lay claim to being much of a sailor. But he soon found out that his long days of comparative idleness had come to an end. The smell of the tar gave him a gentle hint of the agreeable process of oakum picking, this being one of the occupations prison authorities had invented for the amusement of the prisoners under their charge. The cell was an exact counterpart of the one he had left, except that the dust from the oakum had taken off a good deal of the brilliant cleanliness of the floor and walls. He was most miserable, and found it impossible to regard his new sphere of occupation with complacency. He had passed through a terrible ordeal, had hoped against hope. But now the terrible reality came upon him with redoubled force. His worst fears became an actual reality. He was a convict, and would remain so to the end of his life. He slept but little during the night when he thought of his sentence. He shuddered. He tossed restlessly in his hammock, groaned, and gnashed his teeth. A life, he ejaculated, it's too bad a burning shame. Then he thought of getting his friends to send in a memorial to the Home Office, praying for a commutation of the severe sentence passed upon him. He clung to this hope, even as a drowning man is said to cling to a straw. The next morning, while he was cleaning his cell, 3 pieces of junk, or old rope, that had been part of the standing rigging of some old ship, were flung into his cell, with an intimation that he would have a fiddle presently. He ejaculated, here's some of their cursed stuff, I know what that means, etching fingers and endless toil. He was perfectly correct in this conjecture. After some little time, a warder he had never seen before except at a distance entered his narrow prison house, and told him that he would have to pick 4 pounds of oakum every day while he was in Newgate, or else his allowance of food would run short. Oh, I dare say, replied Peace, then I shall have to go on short commons, cause, you see, I shan't be able to do the quantity you require. That's no business of mine, returned the warder, I don't make the rules, all I have to do is to see that they are carried out. Much obliged to you for your information, exclaimed the prisoner, I've been cruelly used. I've nothing to do with that, said the warder, slamming the door of the cell. A set of merciless wretches, ejaculated Peace, I know the ways of them but too well. He sat down on his stool and buried his face in his hands. After he had devoured his breakfast, the taskmaster paid him a visit, bringing with him the fiddle, on which he was to play a tune called 4 pounds of oakum a day. It consisted of nothing but a rope and a long crooked nail. He showed Peace how to break up the block of junk, and to divide the strands of the rope. There was, however, but little necessity for the warder to enter into a description of the work, since the prisoner he was instructing knew the odious business pretty well from his previous experience in the ways of prison life. However, he affected to be a novice, and listened to all the warder had to say, apparently paying the greatest attention to his instructions. The 4 pounds did not look so much after all, but when pulled to pieces and divided into strands, it seemed to grow wonderfully in size, and Peace knew the amount of labor required to pick it. He made a wry face and groaned, but did not complain. When the strands were all divided, his instructor showed him how to pull them to pieces. Peace set to work, being perfectly well assured that the task must be got through. He soon found out, as others had done before him, that oakum picking made his fingers and thumbs sore and painful. Nevertheless, he persevered. The task seemed to be an interminable one. When he saw how little progress he had made in the first hour, his heart seemed to sink, and he remembered the many miserable and lonely hours he had passed in convict prisons. He was on the side of the jail nearest to Newgate Street. His cell was on the top floor, and the window was open, so that he now heard much plainer the noise of the street traffic, which spoke to him of the outside world. There was something consolatory in even hearing the sounds of the passing vehicles, as they rumbled along in one of the great thoroughfares of the busy city. At chapel next morning, he with others who had been tried at the same sessions were marched into a cage under the women's gallery, and locked in once a day. Only were they exercised out of doors, and this took place in a much smaller yard than he had walked in before his conviction. This was a matter of no very great importance. 1 yard was as good as another to him. He bore up as best he could, hoping that sooner or later he might succeed in getting a commutation of his sentence. This hope, however, was never destined to be realized. Every morning the quantum of junk was served out, and in the evening the taskmaster came round with weights and scales to take each man's oakum. There was no cheating in respect to the requisite quantity of oakum on these occasions. The prisoner who had picked his full allowance was permitted to have the remainder of his time to himself for the rest of the day, but it was sharp work for the best of them to get through the 4 pounds of oakum. Many now found it impossible to get through that quantity. Some could not do as much as 2 pounds, although they worked from morning till 9 o'clock at night. The old lags who were well used to the work were in most cases able to do their quantum. About 3 or 4 days after his sentence, a warder entered Peace's cell with another prisoner to crop and shave him. Peace knew this ceremony had to be gone through, and was therefore in no way surprised at the appearance of his new visitors. He begged to be allowed to shave himself, but this request was refused, so he sat himself down and submitted himself to the operator, who was a regular bungler. He however managed to effect a clean scrape, after which Peace's hair was clipped to about half an inch long. He had not much hair on his head at this time, but what there was had to be reduced to the regular length. The person who performed the operation was very loquacious. Most members of the hairdressing fraternity usually are so, and Peace's barber was confidential and communicative. He affected to commiserate with our hero, and deprecated in the strongest terms the severity of the sentence passed upon him. He also told Peace that he the barber had done a lagging before, and that he was doing a 6-year stretch at the present time. This playful conversation was not interrupted by the warder in attendance, who looked on as the operation was performed, and occasionally indulged in a smile as some pertinent remark fell from the lips of the perruquier. After the shaving and cropping, the barber wished Peace goodbye, bade him keep his spirits up and hope for the best. What that best was he did not say, but he tripped merrily out of the cell with a nod to its occupant, and once more our hero found himself alone. Chapter Roman 149, The Troubles of Mrs. Peace. After Peace's arrest, trial, and conviction, the house in the Avalon Road was no longer a home for his miserable partner. Mrs. Peace and the woman Thompson could not agree, and this, in addition to other circumstances, caused Mrs. Peace to make a precipitate retreat from the neighborhood of Peckham, and Mrs. Thompson was left to pursue her own erratic course. There was no help for this. It was not at all likely that the two women would agree in the absence of their master. Mrs. Peace left Peckham and at once proceeded to Hull, and from thence to Sheffield, but the police were actively engaged in ferreting out every scrap of information which might lead to the detection of other crimes committed by our hero. As a natural consequence, his miserable partner was suspected, and after some searching inquiries, she was arrested and taken before the sitting magistrates at Sheffield, as will be seen from the following report. At the Sheffield Town Hall yesterday, before the Mayor Ald Mappin and W.E. Laycock-esque, Hannah Peace, a respectably dressed woman 58 years of age of No. 4 Hazel Road, Darnall, the wife of Charles Peace, picture frame dealer, who murdered Mr. Arthur Dyson, engineer at Banner Cross on the 29th November 1876, was brought up under circumstances which are at present exciting unusual interest. The charge against her was that of being an accomplice in the recent Blackheath burglaries on the ground that certain articles of property found at the house where she is living had been identified as part of the booty obtained at Blackheath. Prisoner seems a fairly respectable, well-dressed woman, and appeared to feel her position acutely, looking very nervous and uneasy and occasionally sobbing. She was accommodated with a seat in the dock. The property includes several parcels of jewelry, a silk dress, 2 watches, and a patent clock. Mrs. Peace was charged with stealing the property, or of having received it knowing it to have been stolen. A number of persons crowded into the court during the few minutes the case was being heard. The chief constable said the prisoner has been apprehended on suspicion of having stolen property, or with having received it knowing it to have been stolen. I shall put a witness in the box, and after his examination, I shall have to ask for a remand for a week. Henry Phillips said, I am Inspector of the Metropolitan Police, attached to the Criminal Investigation Department, and stationed at Greenwich. There have recently been a considerable number of burglaries committed in the neighborhood of Greenwich and Blackheath. At one of the houses that was burglariously broken into, information was given as to a silk dress, though I cannot swear to the color. A little mantelpiece clock was stolen bearing the inscription Waterbury Clock Company, patented Sept. 11, 1877, and the stolen clock in every respect corresponds, I believe, with this clock. Some other houses were broken into, and property corresponding with some of that now produced was stolen. I believe if a remand is granted, I shall be able to get further evidence. Mr. Robinson, to prisoner, do you wish to ask any questions now? Prisoner sobbing, I have not received them knowing them to have been stolen. No, I have not. Inspector Twible said, I went with the last witness to the house of the prisoner, who is living at a Turcliffe yesterday. I found in her house, and in her possession, the property now produced. The bench, all of it. The chief constable, yes, and a great deal more. Mr. Robinson again asked the prisoner if she had any questions to ask. Prisoner, I do say that I did not know they had been stolen. The chief constable to the bench, I have now to ask that the prisoner may be remanded for a week. The prisoner was accordingly remanded for a week. Early in the afternoon, Inspector Phillips taking with him the stolen property returned to London. From inquiries made by our reporter, it has been ascertained that Hannah Peace has resided for a considerable period at Hull. About a month ago, however, she came to Darnall to be present at the confinement of her daughter, who resides with her husband at 4 Hazel Road, Britannia Road. Although the house is stated to be in the road, it is really in a court some distance from the thoroughfareth middle one of a row of 7. Mrs. Peace brought with her to Sheffield a large box, which she stated contained her wearing apparel, and a few odds and ends. She gave it out that she had been obliged to break her Hull home up on account of the persistent attentions of the police, who dogged her in every direction, and made her life a burden. The odds and ends she brought with her are likely to get her into serious trouble unless she can explain how they included goods, which originally belonged to persons in the neighborhood of Blackheath. During the time Mrs. Peace has been resident at her daughter's house, she has not as many persons supposed kept within doors. So as to avoid being noticed, on the contrary, she has moved about, and freely conversed with her neighbors, who were greatly surprised when the police apprehended her. The opinion of the neighbors is generally favorable to Mrs. Peace. People are loath to believe that she was the person to connive at the crime with which she is at present charged. They all bear testimony to her good character so far as they could tell. The daughter and her husband appear respectable people, and have resided at their present address for several years. After further examination at Sheffield, Mrs. Peace was ultimately sent to London, and on Saturday, Dec. 7, 1878, she appeared at Bow Street before Mr. Flowers. The following is a report of her first examination in London. Hannah Peace, wife of Charles Peace, the Blackheath burglar, now undergoing penal servitude for the attempt on the life of a police constable while in the execution of his duty, was brought up on remand granted by the Justices of Sheffield, charged with stealing or otherwise receiving a clock, the property of Mrs. Dadson of 5 Kidbrooke Terrace, Blackheath, part of the proceeds of a burglary, committed on the 2nd of August. The clock produced in court was found by the inspector at Darnall near Sheffield. Henry Phillips, inspector of the R Division of the Greenwich Police, having been duly sworn, said the prisoner Hannah Peace had been remanded by the justices at Sheffield several times for her supposed connection with the burglaries committed in Blackheath by her husband, and was on Friday finally remanded to London. A small mantelpiece clock had been stolen on the 2nd of August last from the house of Mrs. Dadson of 5 Kidbrooke Terrace, Blackheath, and corresponded in all respects with one found at prisoner's house on the 7th November at Darnall near Sheffield, when he searched it in company with Inspector Twible. The depositions produced were taken at Sheffield. Miss Elizabeth Marion Callison Dadson, daughter of Mrs. Mary Campbell Dadson, widow of No. 5 Kidbrooke Terrace, Blackheath, deposed that the clock produced was her mother's property, and was first missed on the morning of the 3rd of August. The house had been forcibly entered on the night previous August 2nd. Mr. Flowers, I shall remand the case till this day week. Prisoner, have you anything to say? Mrs. Peace, who had been accommodated with a seat during the 2 or 3 minutes she was in court, then rose, and in a trembling voice said, I did not steal the clock, nor did I know that it was stolen. I have no question to ask. She was then removed from the dock. There can be but little doubt as to her being a woman more sinned against than sinning, but the fact of her being the wife of Charles Peace brought her under the ban of the law, and for a long time she was in the depths of trouble, not very well knowing the nature of the charges that were to be brought against her. It is hardly possible to estimate the anxiety and sufferings the guilty acts of a man like Peace entail upon innocent persons. When we say innocent persons, we include his unhappy wife, for despite the array of evidence brought against her, the police failed to prove her complicity in the crimes committed by her husband. It will be seen by the following report of her second examination that the learned gentleman engaged for the prosecution strove to prove that the ill-fated Mrs. Peace had been guilty of acts which were in themselves most suspicious, if not absolutely criminating. Blackheath burglarist examination of Mrs. Peace. At the Bow Street Police Court, London, on Saturday, before Mr. Von Hannah Peace, aged 58, believed to be the wife of the celebrated Charles Peace burglar and alleged murderer, was brought up in custody on remand, charged with stealing and receiving a clock, and a quantity of other articles which, it is alleged, are the proceeds of numerous burglaries committed by her supposed husband. Mr. Poland, barrister, instructed by Mr. Pollard, the solicitor to the Treasury, appeared for the prosecution, Mr. Walter Beard, Messrs. Beard and Son, Solicitors, Basing Hall Street, E. Roman 100, was instructed for the defense. Mr. Poland, in proceeding to open the case on behalf of the prosecution, said in this case, the prisoner is charged before you in the name of Hannah Peace, with stealing and receiving a quantity of property, the proceeds of a number of burglaries which have been committed in various parts of London. It appears that a man who was tried at the last sessions at the Central Criminal Court, by the name of John Ward alias Charles Peace, was sentenced to penal servitude for life for shooting at a constable with intent to murder him on the 10th of October last, and he was then in the act of committing a burglary at Blackheath. Now, sir, there is no question whatever that we are in a condition to show that that man undoubtedly was a professional burglar, that he was in the habit of going about to different parts of London, particularly Blackheath, committing burglaries and taking from houses where these offences were committed valuable property, and disposing of it for his own advantage. The police, of course, endeavoured to find out what had become of the property, and where this man had been living, and they somehow discovered that he had been living at No. 5 Easterus, Evalinarrow, Nunhead, which is in the parish of Peckham since May 1878, in the name of John Thompson, and with a woman, I think of about 30 years of age, who lived with him as Mrs. Thompson in the same house. The prisoner also lived, and she was then passing, I believe, by the name of Mrs. Ward, and there was also a young man living there who was called Willie Ward, and he was stated to be the son of the prisoner, or as she was called, Mrs. Ward. This man Peace having been arrested on the 10th October, of course, he did not go home that night or the following morning. The persons living in that house must have known that he had been arrested, and the prisoner appears on that day to have removed 3 boxes with the assistance of a railway porter to the Nunhead station, and then to the King's Cross station, and these boxes were taken down to Nottingham. At Nottingham, she went, I believe, to a house occupied by some relations of the woman who was passing as the wife of this man, but they, I think, declined to allow these boxes to be brought there. And we find that, on the following day, the 12th October, the prisoner went with some portion of the property to No. 4 Hazel Road, Darnall, which is 3 miles from Sheffield. At that place her son-in-law and daughter lived, a man of the name of John Bolsover, who is a working collier on Nov 6th. The police went to Bolsover's house at Darnall and searched the place, and there found a quantity of property, which I shall be able to show you, was the proceeds of some of these burglaries. On the 14th of November, they made a further search, and found other property. The prisoner, when she was taken into custody, stated that she had received various things, but she did not know that they were stolen. She admitted that she had removed the things, and she stated also that she was the wife of the man who had been living at No. 5 Easterus, Evalinarrow, No. 82. When she stated that she was his wife, she was at once asked where she was married, but up to the present time, she had not stated where the ceremony was performed. Illustration, title, or description. The warders showing Peace how to pick oakum. The prisoner: Yes, sir, I have. Mr. Poland: According to my instructions, she has not stated to the police where she was married. She has given no date. She has produced no certificate. I think she stated that the certificate has been burned. So far as I am at present in a condition to deal with the case from the inquiries made by the police, they cannot ascertain that she is married. What I propose to do with your sanction is to prove the arrest and search of the premises, the taking of the house at Peckham, the removal of the boxes, and the identity of some of the property. Then I shall be able to show you on a future occasion, by calling other witnesses, that there were found at the cottage, to which these boxes were removed near Sheffield, the proceeds of some 10 or 12 burglaries. Inspector Phillips then said in answer to questions proposed by Mr. Poland, I am one of the inspectors of the Metropolitan Police Force. On the 10th October, a man was captured at Blackheath in the act of committing a burglary. Ultimately, he gave the name of John Ward, and he was committed for trial as John Ward for shooting at a policeman and for burglary at a house in St. John's Park, Blackheath. On Nov 5th, I went down to Sheffield, and on the 6th I went to Darnall to the house, No. 4 Hazel Road, that is about 3 miles from Sheffield. John Bolsover, a labourer and working collier, lives there. His wife was there on the occasion when I called, and also the prisoner. Mr. Poland: Was it stated that Mrs. Bolsover was the daughter of the prisoner? The witness: Yes. What name was the prisoner living there in? Mrs. Ward: I think she was generally known there, I believe, as Mrs. Peace, but I am not quite clear upon the matter. Was there anybody else in the house? There was a boy who was called Willie. He is about 20 years of age. Did you understand that he was the son of the prisoner? Yes, he addressed her as mother. You saw the prisoner, and what did you say to her? I had some conversation with her first. Without telling her who I was, I looked round the room and saw a clock standing upon the chest of drawers, which I knew from the description. I told her I knew the clock to have been stolen from Blackheath. The prisoner replied, I did not know it was stolen. A tall woman gave it to me 5 weeks ago. I then proceeded upstairs and said I would make further search. Before that time, had you said anything to her as to who she was? I said, do you know where your husband is? Has he been here? She replied, no. Then I said, I will tell you where he is. He is in Newgate Prison, on a charge of burglary and shooting at a constable. She said, oh dear, what trouble that man has brought me into. To be sure, he seems to be my ruin. Everywhere I go, I then searched the top room in company with another officer, and found a large quantity of property. What did you do in reference to this property? I took it into my possession after I had got the prisoner to leave the house. I told her she would be charged with stealing this property and receiving it, knowing it to have been feloniously procured. Mr. Poland, did she say anything in your presence as to whether she was Peace's wife? Witness, I have a slight recollection of asking her for her marriage certificate, and of her saying that she was married at St. George's Church, Sheffield. I said, have you got a marriage certificate to show me? She said, no, I have not. The old man burned it. Mr. Samuel Smith, builder, said, I live at 68 Ryde Villas, St. Mary's Road, Peckham. About the latter end of May, I was at Easterus Evelyn Road, Peckham. I remember a party of 4 persons calling there. The prisoner was one of them. I knew her as Mrs. Ward. She gave that name. 2 of the other persons were known as Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, and the other one of the party was a young man they called Willie. The man known as Mr. Thompson spoke to me and asked to look over the house. But it was too late in the evening for that. He asked me the rent, which I told him was 30 a year. And subsequently, I let the premises to him. The woman I knew as Mrs. Thompson was a younger woman than the prisoner, a little over 30, I should think. I believe you asked Mr. Thompson on that occasion for some reference. I did, and he then asked me to go and see where he was living in Greenwich, which I Roman 999. Where was he living at Greenwich? Do you recollect? I do not recollect the name of the street. The house at Greenwich was a respectable house, and I saw prisoner there. The place was respectably furnished, and that satisfied me. I went to the house many times afterwards, and I know from having visited at the place that the man and woman known as Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, and the woman known as Mrs. Ward, and the boy Willie were living there. Rent was paid me up to Michaelmas. I have got possession of the house now. I heard some time after Thompson had disappeared that a man who was believed to be him had been taken into custody. Thomas Pickering, a porter employed at the Nunhead station on the London, Chatham, and Dover Railway, said on the 11th October, in consequence of a message I received from another porter, I went to No. 5 Easterus Evelyn Road, which is about 3 minutes' walk from the Nunhead station. When I got to the house, I saw an old lady. I could not swear that the prisoner was the lady. It would be a person of about the same age. She asked me to take 3 boxes to the Nunhead station and label them for King's Cross. I went into the house, got the boxes, and put them on my barrow. The old lady told me to send the boxes by the 5 minutes to 6 train, and she would be there. I took them to the station and labeled them for the Great Northern Railway terminus at King's Cross. I did not notice any name or address upon the boxes. After I had taken them to the station, the old lady came. She went away by the 5 minutes to 6 train that evening. Examination continued. I have seen a box at the Bow Street police station. It resembles the box I brought from the house in the Evelyn Road to the Nunhead station. The other 2 boxes were similar. I did not know the old lady before, and have not seen her since until today. Selina Karcher said, I am housekeeper and lady's maid to Mrs. Wood, Sunnyside, Liam Court Road, Streatham. I was so engaged on the 20th August when I went to bed on that date. The house was all safe, but next morning, when I came down, I found that the house had been broken into. From the house I missed a number of things, including a plate basket, a silk dress trimmed with velvet belonging to my mistress, Mrs. Kathleen, the wife of Mr. Mark Wood. The value of the silver missed was about 30, and the silk and velvet dress, which was a very valuable one, was also worth 30. Elizabeth Mary Ann Collinson Dadson was next called, and reiterated her statement in reference to the clock taken from Kidbrooke Terrace, Blackheath. Louisa Newman said, I live at Richmond Lodge, Honor, Oak Road, Forest Hill, and I am cook in the service of Mr. Charles Perry. On the 5th of August, The placa was secured for the night with the exception of the back drawing-room window, which was accidentally left unfastened. Next morning, I went into the back drawing-room at about 11:30 and found that there were missing several ornaments, amongst other things, a tortoiseshell casket and a red cornelian casket. These articles were produced by Inspector Phillips and are the property of my master. A silver inkstand, a silver goblet, and a flask were also taken, and I believe that the total value of the things abstracted was between 30 and 40. The prisoner was remanded. Hannah Peace was brought before Mr. Vaughan at Bow Street, London on Wednesday for the purpose of being formally remanded. It is definitely understood that Charles Peace will remain in Newgate until the authorities are prepared to proceed with the charge against him of the murder of Mr. Dyson at Banner Cross. The investigation of the police have revealed the fact of his participation in no fewer than 4 to 5 burglaries, for the most part committed in London, but extending over an area which includes Hull, Manchester, Sheffield Market, Harborough, and Southsea. It would appear, however, that on the next examination, the magistrate thought there was sufficient evidence to send the case for trial. Committal of Mrs. Peace. At the Bow Street Police Court on Wednesday, December 18, 1878, before Mr. Vaughan, the woman who alleges that she is Hannah Peace, the wife of Charles Peace, the burglar was brought up on remand charged with feloniously stealing and receiving a number of articles purloined by her alleged husband in the commission of burglaries in the neighborhood of London and in various parts of the country. Mr. Poland said that since the adjournment, every effort had been made to ascertain whether the prisoner was or was not married. All the evidence went to show that the prisoner was not the wife of Peace. She was living with him, as Mrs. Ward, the boy Willie, was living there as his nephew, and Mrs. Thompson lived there as his wife, though she was not his wife, and there was evidence that Mr. Thompson used to speak of Mrs. Thompson as his wife. Emma, wife of William Gardner, Shapley, said, "I live at Seymour Lodge, Peckham Rye. On Monday, the 23rd September at 11 o'clock. In the evening, I discovered that my house had been entered, and a quantity of property taken away. A side door had been left open. I missed wearing apparel of the value of 25. I identify some pocket handkerchiefs, a night dress, a pair of slippers, 2 scarfs, and a pair of silk stockings which are produced." Eliza MacDonald said, "I live at 16 Kidbrooke Villas, Blackheath, and am housekeeper to Mrs. Sarah Bocher. On the 10th August at about 10 o'clock at night, the house was fastened up in the usual way, and I went to bed leaving it safe. Next morning, I found that the breakfast room window had been broken open, and the house entered, and I missed a number of articles from the house. I identify the tablecloth and the silver pickle fork now produced as the property of my mistress. I also missed silver spoons and a butter knife." Mr. Frederick Hanley said, "In September, I was living at Arbutus Lodge, Denmarkhill. At that time, I was at Brighton when I heard that my house had been broken into, and a number of things stolen. I returned in the ordinary course at the expiration of my holiday, and I found that 2 dessert knives and forks and a pair of cornelian bracelets had been stolen from one of the drawers. 30 in gold and silver had been taken, and I also missed a set of diamond studs, a diamond ring, and a variety of other rings of the value, I should think, altogether of 50. Louisa Tweed, parlourmaid to Mr. Walter Robert, Tid, Upper Denmarkhill, Camberwell, said on the 18th September at 11:45 at night, "I discovered that Mr. Tidd's bedroom window was open. It had been forced from the outside, and the catch broken. I missed a plate basket with the plate, both silver and electro, 5 silver bangles, and a brooch engraved with a crest and motto. A quantity of electroplate was produced to the witness, which she identified as the property of her master. The silver articles stolen were all missing from the property recovered. Witness then identified 6 tablespoons, 12 dessert spoons, 12 forks, 11 teaspoons, 1 cheese scoop, and a jam spoon." Inspector Henry Phillips said the property belonging to Celia Corcher, which was identified on the last occasion, I found at Bolsover's house at Darnall on the 9th November. Also the clock belonging to Miss Dadson, and the caskets identified by the witness Newman on the last occasion. The velvet table cover, also identified by Miss Newman, was found by Inspector Bonney. The property, identified by Mr. Shapley, was found at Bolsover's house on the occasion of the second visit on the 14th November, with the exception of a chemise, which was found at Nottingham. The tablecloth shown to MacDonald was found at Darnall on the 14th November. The pickle fork came from Nottingham. The property, identified by Mr. Hawley, was found at Darnall on the 6th November. The plate, identified by Louisa Tweed, was found at Nottingham. Inspector John Bonney R. Division said on 5 November, I went to Nottingham No. 11 North Street. I found there a small red box which had the appearance of having been nailed down, but was open. When I saw it, the house was tenanted by a Mrs. Gresham. I took all the things out of the box and brought them to London. The property which had been found at Nottingham was identified by the various witnesses. The red box he found at the house of a Mr. Bryan, 22 Philip Road, Peckham Rye. Inspector John Pinder Twible of the Sheffield Police said on Wednesday, November 6, I assisted Phillips in searching Bolsover's house and saw the things found. After the search and removal of the property, we went away for a short time, but afterwards returned. Bolsover was present the second time. I said to him, we have found a large quantity of property in your house, which we have good reason to believe is stolen. There is a clock which Inspector Phillips identifies as part of the proceeds of a burglary at Blackheath. How do you account for this property being in your house? He replied, I know nothing about it. I said it is here, and you will have to account for it. The prisoner then said, I brought the clock with me from Hull about 5 weeks ago. I said, how do you account for it? It is stolen. She said, a tall woman brought it to me. I do not know the woman. She said another woman had sent it for me. The other property was in my house nearly 2 years ago. Mr. Poland, has she given any information to you about her marriage? Witness, yes, she said, she was married at St. George's Church, Sheffield, the year before her daughter was born. Her daughter is 19 years of age. She could not fix the date, other than in that way. I have not searched the register of St. George's Church. William Bolsover, No. 4 Hazel Road, Darnall, said, I am a minor by trade. I have known prisoner for about 5 years as Mrs. Peace. She was living with Charles Peace, who told me his real name was Charles Frederick Peace. They lived together as man and wife, and they had a young woman living with them, who was known as Jane Ann Peace, their daughter. There was also a lad named Willie Ward, who I understood was a son of Mrs. Peace, by a former marriage on the 8th January. I married Jane Ann Peace at Hull. Peace was not there at the time of the marriage. Mrs. Peace previously to that had kept a chandler's shop at Hull. I did not know where Peace then was. He was not at Hull on Whit Monday. I came with my wife to London and went to No. 4 Evelyn Road, Nunhead. My wife was married in the name of Jane Ann Peace, not in the name of Ward. The man whom I had known in Sheffield as Peace I found was living as Mr. Thompson. He came to meet us at the King's Cross station with a woman now in court who passed for Mrs. Thompson. Mrs. Peace was living there in the name of Mrs. Ward, and Willie Ward was also there. On one Friday he gave me some money, and I returned home. Willie Ward and the prisoner usually took their meals together, and I had mine with Mrs. Thompson. On 11th October, Willie Ward came to my house at Darnall, bringing with him a concertina box and fiddle case. On the 12th, the prisoner came to my house. I did not expect her. She had not written to say that she was coming. She told me that she had left a large box at the Sheffield station, and that a man whom she supposed was her husband had been apprehended. She stayed with me on the Monday. I and the lad Willie went to the Sheffield station and fetched away the box, which was very heavy, on a truck. Willie and I brought it to the house. It was afterwards taken away by the police. Willie afterwards brought another trunk from the Darnall station to my house. After the opening of the boxes, I saw things in the house which I had not seen until after the boxes were brought there. Amongst other things, a silk dress, which has been shown to one of the witnesses, was brought to my house. I had previously seen it at Hull in October. Eliza Belfit, wife of Robert Belfit, Great Freeman Street, Nottingham, said on the 5th November, I was living at 11 North Street, Nottingham. Inspector Bonney called upon me there. The woman known as Mrs. Thompson is a sister of mine. About the second week in October, Mrs. Thompson and the prisoner called at my house. Mrs. Thompson introduced the prisoner as Mrs. Ward. They had no boxes with them. They wanted to stay all night, but I had no accommodation for them. Mrs. Ward and Mrs. Thompson both said they were in trouble when they left. I accompanied them to the station. Mrs. Ward went to the station to get a large oval box which was very heavy, and which they took away with them. The prisoner afterwards gave me a ticket relating to 2 other boxes belonging to Mrs. Thompson. Mrs. Thompson asked me to take these boxes to my house. In regard to the red box, Mrs. Ward particularly requested that I should take care of it for her, as it was a family relic and moreover contained her property. She promised to call for it. The week afterwards, the other box, the black box, said belonged to Mrs. Thompson. Mrs. Ward then went to Sheffield, taking the large oval box with her. After she had gone, I took the 2 boxes from the cloakroom to my house. About a fortnight afterwards, Mrs. Ward called again and said she wanted some of the things out of the red box. She opened the box and took them out. She went away again, leaving the box in my care. She took a paper parcel out of the red box and left it with me. It was sealed up. Mrs. Thompson left a table cover and afterwards came and took her box away, and I kept the small red box and the parcel until the visit of Inspector Bonney on the 6th Nov. Mr. Bonney took out some small pieces of silver. I do not know what they were, and some other things. About a week after that I received some letters from Mr. Brion. Mrs. Brion afterwards called, and I gave her the sealed paper parcel in December, in consequence of a letter I received from Mrs. Thompson. I sent the small red box by rail to Mr. Brion's. Cross-examined, I have only known my sister in the name of Mrs. Thompson ever, as Mrs. Ward. Her maiden name was Gray. Is your sister, Mrs. Thompson, in custody? She is not in custody. Where is she? She is in this court. Henry Forsyth Brion said, I am a geographical engineer and live at No. 22 Philip Road, Peckham Rye. On Sunday the 19th of May, I called at No. 5 Evalinare Road, Nunhead. I went into the breakfast room. I there saw Mr. Thompson, Mrs. Thompson, Mrs. Ward, and Willie, whom afterwards I found to be William Ward. Mr. Thompson said to Mrs. Thompson, Suey, will you fetch the child down for this gentleman to see, alluding to a child which had been injured as she was on the point of leaving the room, while Mrs. Ward and Willie were present. Mr. Thompson said, pointing to Mrs. Thompson, or as he called her, Suey, that is my wife. The prisoner was then charged in the usual form by the learned magistrate, and in answer to it she said, I am his wife, and whatever I did through complete compulsion. The prisoner was then committed for trial. Mrs. Peace was at this time plunged into a vortex of troubles, and doubtless she bitterly regretted having allied herself with so heartless and unscrupulous a miscreant. Fain would we pass over in silence the troubles and perplexities with which she found herself surrounded, but it is requisite for the continuity of the story of the life of Charles Peace that we are constrained to record all those events and circumstance which throw a light upon his dark doings and sinful career. His unhappy wife, as we have already intimated, was committed to Newgate, and on Tuesday, January the 14th, 1879, Hannah Peace, aged 58, alleged to be the wife of Charles Peace, the notorious burglar, was indicted at the Old Bailey, London, before Mr. Commissioner Kerr, with feloniously receiving in the county of Surrey 7 pocket handkerchief, 1 nightdress, 1 pair of slippers, 2 scarves, and 1 pair of silk stockings, the property of the wife of Mr. William Gardner, Shapley Seymour Lodge, Peckham Rye, on the night of the 23rd September. Several other indictments charged her with stealing divers other articles of property, and she was further indicted for harboring the man Peace. Mr. Douglas Straight and Mr. Tickell, instructed by Mr. Pollen, solicitor to the Treasury, appeared for the prosecution. Mr. Forrest Fulton, instructed by Mr. Walter Beard, for the defense. Mr. Straight said the case was one of some peculiarity. If a woman were married to a man, the law assumed that any offense like the present with which the prisoner was indicted was committed under his coercion. There was, however, another element in this case which had to be considered, viz., whether there was such independent action on the part of the prisoner in respect to the disposal of the stolen property as would lead to the conclusion that the prisoner was to be held criminally responsible. The prisoner was indicted in the name of Hannah Peace, and answered to the indictment in that name. The responsibility, he contended, was thrown upon her to make out the marriage. Mr. Straight proceeded to detail the circumstances of the robbery at Mr. Shapley's, and the course adopted by the prisoner in removing all the property from the house in the Evalinare Road after her husband had been taken into custody, and he remarked that there could be very little doubt that the property so removed by the prisoner was that which was afterwards found. They had made every possible inquiry, and could find no trace of a marriage having taken place. Inspector Henry Phillips was then examined by Mr. Tickell, and said, in November last, a man named Charles Peace was convicted of burglary and shooting at a constable with intent to murder on the 5th November. I went to a house No. 4 Hazel Road, Darnall, when I saw Mrs. Peace, a young man named Bolsover, who is her son-in-law, and his wife. On entering the house, I saw a quantity of property, which I knew from the description to have been stolen. I was accompanied by Inspector Twible of Sheffield. I said that the property on the floor had been stolen, and proceeded to take charge of it. The prisoner said, in reference to a clock belonging to Mrs. Dadson, I did not know that it was stolen. A tall woman gave it to me about 5 weeks ago. I told her that Peace had been convicted, to which she replied, he has been a great trouble to me. He seems to harass my life out wherever I go. I afterwards searched the house. And in the top room, I found a silk dress, a set of studs identified by Mr. Wood, 2 bracelets, some knives and forks, and other property belonging to Mr. Hanley, Mr. Perry, Mr. Allen, Mr. Andred, and others. Inspector Twible was about to open a box when the prisoner said, "I know what you want, I will give it you." She thereupon handed to the officer a parcel containing about 40 pieces of plate, the majority of which has been identified. The prisoner was taken before the magistrates and afterwards brought to London on the 14th of November. I again visited the house when I found 2 sealskin jackets and the property identified by Mrs. Shapley. On the first occasion, she gave the name of Hannah Peace and said that she was married at St. George's Church, Sheffield, or rather her son said so in her presence. I brought one of the boxes up to London and showed it to a witness named Pickering, and to Mrs. Belfit of Nottingham. When she said she had been married, I asked her for her certificate, which she said the old man had burned some time before. Evidence was then given as to the robberies that had taken place, and in recognition of stolen property. Mr. Samuel Smith, builder, Peckham, said that in May a Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, a Mrs. Ward, and a boy who was called Willie Ward called upon him in reference to the letting of the house, No. 5 Evalinero at Peckham, having satisfied himself of the respectability of these people by going to their residence at Greenwich. He let the house to them in October. He found that the house had been deserted, and entering by the back way he took possession. Mr. Henry Forsyth, Brion, geographical engineer and constructor of relievo maps, living at 22 Philip Road, Peckham, said that on the 19th of May last, he went to Peace's house in the Evalinero. In the breakfast room, he saw Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, and the former, pointing to the latter, said that as my wife, the prisoner who was present, made no remark between the months of May and August. He constantly visited at the house. Mr. and Mrs. Thompson appeared to be living as man and wife, in consequence of a communication he received from Peace in the name of John Ward. Witness on the 1st of November called at Newgate to see the writer of the letter, in whom he at once recognized Mr. Thompson. He was previously asked if he knew anything of the prisoner, and declared that he knew neither the handwriting nor the name in the letter. Between May and August they came to Witness House. On one occasion, the woman known as Mrs. Thompson was introduced as the wife of Mr. Thompson, and Mrs. Ward was known by that name in consequence of a communication. Witness wrote to a Mrs. Belfit at Nottingham and received from her a small red box. Robert Mapleson, warder in Newgate, deposed to the interview in Newgate between Mr. Brion and Peace. Thomas Pickering, porter in the service of the London, Chatham, and Dover Railway Company at the Nunhead Station, deposed to taking 3 boxes to the station on the night of the 11th October, by the direction of the prisoner. Eliza Belfit, wife of Robert Belfit, Great Freeman Street, Nottingham, said that in November last she was living at No. 11 North Street in that town. She recollected the visit of Inspector Bonney on the 6th November. Previously to that, Mrs. Thompson, who was her sister, had come to her premises accompanied by the prisoner. The witness was here admonished by the prisoner, who stood up for a moment for the purpose of being identified to speak the truth. Examination continued. They arrived between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. Mrs. Thompson introduced the prisoner as Mrs. Ward and asked if they could stay all night. But they could not be accommodated. They said they were in trouble, but did not mention the nature of it. They stayed until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning and took their departure by an early train. Witness accompanied them to the station, where Mrs. Ward, having obtained a large box, gave her a ticket relating to 2 others. The box was put into the van. Witness had since seen the box at Bow Street. It was like the one which the prisoner had with her on the night in question. Prisoner asked that the boxes might be taken to the house of witness, who complied. One of them was a small red box which the prisoner said was a family relic, and she would call for it. Mrs. Ward went to Sheffield, and witness removed the 2 boxes from the cloakroom about a fortnight afterwards. Mrs. Ward returned and said she wanted some of the things out of the red box, which when she went away she again left in the care of witness. There was also a paper parcel of which she was requested to take charge. She afterwards gave up the red box and the parcel to Inspector Bonney, who took out some plate and a tablecloth. She subsequently received a letter from Mr. Brion, and on the 25th November handed the parcel to Mrs. Brion. On the 3rd December, in consequence of another letter she received, she took the small red box to the house of Mrs. Brion, 22 Philip Road. Mr. Fulton, what has become of Mrs. Thompson? Is she within the precincts of the court? She is not, I think. How often have you seen her, since this woman was first given in charge, for receiving these goods? Once. By Mr. Straight I knew her, when she was living with Peace under the name of Thompson. Mrs. Alice Bryan, the wife of a former witness, said on the 25th November, I went to the house of Mrs. Belfit. I received the parcel produced, and handed it to the police. Mr. Fulton, is Mrs. Thompson living with you? Witness Mrs. Thompson has been living with me since Peace was taken into custody. She has been. But did you know previously to that Mrs. Thompson had been living with Peace as his wife? I understood she was Mrs. Thompson. Have you ever seen this unfortunate woman on any occasion? Whom do you mean? I mean the prisoner let her stand up. Yes, on many occasions. What position did she occupy in the house? The position of a lodger upstairs. She had 2 rooms besides a back kitchen. And Mr. and Mrs. Thompson occupied the rest of the house as man and wife. That is so. W.M. Bolsover, 4 Hazel Road, Darnall near Sheffield, said, I knew the prisoner when she was living at Darnall with Peace, and her daughter. I was married to the latter at Hull on 8th January 1878. Peace was not present on Whit Monday. I came to London and stayed with Peace at the house in Avalon Road for 8 or 9 days. Peace was living with a woman who was known as Mrs. Thompson in the name of Thompson, Mrs. Ward, and the boy Willie had their meals alone, and Mr. and Mrs. Thompson in another part of the house. On the 12th October, the prisoner came to my house and stated that she saw by the papers that a man whom she imagined to be her husband had been taken into custody. I took her in, and afterwards fetched her luggage from Sheffield. Cross-examined, I have known Mr. and Mrs. Peace for some time, and believed them to be man and wife. Their daughter, had I understood, lived with them from infancy. John P. Twible, police inspector, Sheffield, said he assisted Phillips in searching Bolsover's house. Between the 6th of November and the 14th, witness was told by the prisoner that she was married at St. George's Church, Sheffield, in the name of Hannah Ward, to Charles Peace, the year before her daughter was born. She was unable to fix the date in any other way. The witnesses of the marriage were, she said, John and Sarah Clark, who are both dead. This was the case for the prosecution. Mr. Fulton submitted that there was no case to go to the jury. Peace and the prisoner had, it was evident, far many years lived together as man and wife, and their daughter was married in the name of Peace. He further pointed out that the prisoner had given minute facts in reference to her marriage, and also gave the names of the witnesses, these being dead. The onus was, he contended, upon the prosecution to make some inquiries. Mr. Commissioner Kerr then retired to consult with Sir Henry Hawkins, whose opinion he announced on returning into court very closely agreed with his own, viz., that a marriage in this case might be assumed, that was to say, there was very much stronger presumptive evidence of a marriage between this woman and the man Peace than there was to the contrary. After some discussion, the jury resolved to give the prisoner the benefit of the doubt, and accordingly found that she is the wife of Peace. No further contention being made on behalf of the prosecution, the jury, by the direction of the learned commissioner, returned a verdict of acquittal against the prisoner on all counts. Mrs. Peace had passed through a terrible ordeal. There were many who averred that she had had a narrow escape. But in justice to this unhappy woman, it is but fair to state that there was in reality no legal evidence to warrant the jury in finding a verdict of guilty. It is quite true that she had been connected with the most determined and cunning burglar of the day, but it does not necessarily follow that she was his accomplice. On the contrary, the whole tenor of his lawless course would indicate that both the women were mere ciphers in his establishment in the Avalon Road. No doubt they were cognizant of the fact that he was a burglar, but they were powerless. Any attempt to turn him from his sinful course would have brought down upon them the unmeasured wrath of their tyrannical lord and master. After Mrs. Peace's acquittal, she lost no time in taking her departure from the metropolis. She arrived in Sheffield on the Tuesday night by the 8 Great Northern Express and proceeded to Darnall at 9. Chapter Roman 150, A Visit to Newgate. Identification of Peacemer's Thompson's personal history. Receivers of stolen goods. From what we have been able to gather from persons whose testimony is in every way reliable, Mrs. Peace made a precipitate retreat from Peckham after the arrest of her husband. The day after, Police Constable Robinson bravely fought the burglar down in spite of his wounded arm, and had Peace taken to jail. The wife of the convict made preparations for flight. She packed up 3 boxes and had them conveyed to Cleves the greengrocer to Nunhead Station. She and her son followed them to the station and took the train for Darnall, near Sheffield, the place where Peace lived before coming to London, and at which he was living when Dyson was shot. A month after the arrest, some of the effects were sold, and the remainder were carted to No. 22, Phillips wrote, the residence of Mr. Bryan, heretofore mentioned as the joint patentee of the invention for raising sunken ships. There is no question that the police were afterwards made aware of the departure of Mrs. Peace and of Mrs. Thompson's change of abode. Mrs. Thompson, although she lived with Peace at Nottingham after the murder, and lived in company with Mrs. Peace at Peckham, was not called as a witness for obvious reasons. Peace was convicted of assault with a deadly weapon, and it was unnecessary to try him for the burglary, as the sentence was penal servitude for life. The representative of the Press Association had an interview with Mr. Bryan. His relationship with Peace was, he said, a purely business one. But for me, he said, Peace's connection with the murder would never have been discovered. It was I who gave the police the information that put them on the track. Those police would never have discovered anything themselves had not everything been told them, and every step they took indicated, how did I become connected with Peace? You will know all about that in my testimony at Bow Street when Mrs. Peace was under examination. I am an inventor, a geographical engineer. I make maps. You know Donald Mackenzie, who has gone to Africa to make surveys for letting the ocean flow into the Sahara. That is my project. This is the map I exhibited at the Mansion House. Mr. Bryan unrolled a map 20 feet by 12 feet, whereon was delineated very broadly the continent of Africa, and on which was shown in red dotted lines below the Canary Islands, a kind of gutter through which the ocean is to flow inland and flood the Sahara. Mrs. Thompson went away from here on Monday. I know where she is, but I cannot tell you of her whereabouts. That has all been arranged with the police. She came here with the full knowledge of the police, and all the goods in Peace's house were brought here by their direction and consent. The police are aware of everything I can tell them about Peace. I have spent 3 months in the interest of the public to bring this man to justice, and I was promised by the police that I should have my expenses paid, but here have I been during all that time running around the country and living at hotels and spending money for the sake of getting at evidence, and now they refuse to pay me anything. I have done with the police, although they know all that I have done, and now I have a memorial to the Treasury on the subject. I am disgusted with the whole business, and annoyed that for any length of time I should have been associated in whatever degree with such a scoundrel as Peace. He was a very interesting man, full of general information, and had acquired a great amount of ability in mechanics. He had an inventive faculty, and could readily understand anything in mechanism. He was working away at this idea of his for lifting ships from the sea bottom, and it is now plain that he could not have obtained a patent himself. As with all these men of smirched reputation, he had to look around for someone to assist him, and he fastened upon me. I used to see him in the mornings, afternoons, and at nights, and he was always pleasant enough, and I never suspected he was what he is. His left hand was always bare when I saw it, but when he went to Whitechapel, he was accustomed to cover it and pretend that it was injured. Whitechapel was where he went with his booty. I expended a considerable sum in my experiments with Peace on his invention. I found that he had the idea of raising ships by air force, but that the appliance was faulty, and that no patent would be given for an idea. I have a plan of my own for raising ships, and I have offered it to the Admiralty. They have not accepted it, and I intend to raise the Vanguard and sell it on my own account. The police are aware of everything that Mrs. Thompson has to say. They have been cognizant of her movements from first to last, and they knew of her departure from this house, and where she has gone. The reader will be at no loss to understand that the police were tolerably well informed as to the movements and whereabouts of Mrs. Peace. This is plainly evidenced by her arrest, the examination at the police courts that followed, and her trial and acquittal at the Central Criminal Court. After this, they confined their attentions to the convicted man, who was at this time incarcerated in Newgate, and their chief aim was to prove him to be the murderer of Mr. Dyson. The capture and conviction of Peace was the universal topic of town talk. Never surely did a criminal create a greater amount of excitement, both in the metropolis and the provinces. Officers were dispatched both to Nottingham and Sheffield. The constabulary received information from the Park Road station of the K Division. It was put forth that the prisoner in Newgate was a man, apparently about 50 years of age, dark, clean, shaved hair, grey, large mouth, large scar on the side of the left leg, and the back of the thigh, 3 fingers, on the left hand, deficient dress, overcoat with velvet collar, and black undercoat. He wore a brown leather belt, low boots, and a brown felt hat. A Sheffield paper thus chronicles further proceedings. Police Constable David Morris was dispatched to London by Mr. Jackson with a view to the identification of the criminal in custody at Newgate. Morris, who was at one time stationed at Darnall, lived for more than a year in the house directly opposite to that occupied by Charles Peace, and was therefore in the habit of seeing him every day and frequently several times a day. Morris had with him a letter from his chief to the director of the Criminal Investigation Department, by means of which he obtained admission to the cell. At 1:30, a telegram from our reporter was received at this office as follows. St. Martinsall Grand 1p Roman 1000 piece has been further identified by a Sheffield constable, and there is no doubt he is the murderer. The telegram, when posted in the window of our publishing department, excited much interest. Shortly after 2:00, the chief constable received a telegram from Police Constable Morris as follows. Man in custody is Peace. I am quite positive about his identity. All doubt, if any existed, has now been removed. The man John Ward, the notorious burglar of Blackheath man, who did all his villainies single-handed, and thus no doubt escaped detection for a longer time than he would otherwise have done, is none other than Charles Peace, the murderer of Mr. Arthur Dyson, at Bannercross, that dark November night 2 years ago. Charles Peace alias George Parker, alias Alexander Mann, alias Paganini, alias John Ward, the man of many aliases, trapped at last, and the general hope is that now he is caught there may be evidence enough to make him suffer the penalty of his greatest crime, that which startled this town and district so terribly in the winter of 1876. A journalist furnishes us with the following descriptive visit to Newgate and the scene at the identification. That Charles Peace, the murderer of Mr. Arthur Dyson of Bannercross, is at last caught, there cannot now be the shadow of a doubt. He has been clearly identified by a Sheffield constable who knew him most intimately. The result of my researches into the history of this man's career reveals a depth of depravity, hypocrisy, daring, and low cunning, such as have scarcely ever been penned in the annals of crime. On entering Scotland Yard and making known my errand, that I desired to prosecute inquiries into the history of the man, then in their custody, who was committed for trial from the Greenwich Police Court on charges of attempted murder and burglary, a man who had given the name of John Ward, the replies given were certainly very courteous, but in no way satisfactory to a reporter in quest of information. The result was that after about an hour and a half's waiting, and after being interviewed successively by some dozen or two very polite gentlemen who were evidently authorities, I was ultimately told with a smile by one that they did not give information to members of the press. Why, I asked. Because it's against regulations, and we are not allowed to answer questions. Well, I said, where is this man Ward or Peace confined, because I want to see him. He had a short look at me, and after telling an untruth in the words, he's not in town, took his departure. However, I knew there had come up to London by the morning train a Sheffield constable whose errand was to see the man Ward, and that officer was one who had been on the most intimate terms with Charles Peace. He had seen the murderer daily for months before the commission of the crime, had had him in his house, and had further confided to him some of the family troubles of Peace. The officer was Police Constable 222 David Morris of the Attercliffe Division, and it is due to him that Peace has at length been identified beyond dispute. The police authorities of the metropolis are true to their word and traditions in this, that if they gain their information with difficulty, they hold it with tenacity. When they have obtained it, they appear to mistake reporters for Ishmaelites. After further trouble, I succeeded in finding out that at about 1:00, a detective from Scotland Yard would be at the Old Bailey, otherwise well known as Newgate Jail, and that he would there ask Morris if he could pick out the so-called Peace from a number of men. How to get it was the question, but I also thought it might be possible for me to identify him if I could see him, And so, with a little help from a friend, I got permission from the authorities to go inside and witness. The approaches to the Old Bailey are of a forbidding character, dark and repulsive. Even the inquiry door has massive iron spikes projecting from the top of it. And as you have to make your applications either through the spikes or over them, you stand a chance of having your chin perforated. On getting inside, there are apparently nothing but bars and big doors, but over one of the doors on the shelf, there are conspicuously displayed plaster casts of heads. These casts are the official representations of all the murderers who have interviewed the hangman within the walls of the prison, and a hideous-looking crew they are. Seeing that another candidate for the long drop has next to be interviewed, the effect is not pleasing. However, there is another delay, and this is accounted for by the fact that the suspected culprit is being mixed with some more prisoners, the more to test anyone in the task of identification. At last the signal is given that all is ready, and after passing through a short corridor, a yard is seen rather capacious and surrounded with cell doors. But between the yard and the corridor were double gates of iron, and anyone exercising in the yard had not a shadow of a chance of communication with the outer world. The iron gates were opened by the governor of the jail. In front stood the constable and another who had come to see if peace was in the hands of the police, and in front were 12 prisoners doing the circular drill. This is a performance best known to prison officials, and to those who have been wanted it consists in this. If there is a prisoner in the establishment whose identity needs to be established, and there is anyone attending for the purpose of viewing them, the prisoner is placed amongst others, and they follow each other in circle. The suspected prisoner must then be identified. Those who performed the circular drill on this occasion in the Old Bailey were a curious lot. First came a young man of some 3 or 24 years, with his neck half hidden in a muffler. His gait was upright, but there was that cowed look about him which showed him to be an old prison bird. Before the march commenced, the prisoners took a look at us. They did not know who was wanted, and our visages were strange to all but one. Then the march began, and all the prisoners appeared to want to march the double, but they had only a short time of duty. The second man who passed was an old one some 40 years of age who wore a swallowtail coat and looked most like a defaulting half-starved attorney's clerk. He gave a searching look, knit up his brows, as if to see who in creation there could be that he knew, and then apparently satisfied that he was not wanted passed on with a livelier tread. The third but a young man with a bull neck who held his head down and stared at the ground as though afraid of seeing anyone strange for fear they should recognize him. He had apparently gone through this class of inspection before. 2 other young fellows passed of lively mien, and then there came one who was wanted. A man of about 5 feet 3 or 4 inches in height with white hair on his head, cut very short and bald in the front of his head, but the razor had lately done this. His eyebrows heavy and overhanging the eyes, which were deeply socketed. A chin standing very prominently, and as if to make it more so, the head was thrown back with an air of half self-assertion, yet half caution, as though there was a degree of hesitancy in the action. The lower part of his cheekbones protruded more than was their wont in years gone by, but he had apparently had some bruises recently, and had had his whiskers shaven off since he was last seen in Sheffield. No 83. Illustration: the identification of peace. The identification of peace, by the Sheffield officer. In addition to that, he wore a pair of large brass-rimmed spectacles, as if the more completely to make certain of his non-identification. Slightly bending himself, this man approached those who were inspecting the prisoners, and then there was a sudden stop. "That's Peace," said Morris. "I'd know him anywhere," and the man Ward stepped from the ranks, and approaching the officer with a look which betokened the most earnest inquiry, asked, "What do you want me for?" The governor here very severely said, "Go on, sir, with your walk and peace." Returned to his place, in the ranks which were no longer marching. The other prisoners were now staring at the identified man, and evidently wanted to ask, "What has he done?" but they dared not. Even Peace had had no intimation given to him that he was recognized as the Sheffield murderer, and until he saw the officer who had come to identify him, he had no notion of why he was required to go on this special parade. The marks which were described as on the missing Peace are all distinctly on him. Before he can appear in the police court at Sheffield on the charge of murder, the chief constable for Sheffield will have to apply to a superior court for a writ of habeas corpus. Upon this, he will be taken to answer the capital charge now made against him. After committing the murder on the night of the 26th November 1876, Peace was completely lost sight of his career in this life. It was said was closed, for he had made away with himself. But Peace was not such a fool as that, for he had no sooner finished the murder than he took to his old game of burglarian avocation, which appears to have had a curious attraction for him. Subsequent events have proved that Peace went to Hull, and there replaced his waning funds by breaking into a gentleman's house, from which he extracted a large quantity of plate and valuable jewelry. From thence, after realizing on his spoil, he repaired to Nottingham, where a near relative resided, and with her he took up his quarters. Although it was well known that there was a heavy reward offered for his apprehension, it does not seem that any of his relatives considered it advisable to state who was in the midst of them. After effecting a very clever warehouse robbery in which silk goods were the principal booty piece, appears to have then considered that his proximity to Sheffield was dangerous, and he again changed his abode. Thus it will be seen that the Sheffield authorities were correct when they stated that they had traced the man to Hull, but there had lost sight of him. It was believed that he had escaped to the continent, but not so. The fox had doubled, and in the Midland counties, with Nottingham for his centre, was continuing his depreciations. On reaching London some 4 or 5 months after the murder, he was not very well off for money, and he took up his residence in Lambeth. The police in charge of this district then became aware that night after night the most audacious depredations were committed in the district. There was scarcely a night passed but a burglary was announced, and in as even a succession the statement followed that the thieves had not been caught. The value of the booty thus secured was exceedingly great, and the thieves, for they were then believed to be a gangwer, said to be well rewarded for their audacity. But the place appears to have become too hot for him, and he then removed to Greenwich, where he occupied a beautiful house, and commenced to furnish it in a most expensive manner. Whatever Peace failed in, it was not in the want of self-assurance, and the belief that he could pass through society as a gentleman. Though he had repulsive features, he appears to have had winning ways in the eyes of some, for he now appears to have decided on engaging a lady to share his improving fortunes. This lady may perhaps figure elsewhere shortly, and her name will then be found in the police record, but the establishment could not be kept up without means, and again came the last resort. Peace had described himself to the new sphere of respectable neighborsamong, whom he now moved as a gentleman of independent means, and he was looked up to as one who had done well in the world. We have endeavored throughout this strange eventful history to place before the reader the leading and most noticeable circumstances connected with the career of this sinful man after his arrest for the burglary and attempted murder of Police Constable Robinson. There was but little chance of his escaping conviction for the Banner Cross murder, but there are many who have attributed his identification and subsequent conviction upon the grave charge to the jealousy of a woman, as will be seen by the following extract from a journal of the time. It has been remarked by ancient as well as by modern writers that wherever there is a piece of outrageous mischief, there is sure to be a woman at the bottom of it. The experience of the present civilized age does not present any instances to the contrary, but rather strengthens the opinions previously held. Charles Peace was clever in one thing, that he knew his profession, and succeeded in it so long as he did it single-handed. But when he obtained a partner, like many others who have preceded him, his fortunes, though apparently improving, were really on the decrease. Whilst in Nottingham, and this only happened within a month, after the murder of Mr. Dyson, succeeded in securing to himself the affections of a young female relative. This young lady followed him through his many hazardous adventures, until at length the two were in Lambeth, where they occupied a decent house, and to all intents and purposes were a well-conducted pair, the lady being slightly younger than her husband. But as Mr. Johnson was well to do, it was supposed that there had been a marriage of love. Business in Lambeth proved of a paying character, although those who did the paying were not always aware of the fact, until before banking hours in the morning, when the news was brought to their bedroom doors by the earliest risers in the house. On removing to Greenwich, Peace was accompanied by the young lady who had followed his fortunes, although she might not know the whole of his crimes, and there were again commenced the robberies which have made his name so notorious in the criminal annals of the country. Peace resumed his business as he had not to press sales on the market. He did not care what came to his hand, and being well versed in the legerdemain of the light-fingered fraternity, he obtained access to the mansions of the rich around him, and their loss was his gain. As the aristocrats in his neighborhood became more indignant, he became more pious, and his immediate neighbors, whilst looking out for the midnight thieves, relied somewhat on his perception and assurances that nothing would be wrong. But all this time, there was in Peace's well-furnished household a young woman who had been misled and wronged. She had been led to believe that Peace, with whom she had associated in Nottingham, was a steady, hard-working man. Peace had given to her a number of costly goods. He was to her a man of sterling honesty, and then it transpired that he was a burglar. Then came her time of trial. The man with whom she was associated was a thief, a burglar, and more than that, and she knew it. He was a murderer. But what could she do? It was this man upon whom she was dependent for a subsistence seat, was this man who had committed murder once, and whom she knew would not hesitate to commit it again. So she helped to get rid of the goods which were brought by his nightly marauds, and like other sensible people who are in a mess, she held her peace. But when Peace and this housekeeper had got to the new home at Peckham, a cloud came o'er the scene, and the cloud was a woman. This cloud took up her residence in the house of Mr. Peace, otherwise Johnson, by which latter cognomen he was well known, and then commenced the beginning of the end. The first victim of Peace's duplicity dared not speak, and the second admirer of him dared not. So between the rivals, the burglar had a fair chance of bidding for favoritism. But when the last throw came from the dicebox of criminal ingenuity, and the thrower lost, there were left in the house in Peckham a couple of rivals. One the latest comer realized, and the older and much injured one gave information which resulted in the disclosures which had now been made public. By the aid of the first love, valuable goods were traced to Nottingham and others to Sheffield. She told the detectives where to work and where to find, and she disclosed the name of her rival, Mrs. Thompson, who was asked to give her address. Charles Peace, as we have had occasion to observe before, was by no means a man of retiring character, but in respect to audacity and assurance, he was certainly able to hold his own with any of those great criminals in whose footsteps he so long and persistently followed. It must, however, be admitted that there was one bright spot in his character. It was this: after his arrest and conviction, he strove by every means in his power to prove the innocence of his wife. It is certain that he only sought to become acquainted with those who were in his estimation likely to be useful to him in an emergency, and this statement has been fully borne out by the latest phase of the case. A gentleman in Sheffield some years ago bestowed some favors on a member of the miscreant's family, and his name and address had been treasured up with a view to still further calls upon the benevolence that was once exercised in his behalf. The gentleman in question was infinitely surprised one morning to receive a letter which was directed in an unknown hand. Tearing open the cover, he saw a mass of cramped and crooked lines, which ran higgledy-piggledy over the paper, and showed that the hand which had written them might have been more familiar with the jimmy and the skeleton key than with the pen. A further consideration of the document revealed that the author was either a most illiterate man, or that, to suit his own purpose, he would fain appear to be such. The simple rules of grammar were set at defiance, and the attempts to decipher the letter were so painful that it would have been tossed impatiently aside, had not the eye been caught by the signature Charles Peace or Ward. The gentleman at once made all efforts to decipher the letter, which was from no other person than the notorious Banner-Cross murderer, who was at that time in Newgate. The purport of the letter was to supplicate the receiver to become bail for Mrs. Peace, who for some time had been in custody in consequence of the vast quantity of stolen property found in her possession by Inspectors Phillips and Twible. He coolly went on to ask that counsel should be obtained for her defense, and declared that his wife had no guilty knowledge when she received the goods, but that he forwarded them to her in order that she might convert them into money to supply her needs. He again and again, with some vehemence, asserted that Mrs. Peace was an innocent woman, and that the misfortunes into which she had fallen were not attributable to any fault of her own. It was much to Peace's credit that he thus endeavored to exculpate his wife, and it is pleasant to record this one good trait in his otherwise debased and odious character, but he made a fatal mistake in forming a connection with the other lady of his establishment. Mrs. Thompson, who may be known by some by the name of Susan Gray, the woman with whom Peace was living at the time of his arrest, for the Blackheath burglaries, made a long statement as to her own career and her connection with our hero. As this forms part of the history of the notorious criminal, the reader would be in no way pleased by our suppressing it. The following is a tolerably accurate description of her personal appearance. In person, she is tall and considerably above the middle height. Her figure is not robust, her complexion is fair, and was no doubt at one time good. Her hair is dark and plentiful, and her eyes of a deep blue, what is known as a violet hue. Mrs. Thompson, at the time I saw her, was dressed in a brown robe trimmed with velvet to match, and wore a cloth jacket and round hat becoming and neat. Both of these articles she removed in the course of conversation. Her manner was at first frank and agreeable, but as our interview lasted, it changed to a fitful moroseness, which was difficult to deal with both in person and in manner. Mrs. Thompson may be said to be decidedly prepossessing, what may be called a taking woman. She is manifestly a fairly well-educated woman, and writes a pretty ladylike Italian hand. The statement she made to me in answer to questions, and in course of conversation, was as follows. Mrs. Thompson's personal history. My maiden name is Susan Gray, and I was born in the year 1842 at Nottingham. My parents are very respectable people, and carry on a small business in that town. I am heartily sorry to have brought this disgrace upon them. In my childhood, I went to various schools in Nottinghamto, the Trinity School, when I was a youngster, when I was also picked out as a singer in the choir. I continued to attend the Trinity schools until I was 8 or 9 years of age, when my parents removed me to the college school. There I remained until I was 14, when I went out to work. I should not like to state where I was employed, as it might give pain to persons living, but there are those alive who know that this statement is true. After I left my first situation, I stayed at home and assisted my father in his business as his bookkeeper. When I was about 28 or 29 years old, a Mr. Bailey one day came for purposes of business to my father's house. He had occasion to see my handwriting and asked me if I would make out some bills for him. I obliged him, and from that day I kept his books and did all the writing he required. One day he asked me if I would marry him, and in a spirit of vexation, I having had some little disturbance with a brother of mine, I said yes. We were married on the 10th of October 1872, but 3 months after that I left him on finding out what was his true character, and that it would be impossible for me to live happily with him. I went next to live with my married sister at Nottingham. I then worked for my living, employing my time in the manufacture of caps, such as ladies and servants wear. One Sunday evening, perhaps 6 months afterwards, as I was going to chapel, I met Bailey again. He stopped and spoke to me, and finally induced me to return to live with him. I stayed with him for nearly a year when I again left him, and since that time I have not spoken to him, except to obtain from him a weekly allowance which I continued to enjoy until I met the man Peace. But on my becoming connected with him, that allowance was forfeited. Her first meeting. Peace. I met Peace in January 1877. I think it was he came to the house, where I was living at Nottingham about that time. One evening, just as I was returning from work, when I entered the house, I saw him there. I shall never forget the impression he made upon me. I thought him of very singular appearance, and from what I saw at first sight, I had reason to believe that he was a one-armed man, but that appearance was only the result of one of his tricks and deceptions. When I went in, he said to the landlady, "Is this your daughter?" I was not living with my sister, then I had left home, and had not spoken to any of my family for a long time. In answer to Peace's question, my landlady, after some hesitation, gave an affirmative reply. Some conversation in subdued tones then took place between Peace and my landlady. I ought to have said that this occurred in a house in a district known as the Marsh at Nottingham, a very low neighborhood indeed. Peace had brought my landlady some boxes of cigars for sale. She said to him, in reference to myself, "You can speak before her, she won't say anything." Peace then asked her if she would go and see if she could sell the cigars. This woman, who is since dead, was an accomplice of his, and used to assist him in the disposal of stolen property. Her name was Adamson. She thereupon went out and sold them, and when she returned gave him 18s, of which sum he returned her 6s by way of commission. After that he became a constant visitor, and we always spoke of him as the one-armed old man. He not unfrequently had there his breakfast, dinner, tea, and supper, and at last it became known to me what his real character was. At first he gave out that he was a hawker, and dealt in various little articles such as peddlers invariably travel with spectacles, cheap finery and jewelry, and miscellaneous goods of that description. At last he openly showed himself in his true character, I mean, as a most daring burglar. He brought things into the house which it must be evident to anybody were stolen property. There were articles of silver plate, timepieces, watches, and even quantities of tea, sugar, and other perishable articles. I do not know at all where he got these from, but I am perfectly satisfied that they were the proceeds of robberies or burglaries. This knowledge was kept from me. At first I was led to suppose he was what he seemed to Bev as a hawker, and a quiet, respectable man. On one occasion he went out of town, saying he had to go and see his mother at Hull. By his mother he meant Hannah Peace. Peace on that occasion took 5 to Mrs. Ward at Hull, and stayed there 3 weeks. During that time, he committed several robberies either at Hull or in the neighborhood. I know that to be the case, because when I have been in Hull, he has shown me the houses at which the burglaries were committed, and he also told me that on one occasion he had to run for it when he fired wide at a policeman, by whom he was in imminent danger of being captured. The property was disposed of in Hull. He returned after a while to Nottingham. I was out at the time of his return, having business in the evening, for I was still at work, and getting my own living in an honest way. I was not earning very much, for work was short, but still it was honest. On this particular night, on my return home, Mrs. Adamson said to me, "Oh, Mrs. Bailey, who do you think has come back?" I replied I did not know, to which she made answer, "Why, the one-armed old man, and he has asked for you. He swears he will shoot you unless you go to him." He was in the house of our next-door neighbor, and previously to that the lady of the house came in, and said, "Oh, Mrs. Bailey, do come in, the old man's gone mad. He wants to see you so bad he won't be satisfied with anyone until you go." When I went in I found him drunk on Irish whiskey. He said, "Is that you, pet?" For by that name he used to call me. "I am so glad you have come. Where have you been?" I told him I had just come in from business. He said, "Oh, I am so glad you have come. I thought you were never coming back. Are you not pleased to see me?" I said, "Oh, particularly very. I like you so much." People must not think by that I loved him, or because he said in his last letter to me that I Roman 999. I got him home, and made him a cup of tea, after which he seemed better. He went back to the place where he was then reciting, for he did not, as I have already said, live in the house with me. The following day, he came to me very early. That day, I was rather short of work. He said he was sorry he had been in such a bad way, and had behaved so rudely. He next asked me to stay at home for the day. I said no, that would not do. I should lose my work. "Never mind that," said he. He reckoned up how much I was earning, and said, "Look here, darling, if you will promise me not to go to work again, I will pay for your board and lodging. And if Mrs. Adamson likes, I will give her 14s a week for my board, and come and stay but not sleep here." There was no accommodation for him in the house. Eventually my better feelings were overruled, and I submitted myself to him. He was invariably very kind to me, and I did not live with him unhappily. I knew that he made a living on the proceeds of burglaries, which he committed, but I never had any of the goods so stolen, and my dresses were bought for me by him. He said one day he would have given me a splendid ostrich feather, but he had not got them because the woman of the house at which he used to lodge would not give them up. I said, "It is very strange if you have things where you used to lodge, and cannot get them, if you don't owe them anything." He replied, "Never mind, I will buy you one." One Monday night he brought home a black silk dress polonaise, and a long jacket which he said he thought would fit me. I told him I did not wear such things. He offered to buy me some like them, but this offer I also declined. If I remember rightly, these things were the proceeds of a burglary at Hull, and I believe they have been given up to the police. I have since worn dresses that were stolen, but they have all been given up now to the police. Mrs. Adamson went with him one day to look at a pawnbroker's shop, into which she wanted him one night to force an entry, but the project never came to a head. I believe he thought the premises whereon was so much valuable property were pretty sure to be watched. Mrs. Adamson would have found means of getting rid of the spoil, but he never did enter the place. I would rather not mention the name of the street, in which the shop was situated. After that, he committed a great cloth robbery at one of the factories, and in the course of a week, he went again and stole a great number of coats. He brought several rolls of cloth, and the coats to Mrs. Adamson, who disposed of a great portion of the property to persons whom one would have thought to be of unblemished respectability. In June 1877, Mrs. Adamson wanted some blankets, and Peace said he could get her any amount. He went to get some, or at any rate to try, but was detected in the act of entering the house. He made his escape through a stable and through a woodyard. Resistance was offered by a man on the premises, but Peace pulled out his revolver and threatened to shoot him, and the man, intimidated, let him get clear away. Peace's flight from Nottingham. After that, he was constantly concerned in robberies, until the occasion of the great silk robbery, for the perpetrator of which 50 reward was offered. That was just before we came to London. The silk was disposed of by Mrs. Adamson, and the detectives came to her house 2 or 3 days afterward, as I then called him, and I were sitting together. We were living together, you know, sir. Tenth fact is, we were in bed together. I was asleep, but the noise the officers made on entering awoke me. I said, "Oh, Mr. G." That is the name of the officer who first entered the room. He stood astonished when he saw me. "Oh, Mr. G." I said, "Let me get out of this." He said, "I am surprised to see you, Mrs. Bailey." The men turned to the convict Peace and said to him, "What is your name?" "John Ward," was the rather sullen reply. "What do you do for a living?" the officer next asked. "I hawk spectacles." "Where is your license?" "I will show it to you when I come down." "Get up and dress," said one of the officers. "I shan't before you," was the reply in the same sullen tone and manner, "but I will be down directly." They went downstairs, leaving Ward in the room. I said to Peace, "Let me go out," whereupon he permitted me to leave the room, and went to my next-door neighbors, where I was very much hurt, indeed, at the thought of what had happened. They asked me what was the matter, and I said I do not know. No sooner had I left the room than Peace slipped on his clothes, and made his escape through the window, squeezing himself between 2 iron bars, which I am sure were not more than 6 or 8 inches apart. He ran across the road into the house of a neighbor, whom he got to fetch his boots for him, the detectives being at the time in the house, waiting for him to come downstairs. At last one of them shouted out, "Come, young man, you are a long time coming." No answer being returned, a move was made upstairs, the door was thrust open, and the discovery made that the bird had flown. Away from the neighbor's house, he went to the Trent side, where he walked for a considerable distance. When he considered himself safe from recognition, he entered a public house where he gave a man ones and a note for me. The note was one asking me to go to him at the place where he was staying, but I declined, and the daughter of the house where I was living went to see him in my stead. I sent him some money by her, and the answer he made me was that he did not care for all the detectives in England, that he would not lose sight of me, that he would not go away from the place without me. I belonged, he said to him, and he would not leave the neighborhood without me. He sent yet again, and then I met him by appointment in the evening time, and from that time, we have always been together. We came to London together, and took apartments in the Lambeth district, where he began again that career of crime, which has made him so notorious. But here again, his character to the outside world was the same as it had ever been. Though he was always regarded as a passionate man, he was at the same time looked upon as quiet, peaceable, and inoffensive, and in the highest degree respectable. As a performer upon the violin, he was anything but a mean proficient. He mixed very little with his neighbors to my knowledge in this locality, and but little was known of that wonderful fund of ingenuity which he undoubtedly possessed. Often and often have I said to him what a pity it was that he had not turned his abilities to a better account than for the purpose of committing depredations upon the property of his fellow creatures. But though his manner to me was kind, he would always jeer and scoff at my rebukes. It would be utterly impossible for me to enumerate all the robberies he has committed. He has told me at times of his having been into as many as 4 and even 6 houses in a single night, sometimes with success, and sometimes of course without. During the day, it was his custom to remain in bed, preparing himself for his work in the following evening, when he would regularly go out upon his housebreaking exploits. Sometimes he came in with a great deal of valuable plunder, consisting chiefly of silver and gold watches, rings, and various other articles. After a while, I became tired of living at apartments. Some of his friends from Darnall used to stay there. We only had one room, though it was comfortable and nicely furnished, and as I did not think it decent for them to come and live with us, I insisted upon Peace providing me with a home that I could call my own, and as he was uniformly good to me at that time, and gave me nearly everything that I asked, he promised that I should have one. He had just previously committed a great robbery, and he asked me if I would take some money for him to some friends of his at a distance. As he dared not write letters, I consented to this, and several times I took money for him to Hull. Hannah was living in that town at the time, and kept a shop there. I particularly wish that fact to be stated several times. I took money to Hull, and never less than 5 at a time often. I took a great deal more. Mrs. Peace goes to London. One Sunday evening a knock came at the door at the house where we lived at Lambeth. I answered the door and saw before me a little elderly woman. "Does Mrs. Thompson live here?" she asked. I replied yes. She then said that she was Hannah. I called to Peace and said Jack you're wanted. "Who is it?" he asked. "Come and see," I replied. He did, and he found to his surprise, I believe, that it was Hannah. "What brought you here?" he asked. I interrupted jocosely, with the remark, "I suppose the train." Hannah, however, said, "Didn't you get my letter? I have been waiting 2 hours on the lookout for you." I said we received no letter. There is no delivery here on a Sunday morning. Jack said come in, and she came in. Having looked round our apartment, she said, "You have a nice place here." Jack asked her if she would have some supper. She replied in the affirmative, and this I had to get ready. She then began to talk about his friends, and of the people whom they both knew, and I learned in the course of conversation that the shop at Hull had been given up, and that she had realized the proceeds. Peace asked my permission to have Mrs. Ward and the boy Willie in London. I could not do otherwise than consent, and eventually they came. Shortly after their arrival, we moved to a house at Greenwich, but as we did not live comfortable in the same house, we moved into separate habitations, adjoining each other, Mrs. Ward and her son living in one and I and Peace in the other. Whilst we were living in this manner, Peace made a journey into the provinces, a thing which he now very seldom. Roman 999. Whilst upon this excursion, he committed a great burglary at Southampton. The police say that the affair took place at Portsea, but I know better, it was at Southampton. By this robbery, Peace cleared something like 20,060 of the money being in gold and silver, and the remainder in Bank of England notes. These he found no difficulty in getting rid of. There is a place, I am told, where all Bank of England notes can be disposed of without inquiries being made. But I do not feel justified in stating where it is. That is reserved for the Bank of England authorities. It was upon the proceeds of that excursion that he started his pony, and trapped, the expenses of maintaining which he found to be great. In the first place, we had no stable accommodation connected with the house we occupied. This had to be paid for, and the cost of the food for the pony was again a very considerable item. One day I said to him, "I don't like this neighborhood, let us remove from here, and get where there is a stable connected with the house." He told me he had seen a place in the Avalanarod Peckham, and if I would put my things on we would go and see it, which we Roman 999. We inquired next door as to who was the agent or the landlord of the house, and the lady whom we saw kindly referred us to Mr. Smith. We looked over the house, which we both liked very much. Smith and Peace came to an agreement as to the building of a stable. When Smith asked for references, Peace said to him, "Oh, come down and see my house." Smith did so, dined with us, and went away perfectly satisfied. For a few days afterwards, we received a note to say that the house was at our disposal. Shortly afterwards, we removed to the house No. 5 East Terrace, Avalanarod Peckham, where my troubles commenced. Mrs. Ward and the boy Willie came to live in the same house with myself and Peace, and her presence occasioned much trouble between us. When we were settled, Peace began his system of robberies again. Oh, many a time have I by my tears, and by my entreaties, kept that man at home. I was not allowed to move from the house, without either one or the other being with me, but though they were so afraid of me, I should never have breathed a syllable against them. I have been threatened, and he latterly at times illused me. I have had a pistol pointed at my head, and more than once he has threatened to kill me. Peace used occasionally to illuce Hannah cruelly, and in a way I shudder to think about. On one occasion he threatened me because I had pawned a silk dress, and he was afraid that it might be traced. Racked by jealousy, a prey to remorse, and the object of constant suspicion, is it to be wondered that I at last took to drinking? In this respect Peace was again indulgent, for though he jealously guarded me when I went out at home, I could have what I liked, and with drink I deadened my senses, and fled from my shame and despair. Peace as a rule went out nightly, unless he got a good haul when he would stop at home for a night or two. What I call a good haul was when he was able to show me plenty of jewelry and silver plate. I have known him bring home 6 to 6 ounces at a time, his method of procedure being this. He used to be driven of an evening to within a certain distance of the house, where he intended to work. If the nights were light, Peace used to be concealed all night, and return home say between 6 and 7 o'clock in the morning, when someone would go out and meet him. He was very good to his horse, for I should like people to give him his due, and it was only occasionally that he worked it hard. He often went to his destination by train or by tram, and someone would go with the trap to meet him at the hour and place appointed. When he has come home haggard and black, as I have often seen him, he has said to me, "Well, pet, have you not got a smile for me?" According as he had been successful, or the reverse, he would say, "Well, I have not done much, my girl," or "I have done pretty well." And then he would proceed to sort out the property preparatory to its disposal. I have seen him shake his head sometimes over the proceeds of the night's takings, and say, "I don't think they will fetch much." Then he would tell me of his struggles and his escapes, and the number of houses he had been into. Once he told me that in order to get a gold watch and chain from under a lady's pillow, he had to shift her position slightly. The lady, he told me, muttered something fond, and turned over to her husband, whom she believed to have been the cause of the very slight disturbance occasioned. Peace abstracted the watch and chain, and came away. I verily believe that when such adventures occurred to him, he used to come back sick at heart, for notwithstanding the profession which he followed, and the fact that he had always firearms which he would not have hesitated to use, had he been disturbed, he was generally very kind to me, and I am sure he felt such things. Now as to the disposal of the property, if it was valuable, he used to send for those persons who bought of him, and obtain for them such a sum of money as he required. I am not at liberty to say who those persons were, but Peace used to swear that if ever he was taken, he would do for them, and confess as to his accomplices, but I hope I shall not be mixed up in that affair. I always told him he would go to Blackheath, once too often. I cannot say more than the persons to whom he disposed of the property were Jews. 2 I know of certainly, and they will Jew me, I expect, if they get hold of me one day. I went with him, while he disposed of some property. He used to take the property wrapped up like drapers' parcels, innocent and unsuspicious looking enough. He used to treat me with great kindness, when Mrs. Ward was nowhere about. He seemed to be never so happy as when he could get me alone. We occupied the drawing-room floor, using the front room as a sitting-room, and the back as a bedroom, the breakfast-room, below being my private sitting-room or boudoir, and the rest of the house being devoted to our lodgers. The care of Peace's animals, of which, by the way, he was extremely fond, devolved upon myself. It would be as well, I think, to say what they were, as the collection was heterogeneous. There were 10 guinea pigs, every one of which I gave away, when he was taken, a goat, 2 cats, 2 Maltese terriers, and a cockatoo, and in addition to these Mrs. Ward kept a Maltese dog, a parrot, a dog, and 4 pigeons. When Peace went out at night to work, he always took with him a revolver, a jimmy, a sharp knife, and various sized screws, wherewith to fasten the doors of rooms in which he was working, so as to ensure his being able to thoroughly ransack them without being disturbed. But he never took skeleton keys, for he was so skillful that he would take out the panel of a door almost noiselessly, and with great rapidity. When the police caught him, they caught the cleverest thief, and the cleverest beast that I should think there ever was in human form. Here Mrs. Thompson, as I shall continue to call her, that being the name by which she is best known, produced to me an old pair of Peace's trousers. In addition to the usual side pockets, they were fitted with pockets behind on a level with the hip, and in these receptacles he used, she told me, to stow away his revolver and whatever instruments he had to take with him. The inside of the trousers on the left-hand side was filled with a piece of oilskin or glazed cloth to prevent the iron from chafing the burglar's skin. Mrs. Thompson also showed me how, by turning in his left foot and by bending up his make-believe arm towards his shoulder, the little man used to assume deformity. I also obtained from her a description of a burglar's stick, as she called it, which Peace found useful in climbing, and an instrument still more remarkable, which she said he possessed, as a kind of portable step ladder of 17 steps, which he was able to fold into so small a compass that he could go out with it underneath his coat without attracting attention. It was provided with hooks for the purpose of fastening to walls and window ledges, but she said he never used it, owing, I suppose, to the fact that it was a clumsy apparatus to affix noiselessly. After that, she continued her narrative as follows. Peace never went out without leaving me with a revolver, which I dare say I should have the courage to use had occasion presented. He had 4 revolvers altogether, and the 3 he left at home I destroyed when I found he had been taken. Yes, as you suggest, I sank them when he came to London. He ceased to appear as a one-armed man, except in the presence of a man whose name I will not mention. Peace's capture at disposal of property. When we saw in the papers that he had been taken, Mrs. Ward cried out, "Oh, my poor Charlie, poor Charlie. I must go, I dare not stay here. Willie, you must go too." I then asked her, "And what is to become of me then?" "Oh," she said, "you are young, you can fight your own battle." She was for selling everything, but I objected to my furniture being sold, as I thought I might be able to get a living by letting apartments. My rooms were well furnished, though I had no carpets, and Jack bought every stick that was in them. We divided all the money that was in the house about 5, and sold the trap harness cushions and rug for 8, though he had given 14 for the trap alone. It does not matter to whom they were sold, because the man who bought them did not know at that time that we were other than very respectable people, and I should not like to expose him as having had dealings with us. Hannah took all the movables, we divided the ready money, and parted. I was very firm about the furniture, which Jack said he had bought to be my own. If I liked, he said he would buy me more. I was to have had a piano on the 14th December last as a birthday present. Heyo, I cannot help feeling that I have made a great mistake. It has blotted my life. But there, I am not going to be sentimental any more. I am not a sentimental sort. Mrs. Thompson then went on to state that, when she found herself quite alone, she had applied to a gentleman who had befriended her, and through whom she received the following letter from the wretched man in prison. From John Ward, a prisoner in H. Roman 1000 Prison, Newgate. November 5, 1878. My dearly beloved wife. Oh, do forgive me for what I have brought on myself, and the disgrace upon you. Oh, have mercy on me, all of you, and do forgive me for my drunken madness, and do all you can for me on my trial, which I think will be about the 18th November. So, my dear wife, do have pity upon me, and do your very best for me, for I think that you may do me a great deal of good, that is, by doing just as I tell you to do. You must go and tell Mr. that I do very much want to see him at once about him, coming to speak as to my character. I want to see Mr. to see if he will come to speak for me, and I want you to go with Mr. to see if he will come forward to speak to my dealing with him in musical instruments, and tell him that I only want him to come forward and speak the truth of me. My dear wife, you must also find every one of my letters about my income and also every invoice about my dealing in musical instruments, and give them to Mr. for him to take along with his letters to my solicitor now, at once, and also let them have some of my cards. My darling dear wife, this must really be attended to at once. My dear wife, I feel that there is one great favor, that this has been my first offense, and never having been in prison before, so that by your doing your best for me, and with the help of God hope, it may be better for me than may be expected, and as soon as ever this comes to your hands you must come direct to see me, and never mind the disgrace of your having come to see me in a prison, for I must really see you, so do come to see me, and I want to see my solicitor for something very particular, so that you must tell him to come and see me, and give my dear love to Mr. and Mrs., and also to my dear friends. I am your ever-loving husband. Signed, John Ward. This gentleman, as Mrs. Thompson further went on to state, had been engaged with Peace in the getting out of a patent for raising sunken vessels. To him she applied when Peace was taken, she stating that he had left her and gone off with another woman. He took her into his house, and under his persuasion, she disclosed what she knew of him, not, she said, for her own protection, for she would willingly have been taken herself, but because it was represented to her that she must forward the ends of justice. I then tried to obtain from her some particulars of the past life of Peace, but as to these, she was extremely reticent. How did he really escape on the night of the murder? I asked. Mrs. Thompson replied, I have never breathed this to anyone. I have had people try and try over again. According to what he has told me, he climbed over a wall opposite Mr. Dyson's house and walked deliberately over a field. He has told me the name, but I do not remember. I got a lot out of him through his dreams. But he never told me he had committed murder. He said it was something else he had to run away for. He went direct to his aunt's house, having first cut off his beard. He dressed himself in a fustian suit and went across country committing little depredations to help him on his journey, for he had no money until he arrived at Bradford. He did not personate a one-armed man. Then that device he did not carry into effect until he was at Hull. He took a room at Bradford and kept 2 women there who used to assist him in burglaries. He has often boasted to me of his achievements in that town and others, and he seemed to find a particular sort of pride in the fact that in one case it took him and one of his accomplices 3 days to remove some things from a furnished house which the tenants had temporarily left, and which, so far as articles of value were concerned, he literally cleared out. He has told me a good deal about his earlier career, but I can't recall it to mind just now. First of all, he told me he was a sort of worker in the iron trade, that ever since he was 14, he was a thief. Sometime between 1852 and 1854, he resided with Mrs. Peace at Manchester. He was brought up for trial on a charge of burglary about that time, and Mrs. Peace had to sell the things in the house they lived in, most of them being stolen, to procure him professional advice upon his trial. He was committed for 7 years, and while he was in prison he communicated with her and always knew of her whereabouts. He managed to write more than the police officials knew of, for he had a way of pasting up his letters, which he has shown me, when he had regained his liberty, which he told me was in 1858. He rejoined Hannah and resumed his old courses. When he went out on his exploits, he wore stockings over his boots to conceal his footmarks. Mrs. Thompson made various other statements respecting the notorious man who was the subject of our conversation, but they were not calculated to add much to the existing stock of information concerning him. Either she did not know much of Peace before she went to live with him, or she did not care to make any disclosures. But as our interview lasted for something over 5 hours, she must have been tired, and her memory confused. No 84s. Illustration: a mother seeking her son. A mother seeking her son in the thieves' kitchen. I was not such a barbarian as not to have offered her some refreshment during that period. She took it in the form of steak and onions rinsed down with brandy and water. When we parted, we were the best friends in the world. She shook me warmly by the hand, and her last remark was, "I have my own character to redeem, and if I have my health and strength, I hope to do it." The foregoing is a faithful chronicle of the account given by the woman Thompson. We have on more than one occasion given the reader an insight of the mode in which Peace disposed of his stolen property. He did not, however, confine his business transactions, in this respect, to one receiver or fence. This has been already demonstrated. He had several confederates to whom he disposed of the goods he had so dexterously purloined, but in most cases, he had to part with them at what drapers are accustomed to term a ruinous sacrifice. This is invariably the case with burglars and robbers of every description. The receiver has always the best of the bargain. The property must be got rid of, and this the fence knows perfectly well. Peace, in addition to the 2 other Israelites already introduced to the reader, had a Petticoat Lane confederate, who during his London career bought largely of him. This personage was interviewed by one of the special correspondents of the press. We subjoin a graphic account of his visit. "That's my name, and you're quite right about my keeping a tobacco shop in this lane, and about my buying and selling most all kinds of old stores." This was the reply given to a comprehensive interrogatory, addressed by a Sheffield reporter to a middle-aged keeper of a public house in Petticoat Lane, whose name indicated that he was of the order of Melchizedek, and who rumor said knew something of the manner in which the convict Peace had invested some of the money it is supposed he must have been possessed of shortly before his arrest. If the police, with their finished machinery and well-trained inquisitors, have been able to discover nothing, it was hardly to be expected that the astute Hebrew dealer would allow himself to be trapped into any prejudicial admissions by a newspaper emissary, even though he was simply charged with the high and philanthropic duty of affording that dealer opportunity for clearing from his character aspersions, which had been unjustly cast upon it. Having informed the old stores man of the charitable nature of his mission, said the special. Now I suppose you never knew, or had any dealings with peace. Me dealings with peace, why I never heard or seen I am, except when I was bound over to keep it for 6 months cause. I give a cove a knock in the eye. At this sally, the rowdy-looking congregation in the bar, who had evinced a lively interest in the interview, delivered themselves of a unanimous guffaw. The special smiled blandly, and went on. I suppose you have seen what the papers have been saying about your supposed connection with peace. Oh yes, I've seen it all. It's all wrong. I am quite innocent. Oh, this thing besides, it ain't nothing to do with me. It ain't me they mean, it's the other man with the same name that keeps the Nell down the lane. If they wrote about me, I should 'a took it up, but as they didn't, I shall not trouble about it. Glad to find you so clear of this nasty business. But have you heard much about the rumors here in the lane? No, nothing, except what there's been in the newspapers. Ah, then I think I'll call on the man at the Nell, and hear what he's got to say. Yes, that'll be as good a thing as you can do, said the store dealer. And as the special passed, the threshold sounds of merry cachinnation reached him from the idlers at the bar. Trudging through the snow slush with pipe in mouth, as an antidote to the manna-flavored, fever-charged atmosphere, the interviewer in a few minutes found himself outside the proprietor having been inquired for. He was summoned from upstairs, and in about 5 minutes presented himself. He was a very young man. He was in his shirt sleeves. He was short but had good shoulders and breadth of chest, and his face, which had a puffiness betokening free application to the pewter pot, was adorned with a nose off one side of which the skin had been almost entirely scraped. A smile was as foreign to him, apparently, as vegetation to an iceberg. The interviewer made no attempt to smile upon this young and promising vendor of Old Tom. He did not make another. There was not the remotest smirk of sympathy or approbation in the countenance of his vis-a-vis. He listened stoically to a few introductory original observations by the special, such as very unexpected fall of snow this. Quite an old-fashioned winter. Spring will soon be here now, though. But on learning the nature of the caller's business, he was no longer passive. His eyes brightened and jumped a bit, and he became loquacious but continued cynical. I haven't got nothing to say about the matter. All I know is that I don't know nothing about peace, or about his money, or his loan society, or anything else besides the newspapers know all about the case already. If they knows s'much, what do they want to send to me about it for? Well, the fact is, answered the special, the function of a newspaper is to put the public in possession of reliable information. Reports which compromise your honor have been given currency, and although minute inquiry has been made, no particle of foundation has been found for them. What I want is to get hold of the facts necessary to put the public au courant with things as they really are, and at the same time afford a much injured party a means of retrieving his good name. The short man with the broad shoulders stuck his hands in his breeches pockets, spread his legs, swung his head to and fro, lifted his eyelashes, and remarked, "Ah, you dodo, you." Then he turned round to his wife and inquired of her in surly tones why she had called him down, and muttered something to her not at all complimentary to newspaperdom or its laborers. Well, look here, mister, I don't care for what the newspapers say. Let 'em find out what they can. I ain't got nothin' to say. All I knows is that if the papers says anything about me, they'll be sorry for it, that's all. Ah, but they have done so already. They have mentioned both your name and that of your house. Well, what if they have? What good have they done? Rejoined the innkeeper. And then he continued, I've been bothered enough over this matter already, and I don't want to be bothered any more. So saying, he left the special in dudgeon. The rumors which have been afloat anent Peace's confederates in Petticoat Lane have been sufficiently weighty to justify a descent by the police on the houses of the suspected parties. Nothing criminating was, however, forthcoming, and the probability is that, wanting divulgence by Peace, the public will remain ignorant what has become of whatever money he has stored. Inspired by the extraordinary statements circulated at this time as to the enormous amount of property alleged to have been disposed of by Peace, and by the reported finds of hidden spoil in London, the Daily Telegraph writes, for a precedent to the curious museum of plunder now in police custody at Bethnal Green, we must go back to the days of that very eminent fence, Jonathan Wild. The real character of this remarkable scoundrel has been unfortunately obscured, first in Fielding's masterly Jonathan Wild the Great, which is fundamentally a satire upon the statesmen of his time, and next in Mr. Ainsworth's foolish and mischievous romance of Jack Sheppard. We must peruse the straightforward and dispassionate Old Bailey Sessions papers to study Jonathan in his true aspect as a cunning adroit, and not ill-educated rascal, who first reduced robbing to a system and organized a detailed scheme for receiving and disposing of stolen goods. He started in business on a very small scale as the landlord of a little alehouse in Cockley Cripplegate, where he surreptitiously purchased the takings of the juvenile pickpockets from Moorfields. At night, he would perambulate the brandy shops of Fleet Street and Traffic with the women who had contrived to rob drunken people of their watches or pocketbooks. Growing bolder with success, it is on positive criminal record that he convened a meeting at his house of the most notorious thieves in London, and represented to them that if they took their booty to such of the pawnbrokers as were known not to be troubled with scruples of conscience, thieves would scarcely receive a fifth of the value of the goods which they had stolen, whereas if they could agree to bring their prizes to him, he would make much more liberal terms for them. The penalty for failing to constitute Jonathan Wild their receiver-general was simply death. Bad faith was immediately resented by the denunciation of the thief to justice, and unless he could come to an arrangement with Wild, the chances were overwhelming in favor of the robber going to Tyburn. Thus Jonathan Wild was not only a preceptor of thieves and a putter-up of robberies, but also a receiver of stolen goods and a thief-taker to boot. Removing from Cockley to a house in the Old Bailey, he found at length that he had accumulated an embarrassingly heavy stock of stolen property, and he absolutely purchased a sloop in order to transport his plunder to Holland and Flanders. The command of this vessel was entrusted to one Roger Johnson, a noted river pirate and Wild's factor at Ostend, and general continental agent was a superannuated thief called Randall. The sloofer name, unfortunately, is not mentioned in the records of rascality. Having discharged her cargo at Ostend, brought back to England such commodities as lace, wine, and brandy which were landed at night, and it is almost needless to say without the custom-house authorities being troubled in the matter. Smuggling and dealing in stolen goods are operations possibly no longer carried on in conjunction still. Who shall say that our modern Jonathan Wilds have not their favorite lines of steamerset? Is not now necessary that they should buy ships of their own, and that they have not their factors and agents at continental ports and in continental cities. Many thousands of pounds worth of jewelry and bandittito name only two sorts of plunderware stolen every year. There must be a mart for this precious merchandise, a mart the whereabouts of which must be perfectly familiar to professional burglars and thieves. Bank robbers and pickpockets have been known coolly to admit that the market price for a stolen £5 note is £3 10 who buys stolen bank notes at this rate, who melts down the stolen plate, who wrenches the stolen gems out of their settings, who sends the unset jewels to Amsterdam and elsewhere. If the police are unable to find out the wholesale dealers in stolen property, and trust to chance to make such a haul as they made the other day in the Commercial Road, might it not be expedient to allow the next professional burglar we catch to turn Queen's evidence against the receivers? No terms can be made with a murderer, and peace must be left to the gallows, but most useful revelations might be obtained from a professional housebreaker, permitted to turn a prover. Such a witness, if his evidence proved trustworthy, should receive a strictly, or once in a way a full pardon. Convicts sentenced to penal servitude are not apt to be very grateful for a partial remission of their term of durance. And indeed, in the case of Mr. Harry Benson, the government, it appears, does not conceive that it is under any obligation at all to the convict for having made an exhibition of the old detective force in its full iniquity. In tracing the criminal career of a desperate character like Peace, it is curious to note how prone to wrongdoing he was from his earliest youth. His first theft is thus described. An apple of beautiful hue tempted Eve to her first sin, and it is said that fruit of a similar name first induced Peace to commit a serious theft in the year 1830. He lived close to the orchard of the Rev. Joseph Smith, whose residence was known as the Plantation. The Rev. gentleman was the pastor of the flock, who worshipped at the Nether Chapel in Norfolk Street, but the plantation on Langsett Road had a different prospect to what is now the case. Then it was in the country, really on the banks behind the houses, were farms and orchards beneath the house, were meadows sloping to the River Don, which was then alive with fish, trout being plentiful in the waters, and at times a salmon or sea trout strayed into these higher regions from the ooze. The railway connecting Sheffield with Manchester had not made its black streak across the opposite Old Parkhill, and a pleasant place was the residence of the independent minister of those days. Behind the good man's house was a goodly orchard, and within the enclosure fruit trees, which carried crops of heavy golden fruit. The lads of the neighborhood viewed those crops with envy, and one of the leading spirits among them was Charles Peace, a well-instructed lad, fearless, venturesome, and domineering in spirit. He planned the robbery of the pastor's orchard, but being inexperienced, was captured whilst in an apple tree. He had not learnt in those days the wiles and deceits which have since come so naturally to him. But he had not to cope with detectives, inspectors, constables, and other professional men who render life obnoxious to a thief. His captor was actually the parish beadle. Had that man lived until these days, how proudly he might have said, "I caught Peace." But the youthful aspirant to future honors did not obtain the reward he should have had for his speculation. He bargained for apples, and instead was taken before the wrathful owner of the fruit, Mr. Smith. The beadle shortly afterwards had a task to undertake which left no mark in local history, but did on the young man who stole the apples. Such was the commencement in active life of him who now occupies a cell in Newgate, from thence to be taken to answer a record of crime, the which has not been paralleled by Claude Duval Thomas, King Richard Turpin, or others of that ilk. Those men had not the telegraph to compete with, yet failed Peace, had the widespread information of modern days to watch, and yet for a time succeeded. The marauders of the old shule above mentioned defeated justice for a time, because on their thoroughbred horses they could outride the messengers of justice. Peace had to fight against the magnificent apparatus of science, by which information is flashed across 1,000 miles in a second of time, and yet he succeeded in baffling all who sought to track him. The blow that had fallen on Peace and his domestic circle was a terrible one, and in a short space of time after his conviction, the house in the Avalon Road was tenantless. A visit to the locality is thus described by an eyewitness. Peckham approached from Greenwich with a suggestion of sunshine in the sky. Looked much prettier today. There are some goodly houses along Queen's Road, but as one climbs the hill to pieces part the houses taper away, till long lines of modest brick buildings meet the eye. Where Peace lived may be called the tail end of Peckham. His house is still to let, and though nobody that I can hear of has been to visit it except members of the press, gentleman who has the letting of it thinks he will get a couple of pounds extra now that it has sprung into notoriety. Well, he may. I don't know so much about the peculiarities of the Peckham people, but on this point I am inclined to agree with the lady who lives next door. She wants to let her front room, and has apartments in the window. That card appeals in vain to the eligible young gentlemen who usually want comfortable chambers, and she is afraid that respectable people will not care to come into such a dreadful neighborhood. She considers it a bad day for her when she came there, which she did a week before Peace was found out. Indeed, it was from Peace. She had the keys to look over the house, an ominous introduction truly. Her idea is that before that house lets again, 2 will have to be taken off instead of being put on the rent. I agree with her, for I can hear of nobody who has a good word for the house, except perhaps the postman, who told me as we trudged together through the mud that it wasn't a bad place in his view of it. The Thompsons did not trouble him much. They had very few letters. A neighbor says that when the Thompsons came, their house was a treat to look at. Mr. Thompson filling all the front windows with choice and costly flowers, which he carefully tended and watered with his own hands. People at Peckham are beginning to be a trifle impatient with inquisitive strangers who want to know about their most famous character. On my first visit to Peckham, I looked in on the gentleman who combines the duties connected with Her Majesty's males with dispensing flour and other household necessities to Her Majesty's females. I asked him if he knew and could tell me where Mr. Smith lived, a party who had let the house to Mr. Thompson. This gentleman shut me up very sharp. I know where Mr. Smith lives, but I don't think I would be justified in telling you, as you would only be bothering him like the rest. I left that establishment with a feeling that my introduction to the natives of Peckham was not encouraging. A few yards further on I saw Mr. Smith's address, LN, the windows of half a dozen empty houses, the notices inviting people to apply to Mr. Smith, Ryde Villas, St. Mary's Road. I accepted the invitation, and found Mr. Smith a most obliging and very communicative gentleman. How peace was found out. I find the police scout the idea that the man Ward was discovered through the jealousy of Mrs. Thompson, the younger of the housekeepers at Peckham, and the professed wife of peace. Those who had to do with the case told me that they had no information whatever from Mrs. Thompson, who never communicated with them, but disappeared as she sniffed danger. How then, I asked, did it occur to you to connect the Blackheath burglar with the Banner Cross murderer? Well, was the reply, we can scarcely tell you. We could not get our evidence so complete as we could wish, and we were obliged to wait for a time. That waiting served us well. Trifles, mere trifles, such as we can scarcely repeat to you, made us believe that this man was somebody. We watched those who came about our place at Greenwich, then we watched those who came about Newgate. We got after great trouble a hint or two, we acted upon what we received, and were ultimately able to connect the man Ward with Peckham. Then from Peckham, we worked Nottingham and Sheffield, and then the case gradually worked itself into shape. For the police it was a lucky thing. Mrs. Ward took those 2 boxes to Sheffield. That, I believe, was really the first indication that Blackheath and Banner Cross were connected. It suddenly flashed across one of the Greenwich division that this mysterious man who called himself a half-caste resembled in every respect, except one the man so urgently wanted at Sheffield. That exception was his hair, particularly the absence of beard and whiskers, height, breadth, eyes, manner of talking, singularity of fingers, and wide straddling walkto. Quote the police description: walking with his legs apart, all tallied, put beard and whiskers upon that face, and it was peace. Inspector Bonney went to Nottingham, Inspector Phillips to Sheffield. Phillips was shown a portrait of peace. He was confirmed in his suspicions. The photograph resembled the man in Newgate so closely that he had no doubt as to the identity. The rest of the story you know: how Phillips and Twible found the property at Darnall, in the possession of Mrs. Peace, how the property was identified as part of the proceeds of the Blackheath burglaries, how Police Constable Morris came to London and identified Peace in Newgate, and, as I telegraphed to you, how the Treasury, appreciating the importance of the case in the light of the identification, undertook the prosecution on its own account. To Police Officer Robinson undoubtedly belongs in the first instance the credit of capturing Peace. He unquestionably risked his life in his courageous encounter with the desperate convict, and well deserves such recognition as has been suggested by your correspondent. Let it not be forgotten, however, that Robinson's share in the transaction terminated there. Without him, nothing would have been done yet. After Peace's bullet pierced his arm, and the 2 constables came to his help, Robinson dropped the thread, which was picked up by Inspector Phillips and Inspector Bonney. These officers have been indefatigable in their exertions to bring home the graver charge against Peace. Day by day, and night after night, they have labored, and many a night since the memorable evening when Peace was caught in the act, they have slept not, neither have they rested, so anxious have they been to close once for all the career of the dreadful villain, whose escape made everybody so uneasy. But it should not be forgotten, observed a writer at the time, if testimonials are spoken of, to remember these 2 officers. Robinson was a brave fellow, and acted like a hero, yet if Bonney and Phillips had not used their brains, and set their highly trained wits to work, John Ward might have been convicted of the Blackheath burglary, and the shooting of the intrepid Robinson, and he might have been sentenced to penal servitude for life. But in Sheffield the Banner Cross murder would have been regarded as an undiscovered crime. To Bonney and Phillips belong the credit of proving that Ward was Peace, that Blackheath meant Banner Cross, that burglary was overshadowed by the bigger crime of murder. A wave of relief swept over Sheffield when it was known that Peace had really been captured at last. To Phillips and Bonney was due the fact that he was thought of at all as the man who shot Dyson 2 years before. The troubles of the Peaces. There is really no peace for the Peaces now that Charles Peace, the man of Banner Cross, has been caught. There are dozens of persons who are anxious to tell all they know about him and his family. Several of them have got it into their heads that there is only one family of Peace, the head and front of which now awaits in Newgate the reward of his desperate misdeeds. Thus it comes about that several most excellent people are getting uneasy about the name they bear, particularly when they find it connected with some of the early doings of the insignificant-looking gentleman who has recently sprung into so much significance. The latest instance is that of a family of Peace who lived some time ago in Philadelphia, the Philadelphia, which figures in sacred writ, but the exceedingly secular locality of that name, which figures in Sheffield. Mr. Charles Peace of Georgia Street, Philadelphia, has no connection whatever with the Charles Peace of the many aliases burglar and murderer neither. Is it right that his son, who also bears the in these days somewhat burdensome name of Charles Peace, should be associated with the person who has proved himself so eligible a candidate for the last attentions of the law? It is certainly a trifle too bad, even when people are thirsting for every particle of information about that extraordinary character, that the respectable member of a respectable firm of file manufacturers in Peacroft, or his son, who earns his livelihood in an honorable way in the file trade at Rotherham, should have themselves brought up in public as connected in even the remotest degree with the ruffian who had the misfortune to call himself by their name. So that once for all readers will understand the Philadelphia piece and the Banner Cross piece are wide as the poles asunder. This incident reminds one of the trouble and suspicion to which many people were put shortly after the murder. Peace, it will be remembered, was described as a little insignificant-looking man with gray hair. There was at once an eager lookout kept for people who answered that somewhat general description. It was a bad time for little insignificant-looking men. And as our local world has a good many people who come fairly within that description, several estimable and other citizens were frequently the object of glances, which were not at all flattering in their meaning. Two elderly gentlemen were pointed out as greatly resembling the Notorious Peace, and enjoyed a reputation on that account, only a shade less comfortable than other gentlemen in this district of most substantial proportions, who up to a short time ago were repeatedly referred to as remarkably like the claimant. Even when a more specific description of Peace appeared, mistakes were freely made, though not with the provoking results of a double apprehension, as in the case of that poor tramp at Barrow-in-Furness, who was subsequently apprehended at Hexham, and who complained bitterly and, not unnaturalito, our reporter, who interviewed him in prison, that he should have been arrested a second time, when the police had already let him go once. This poor fellow, to put matters right once for all, made a pilgrimage to Sheffield, and called upon the chief constable, who of course had no more to do with his arrest at Barrow-in-Furness and Hexham than the poor tramp had to do with the arrest of the real Peace, by Police Constable Robinson, in that garden at Blackheath. Chapter Roman 151. A visit to Whitechapel Street of Wimena, mother seeking her son. We must leave Charles Peace for a while to gather up the tangled threads of our story, and follow the fortunes of other characters who have figured in this strange, eventful history. The capture and conviction of our hero, together with the remarkable concurrence of circumstances connected with the history of the most accomplished and desperate burglar of modern times, created an amount of public interest which was altogether of an exceptional character. This interest was not confined to one class of the populace. It permeated throughout every conceivable class from the highest to the lowest. And as a natural consequence, the criminal portion of the community were deeply interested in the fate of one who had proved himself to be so much ahead of any of his compeers in crime. Peace was looked upon as a sort of hero. Many admired him, and not a few pitied him. His adventurous life, his daring exploits found favor in the eyes of rogues and thieves of a lesser degree, and his exploits formed the theme of conversation among numberless sections of the lawless portion of the thieving fraternity of London. We must take a glance at one of the haunts of the dissolute and depraved. It is Saturday night, and the hour is 10 o'clock. All London is alive, for Saturday night is the market time of the poor. The streets of Whitechapel presented remarkable scenes. Huge crowds passed down them, and bought their Sunday dinners from the butcher's stalls upon the pavement, where joints of raw meat were suspended upon hooks, and which were lighted by pipes of blazing gas. Others crowded into the freedfish shops, and supped ravenously on rank plaice swimming in oil. Others resorted to the taverns, which were adorned with portraits of pugilists, and regaled themselves with Old Tom, for which Whitechapel is so famous. Close to one of these streets, where rioting and business seemed to go hand in hand, there was a narrow lane, silent as death. Gigantic warehouses rising on each side seemed to shut out heaven. A man was walking down the lane. His appearance was dejected, and his eyes were bent on the ground. When he had come to the end of the lane, he dived into a dark alley which brought him out close to a railway arch. Hollowed in the side of this arch was a hole like the mouth of a cavern, and running under the railway, supported by black pillars, was a street. This was the Street of Women described in the early portion of this work. It was the place where Laura Stanbridge led the boy Alf Purvis on a dark night. Our pedestrian walked along the street, and the women who stood at their doors, brawny, repulsive, and naked, as the ogresses of old, did not molest him even with their tongues. They looked upon him with kindness, for they had heard that he was the friend and companion of the celebrated Charles Peace, the burglar, and hence it was that they gazed at him in silence with something like a feeling of reverence. He turned down a yard and stood opposite to a house dilapidated and apparently untenanted, but from the cellar windows of which came shouts of laughter and streams of light. He entered by the same means as those previously described, and having gained the kitchen, which was filled with thieves and beggars, sat down in a corner by himself. There were several men seated round a table at a little distance from the rest. A tall, pale man, who was clad in the dirtiest rags, but who nevertheless could afford to drink gin and doses in large quantities, was speaking. "It's the greatest pity in the world, as that gang got broke up by the beaks. They were an honor to our English gemency, were an honor to our land." "Yees," said a man with a white comforter tied over his mouth. "Yees. So I thought, till they got nabbed like that there, in the country, that was a pitiful job. Old hands like that goin' time arter time on the same beat, and almost on the same lay with the whole vorld, as one might say before 'em. It's jolly hard, that's what it is." "I tell you how it happened," observed another of the company, who was smoking a short pipe. "The whole country laid awake at night a-watching for 'em." "There was something under the rose, depend on't," said a red-faced man in a green cutaway, and his whiskers cropped in that peculiar fashion which stamps the habitu of the race-course smoucher, and Jim were both highflyers, and knew how to make their books as well as any going. But there's days on which even the knowin' ones gets taken in, though not so often as the knowing ones would have you believe. Well, it's a pity, as how they were copped. They'd never have gone into the neighborhood, if it had not been for the dandy. "Vell, there now, I hope as how he ain't a-goin' to blame Alf for it," said the man with the comforter. "In course not. Who says I do? Nobody as I knows on." "I remember," said the pale man, "the first night as the dandy came to this air blessed crib, and sat at this air table, and drank Max with Laurie Stanbridge. She brought him here. I remember it well enough. Why, he was only a boy then, but his eyes were as sharp as needles, and his long white fingers seemed itching for the game even then." "Ah," soliloquized the gentleman with the white comforter, "vat a picter that hand vas, to be sure. I was made a cadger on that night in the little room upstairs. The smoucher used to have it then, just as Laurie has it now. But as I was a-coming out, who should I see but these two, Laurie and the little bloke. I guessed as how he was to be chanted the play too, but I didn't guess as how that smock-faced kid was a-goin' to turn out as he has." "I never liked the smoucher," said the sporting man, "though I've often been on the flimsy-kitty, and the ring dodged down at Ascot with him. Still, I am sorry he was made a target, on which for sartain I am he has been." "But Jim," said the man with the muffled mouth, "he vas a good sort sposs in there. Vas any nasty or ticklish vork to be done on the fly, sich as breaking a bobby's head, he vas always ready and foremost to do it himself, instead of trying to put it on his pals." "Breaking a bobby's head," exclaimed another of the party. "'Tain't so easily done. It's all very well for you chaps to talk, but I say it ain't so easy. But Lord love yer, there ain't anybody here as is fit to hold a candle to Charlie Peace, was the man to knock over the bobbies." "There ain't no manner of doubt of that there," said the pale man, "not a shadow of doubt. Charlie was a wonder." "That he was, and no flies," said Cooney, for he it was who had introduced the name of our hero. "He was allers straight and square with me. I ain't got a word to say against him. You chaps here talk about the smoucher and the dandy. They were fools compared to Peace." "I dare say they were, or indeed are," observed the man with the pipe. "But yer see, I never happened to fall across Peace. He was a bloke who, from what I've been told, kept hisself to hisself. Vell, I don't care about blokes of that kidney. Live and let live, that's my motto, and do as wide be done by." "Well, and who says Charlie wasn't one of that sort? He allers acted fair and square with his pals." "Ah, he was a wonder," exclaimed the man with the muffler. "He stands alone. There ain't a bloke as can come up to Roman 999. Pity he's been nabbed, cause, ye see, he was a stunner in every way. Leastways, I am only a speakin' from what I've heard." "Oh, you are right enough," returned Cooney. "You may take your davy about Charlie. You won't find such another throughout England. I am precious sorry for him, poor chap. I don't know as I was ever so broken down in the whole course of my life, as when I heard of his conviction. Cause you see, he proved himself to be a downright good sort as far as I am concerned." "But yer ain't seen much of him of late, have yer?" inquired the pale-faced man. No, not much, he was like hide-and-seek, and he kept as much to himself as possible. But law, he wasn't to blame for that, seeing what were agin him, he worked on the quiet all to himself, as yer might say, and didn't care about trusting anybody. Right you are, old man, said Cooney with a nod. But for all that I wouldn't mind doing a 7-year stretch if I could see him out of limbo. But Lord bless us, there ain't much chance of that now. They've got poor old Charlie pretty tight, and he's done for. Will be tried for the Banner Cross murder, I suppose. That's their game, so I've been told. Ah, said the pale-faced man, this is how we lose our friends the best on get nabbed them, as we care most about go the first, it's the way of the world. Who's that old woman over there talking to Bandaleged Bill? Suddenly exclaimed the sporting man. Can't say, said the man in the white muffler, she comes here to see Bill and seldom speaks to anyone else. But who is she, don't you know her name? Oh yes, she's known as Mother Grover. Thank you for the information, I am about as wise as ever. Who is she, and what brings her here? She wants to know about the dandy, wishes to find him out, so I've been given to understand. Does she want to pinch him, the old cat? Ah no, hark ye, said the man with the muffler, she's greatly interested about the dandy, and I've been told she's his mother. Oh scissors, exclaimed the sporting man, his mother, eh? That's about the size of it, ejaculated the other with a mysterious nod. She was a bosom friend of Laurie's years and years ago, but they chipped out, and my lady, I mean Laurie of course, is a bit too much for her. Oh, there's a mystery about the dandy and his belongings, but I do honestly believe that yonder woman is his mother. It's a rum story, take it altogether, cried Cooney. That woman is forever following upon the heels of Bill Rotten. Why, I cannot tell you. There was a dead silence for some time after this, but the eyes of most present were directed to the corner of the apartment where the gypsy and his companion sat. The last named were conversing in a low tone, which was but a little above a whisper. You are not so callous and hardened, said the woman, as to be dead to all feeling for another. I ask you to find my boy. You can do sooth, that I feel assured you know Laura Stanbridge, who is his friend or professes to be so. Hold hard, interrupted Rotten, don't be quite so fast, mother. I am not her friend, I know her, she has done me a good turn more than once, and I have had it in my power to return the compliment. What of that? What of it? A great deal. She will listen to you, and I wish you to do me a turn. I wish you to help me to find my son. I don't believe Laurie knows where he is, and I am quite certain that I do not, and what is more, I don't want to know. He's a chap I never cared a bit about, was a deal too uppish for my money, and thought too much of himself, so you see it ain't at all likely that I can assist you. In other words, you want. I would if I could. You can, off that I feel perfectly well assured. It was into this house years ago, she murmured in a low and concentrated voice. It was into this very house that she decoyed my poor innocent boy, and I, loving him, I knew not why, crouching on the cold stones outside, shivering under the bitter winds. But ah, woman without heart, your day shall come, and it is nigh at hand. Be silent, whispered Rotten, they will hear you. I do not care who hears me. But I do. You do not know the people here so well, as I do. Your life might be sacrificed if they suspected your purpose. Is it wrong or wicked for a mother to strive to rescue her son from the depths of sin? The gypsy laughed. You make a jest of it, though, so returned his companion. Rescue the dandy, rescue Alf Purvis Ba. A shade of sorrow passed over the features of the woman. Is he lost utterly and irretrievably? Then she inquired. Answer me, Rotten. You and I are not likely to agree upon this subject, returned he. I must tell you frankly that he is as unprincipled as he is worthless. Do you wish to drive me mad? Said Mrs. Grover. Certainly not, but you must not place all the faults of this young gentleman upon the shoulders of Laurie Stanbridge. Who taught him, who brought him up as a thief? She did. We will not argue that question. He proved to be a pretty good pupil, and was not good for much when she took him in hand. What has she made of him? Oh, Rotten, you know, but too well, although you do not choose to say. Listen to me, I am growing old, have no tie, but when it is my boy, restore him to me, and heaven will bless. You think of the many dreary and desolate years I have passed, think of all I have suffered, and take pity on me. I do pity you, cried the gypsy. I am sorry for you, but what's the use of that? You cannot be benefited by my pity or commiseration. I do not know anything about Purvis. If I did, I would tell you all I knew. But you can find him, I am sure you can, if you set about the task with a free good will. Ask Laurie Stanbridge, She is the person to apply to Alf to the best of my belief. Is abroad he has left his country for his country's good. That is all I know about the matter. He did leave England, but he has returned, must have returned by this time. You can aid me, oh Mr. Rotten, you are kindly disposed, are not sunk so low. But have I am certain some good left in your disposition. I am a friend of Mrs. Bourne's, and she speaks of you as a man who is. Who is what? Cried Bill with sudden vehemence, and interrupting the speaker, as what Mrs. Bournedo, you know her? Yes, have known her for many years. I never heard that Mrs. Bourne, eh? Yes, the widow of Dr. Bourne, he who committed suicide. I know there is no occasion for you to tell me about that. I know the whole history of his crime and his end. You acted fair enough towards her. Well, what of that? Who says I didn't? Cried the gypsy, evidently moved. Nobody. If they did, I should suppose they spoke an untruth. Look here, said Bill Rotten, after a pause, you want me to help you, and I ain't the man to say no to such a request. But that is one thing, I may have the will which to say the truth I have. But I have not the power. I know nothing about this young gentlemano, nothing about Alf Purvis, or Mr. Algernon Sutherland, as he now calls himself. Let me give you a word of advice. Don't trouble yourself about the young scapegrace. You wouldn't be much benefited by finding him. But he is my son, oh sir, think of that. I do think of it. Well, what then? He is better lost than found. Have you so bad an opinion of him then? I have a very bad opinion of him. I dare say he has become hardened, and as a natural consequence, is despised by many of his associates. I am not one of his associates, please to understand that, said Bill Rotten. I never cared anything about him, a stuck-up, conceited jackanapes. I tell you frankly, I would never have anything to say to him, cause, why, wasn't my sort. You hate him then? I never liked him, if that's what you want to know. Oh, I do not want to know anything about his doings, or about his enemies. All I want is my son. Will you help me to find him? I'll do what I can to serve you, but you must bother me as you've been doing lately. If I learn anything about him, I'll let you know. You promise that? I do. There's a mystery about this young shaver, but it ain't no business of mine. You want to see him? I do. Well, if I can put you on the scent, I will. That's all I have to say. So now, you had better step it, for my friends yonder are wondering what business I have with you, so make tracks as soon as possible, or maybe we shall get into the mire. The woman drew from her pocket a piece of dirty crumpled paper, which she handed to Bandoligged Bill. There is my name and address, said she, and oh, Mr. Rotten, I pray you to do your best restore my son to me, and I shall owe you a lasting debt of gratitude. All right, mother, said Bill, pocketing the paper. I'll do my best for yer. The woman rose and took her departure. Vel, I am blessed, cried the man with the cutaway coat, blow me tight. If Bill hasn't got a woman on the hooks, we shall see a big wedding, presently I s'pose. I hope she's got plenty of blunt, and that we may be invited, the whole piling on us to the wedding breakfast, remarked the man with the cutaway coat. She's no blunt, you fool, said the pale-faced man, no such luck. Ah, I see Bill's going to marry her for her beauty, a love match, observed another of the party. You're a set of noodles to be talkin' like that air, said Cooney. Don't you know who she is? No, I don't, returned the sporting man. Vel then, I do tease Mother Grover, as vas a friend of Laurie Stanbridge's, some years ago. There was a prolonged ah at this last observation. That's about the size of it, observed Rotten. There's a bit of mystery about the dandy. He came from a good stock, so I've been given to understand. And the woman who has just left is his mother. Tell us all about it, Bill, exclaimed several. You ain't the man to keep anything from your pals. I don't know as I've anything to tell you, said Bill Rotten. Ah, gammon and all, exclaimed the sporting man, but if you are making up to the young and fascinating widow, and the matter is of a private nature, Vel, in course, want ax any further questions. Shut up, cried Rotten, making up to her. You must be going off your nut to be talking in that way. Ah, Vel, I am sorry I spoke. At this last observation, there was a loud peal of laughter. You've got your chaffing togs on today, it would seem, observed the gypsy. But there ain't no secret in the case. The woman, as I said afore, is the mother of the Dandalastways. That's what I believe. And I don't see any reason to doubt what she says. She's been on to me for ever so long to find him for her. You know all on yer, that he ain't now on good terms with Laura Stanbridge. Why or wherefore this is I don't rightly know. And as you're all know, he hasn't shown up of late. He's got a precious sight too proud to mix with any of us. He was allers a laid stuck-up young shaver, remarked the man with the white comforter, and wasn't at any time quite my book. But that's neither here nor there, he's mizzled turn tail, and keeps aristocratic companisso. I've been told, and much good may it do him, but go on, the old woman wants to find him, I hope, as how he's come into fortune. And if he has, hell spend it, jolly quick, said Cooney. Not the least doubt of that, old stickin'-themud, observed another of this choice assembly, but Stow Maggingill's got something to tell us. No, I've not, returned Rotten, you know just about as much as I do myself, and if any on yer can find the dandy, why it ill be doing the old oman a service, and you want go unrewarded when you give her the tip. That's business, ejaculated the pale-faced man. I likes a chap to come to business, without any long palaver. If any on us tumble over my gentleman, we shall know what to do. Do you see that, mates? No. 85. Illustration, she hurled him over the cliff. With a sudden push, she hurled him over the cliff. Aye, governor, we all on us see that, exclaimed several. But is it a plant, suggested the man with the cutaway coat. Plant, Lord love your no, returned Rotten, the old oman's right enough, right, as the male take my Davy on that, but she does take on, and no mistake shed, give her life to find the dandy. But hang it all, she never took much notice on him, when she was with Laura, said Cooney. It's a rum start, take it all together. She didn't take much notice on him at that time, I admit, answered Bill, but why didn't she? Can't say. Then I'll tell yer, she didn't know then that he was her son, do you understand now, old thickhead? Vell, I didn't understand it rightly, returned Cooney, but I s'pose it's square and straight. As straight as an arrow, take my word for it. I don't care which way it is, said Cooney, blow the dandy, say Roman one. I only wish I could get Charlie Peace out of quad. Ah, replied the gypsy, and so do Roman one, he's worth 50 dandies. Have you seen anything on him? Yes, I saw him on the day of his trial. And how was he? Oh, miserably cast down, couldn't hold up at all. Poor chap, it's hard lines, why the sentence was a cruel one. It was, exclaimed several, everybody says so. And what everybody says must be right, leastways, it can't be very far wrong, said Bill. But it ain't of no manner of use a-talking about that Charlie's, potted, there ain't much chance now of his ever being a free man, not unless he can get the Home Office to commute his sentence, but I expect there ain't much chance of that. Lord bless yer, said Cooney, yer might just as well expect to lift up St. Paul's in the palm of your hand commutablo. Me tight, there ain't no manner of chance of that there, and mind, ye Charlie's as right as the mail never turned round on a cove, in all his mortal days. Well, here's to his good health. The speaker raised a full goblet to his lips, and toasted our hero. The woman known as Mrs. Grover, and who had been pleading so pertinaciously to Bill Rotten, was no other than Isabel Purvis, the mother of Alf Purvis. The reader will doubtless remember that Laura Stanbridge had with her, as a companion, a Mrs. Grover, when she first took Purvis under her protecting wing. At this time, her companion had no idea that the young birdseller was her own son, but she had taken to him by one of those unaccountable influences which are past the comprehension of ordinary individuals. As years passed over her head, she comprehended that Miss Stanbridge's protégé was her own offspring. When the fact became clearly established, she was solicitous of finding the young scapegrace, and for this purpose she applied to the gypsy. Mrs. Grover, or more properly speaking Isabel Purvis, had in early life been associated with a tribe of gypsies, and here it was that she had made the acquaintance of Bill Rotten. She knew his wife and had been mixed up with the wandering tribe to which he at one time belonged, and hence it was that she sought his assistance in tracing out her son, the worthless young scoundrel Alf Purvis, or Algernon Sutherland, as he chose to term himself. Chapter Roman 152, A Popular Watering, Placeth Rencontre and Fearful Denouement. Leaving the unwholesome purlieus of Whitecapelle, we must journey to the resort of city clerks, Jews, tradesmen, professional men, and in short people of almost every denomination. Margate in the season simply means London out-of-town people flock to this place in shoals. It is of course requisite for the Cockneys to rejoice in buff slippers, nautical hats, and seaside costume, and it is equally necessary for them to throng the pier and jetty and ogle each other with a pertinacity which it is presumed is highly satisfactory to themselves and agreeable to everybody. But our business is not with the select visitors to the jetty or the pier. For the purposes of our story, we have to take a glance at another part of the well-known watering place. On the cliffs, just where the infirmary stands, two figures might be seen walking side by side. They are in close conversation. Time is evening, sun is set, and the vault of heaven is speckled with myriads of stars. The two persons engaged in conversation are well known to the reader. One is Tom Gatliffe, of whom we have heard but little of late, and the other is Laura Stanbridge, who, albeit somewhat faded as far as her general appearance is concerned, carried with her yet the traces of that beauty which in the years that are past stood her in such good stead. She has lost but little of that fascination of manner, which may be likened to that of the wily serpent, but she is more staid and thoughtful, and, we may add, even more dangerous in many ways than she has been heretofore. Gatliffe had at one time been perfectly fascinated with her blandishments, and for many years she held him in bondage. Now, however, he could be esteemed only a sort of friend, if such a term could with propriety be used anyway. The connection between the two was now severed. Gatliffe, who had betaken himself to Margate for a change, met Laura accidentally. Their people do meet at Margate in a most unaccountable manner. And this was the case with those two. They became for the nonce inseparable companions during their sojourn at the seaside. It has been well said, observed Laura Stanbridge, that one has only to go to the seaside to renew old acquaintanceships. Such appears to be the case with us, my dear Tom. Of late, you have not thought it worth while to call upon me as of yore, have had other matters to engage your attention, I suppose. Well, to say the truth, I have returned her companion. I judged so. Do not for a moment imagine I am saying this as a reproach. On the contrary, I believe, and always have believed you to be genuine still. It would pain me much if it came to pass that we should be no longer good friends, and true, you understand my meanings. At our age one does not so easily form new friendship. And this, I suppose, is the reason why I cling so tenaciously to those whom I have known in earlier, and I think I may add in happier years. Happier, repeated Gatliffe with something like sorrow in his tone. Certainly happier. Oh, answered her companion, the brightest days of my life have long since passed away, and I have not much to live for now. Not much to live for. You are a prosperous man, and have reason to be thankful, all things considered. It is true you have been deserted by one who ought to have clung to you, but I expect you have cast from your mind a woman who has proved herself to be unworthy consideration. Silence, exclaimed Gatliffe. I do not care to listen to observations of this nature. Do not speak disparagingly of one who, whatever her faults may be, is far removed from either of us. I am surprised at the observations you have made, and I must beg of you not to allude to this subject. Indeed, I am at a loss to imagine why you have chosen to broach it. Oh, I have done. She was once your wife, and now she is nothing to me, only an honorable lady, whom I cannot do aught else but esteem and admire. But pray, how did you come to know about my connections? Laura Stanbridge laughed. How, said she? Why, my dear Tom, I suppose you will admit that your divorce is a matter of public notoriety. It was so many years ago. I wish it to be forgotten. I wish to forget it myself, if that be possible. Then I will never again allude to the circumstance, my dear Tom. You need not be told that I am not likely to say anything to offend or annoy you. The past has passed away, and we have only to look to the future. That is true, said he, and do you know, Laurie, I have serious thoughts of beginning life again, if that be possible. And how do you propose to do this? Well, I'll tell you. I propose going to one of the colonisto America or Australia. It doesn't much matter which, but I am certain I shall be able to do well in either place. And to say the truth, I am thoroughly sick of this country. Why, so am I, quickly rejoined his companion. Let us go together. A woman has a better chance there than in England. Take me with you. Gatliffe made no reply, but appeared to be lost in thought. You do not answer, said she. Ill work, and slave for you, and be your faithful friend and companion. Oh, what happiness it would give me, for I love you and none other but you. She placed her arm round his shoulders, drew him towards her, and embraced him fondly. She was like the sirens of old, false and seductive. We will talk about this on some future occasion, observed he, for he had not altogether the faith in the woman by his side, as he had during the first few years of their acquaintance. Nevertheless, he was in some measure attached to her, and found it difficult to shake her off. She was his evil genius. At one time, he had, like many others, been infatuated with her, but this infatuation had in a great measure passed away. Still, even at this time, she exercised considerable power over him, and most unquestionably, she had to a great extent lowered his moral tone. It has been said, And there is no denying the fact that we are all creatures of circumstances. Poor Gatliffe had been the victim of untoward events, which were far beyond his own control. There were times when he thought of the woman whom he in the earlier years of his life indulged and almost worshipped, but she had left him for rank and power. He did not blame, on the contrary, he made every possible excuse for her desertion of him. He was not, however, aware that his own illicit intercourse with Laura Stanbridge had become known to her very shortly after his intimacy with that heartless, designing, and worthless woman who lured, but to betray. It is just possible that he might have been prevailed upon to suffer her to accompany him to Australia or America, but a circumstance occurred which put that altogether out of the question. This it will be our purpose to describe. Gatliffe and Miss Stanbridge were walking close to the edge of the cliffs, as the moonlight cast its beams on that part of the rocky eminence, running from where the infirmary stands to a place known at this time as Marsh Bay. It will be perhaps needless to say that his female companion demonstrated the strongest affection for him, and made use of all her blandishments to draw him towards her. A spectator at a casual glance would have conjectured that they were lovisalbate. They were neither of them particularly young at this time. They had not gone very far when the figure of a man was observed, making towards them. He was coming in the opposite direction to the one they were taking. Laura Stanbridge was at no loss to understand who the stranger was, and perhaps of all men in the world, he was the very last she had any desire to see. As he approached, he indulged in a low satirical mocking laugh, which jarred upon the ears of Gatliffe's companion. "Ah, oh," he ejaculated, "it is you, eh? And with your fancy man too. I am most charmed at this unexpected meeting, because it gives me assurance that you are alive and well, which is vastly consolatory, taking a moonlight stroll, my charmer." Gatliffe did not condescend to take any notice of these sneering observations, but he was a little ruffled nevertheless. "You will be pleased, or rather, I shall be, by your abstaining from sneering observations, and if you have nothing better to say, pass on." "Not until I have a word or two with you, madam," said Alf Purvis, for the newcomer was none other than he. "Not until I have told you a piece of my mind. You think perhaps that I am in ignorance of your doings. Who was it that betrayed me and set on detectives to find out the forged check business? A curse light on you." "This lady is under my protection," said Gatliffe, "and I must request you to go your way." "You request?" "Yes, most certainly. This is not the time or place for you to indulge in personal and impertinent remarks." "Do not heed what he says," ejaculated Miss Stanbridge. "He is unworthy of notice." "It is of no use your endeavoring to carry it off with a high hand, you worthless base woman," cried Purvis. "I know you, my lady, no one knows you better. And it will go hard with me if I don't have my revenge. You have betrayed us, do you hear, you infamous strumpet?" he added, shaking his fist in her face. "You audacious young scoundrel," exclaimed Gatliffe, who was by this time incensed beyond all reasonable endurance. "Begone, while you have a whole skin. You threat, do you happen to know the character of the woman you seek to shield and protect? Shall I tell you a little of her history? It will greatly interest you, I dare say. Listen." "Get you away, and give me no more of your impudence," exclaimed Gatliffe. Alf Purvis indulged in a low mocking laugh, which so exasperated his adversary that he raised his fist and gave him a heavy blow on the chest, sending him reeling back several paces. When he had recovered from this first assault, Purvis rushed at Gatliffe and struck him in the face. The latter closed with his younger opponent, and a struggle ensued which was, however, but of short duration, for Purvis was no match for the powerful and athletic engineer, who threw him violently to the earth, and when he rose again, stood on the defensive. But by this time, Alf had had enough. He stood scowling and swearing at a respectful distance. "Come, dear," said Laura Stanbridge, "let there be an end to this. I am sorry to have been the occasion of this scene of violence." "You sorry?" exclaimed Purvis. "Have you any feeling? You care as little about him as I do about you. I am sure a worthless creature like you is hardly worth quarreling about." Tom Gatliffe and his female companion walked on, followed by their tormentor, who was bent upon mischief. He gave expression to a series of taunts and degrading observations, but now that the first outburst of passion was over, Gatliffe had no desire to recommence hostilities. Nevertheless, he was greatly annoyed at the pertinacity of Purvis, who continued to aggravate Laura Stanbridge in a manner which soon became insupportable. "You had better discontinue those impertinent remarks. Go your ways. "We neither of us have any desire to listen to your impertinence," said Gatliffe. "I don't want to pick a quarrel with you, sir," returned Purvis. "You have done me no wrong. But as to your companion, she has been the very bane of my existence. She it was who, when I was a helpless lad, taught me to become a thief. I am not romancing. She has made me what I am. Perhaps you don't know that she is a trainer of thieves." "Silence, no more of this, you audacious miscreant," cried Gatliffe in a violent rage. "And you are her champion. Well, I wish you a better office. If you persist in annoying us, I will inflict summary chastisement on you, let the consequence be what it will. I say again, I have no desire to fasten a quarrel on you, Mr. Gatliffe. I believe you to be upright and honorable. But that's no reason for your espousing the cause of one who is so utterly worthless. In the due course of time, you will be convinced of the truth of all I have been saying. Take my advice, have nothing to do with that woman. Shall I tell you her early history?" "I again request you to keep your remarks to yourself," observed Gatliffe, who was at this time overwhelmed with astonishment at the turn the conversation had been taking. "Well, sir," said Purvis, "on consideration, it is doubtless neither pleasing nor palatable to you to hear the truth spoken. But I warn you to be careful in dealing with the odious woman by your side in the earlier years of her life. She was under the protection of an old gentleman, whom she robbed, and afterwards poisoned. I have the whole history of this part of her career by heart. Is an adulteress and a murderess. Listen to the story I have to tell." Alf Purvis was on the edge of the cliffs when he made these last remarks. Laura Stanbridge, who was at this time pale with ill-suppressed passion, sprang forward, and stretching out her arms, she with a tiger-like spring rushed full at her traducer, throwing the whole weight of her body in the sudden assault. She pushed Alf Purvis with such terrible force that he reeled and tottered for a moment. Then a loud splash in the water told that the ill-fated young man had fallen over the precipice. "Gracious heavens, what have you done?" exclaimed her companion, pale as ashes and trembling in every limb. "He has fallen over. And a good job, too. I know how to protect myself." Poor Gatliffe was stupefied with astonishment and fear. "But this is murder," cried he. "Not so," returned his companion with perfect composure. "Has fallen over the cliff, do you understand? I will be no party to such an act of atrocity," said he. "Oh, miserably guilty woman, have you no pity, no remorse?" "Not any for him, none whatever." Gatliffe, who was at this time almost beside himself, looked over the cliff. The tide had been at the flood about half an hour before the murderous act. It was now flowing out. Gatliffe saw a dark speck on the water which he judged to be the head of Purvis. He rushed madly from the spot and made for a narrow cutting which led to the seashore. But one dominant thought possessed him. He had a burning desire to save the victim of the atrocious outrage. But how this was to be accomplished, he could not very well determine. When he came to the end of the cutting, his eyes rested on a boat which had been moored against a stake, driven into the sands. He released the boat, jumped in, and rowed his hardest. Far out in the distance, he beheld a black speck which he believed to be Purvis, who, despite the giddy height from which he had fallen, might yet be swimming for his life. "Pray heaven it may be so," he ejaculated. "If he is lost, I shall never forgive myself." He pulled lustily at the oars. The sea was rather rough, and although he was a tolerably good rower on the Thames or any other river, he had but little experience in the management of a craft on the sea. But he did not care much about the danger and risk he was running, was actuated by a higher feeling. His object was to save and succor a fellow creature, and so he bore bravely on. As he did so, he heard Laura Stanbridge's voice, heard her cry out, "Come back, Tom, the attempt is useless." He took no heed of the warning, and never stopped till he had come within sight of the black speck. Then, to his dismay and horror, he discovered his mistake. It was but a floating buoy. He was so moved by this discovery that he was near bursting into tears. His eyes swept the waste of waters, but he could discern nothing like a human form. Yet nothing daunted, he rowed in almost every direction in the hope of seeing some trace of Purvis. Darkness now fell upon the scene. Some heavy clouds obscured the moon, and sadly and reluctantly, the unhappy rower made for the shore. When he had gained the cutting, moored the boat to the stake, and slowly and sadly crept up towards the cliffs. "Oh, that I should have lived to see this dreadful sight, this infamous, cruel, and cold-blooded assassination," he ejaculated. "It is most horrible, most infamous. What is to be done? I feel as if I had been party to a murder, and shall never know what peace of mind means." His knees seemed to sink under him, and he was so utterly prostrated that he felt as weak as a child. When he reached the cliffs, he was confronted by Laura Stanbridge. "Well," said she, "the attempt you have made has not proved successful, I suppose." "Go, woman," he exclaimed bitterly, "I will have naught to say to you, go your ways, and never never let me set eyes upon you again. I cannot express to you my disgust, and horror a curse will cling to you." He deserved his fate, and it is useless now to indulge in recriminations. He drove me to madness, and upon the impulse of the moment, I did an act which in cooler moments I should have shuddered at. Do not upbraid me. It was but a sudden impulse. I was smarting under his taunts, his infamous slanders. But it is done, the worst is over. The worst, woman, the worst, is to commit a life of bitter remorse. Well, Tom, I regret. Don't talk to me, don't call me Tom, the tie between us is broken now, and forever. Do you intend to betray me then? I know not what to do. I am so supremely wretched, that I wish I sank beneath the waves. What folly is this? It was an accident, a mere accident, of course. I never intended to hurl him from the cliff. Do you think it's likely? Listen, for my sake, you must keep silent. It is known only to our two selves. He fell over by accident, walked too near the edge, and then you did your best to save him. Nothing can be plainer. I'll be no party to so infamous a crime. I will not tell an untruth, no, not to save your worthless life. You are a monster, a murderess, and I have done with you. I am in your power to a certain extent. I admit, still at the same time, permit me to observe that you will do well by holding your tongue for your own sake as well as mine," she added with something like a sneer. "Do you understand? Just heaven, do you dare to threaten?" "I don't threaten, my friend, I merely suggest, and my suggestion is a very natural and reasonable one, and when you have duly considered the matter, I doubt not that you will be of my opinion." Tom Gatliff was perfectly appalled not only at the observations which had fallen from her, but at his own position. If she chose to accuse him of the crime, what witness could he call to prove his innocence? He could not deny that he had struck the murdered man. That they had a short but fierce struggle. He felt that he was in a very dangerous position. All these thoughts rushed rapidly through his brain, and he was almost inclined to look upon himself as an accessory. "Ah," he ejaculated, "cursed be the hour when I first set eyes upon you. It's no use you talking in that way. We have known each other for many years. There are numbers of persons who will vouch for that. And so it's no use your endeavoring to shirk the question. This miserable business may, in a great measure, be attributed to my love for you." "Are you mad, woman?" cried Gatliff, drawing back with ineffable disgust. "Your love for me? I have brought myself to a pretty pass, it seems." "No doubt you have, dearest," she returned with perfect composure. He now saw the nature of the woman with whom he had to deal, and the last words uttered by Purvis seemed to be almost prophetic. He stood for a moment or two gazing upon the woman who was so callous and hardened that she did not demonstrate the faintest symptom of remorse for the atrocious act she had perpetrated. "So," said she, "it would appear that you, like the rest, are disposed to round on me. I confess I was not prepared for this, but after all it does not matter." "I do not understand you, woman," he ejaculated. "I am appalled, and am utterly at a loss. A murder has been committed before my very eyes, a crime so infamous that I am almost petrified with astonishment. Had I guessed your horrible purpose? Don't make matters worse by abusing. Mate will not serve any purpose. It is necessary for both of our sakes that we should be friends," she observed in a low tone. "Friends!" he exclaimed. "Never again will I consent to even hold discourse with you. Never again will I hold out the hand of friendship to a cold, cruel, heartless assassin. Get thee hence, I will not have anything further to say to you." He turned, and was about to take his departure. "Oh," said she, "it is thus you treat me. Stay a moment, if you please. Possibly you are about to denounce me. And if I am, it is no more than you deserve. We will not argue that question. Do so if you please. But hark ye, Mr. Thomas Gatliff, a word in your ear. If you accuse me of committing this atrocious crime, as you term it, I must tell you frankly, I shall be constrained in self-defense to declare that you are the murderer of Alf Purvis. So it is perhaps just as well for you to understand what you have to expect." "Infamous, abandoned, and guilty woman," cried Gatliff, who was at this time driven to a state bordering on distraction. "I have no fear for myself. Think not to escape by such a miserable device. I both abhor and contemn you. Away, wretch, away, murderess and adulteress. I am far beyond the reach of your maligno. I shall go when I feel disposed to do so. I am proof against your taunts and abuse, and I should advise you to be a little more temperate in your language. You don't know at present whom you have to deal with. I say go, I will have nothing more to say to one who is so vile. Very well, sir, as you please, we are to part in anger. It would seem the fault is not mine. Yours, exclaimed Gatliff, casting upon her a look of unutterable disgust. Part in anger, away, woman, away. I loathe the very sight of you. She came forward with the intention of making an urgent appeal to him, but he thrust her fiercely from him, turned on his heel, and without uttering another word, fled from the spot. When he reached Margate, he made for the station booked for London, and hastened on to the metropolis. Laura Stanbridge, after he had left her so abruptly, remained for some time, lost in thought. Ah, she murmured, hell keep silent upon this subject. I think I know enough of him to be assured of that he is not likely to turn against me for all his vaporing. I don't think I have much to fear as far as he is concerned. But if he does play me false, well, I have my remedy, which I shall not hesitate to make use of any way he will find it difficult to come out of the business with clean hands, certainly, not without a strong shade of suspicion. Let him do his worst, then, if he means to turn traitor. Yes, let him do his worst. That base, ungrateful boy has met with his deserts. For years I have been thirsting for revenge, but never deemed it would be brought about in this fashion. She walked slowly on in the direction of a small cottage, which she rented furnished for a few weeks during the season. Upon her entering the habitation in question, her maid observed that she looked troubled and careworn. The reason for this alteration in her appearance the girl could not quite understand, but she said nothing, laid the table for supper, and then looked inquiringly at her mistress. Oh, any visitors, is that what you mean? Said Miss Stanbridge. Yes, ma'am. Not any visitors tonight, Jane. Mr. Gatliff is called suddenly away. I shall be all alone this evening. The table having been laid, and the supper served, Miss Stanbridge partook of her evening meal, as if nothing had happened. Her heart was as hard and petrified as the nether millstone. Chapter Roman 153, The Stoke Ferryman. Tom Gatliff, as we have already intimated, went direct up to London, after the terrible scene on the cliffs. He made up his mind to cast off the woman who had in days gone by held him in bondage. Come what would, he was determined never to have anything further to say to her, but his mind was distraught, and every turn he expected to learn that a body had been picked up off Margate. However, days passed on, and no news received of the ill-fated Alf Purvis, but Tom could not dismiss from his mind the harrowing circumstances connected with the tragedy, and deemed it advisable to keep silent and await patiently the issue. It would be time enough for him to be outspoken, when he felt assured that silence would be criminal. The infamous woman, the perpetrator of the act of atrocity, which we have recorded, remained for a few days in Margate after the event. Then, she, like her companion, returned to the metropolis. She was quite calm and self-possessed, and did not appear to have any remorse for the past or fears for the future. On the side of a dark-rolling river, half buried among willows and rushes, stood a small cottage. Suspended before the door was a large bell, the rope of which swung backwards and forwards in the breeze. The road which passed the cottage consisted of two huge ruts, with grass growing in the space between. It ended at the river bank. To this bank were chained two boats, one a kind of barge adapted for the carrying of vehicles and large burdens, the other one of those small flat-bottomed boats which may be propelled either by oar or pole, and which are called punts. It was Stoke Ferry, the most desolate of all spots on the river, as it passes on its course to the sea. The cottage was the residence of the ferryman. The bell was rung by those who wished to be ferried over to the other side. Some years previously, the house and ferry had been put into the auction room. An old man, whom nobody knew, had bought them, and had lived there since that day. He was never seen outside his door except to ply his calling as a ferryman, and once a month to go to London, where he would always remain a night and return the next day, with a face, they said, more pale and stern than before. He had no servant in the house to help him. He did all his washing and cleaning himself. He took his meat from the butcher, his bread from the baker, and his milk from the farmer's man at the door. He was only known by the name of the Stoke Ferryman. His habitation was well suited to a misanthrope. It was surrounded by barren fields exposed to cold winds, and in the winter the river would flood his garden and would beat against his primitive residence, the walls of which were mossy and green from damp. The neighbors looked with astonishment upon this man. As a sort of natural curiosity, he remained buried in solitude within sight of men. He dwelt amongst waters, and seemed to live in eternal cold and darkness, for no lights ever shone from his windows, no smoke ever rose from his chimney. When there was a dearth of scandal, it was not often this was the case, but when there was a lull in this respect, the gossips would always fall back upon the Stoke ferryman. Some said he was a sorcerer, that he had dealings with the evil one; some, that he was a criminal hiding from the eyes of the law; others, that he was only an eccentric individual, who was a little crazed in consequence of a great trouble he had met with in early life. When the children in the neighborhood were troublesome, and could not be brought to order by ordinary means, they were told that they would be handed over to the Stoke ferryman, and this threat invariably had the desired effect. At a little less than a half-mile from the ferry stood the habitation and fertile land known as Stoke Ferry Farm, and at about 2 miles distance, or a little more perhaps, was the residence of Mr. Kensett the magistrate. It was the hour of twilight. Frogs croaked hoarsely from the damp ditches by the riverside. Sometimes an owl flew past with its white ghastly wings and hollow cry. A woman stood before the ferryman's house. Her face was pale and haggard, her limbs were weary, and her garments were soiled. She stood there for some minutes in a state of trepidation. Presently, she seemed to muster up courage, for she seized the rope and rang the bell violently. The cottage door was opened, and an old man with a lantern advanced down the garden path slowly towards the gate. Through the bars of the gate, which was secured by a padlock, he examined her face. He murmured, "I suppose you wish to cross over, madam?" "No, I do not. I wish to speak with you," she answered. "Speak to me, and what might it be upon? Well, I am all attention. Proceed." "I wish to speak to you alone." The old man extended his thin horny hand towards the barren dusty plain, then towards the silent river. "You may speak here safely," said he with a grim smile. "We are quite alone, and I do not expect we shall be interrupted by visitors." "Ah, sir," she cried in a tone of anguish, "they say you know more than other men, and if this be so, which I do not for a moment doubt, you may be able to render me a service. I do not at present see in what way. What is it you desire?" "To find my son, whom I have been searching in vain for." The ferryman regarded her for a moment, and then shook his head. "Do not refuse me the assistance I require. If I do not find my poor boy, I shall die. My feet are blistered with walking, my eyes are sore with weeping, and my heart is pining for him. I cannot find. Oh, sir, if you have the power to assist me, you cannot refuse." She fell upon the damp ground, and prayed with clasped hands to him, who looked at her through her gate. "Such are women," muttered the misanthrope, "when their own resources have failed them. They make one shallow hope an assurance, and appeal to a poor old man as if he were a god." "It is my last hope," she moaned. "What is your name?" he asked absently. "I am called Mrs. Grover," she returned, "but that is not my real name." "And what might be your real name then?" "Purvis." "Ah, indeed, I have heard it before," I think he ejaculated, as he gave a convulsive start, while his eyes glared at her through the iron bars like those of a caged wolf, who sniffs blood in the air. There was a pause of several minutes, then he slowly unlocked the gate. "You had better come in," said he. She entered. He opened the door of his house, and bade her follow him. She entered a room which was heated by a clear coal stove, and that was why no smoke ever rose from his chimney. It was lighted by an oil lamp, suspended from the ceiling, while huge oaken shutters, and a baize edging to the foot of the door, prevented a gleam of light from penetrating abroad. The walls and floor were hidden by books. A table in the center was covered with papers, and with instruments of a kind which she had never seen before. He trimmed the lamp, and sat down leaning his face on his hand. He seemed to be lost in thought, but all this while his eyes were bent upon her, his eyes full of sorrow and compassion. Under other circumstances, the woman would have been frightened, and as it was, she was not without certain misgivings. She was in the lone habitation of a forlorn and mysterious man. She was surprised at his pensive attitude, and his singular silence, which appeared to her to be almost preternatural. "Ah, sir, you already know my errand," said she, in a beseeching tone. "Do not keep me in suspense. If you can do anything in respect to my poor boy, I feel assured you will not deny me the favor I ask." "If I can," murmured the recluse. "Does it not strike you as being a little remarkable that you should seek the assistance of a poor old hermit like myself? I have no home, woman, poor and, I may say, despised. How can I serve you?" "I want to find my boy, who years ago was at Stoke Ferry farmhouse." from which place he ran away. He was turned away. The cruel farmer tied a hair round his neck, and beat him unmercifully. Small wonder is it then that the poor lad left Stoke Ferry Farm for good and for all. He did not leave it for good, not for any good as far as he was concerned. He was the son of a gentleman, and could ill brook the cruel usage to which he was subjected. We will not quarrel about that, Mrs. Grover, said the ferryman, it is hardly worth, while Mr. Jamblin was a worthy man, a lit headstrong perhaps, but he was a good man for all that. Do not speak ill of the dead. Oh, I don't speak ill of Mr. Jamblin. Still, had he been a little more tolerant, the boy would not have been driven to seek his living in the streets, neither would he have associated with lawless characters. Isabel Purvis, the thoughtlessness of man, and the bleeding of your own heart, drove you to a crime. You abandoned the child which you, as its mother, ought to have cherished. Is not this so? It is. I do not deny it, but I have had a lifelong punishment. True, you have repented. You are punished now, but you will be pardoned hereafter, let us hope, he added in a lower tone. She shuddered, and felt half afraid of the mysterious man who spoke so calmly, and appeared to be so self-possessed. You have heard my last observation, shave you not? Yes, said she, and they have sunk deep in my heart. It is quite true my son has led an evil life, I have been told. Who told you? I have heard it from several. Name one. William Rotten. Rotten, he's a gypsy, is he not? Yes, do you know him? I have seen him once or twice, that is all. Cannot he give you any information about your son, whom it would appear you are now all of a sudden so anxious to see? It is not so sudden. I have been anxious to see him for a long time past. You forget, sir, that it is only lately I have had reasons for thinking he was my son. Ah, true, there is something in that. It's a pity you had not known it earlier. I divine your meaning, she cried, seizing his hands. You know he is dead, and do not like to tell me, and yet. Yet what? He cannot be dead, he is so young. The ferryman rose and opened a small cabinet. From this, he took a book bound in black and placed it on the table before him. Now his face became stern. Jets of fire seemed to dart from his deep-sunken, piercing eyes. Mrs. Grover began to tremble. In this book, he muttered in a hollow voice, are recorded the vile deeds of a woman who is as nefarious as she is alluring. Mrs. Grover started to her feet. What is her name? Said she. It would not benefit you if I were to tell you, he answered. But I can guess. I think I know whom you mean. Do you please to say then? Her name is Stambridge. The old man nodded and pored over his book. Am I right? She inquired. Be silent, he cried. Have you no wounds in your heart, which words will open? Be silent, my friend, and listen to your woes, which are kindred to my own. He opened the book. She shuddered. There were pages of writing, and the letters were all red. You need not be under any apprehension, said her companion. I am not likely to do you, or anybody else, any harm, although my ways are not altogether like the ways of other men. He turned to a particular page in the book. Listen, said he. Then he read. Isabel Purvis, hiding from the police for the abandonment and attempted murder of her child, repentant and desirous of gaining an honest livelihood, the daughter of Satan, discovers Hirsch, pretends friendship, worms from her the relation of her crime, threatens to hand her over to justice if she refuses to obey her, and to destroy her. Mrs. Grover groaned. Yes, yes, she ejaculated, all this is but too true, every word of it. How could it have become known to you? That is my business, said he, turning to another page. Alfred Purvis runs away from Stoke Ferry Farm and sells birds' nests in London. The fiend finds him in a low lodging-house in Westminster, takes him to her den, depraves his mind by slow degrees, teaches him to cheat, places him under a notorious thief, sends Mrs. Grover upon the streets, because she warned by the instincts of a mother's love. I did not know at that time that he was my son, cried the miserable woman. Possibly not, indeed it is certain you did not, but listen. Alfred Purvis was placed under the care of Mr. Jamblin, ran away to London in different hands. He might have been a credit to his relatives. I say he might, it is not certain, but he might. But under an obstinate agriculturist he became mischievous, and under a fiend. Why do you not continue? Exclaimed the woman. There is more writing on the page. Go on, pray go on. I can bear it, indeed, I can. I am quite calm, as you see. He closed the book. She sprang towards him with a yell, but his eyes repelled her. It was not because they were stern, it was because they were so sorrowful. She crept back from him. Tell me, sir, for mercy's sake, tell me, if he is alive or dead. His grandfather Lime Kensett yearns to see him already. He has saved this unhappy and ill-fated young man from being convicted. No, he wishes to make him his heir. Is he alive? He is, said the old ferryman, is alive. Bless you for telling me this, it has given me new life. I may yet see him. Tell me where he is. Oh, give him to me. The old man shook his head. I cannot do that, he slowly answered. She must do that. I cannot. She, Laura Stanbridge. He bent his head. Is she in London? He made the same sign. Now leave me, he said. She arose and went to the door and gained the garden beyond. He followed her to the gate. As she opened it, he laid his hand upon her shoulder, where it felt like hot steel. And he hissed into her ear, when the cup is full, come to me. Chapter Roman 154, The Unexpected Meeting. Laura and Mrs. Grover. We are again in London. It is ninth day's work is over with many of the inhabitants of this mighty human hive. But there are thousands, however, whose work commences after dark: journalists, reporters, printers, and those who minister to the pleasure of the public, as entertainers have each and all to ply their vocation, after what are the recognized working hours of the great body of the people. The doors of the theaters had opened for the second price from the cafes, saloons, and taverns of the Haymarket, and its purlieus red lights began to gleam. Hoarse voices to swear in this fearful quarter, where but a few years back vice and debauchery reigned undisturbed, now began to fill with the votaries of vice, and the victims of vanitymen who covered their natures of beasts, with the garb of gentlemen-women, who with sad gaiety and lurid smiles walked in order that they might not starve. In a dark street, near Leicester Square, two women met beneath a gaslight. Both started. One of them tried to pass, the other seized her. No, I must speak to you, Laura Stanbridge, said the elder of the two. The woman whom she addressed affected surprise. Why, is it really you, Mrs. Grover? Said she. Yes, it is me, she answered gloomily. It is years since we met, but I knew you in a moment. Indeed, in that you had the advantage of me, for at first, I confess, I was at a loss to understand who you were. That is likely enough. Time has altered both of us, but me more especially. I don't see that it has, but do you want anything of me? Yes, I do, or I should not have troubled to make myself known to you. I desire to have a little conversation with you. Laura Stanbridge hesitated. Humph, something to say, eh? Yes. Perhaps I may learn something from her, she muttered to herself. Better keep in with her. Then aloud she said, You are the last person in the world I should have expected to meet. Still, of course, I am glad to see you. Oh yes, I dare say you are. Let us enter this cafe, said Laura. They entered the establishment in question, which was provided with some marble tables and luxurious ottomans. It was divided into two compartments. They passed into the further one, where they could converse with privacy. First, however, it was requisite to order some refreshment. Darkin, cried Laura. No. 86. Illustration, Laura Stanbridge and Purvis' mother. Laura Stanbridge and Purvis' mother in the restaurant. A waiter with shaved cheeks and a small black mustache of the true Frenchman style answered the call. Un verre de parfait, amour, said Miss Stanbridge. He bowed, vanished, and returned with a tiny glass filled with a liquor red as a girl's lips, luscious and perfumed as the nectar of the gods. Now, my dear Mrs. Grover, said Laura as she sipped the beverage and reclined in a voluptuous attitude, I am all attention. Pray, tell me what you have to discourse about the wickedness and vanity of the world, or what? There is no occasion for you to make a jest of a subject, which to me is, alas, a most serious one, returned her companion. I have come to ask what you have done with my child. Your child, cried Laura, raising her eyebrows. The person to whom you allude is no longer a child. Well then, my son, if that term pleases you better. We will not dispute about terms. I presume you allude to a young man who was at one my time protégé. The boy whom you adopted from the streets and taught to be a thief was my son. I always loved him, said the unhappy woman. I always loved him without knowing why, but he was the babe I nursed at this breast, and carried in these arms, and kissed with these lips, babe I abandoned when I was mad and foolish, and whom they tore from me, and made me fly for my very life. I never knew this until lately, and I have been searching for you for months past. I asked Bill Rotten to put me on the right track, and I have asked everybody I could think of. Oh, indeed. Yes, I have. This is very curious and romantic, And you really mean to say that you have not seen or heard of your young friend for all these long and weary years? No, never, never once have I set eyes upon him, but what could I do? You threaten me with the police, if I tried to balk you, and I was altogether at your mercy. I did not know that he was my darling son. And if I had, she said fiercely, the rope itself should not have held me back. But I did not know that then. I only knew that I loved him, but I did not know why. Laura Stanbridge sipped her parfait amour. This is really very dramatic, Mrs. Grover, very dramatic. Indeed, said she with perfect composure. And I suppose there will be no harm in gratifying your curiosity, especially as it may serve you as a lesson not to play at pitch and toss with babies in the future. I do not care a pin for your taunts. Jest at me, as you will. It will not harm me. Only tell me where he is. I should be clever indeed to tell you that, seeing that I do not know myself. Have you quarreled then, and do you never see him then? I never see him, and never wish to do so. He was my friend, is now my bitterest enemy. I suppose you have heard of Dandy Sutherland, as he is termed. Mrs. Grover turned pale, as she murmured, then my boy has fallen into his hands. All is lost, all is lost. Dandy Sutherland is the bully grand of the 40 thieves, and the standing toast of every boozing ken between Westminster and Whitechapel. While other men have been content to shine in one branch of the profession, the dandy has made himself master of them all, and is equally notorious as a drummer, as a mobsman, a shuffler, a smasher, and a cracksman. In this last capacity, he is only surpassed by the celebrated and famous Charles Peace, who surpasses all others as a daring and accomplished burglar. The dandy, therefore, is not to be named in the same day with Charles Peace, but he has other accomplishments, practices other forms of villainy, which Peace never attempted. Gracious heaven, can this be possible? It is not only possible but true. Admit that it is so, but this does not help me to find my son. Where is my boy? His genius for calculation would have made his fortune at cards before the hells were abolished, observed Miss Stanbridge, not taking any heed of her companion's queries. And could he obtain an entree into the ottoman or coconut tree, where hundreds of pounds are frequently staked upon a game, his skill at billiards would speedily enrich him. And is he not rich now? Inquired the other, stifling her rage, that she might obtain the information she desired. He was not rich when I last saw him. On the contrary, he was poor, but this is some time ago. I have not seen anything of him for a long time past. He is unsettled and extravagant. Besides, he is an unprincipled corrupter of our own sex, and so spends more thought upon vice than upon crime. Vice is a safe game, because it is played at by all the aristocracy, but it is the reverse of lucrative. And this man, this Dandy Sutherland, as you call him, am I to understand that he is an associate of my son's, or is he my boy himself? Well, to tell you the truth, forlorn and afflicted parent, said Laura Stanbridge, Dandy Sutherland, with his 50 aliases and his 1,000 crimes, is no other than the youth whom I had the honor of initiating into his profession. The mother did not speak. She stared at Laura stupidly, as if she had not understood her, but she turned pale and breathed very hard. I repeat, said Laura, that your son is now called by the thieving fraternity Dandy Sutherland, and that he has been compelled to fly from the officers of justice, in consequence of a burglary and murderous outrage he has been engaged in, and I think, seeing that he is wanted by the police, that it is very doubtful about your finding him for some time to come. At all events, if he is caught, they'll give it him pretty hot, I fancy, remarked Laura carelessly, as she sipped her parfait. And you will be glad to see him in trouble. If you say that again, I will throttle you, cried Mrs. Grover, with a sudden burst of passion. Now don't be noisy, my dear old friend, returned her companion with a smile. It is of course very dramatic, but we don't want to bring down the house. Just no, we don't indeed. The unhappy mother fell into a chair, and the tears streamed in hot torrents from her eyes. Suddenly, she sprung to her feet. She snatched a handkerchief from her bosom, and showed Laura Stanbridge a golden ring, and a slip of paper on which the ink was brown and faded, as if it had been written years before. I will save him, yet I will save him, yet, cried the woman. Do you know what I will do? Can't possibly imagine. I will go to him, and will show him this ring and paper, and I will tell him that he is not base born, but born in lawful wedlock, and heir to a squire's land that will tempt him to turn from his evil ways, and he will go to his grandfather. And of course he will not know what my son has been, and what he will never be again, but will make up some clever story, and it will be all right. Oh, it must be a wonderfully clever story to put your son straight with Squire Kensett. Wonderfully clever. Indeed. Why don't you know that the worthy magistrate in question has already had Dandy Sutherland before him, upon the charge of attempting to defraud the Saltwich Bank? Before Squire Kensett cried, Mrs. Grover perfectly aghast at this piece of information. Most certainly. Alf is the squire's grandson. Is he? Most certainly, he is the son of Mr. Robert Everhard Kensettred, that said Mrs. Grover, handing her companion the paper. Ah, I see a marriage certificate, and your husband is Mr. Robert Everhard Kensetti's dead. Yes, he is the ship he sailed and foundered at sea, and all hands on board were lost. How very unfortunate for he sad indeed, but this instrument appears to be genuine. When I show it, my son, he will do as I wish, will he not? No one could refuse to exchange constant anxiety and danger for perpetual substance and respectability. You think he will come with me? Then asked Mrs. Grover for the sake of hearing such words again. I am sure of it if you find him. If I find him. Yes, at present, that little difficulty stands in the way. Oh, how happy I am, and the thought only came into my poor weak head lately, my boy will be a squire, and perhaps they will make him a magistrate. Only fancy his being a magistrate. I confess I cannot fancy it at present. He is hunted like a wild beast, and has been compelled to leave the country, so I have been told he had better keep out of the way, and no doubt he will, for he is cunning as a fox. Mrs. Grover looked at the speaker anxiously. What are you doing with my certificate? Said she. I am folding it up to put in my pocket. It is a very important paper, and perhaps you might lose it. Oh no, I am not likely to do that, said the other earnestly. I have kept that paper and the ring my husband gave me ever since I was a young and wicked girl. Don't put it in your pocket. I shall want it, you know, to show it to my son. But I don't mean to let you show it to your son, and she sipped her parfait amour. Not let me, why not? Because I don't wish your son to become a squire and a magistrate. He would be too proud to remember his old friends. Oh, Laura, cried the miserable mother, you cannot find it in your heart to hold him back from a life of honesty, and drive him to sin and death. Ah, woman, you have made him everything that's bad. Have you not done enough? No, shrieked Laura, rising to her feet. No, I have not done enough, for do you know, woman, how this precious son of yours turned round upon me? No, I never heard. Hark ye, woman, I knelt to that man, I, Laura Stanbridge, and he spurned me as if I had been a leper. I became a woman for once, and I was trodden on. Do you think I am likely to serve him, recreant, heartless scoundrel? No, no, madam, you know little of me if you imagine I can forget the bitter wrong done me. I fostered a serpent, and now I both hate and despise this precious sample of manhood. Go your ways, do as you will. You cannot count on any assistance from me. Find him if you can, but I tell you once, and for all that I have done with him. Mrs. Grover listened to this sudden burst of fury, at first with a shudder, afterwards with an icy calmness. She had taken a resolution. Without replying, she moved towards the door. Stop, cried Laura Stanbridge, understand me distinctly. I have nothing to say against you personally. I do not dislike you, but as for him. No more, say, no more, you have done your worst. Do not be sure of that, possibly worse is to fall. Mrs. Grover moaned and sank back in her chair. There was no life in her eyes, but one tear which struggled freely down her cheeks, no life in her frame, but a slight quivering in her hands. Laura Stanbridge looked at her with a smile, then she drew the marriage certificate from her pocket, and read it over carefully, and she took the last sip of her parfait amour. After a while, her companion recovered herself. She arose, and holding up one hand in a deprecating manner, she passed out of the café. Unhappy woman, exclaimed Miss Stanbridge, after she had gone, she little thinks that she is not likely to see her son this side of the grave. Strange, that the body has never been found. Drifted out, I suppose, and never will be recovered. All things considered, we must deem ourselves fortunate. Chapter Roman 155. Identification of peace charged with the murder of Mr. Dyson. The incidents described in the preceding chapters came to a denouement. This we shall have to chronicle a few chapters further on. Meanwhile, we will put the reader in possession of other facts in connection with our hero. Charles Peace at this time occupied the attention of the detectives in a most remarkable degree, and every effort was made to bring the crime of murdering Mr. Dyson home to him. Every effort was used to give as much publicity to the leading circumstances attendant on this crime. The public were furnished with the following account. On the night of the 29th November 1876, a civil engineer named Mr. Arthur Dyson, who resided at Banner Cross Terrace near Sheffield, was shot by a man whom he found lurking on his premises. That man was subsequently sworn to as being Charles Peace, a notorious character who had been convicted of felony and who was known to be a desperado. Immediately after committing the murder, Peace decamped across the adjacent fields, and from that time all trace of him was lost. A coroner's inquest, sitting on view of the body of Mr. Dyson, returned a verdict of willful murder against Peace, and on this, a warrant was issued for his apprehension, and it is believed that he at last has been captured. Peace was an old bird, and eluded those who were on his track. He was so successful in that many believed he had made away with himself by jumping down some old coal pit, and thus hiding his body whilst ridding the world of himself. But the police officers who had to deal with him did not believe this story. Peace, they said, is not a man to do that hell fight before he's caught. He's not dead. On the night of the murder, there was a handicap in Sheffield in which men were the competitors, and the railway stations were crowded with those who were returning home after viewing the pedestrian exhibition. It was thought that Peace mixed up with this motley crowd, and so effected his escape for the time being. As to where he had gone was a question, but the police were almost as rapid in their movements, as was Peace, though for the time being he appeared the most successful in the accomplishing of his purpose, the effecting of his escape. Within 5 hours after Mr. Dyson's death, the whole of the large towns within a radius of 200 miles of here had been warned of the crime which had been committed, and the railway stations of Hull, Huddersfield, Leeds, Manchester, Bradford, Liverpool, and Halifax were most vigilantly watched, and it was known that Peace, being an old hand, knew the thieves' runs and hiding places in those localities. Notwithstanding every effort, there was no indication of the whereabout of the man. The houses of some of his relatives in Sheffield were searched almost nightly. Nocturnal visits were made to the domiciles of other friends, but yet there were no tidings of Peace, and the closest scrutiny failed to show that he was having the slightest communication with any of those who in Sheffield had been regarded as attached to him, and with whom he had been in the habit of associating. One Sheffield detective watched the Manchester railway station for almost a month, but of course unsuccessfully. The almost universally accepted version of the murderer's escape was this: that Peace took train to Hull within a couple of hours after shooting Mr. Dyson. Indeed, an officer who went to that town afterwards, and who knew the crimping places as he himself graphically describes them, said he had no doubt that Peace had been there and had remained a week or two, but after that there was no trace of him. There was but one other theory left, and that was that the fellow had taken ship and gone to Hamburg, being well versed as to the thieves' haunts there. It should here be stated, however, that before committing the murder, Peace went to a friend and said he was short of cash. He borrowed 15 and forgot to return it. Thus it will be seen that he was not short of funds when he set out with the intention of committing the murder, for that he intended to commit one there can be no doubt, although his particular reasons for doing so are for the present a complete mystery. The authorities took care to circulate throughout the police districts of the United Kingdom a complete description of the man, who was wanted, together with photographs of him, showing his visage, when shaven, when wearing a beard, and indeed, under all the appearances he had worn whilst in the hands of the police. The authorities on the continent and in the United States received similar advices, but still, there was no trace of the man, and this only led the incredulous to be more firmly of opinion that Peace had committed suicide and would no longer be heard of amongst the living. It will be seen from the official notice, which we append, that if Peace fell into the hands of the police, there were marks on him which would make him somewhat easy of identification for his apprehension. A reward of 100 was offered by government. The police notice was as follows: Murder 100 reward, whereas on the 29th ult. Mr. Arthur Dyson Roman 100 E was murdered at Bannercross, Sheffield, having been shot in the head, in the presence of his wife, by Charles Peace, who escaped in the darkness of the night, and is still at large, and whereas at the coroner's inquest, held on the 8th inst. Upon the body of the said Arthur Dyson, a verdict of willful murder was found against the said Charles Peace. Notice is hereby given that a reward of 100 will be paid by Her Majesty's Government to any person other than a person employed in a police force in the United Kingdom, who shall give such information and evidence as shall lead to the discovery and conviction of the said Charles Peace. Peace is a thin and slightly built man, about 4 to 6 years of age, but looks 10 years older, 5 feet 4 or 5 inches, high gray nearly white hair, beard, and whiskers. The whiskers were long when he committed the murder, but may now be cut or shaved off, has lost one or more fingers off left hand, cut mark on back of each hand, and one on forehead, walks with his legs rather wide apart, speaks somewhat peculiarly, as though his tongue was too large for his mouth, and is a great boaster. He is a joiner or picture frame maker, but occasionally cleans and repairs clocks and watches, and sometimes deals in oleographs, engravings, pictures. Roman 100 associates with loose women, and has been twice in penal servitude for burglaries near Manchester. Besides that, Peace was known to be a good shot, and a quick one. He had been a daring poacher when a young man, and always carried a revolver on him. As a cracksman, he stood in the foremost ranks of the thieving fraternity. He was a capital hand at opening a safe, and was utterly reckless as to consequences, and notoriously cruel. Such was the man whom the police desired to apprehend, and it was well known that if he had a chance, he would resist his capture, and not hesitate to resort again to the use of firearms. There is now almost every reason to believe that Peace has at length fallen into the hands of the police. The identification. A prisoner of the notorious character indicated above was of course the object of special care and precaution. As a consequence, it was found that there were marks on him of a singular description, and a word or two which he had dropped to a fellow prisoner gave rise to a suspicion in the minds of the authorities that John Ward was not altogether what he professed to be, half-caste American and a juvenile in the art of thieving. Inspector Phillips took the matter in hand, and as a result of his searches came to the conclusion that the prisoner was no other than Charles Peace of Sheffield, the murderer of Mr. Dyson. He examined the prisoner more closely, and found the numerous discolorations and disfigurements on his body to coincide with the police description. The photograph of the missing Peace was evidently that of this prisoner, and a number of other circumstances tended to prove the identity of the guilty man. So the police came to the conclusion that the man in Newgate was none other than the Banner Cross murderer. Indeed, it was generally understood that the prisoner did not attempt to deny that he was Charles Peace. In addition to all this, Mr. Jackson was in possession of some valuable information, which he was not at liberty to divulge till the inquiry assumed a more definite shape. Certain legal forms had to be gone through before Peace could be removed from Newgate to answer the charge made against him in the county in which the crime had been perpetrated. One difficulty, however, stood in the way. The question at this time was how to find out Mrs. Dyson. Without her evidence, the case would break down. Mrs. Dyson was now wanted as badly as Peace had been some time after the murder. She left this country to return to Ohio, United States, and was indeed seen on board the vessel at Queenstown by Sub-Inspector Walsh. There were persons who thought she would not remain long in America, and that she had returned to this country. The question was, where was Mrs. Dyson? This was a query which naturally suggested itself. Her appearance in Sheffield was a matter of great importance, for without her Peace might be kept outside the law which he had so long defied. The public had at this time perhaps as much interest centered upon Mrs. Dyson as upon Peace himself. There was a general belief, however, that Mrs. Dyson knew a great deal more than she divulged at the inquest, not, indeed, about the actual facts of the murder, but with reference to her previous knowledge of our hero and her communications and transactions with him. Certain letters produced at the inquest tended to show that between Mrs. Dyson and Peace much correspondence passed. This was flatly denied by Mrs. Dyson, who declared that she had never seen the letters before, and in this unsatisfactory condition, things remained for some time, when the Banner Cross tragedy was occupying public attention. Information respecting the appearance, conduct, and antecedents of Mrs. Dyson were read with interest. Mrs. Catherine Dyson was married at Cleveland, Ohio, about the year 1866, to Mr. Arthur Dyson, civil engineer. In 1873, they returned to England and lived at Tinsley with the mother of Mr. Dyson. Afterwards, they removed to Highfield, and then to Alexander Road, Healy. Darnall was their next abode, and at Darnall Peace first came upon the scene. He took a house near the Dysons, and endeavored to become intimate. Mr. Dyson treated his advances with coolness, and then Peace altered his tactics, and endeavored to make disturbances between husband and wife. Failing in this, he spread mischievous reports about them, and finally threatened to shoot Mrs. Dyson. For this, a summons was issued against him, and neglecting to answer it, the summons was followed by a warrant upon this Peace, left the neighborhood, or at any rate endeavored to give that impression to those who knew him. Mrs. Dyson, however, never believed that he had gone far. Though letters purporting to come from Germany, and signed apparently by Peace, frequently came to the house, she had the impression that he was still about the town, and at his tricks at this time, the Dysons went to Banner Cross, where the murder subsequently took place. Mrs. Dyson was then about 25 years of age, or half the age of her husband. She was a person of considerable muscular development, and not without personal attractions of face and figure. Her countenance was round, and ruddy, her hair raven black and neatly, and fashionably tied up in coils. After the murder of her husband, she appears to have been animated by a profound hatred of Peace, and naturally, so the various statements she made tend nevertheless to show that she had an intimate knowledge of him and knew his real character. She scouted the then prevalent idea that he had drowned himself or otherwise put an end to his existence. She was certain, she stated, that he was not so far away, but that he would return and finish her. It was not her husband he intended to shoot, but herself. She regretted she had not a revolver when she met Peace. In that case, she should herself have shot him dead. She was convinced that he would escape capture till he had put a bullet through her head as well as her husband's. Her only protection was to have a revolver herself, and if he came, she declared, she should use it. These and other statements show the views Mrs. Dyson had at that time. Her examination at the inquest was looked forward to with great interest. Then it was believed revelations would be made by her as to her knowledge of Peace, but in fact nothing transpired. She positively repudiated the notion that there was anything kept back, or that Peace was anything more to her than he had been to her husband. The following are some of her replies in answer to the coroner, who pressed her very closely upon this point. Had there ever been a quarrel between you and your husband with regard to Peace? No, no quarrel. You are quite sure that he never quarreled with you on account of your familiarity with Peace? No, I am sure he has not. Has he ever complained of your speaking to Peace? He did not wish me to speak to him. Has he ever found fault with you for speaking to him? No, he has never found fault, because he told me never to speak to him, and I did not. The letters found near the scene of the murder created a good deal of bewilderment as to what they related to and who were the authors of them. These letters were found the morning after the murder by Police Constable Ward in Mrs. Elsa's grass field opposite Mr. Dyson's house, and handed over to Inspector Bradbury. Amongst them was a pink envelope enclosing a cent American coin, the envelope bearing the words Roman 100 Peace-esque. The directions and other writing on the covers were evidently in a woman's hand, and written by one who apparently was carrying on an intrigue with Peace. These letters and papers were by the police evidently believed to have been written by Mrs. Dyson to Peace, for during the examination of Mrs. Dyson by the coroner, the letters were handed to the latter, who thereupon closely cross-examined the witness as to her knowledge of them. The coroner, in alluding to the letters in question, said, "Have you ever seen this writing before handing witness a quantity of letters? No. Have you looked at them? Yes. Did you ever lend Peace a book? No." The coroner to the jury, "These are letters and memoranda, gentlemen. They are not addressed to any Aniso. It is difficult to say what bearing they have on the case." Addressing witness, "Did Peace never write to you? No. You are quite sure of that? Yes. Did he never write asking you to meet him? No." The coroner to the police, "I suppose someone will give evidence as to where these came from." Mr. Inspector Bradbury, "Yes." The coroner, "It is difficult, gentlemen, to know what to do with regard to those letters. They are not addressed. There is one here. I do not like to read it, because it does not say for whom it is intended. It runs, 'I write you these few lines to thank you for all your kindness,' and so on. It is not addressed to anyone, and might have been written to Mrs. Dyson, or not to witness. Did you ever write a letter to Peace in your life? No. I never. Roman 999, not a scrap of paper of anything? No. You never wrote a word to him on paper? No. Just be careful, please. Do you mean to swear you never have written a word to him on paper? No. Never at all? No." Mr. Bradbury explained that the letters were picked up by a constable about 15 yards from where Peace was seen to get over a wall. They were found the morning after the murder. Peace had been in the neighborhood to several places, and showed the papers which he said were in Mrs. Dyson's handwriting, and written by her at the time she lived in Darnall. The jury are they all in one handwriting, some are in ink, and some in pencil. There is one scrap in Mr. Dyson's handwriting telling Peace that he would have nothing to do with him. To witness whose handwriting is that I don't know. Is it in your handwriting? No. Can you write? No, I never do write. The coroner said they were not addressed, but one scrap was identified by witness. As her husband's handwriting, it was Charles Peace, is requested not to interfere with my family to witness. Do you know Peace's handwriting when you see it? Yes. Witness then went over the letters, and thought that some of them were in Peace's handwriting. The writing was similar to that contained in the threatening letters, which were at Mr. Chambers' office. Inspector Bradbury explained that the letters had been given up to the chief constable, who had intended to be present at the inquest, but his brother's death had prevented him. The coroner to witness, I understand you to say that with the exception of the threatening letter, Peace never wrote to you or to him? No. I never. Roman 999. Was this threatening letter addressed to you, or to your husband? To my husband. Then he never wrote to you a threatening letter, or anything else? No. The letters threatened both. Peace never wrote to me. Then again, with regard to the pink envelope and the cent coin, the following took place. Mrs. Dyson recalled, was examined by the coroner, who said, Are you an American by birth? No. You have been living in America? Yes. Where did you see this coin last? Meaning, the cent. I cannot say where I have seen this, I have seen several. Do you know where Peace got it? No. Did you give it to him? No. Did you never give a coin at all? No, I did not. The papers after Peace's identification published an account of the interview of Peace before the murder with the Rev. E. Newman, in which he made charges of a very gross kind against Mrs. Dyson, and produced letters Roman 100. In support of his allegations, there can be little doubt that these letters are identical with those afterwards found by the police officer. It is said that one great object Peace had in view in trying to get Mrs. Dyson to follow his fortunes was that she would be useful to him in disposing of the proceeds of his burglaries. At one time, he offered her 50 to take a trip through the country with him. Peace had a great liking for arms, and succeeded in stealing 4 revolvers in his burglarious expeditions. With one of these, a 6-chambered weapon, he shot Mr. Dyson at Banner Cross, and he used the same revolver when he encountered Police Constable Robinson at Blackheath, and shot him in the arm just before his capture. This was his favorite revolver, but he had another, a smaller one with 5 chambers, which he practiced with at home. It carried only a very little bullet, not much larger than a pea, and when fired its report was scarcely louder than the crack of a whip, a capital revolver for practice. He frequently used it in his garden, firing at a bottle for a mark, and gaining great proficiency of aim. The 3rd revolver had 7 chambers, and the 4th 10 chambers. The 6-chambered one was his constant companion. However, he always carried it loaded, slept with it under his pillow, and kept the other 3 weapons likewise loaded in a drawer within easy reach of his bed, so that if his house had been surrounded by police, and they had endeavored to arrest him, there is no doubt whatever that Peace would have fought to the last, and that he would have been captured at a terrible sacrifice. He devoted a good deal of attention to his weapons, frequently drew the charges and cleaned them, and always had them ready for use. The 6-chambered revolver was wrested from his grasp at Blackheath by the police, but the other 3 together with the ammunition were sent down to Nottingham, and by a relative of Mrs. Thompson's were dropped into the canal near the town. The arrangements for conveying the prisoner to Sheffield to be then and there examined upon the charge of murdering Mr. Dyson had been made in what was supposed to be a satisfactory manner, and it was at this time that our hero committed one of the most daring acts in his whole career. On Wednesday morning of June 22, 1878, Charles Peace was taken in charge of 2 stalwart warders to the King's Cross station for the purpose of being conveyed by express train to Sheffield. But the proceedings came to a standstill in a most extraordinary manner. On Wednesday morning, by a determined and nearly successful attempt at escape, by leaping from an express train, Charles Peace, alias Ward Notorious, as the hero of the Blackheath burglaries, and accused on the evidence of Mrs. Dyson of having murdered Mr. Dyson at Banner Cross, near Sheffield, added another startling chapter to the strange eventful history with which the public are already familiar. The facts of this daring attempt are briefly as follows. The prisoner Peace left King's Cross, London, by the 5 Great Northern train accompanied by 2 warders from Pentonville Prison, where he had been confined, and he ought to have arrived at Victoria Station, Sheffield at 8:54 a Roman 1000. The warders who have been very much censured in Sheffield have stated that when they brought Peace from London, he was exceedingly troublesome throughout the whole journey and wanted to leave the train whenever it stopped, and indeed when it was traveling. At Peterborough he was allowed to get out, and the warders had considerable difficulty in getting him back. When they urged him to return, as he was keeping the train waiting, he answered them sneeringly, "What have I to do with caring for trains?" By way of precaution against this annoyance, the chief warder states that he provided himself with a number of little bags, and that whenever Peace required it, one of them was handed to him, and was afterwards thrown out of the window. It is clear that the desperado had been on the lookout for a favorable opportunity of making his escape, and at last it came. He pretended great weakness, and used several of the bags on the way. This may partly account for the fact that he had no irons on his lower limbs. His handcuffs were fastened with a chain about 6 inches long between them, and another chain for the warders to hold him by. The point selected was peculiarly favorable to the attempt. Between Worksop and Shire Roxo, called from certain oaks, under which the 3 shires of Nottingham, York, and Derby meet the ground, is comparatively level. The country is also well adapted by the neighborhood of the forests, as well as by old limepits and coalworkings, to offer temporary shelter to a criminal. Peace, it is known, is well acquainted with the district, having tramped it repeatedly when some of his many enterprises were unsuccessful. The warders, through Chief Constable Jackson of Sheffield, have stated that when the train had passed Worksop and was going at full speed, the prisoner asked for another bag. The chief warder gave him one, and he stood up with his face to the window to use it, the underwarder being close behind him. The window was dropped for him to throw it out, and quick almost as lightning, Peace took a flying leap through the window. The underwarder sprang forward and caught him by the left foot. There he held him suspended head downwards, Peace kicking the warder with his right foot and struggling with all his might to get free. The chief warder, unable to render his colleague any assistance in holding Peace, inasmuch as he occupied the whole space of the window, hastened to the other side of the carriage and pulled at the communication cord to alarm the driver and secure the stoppage of the train. The cord would not act, and some gentlemen who were in the next compartment, seeing the position of affairs, assisted in the efforts of the warder to stop the train. All this time, the struggle was going on between Peace and his warder, and eventually the prisoner succeeded in kicking off his shoe, and he fell, his head striking the footboard of the carriage, and he dropped on the line. Supposing that the burglar had been able, as he came very near being, to jump clean through the window and alight on the soft embankment, fortune would also have favored him in the matter of a fair start for Sherwood Forest. The struggle lasted during about 2 miles, and even after Peace got out, the train ran on for about a mile before the speed slackened sufficiently to allow the warders to follow him. A 3-mile start would have given the desperado such a chance of availing himself of the features of a very peculiar country, as he of all men would have delighted in when it had slackened speed sufficiently to allow the warders to alight. The express train went on, and the warders hurried back along the line. Mr. William Barlow, fruiterer of Ritford, who was a passenger by the train in which Peace was traveling, accompanied the warders, and in a plain, unvarnished manner, he states that between Shire Oaks and Kyneton Park, he heard a noise, and looking out of the window, saw one of the warders with a shoe in his hand. The train was brought up near the malt kiln at Kyneton Park. The 2 warders and Mr. Barlow at once got out and ran back along the line, and when they neared the spot where Peace made his plunge, they found him lying insensible on the line. He had been dragged for about 12 yards and appeared much hurt, but when he was moved to the side of the road, consciousness returned, and he begged them to cover him up as he was very cold. A slow train, which is timed to reach Sheffield at 9, soon came up. The warders shouted to the guard that Peace had jumped from the train and was lying there. The train was pulled up, and the criminal, who was now in no condition to offer resistance, was placed in the guard's van. He was then bleeding profusely and apparently in great pain, but the guard made him as comfortable as possible under the circumstances. Meantime in Sheffield the scene was highly exciting. As early as 6 in the morning, a crowd began to gather round the town hall, and at all the approaches, and long before the time the convict was expected to arrive, the assemblage had become very dense. Several persons fainted and were taken away, but still, the the crowd waited most patiently, until the rumor spread that the convict had escaped. Then the excitement was redoubled, the people surged backwards and forwards, they almost attempted to force the doors, and the police had hard work to keep their places at the railway station. When the train which should have brought peace arrived without him, and 10 minutes late, the great crowd outside commenced shouting and yelling in a most excited manner, and the utmost confusion prevailed. The prisoner's van which was awaiting to convey peace, and the warder's was drawn up opposite the large hall door. The train being brought to a standstill, a surprising announcement was made by the guard. Peace has jumped out cried that official the statement was for the moment treated by the crowd as a hoax, and meant as a blind in order to get the platform cleared. But when instead of peace, a sword, a bag, and a rug belonging to one of his warders were handed over by the guard to Inspector Bird, it was generally believed that Peace had really escaped, and that the warders were on his track. It was rumored at the station that Peace had escaped through the railway carriage window, and had succeeded in making off, but several of the more incredulous, however, would have it that he had been taken out of the train at Darnall, and would be from there quietly conveyed in a cart to Sheffield. Many persons lingered on the platform in order to satisfy themselves of his non-arrival. At the Sheffield police court, the few persons who had taken their seats in court by 9:15 were astonished, when a few minutes subsequently, the chief constable entered in a state of considerable excitement. Addressing his audience from the bench, Mr. Jackson said he was sorry to tell them that they had put themselves to inconvenience in attending thus early in the day, all to no account. In short, he exclaimed, Peace has escaped from the warders, at least, that is what I hear. Meanwhile the court very slowly filled, and a minute or two before 10 o'clock, the witnesses for the prosecution were admitted from the magisterial entrance. Mrs. Dyson, it was noted, looked wonderfully well, and even more collected in her demeanor on Friday last, notwithstanding the fact that she was to undergo the ordeal of a special examination. She again wore a black hat and feather, but eschewed the veil which before she persisted in keeping drawn close down over her features, and the thick waterproof with which she formerly enveloped her figure had given place to a mantle of a lighter description. Punctually at 10, the stipendiary Mr. Welby took his seat. Mr. Pollard and Mr. W. E. Clegg, the prosecuting and defending solicitors, were also in their places, but the dock remained untenanted. 10:15, and no peace. The rumor was whispered around that it was doubtful whether he would be able to appear at all that day, and this view of the situation was strengthened when, after an interview with Mr. Jackson, the stipendiary hurriedly left the court. Presently, Mr. Welby came back and said, As to this case, in consequence of the injuries the man Peace has received this morning, it is necessary to remand him for 8 days, therefore the case is adjourned for 8 days. There will be nothing further done this morning. Do not disperse in a hurry, for there is a large crowd outside. Another correspondent telegraphed the news was again and again repeated that Peace was dead, but the fact is that this report was founded upon his fall from the carriage. No fears are entertained as to his ultimate convalescence. On reaching the police offices at Sheffield, the convict was carried to a cell, where he was seen by Dr. Spowart, the police surgeon, and Mr. Hallam, a surgeon of large experience. They found he was suffering from a severe scalp wound in the head and concussion of the brain, and he appeared in a very exhausted state. He vomited freely, and it was with some difficulty that stimulants could be administered to him. His wound was carefully dressed, and he was laid on the cell bed and covered with rugs. After a little time, Peace was able to speak to his warders. The Sheffield police cells have the advantage of ample space, light, and warmth. The furniture in each cell consists of a long wooden bench, but the apartment occupied by Peace has had added to it a mattress and pillows together with an ample supply of rugs. There the little old man lies, his grey head curled down under the rugs, and near the door stand his 2 keepers. During the first hour he was frequently aroused, and brandy administered to him. At first force had almost to be used to get him to take it, but afterwards he drank it without any objection, though at one time with that thoughtfulness for himself, for which he has been distinguished, he expressed a preference for whiskey, if he must take any stimulants. The vomiting with which he was at first troubled soon ceased under the influence of the restoratives, and the medical men have been unremitting in their attention. There are some officers in the Sheffield force who were very doubtful as to the injuries he had sustained, and believe that he has been up to his old cunning, and shamming a bit. These constables stated that, when he was lifted up and the bottle placed to his lips, he ground his teeth and clenched his fists, and appeared to be struggling in a fit. He was laid on the bench, and force was about to be used to make him take the stimulant, when one who knew him well said very sternly, "Now, Charlie, it's no use, let's have none of your hanky-panky tricks here, y'all have to take it." Charlie recognized the voice, opened his eyes, and replied, "All right, give me a minute." A knowing wink passed among the officers. And presently he sat up, and took the brandy. Indeed, he seemed rather to like it, for he drank 2 gills in a comparatively short time. He is now resting quietly, the only request he makes being that he may be well covered, as he feels the cold which is in Sheffield exceptionally severe. When the Great Northern Express train reached Retford, the carriages for Sheffield and Manchester were detached, and made up for the Manchester, Sheffield, and Lincolnshire Railway. The compartment occupied by Peace and his warders was a third-class one in a composite carriage, immediately in front of the guard's van. In the next to first-class compartment were Mr. Benjamin F. Cocker, who resides at Retford, and another gentleman. Mr. Cocker says we had got about half a mile past Shireoak station, when I heard a loud shout from the compartment, where I knew Peace was the gentleman with me. Said Peace has got out, and tried to open the window on the near side. But it was frozen fast. I tried the other window, and opening it leaned half my body out, and tried to pull the communication cord. I saw the warder who was doing the same thing. The warder said, "I have got hold of this cord, but cannot make it ring." After trying this all we could at Branchcliffe siding, we signaled to the signalman again, and again we tried the cord, and the train slackened speed as it did so. I exclaimed to the warder, "You are a nice sort of fellow to let the man get out of your grip." The warder answered, "He jumped right through the window." In a second I held on him by the leg, but his boot came off, and of course he dropped. Then the warder's hands were covered with blood, for Peace had kicked him very severely while struggling at the window. For the present at least Peace will remain in Sheffield. At 10:30 p. Roman 1000 Chief Constable Cosgrove and his colleagues reported that Peace was slumbering in apparent comfort, but as the warder, who looked very wearied, and who evidently regards his charge as something entirely out of the ordinary, remarked with one eye open. A little earlier in the evening, the medical attendant had found it necessary to order the prisoner a little medicine. No. 87. Illustration: Peace's leap from the train. Peace's leap from the train. This he refused to take, but said the warder it was the doctor's orders, and we were bound to carry them out. Peace screamed violently, and the warder stated that he found a good deal of force necessary to compel the prisoner to take the potion, which it is believed was a slight opiate. "Even now, after all he has gone through," said the warder, "he seems to have more than the strength of an ordinary man." The warder added that, having been himself afoot since 2 o'clock in the morning, he felt much exhausted. After taking the medicine the prisoner was less excited, but did not seem to sleep at all easily. The police understood that the prisoner was to be retained in Sheffield till all is over, not only in Sheffield, but at Darnall and Bannercross, where Mr. Dyson was well known, at Shireoaks, Kyneton Park, and Worksop, near where the prisoner lived, and all round the district. An unparalleled interest was shown in the prisoner's latest escapade. The following further particulars are given by a correspondent. The window was let down, and Peace, stooping in front of it, was using the bag which the warders thought he was going to throw out as usual. Suddenly, with all the agility of a cat, Peace took a header and threw himself out of the window. The under warder sprang forward and was just in time to catch him by the left foot. There he held Peace head downwards, dangling out of the window, an extraordinary sight to those who happened to be passing at the time. Peace, with his other foot, kicked the warder's hands and struggled most determinedly to get free from the warder's grasp. The chief warder, finding the space too narrow to help his associate in the struggle, seized the rope communicating with the guard's van, and endeavored to stop the train. Peace, knowing that the window was too narrow to let the other get forward, became more savage and ferocious still, and kicked and wriggled about with great violence. Still the warder clung to him, and for a distance of 2 miles Peace was hanging head downwards by the carriage side. At last, by supreme effort, he managed to wriggle off his boot, which was left in the warder's hand, and the convict fell on the stepboard of the carriage, from which he bounded upon the ends of the sleepers. The train was still travelling very rapidly, the communication cord having failed to work, until a gentleman in the next compartment, hearing a noise, and suspecting something was wrong, managed to pull the rope, and the warders had the satisfaction of hearing the deep boom of the gong. The train slackened speed, and the warders got out and ran back up the line for nearly a mile, where they found Peace lying as he had fallen, having evidently received injuries sufficient to prevent his getting away. He was conscious, however, and gave the warders a smile of satisfaction as they came up to him. They found him in the act of trying to wriggle the handcuffs off his wrists. Blood was flowing from a wound in his head. They picked him up, and as the slow train, which arrives at Sheffield at 9 Roman 1000, was coming up, they signaled it to stop. The convict was put into the guard's van, where for the rest of the journey the warders kept a sharp lookout. He asked to be wrapped up in a rug as it was a very cold morning, exclaiming, "Oh my head, oh my poor head," precisely the same observation he made when he was brought to Greenwich Police Station after his encounter with Police Constable Robinson, the morning he was caught. On his arrival at Sheffield, an immense crowd awaited the train, but Peace was promptly seized by 4 officers, conveyed to the van, and was soon at the police office, where he looked a piteous spectacle. As he was lifted out of the vehicle and removed inside the police station, he appeared in a very exhausted condition, but after a little time he spoke a few words to the warders and took a pretty stiff dose of brandy, which was administered to him by medical orders. Peace's effort to escape. Various versions were very readily afloat after the express had reached Sheffield as to how this daring convict had succeeded in eluding his custodians, but they were all more or less wide of the mark. Through the courtesy of the chief constable, we are able to give the following authentic particulars of this last and most astounding feat of this remarkable man. It appears that when the warders brought Peace from Pentonville on the previous week, he was exceedingly troublesome throughout the whole journey and wanted to leave the train whenever it stopped, and indeed when it was traveling. At Peterborough, he was allowed to get out, and the warders had considerable difficulty in getting him back into the train. The chief warder adopted a plan of his own on the present occasion, and he provided himself with a number of little bags, and whenever Peace required it, one of them was handed to him and was afterwards thrown out of the window. From the moment of their leaving Pentonville, he appeared to set himself deliberately to work to annoy and irritate and vex the officers to the utmost of his power. And no one unacquainted with him can form any conception of his matchless powers in that direction. Having been in prison so many times, he is as well acquainted with the rules which guide the warders as they are themselves, and any infringement of those rules on their part, he would quickly detect and make a noise about. His set purpose seemed to be to provoke them to a breach of the rules, and to serve him as he too richly deserved to be served. He behaved more like a beast than a human being, until the carriage became almost unbearable. The train had passed Worksop, and a part of the country was reached which Peace knew too well all the way down on this. As in his previous journey, he had been adopting the most ingenious and cunning devices to put the warders off their guard, but without success. Now was his last chance of eluding them, and if he could but escape from the carriage, he could follow perhaps well-remembered cuts, steal into Darnall or some other place of refuge, and profiting, by past experience, be no more discovered. The train was whirling along at express speed, but what of that to such a man? To regain freedom was worth a supreme effort. Though he died in the attempt, he had used several of the bags referred to on the journey, and he asked for another. The chief warder gave him one, and he stood up with his face to the window to use it, the under warder being close behind him. The window was dropped for him to throw it out, and quick almost as lightning, Peace took a flying leap through the window. The under warder sprang forward and caught him by the left foot. There, he held him suspended head downwards, Peace kicking the warder with his right foot, and struggling with all his might to get free. The chief warder unable to render his colleague any assistance in holding Peace, inasmuch as he occupied the whole space of the window, hastened to the other side of the carriage, and pulled at the communication cord to alarm the driver and secure the stoppage of the train. The cord would not act, and some gentlemen who were in the next compartment, seeing the position of affairs, assisted in the efforts of the warder to stop the train. All this time, a most desperate struggle was going on between Peace and the warder. Peace, whose vitality seemed to be unbounded, was struggling with all his might, quite reckless of the consequences of falling headlong on the rails or of being caught in the train, and dashed to pieces. The warder held on to him like grim death, determined not to let go of him, but unable to secure a firmer grip of his prisoner. The passengers all down the train had had their attention arrested by what was going on, and were craning their necks out of the windows, astonished at the spectacle, which met their gaze. The train, it is stated, ran a distance of nearly 2 miles, whilst this exciting scene was being enacted. And then Peace succeeded in kicking off his left shoe, which remained in the warder's hand, and he fell with all the force of his own weight, and the impelling motion of the train. In his fall his head struck the footboard of the carriage, and he rolled over into the 6-foot between the up and down lines. The train ran on about a mile further before it could be stopped, and then the warders and others jumped out and ran back along the line in pursuit of their prisoner. They found him in the 6-foot near to where he had fallen insensible, and blood flowing from a wound in his head. They assisted him up, and the down-slow train, which was due shortly after, was stopped, and he was lifted into the guard's van. In a few minutes, he recovered so much consciousness as to say, "I am cold, cover me up." Rugs were placed upon him, and in a little while he arrived in Sheffield. Narratives by eyewitnesses. Mr. W. Barlow, fruiterer of Ritford, who attends Sheffield Market, was a passenger on Wednesday morning by the fast train by which Peace was travelling. Between Shireoaks and Kyneton Park, he heard a noise, and looking out of the window saw one of warders with a shoe in his hand. The train was stopped as soon as possible, but it had run nearly 2 miles before it came to a stand, and was brought up near the Maltkiln at Kyneton Park. The 2 warders and Mr. Barlow at once got out and ran back along the line, and when they neared the spot where Peace made his plunge, they found him lying insensible on the line. He appeared much hurt, but when he was moved to the side of the road consciousness returned, and he begged them to cover him up as he was very cold. Shortly afterwards, a slow train came up, and this was stopped. Peace was put into the van and brought on to Sheffield. It seems that the escape was managed in this way, as the train was flying on at full speed. Peace induced the warder to allow him to open the window. No sooner was this done than the convict flung himself head first through the opening. The warder seized him by the leg, and held on for some time, but the prisoner struggled so violently that his shoe came off in the warder's hand, and the wretched man fell upon the line. One of the first persons who reached Peace after his desperate leap was a blacksmith named William Stephenson, who is at present working at Kyneton Park. He says, "About 8:45 I was standing close to Kyneton Park station, when the fast train from London came slowly into the station. Almost everybody was at the carriage windows, and some were craning their necks out, and looking back up the line. We asked what was the matter, and they shouted excitedly, 'Peace has escaped, he has jumped out of the train.' We knew all about Peace at Kyneton Park, and there was a general rush from the platform up the line, after the warders whom we could see just ahead of us. The guard said they had just stopped for the warders to get out, and we rushed on. We came up to the warders, as they got to Peace, who was lying by the side of the up line, about a mile from Kyneton Park station, in the direction of Shireoaks. At that point, the line runs almost on a level with the surrounding country. Peace appears to have jumped out of the window on the right-hand side of the train, and when the slipping off of his boot released him from the grasp of the officer, he fell in the 6-foot between the up and down metals. The velocity he received from the motion of the train then rolled him over, and he must have fallen where we found him, or have crawled off the metals of the up line. He was lying on his back, and was to all appearance unconscious. Blood flowed freely from a large gash over his right ear, and he did not speak. Just then a slow train came up from Shireoaks for Sheffield, and that was stopped. We lifted Peace into the guard's van, and laid him on the floor. He did not say anything about his attempt to escape, but merely said that he was cold, and asked for a rug to be put over him. He was brought to Sheffield. The people in the train were wonderfully excited, and had seen the struggle from their carriage windows. After Peace's arrest, frequent references were made to the large black-rimmed spectacles, which he had worn with so much ostentation, for the purpose of concealing his identity. Indeed, they had played almost as conspicuous a part in his case as a certain pair of elegant gold-framed spectacles did when their owner was under the searching cross-examination of a gentleman who on Wednesday occupied a seat on the bench. Precious as the spectacles of Mr. Peace are to him, they have narrowly escaped destruction after he had been picked up on the line on Wednesday morning and taken on to Sheffield. 2 men named George Hewitt and W.M. Turner walked down the metals to see what could be seen. Peace had fallen at a place called Harricroft, between Brancliffe Siding and the canal, sighting near to Kyneton Park. And when the men reached the place, and were looking round, they saw, lying on the line pieces, spectacles. They handed them over to the station master at Kyneton Park. The warders had evidently been too much occupied with their recapture of Peace to notice that he had lost his spectacles, or to think about them. Probably there never was more excitement caused by the expected arrival of an individual who had gained notoriety through whatever source it might be than was manifested at the Victoria station on Wednesday. Notwithstanding the bitter, cold concourse of perhaps some 1,000 persons of all ages, and both sexes assembled in the square, opposite the court, intent on seeing Peace if possible, and though a large body of police under the charge of Inspector Bird did their utmost to keep the crowd from gaining ingress to the platform, the station was crowded. It was generally believed that Peace would be removed from his cell to Pentonville and brought down by what is known as the newspaper train, leaving King's Cross at 5 and due in Sheffield at 8. When the train steamed into the station, some 12 minutes late, the crowd had increased very considerably. Those outside commenced shouting and yelling in a most excited manner, and the utmost confusion prevailed. The prisoner's van, which was awaiting to convey Peace, and the warders, was drawn up opposite the large hall door. The train being brought to a standstill, a surprising announcement was made by the guard. "Peace has jumped out," cried that official, and to see the amazement that came over the countenances of Inspector Bird and his men were at once painful and amusing in the extreme. The affair was for the moment treated by the crowd as a hoax, and meant as a blind in order to get the platform cleared. But when instead of Peace, a sword, a bag, and a rug belonging to one of his warders were handed over by the guard to Inspector Bird, it was generally believed that Peace had really escaped, and that the warders were on his track. It was rumored at the station that Peace had escaped through the railway carriage window just after passing through Welland, and that he was once more at large. Passing from mouth to mouth, this version of the story soon spread far and wide. Several of the more knowing, however, would have it that Peace had been taken out of the train at Darnall, and would be from there quietly conveyed in a cab to Sheffield. Many lingered on the platform, however, in order to satisfy themselves of his non-arrival, for they seemed to entertain the idea that it was probable he had been secreted in one of the carriages, till the course was clear for his conveyance from the train into the van. But when the latter was driven away without its expected charge, and the police returned to the town hall, the crowd commenced to disperse, and by the station assumed its normal appearance. Peace was carried to the first cell to the right of the stairs on the second, landing under ordinary circumstances. A police cell is not the most luxuriously furnished room in the world, but the Sheffield police cells have the advantages of ample space, light, and warmth. The furniture in each cell consists of a wooden bench, and that answers all the purposes of a bed, a chair, a sofa, and so forth. On this bed, the convict was laid, rugs were rolled up for his pillow, and a heap of rugs was thrown over him. Mr. Harrison, who was a witness in the case, was at the court, and he was asked to see Peace, but he manifested a decided reluctance to do so, and indeed said he would as soon attend up and well somebody else as he would see Peace. Dr. Spowart, police surgeon of the Walkley Division, and Mr. Hallam of the Central Division were promptly in attendance, and they found that he was suffering from a severe scalp wound in the head and concussion of the brain, and he appeared in a very exhausted state. He vomited freely, and it was with some difficulty that stimulants could be administered to him. His wound was carefully dressed. He was laid on the cell bed and covered with rugs. There were some officers present who were dubious as to the extent of the injuries he had sustained, and believed that he was up to his old cunning and shamming a bit. When at intervals a little brandy was given to him, he was lifted up, and the bottle placed to his lips. He ground his teeth, clenched his fists, and appeared to be struggling in a fit. He was laid on the bench, and force was about to be used to make him take the stimulant, when one who knew him well said very sternly, "Now, Charlie, it's no use, let's have none of your hanky-panky tricks here, y'all have to take it." Charlie recognized the voice, opened his eyes, and replied, "All right, give me a minute." A knowing wink passed amongst the officers, and presently he sat up and took the brandy. Afterwards, he took stimulants when offered to him, and he even went so far as to express a preference for whiskey over brandy. After being thus attended to, he would immediately lie down and curl himself up under his rugs, scarcely leaving even his little gray head visible. Mr. Hallam visited him at frequent intervals during the afternoon and evening, and on each occasion he found him steadily improving. The vomiting had long ceased, he took stimulants and food readily, and was indeed going on as well as could be expected. When Mr. Hallam saw him late at night, he said he should not come down again unless he was sent for. I was infected for once by the common curiosity, and instead of waiting patiently to read your report of the final hearing before the magistrates of the charge of murder against peace, I betook myself to the town hall in good time in the hope that if I should escape being squeezed as flat as a red herring, in the process of effecting an entrance I might see the noted prisoner, and admire the tact with which my friend Mr. W. E. Clegg would cross-examine Mrs. Dyson. It soon appeared that I was out in my calculations. I gather from your second edition that this morning the early birds did not catch the worm, though they did receive the next best thing, the shock of a surprise. Peace has escaped was the cry I had made up my mind to the disappointment of my expectations, and supposed I should hear in an hour or two that the mangled body of Peace had been picked up on the line, or that the prisoner maimed and battered had been found and sent to hospital. However, I betook myself to the court to try what was to be heard, and seeing we sometimes hear how hard it is to get together magistrates enough to do the business, there was no such difficulty this morning. I should think some of these excellent gentlemen were there to perform a work of supererogation, and score an attendance that might count in the scale of merit. And they were in capital time too, for a quarter of an hour several of them, with sundry non-magisterial friends, were on the bench. A few moments before the stroke of 10 entered Mr. Welby, the able, mild, and unpretending stipendiary. On his left was Mr. Overend Curoman 100, whose genial and ruddy countenance seems to defy the power of years, and on the right was Mr. T. W. Rogers, with a patriarchal aspect. The audience was curious and excited. The mayor did not put in an appearance, but a fair majority of aldermen and councillors were present, and had established themselves in the best places they could get before the doors were opened to the common public. Mr. H. E. Watson talked last week of the governing families of the town, but these were, I suppose, the governing men, and as they served the public assiduously, it was meet that they should have a sort of priority. A few minutes after 10 enters Mr. Pollard, Treasury Solicitor, bland and cheerful, and bowing to the bench takes his seat. A little later appears the prisoner's solicitor, Mr. W. E. Clegg, with no marks of fussiness or anxiety, such as would make a client nervous, but with the self-contained look, assuring those who were interested that all the resources of an active, acute, and trained legal mind were at their service. Everybody looked and listened. There was the prisoner's dock empty. It contained several chairs with a pitcher of water and a glass. The whisper went round that the prison surgeon was in attendance on Peace, and the speculation was, is he in condition to be brought up, or, if not, will Mr. Pollard offer the prisoners advocate the opportunity to cross-examine Mrs. Dyson in his client's absence. Everybody expected to see Mr. Pollard rise, state to the bench what had happened, and make a suggestion as to the course to be pursued. Presently there was a move, and the chief constable made a private communication to the stipendiary. Mr. Welby left his seat and went out, followed by Mr. Overend and Mr. Rogers. Then Mr. Clegg and next Mr. Pollard were called out for 5 or 10 minutes. There was nothing to do but look round and speculate. There is but one female in court. How is this? Is female curiosity defunct? Don't the ladies want to see Peace, and the woman whose name has been so unhappily mixed up with his, and who may be regarded as one of his victims? No doubt they do. Never was female curiosity more lively, and this morning there were many early breakfasts, and there was a decided resolution to be in time. Soon after 9 o'clock quite a bevy of ladies had made their way into the police offices, never doubting that their potent claims would carry them into the court, and secure them the gratification they longed for. It was a painful duty for the chief constable to make the ladies aware that the examination of the day was likely to take a very delicate turn, indeed so delicate, that the presiding magistrate would have to point out to any ladies who might be present the propriety of retiring. I will not undertake to say that there were not applicants who could have run the risks of all this, but the case was to put to the group so plainly as to induce them all to retire. But as I have said, there was one woman in court, and the whisper went round, that is Mrs. Dyson. Is that lady a widow? I should not have guessed it was the remark. Certainly, she was out of mourning. I have the pleasure to remark that the lady appears quite to have recovered the shock of her bereavement of 2 years ago, and that her 2 voyages across the Atlantic, with her sojourn, there seem judging from her rosy visage quite to have restored her spirits, and established her health. With every desire to be as complimentary as possible, and to paint female charms with the liveliest colors, I cannot borrow the imaginative language of a pretended interviewer of New York, who has soared into the realms of fiction, to find Mrs. Dyson's version of her husband's murder, and to discover the grounds surrounding his mansion, and the servants who were brought to the spot by the screams of their horrified mistress. The Banner Cross cottage is capable of development when seen through a New York telescope. The American interviewer enlists the sympathies and stirs up the credulity of his readers at the outset by saying Mrs. Dyson is a young and extremely handsome lady. One does not want gratuitously to take the edge off so very pleasant a compliment, but if the said interviewer had seen instead of imagining Mrs. Dyson, I fancy, he would have given us a guess at her weight in pounds for, that is a common ingredient in an American description, and, if he had been a good judge, he would have put the figure pretty high. However, I may satisfy your readers by saying Mrs. Dyson is buxom and blooming, and when Mr. Dyson's heart was pierced by her youthful charms, he no doubt showed himself a good judge of female beauty. It was remarked last week that when she was examined for the prosecution she wore a veil and piece, remarking that she kissed the book without raising her veil, insisted that she should take the oath without a veil between her lips and the calfskin binding. Today she had provided against such an objection, and had discarded the veil, her headgear being a hat with a feather jauntily set on. As I am not a milliner, and only saw her sitting, I cannot tell you anything about the rest of her dress, but that her general appearance was stylish and cheerful, and it did not appear that the prospect of being put through the small sieve by Mr. W. E. Clegg had alarmed her. Certainly, it had not blanched her cheeks. Well, but while I have been noting Mrs. Dyson, and the less notable persons, the magistrates and advocates have concluded their consultation out of court, they resume their places, and then Mr. Welby makes the brief announcement that ends all questions for the day. A very large proportion of the public were glad to hear that Charles Peace had recovered very satisfactorily from the injuries he had received. As previously stated, he first refused to take any stimulants, and only seemed to desire to be left alone, curled up under a heap of rugs. Later in the day, he revived a good deal, took stimulants freely, and when Mr. Hallam's surgeon saw him late at night, he found him so much improved that he expressed his intention not to come down again unless sent for. The necessity did not arise for Mr. Hallam to be again called, and Peace continued to improve during the night, and on Thursday morning, when the surgeon saw him again, he was much better. Peace spent a very restless night. He tossed about a good deal, and his conduct was altogether so marked as not to escape attention. The 2 warders who brought him from London had never both left him since they picked him up on the railway on Wednesday. One of them sat close by Peace's side throughout the whole night, watching his every movement, and not for an instant having his gaze averted from his, now more than ever remarkable and distinguished prisoner. At intervals Peace, as already stated, tossed about a good deal, and then he became quiet and apparently dropped into a sound slumber. Presently, the watchful eye of the warder has seen him peep stealthily up from under his rugs, evidently to ascertain whether he might risk any move without being watched. Of course, there was not the slightest chance of his escaping from the cells, but if opportunity offered he might make an attempt upon his life. He frequently took stimulants, brandy and milk, and when Mr. Hallam saw him on Thursday morning, he found him very much better and ordered him tea and bread and butter. When asked what sort of a night he had had by one of the officers, he replied, in that hypocritically whining tone, which he knew so well how to simulate, "Not very good, I can't sleep." He remained lying down under a good supply of rugs, and although hitherto extremely talkative and effusive in his efforts to recognize all who approached him, he now said but little even when roused to take stimulants. On Thursday night, 2 members of the borough force were told off to assist the warders in their care of the convict. 2 lamps were placed in his cell, in such positions as to throw their light full on his face, and near him sat one of the warders, and the 2 policemen. The second warder rested on a shakedown in the corridor, while the first kept his watch, and at intervals they changed. On Thursday night Peace was reported to be much better, and he asked for soup and other stimulants, which were supplied to him. Peace's career continued to be one series of surprises, not the least astonishing of which came to light on the morning after his attempted escape. His object in jumping from the train appears to have been not so much to escape as to destroy himself. He was often heard to express a strong desire to be buried at Darnall. It was there, it will be remembered, that he occupied a little villa residence, standing in its own grounds, and the garden attached to which he cultivated with so much care. It was there he unhappily made the acquaintance of the Dysons, and became so offensive in his friendship that they had to leave the village to escape from him. It is there his married daughter lives. It was there his wife was arrested on a charge of being in possession of goods, the proceeds of his burglaries. And to Darnall she returned immediately after her acquittal on the charge at Newgate. These and perhaps many other associations appear to have endeared the place to him. It is also a remarkable fact that the spot selected by Peace at which to make his daring leap from the carriage was measured by the rate at which an express train travels within a very short distance of Darnall Church. At first it was supposed that the only and real purpose in his mind, in endeavoring to give his custodians the slip, there was hoping to escape unheard, knew the country well, and could take short cuts across the fields, and find safe and friendly shelter at Darnall. His object, however, appears not to have been to regain his freedom, but to destroy himself. On Thursday morning, Mr. W. E. Clegg visited the convict in his cell for the purpose of receiving instructions from him as to his defense, and before he left, Peace drew from his pocket a scrap of crumpled paper and handed it to him. As it was contrary to the rules of the Pentonville establishment that a prisoner should have any letter or anything of the kind upon him, the warders asked that the paper might be handed over to them. The note was written in pencil and read as follows: "Bury me at Darnall, goodbye, God bless you all, Roman 100 peace." It appears that when a Pentonville convict has a letter sent to him, it is opened and read by one of the officials, and if there is nothing in it objectionable, it is initialed and passed on to him. The scrap of paper upon which Peace had written, and which he had kept treasured up in his pocket, was part of a letter which had been so handed over to him, where he got the pencil from to write the note, and when he wrote it is unknown. From its contents, it would certainly appear that his deliberate object in springing through the window when the train was going at express speed was to destroy himself, and bad beyond description. As he is, he seems to have possessed sufficient human feeling to desire that his remains might lie amongst those whom he had known in life. At intervals during Thursday morning, he seemed to suffer much mental distress, and exclaimed with great intensity of feeling, "I do wish I was dead." In the face of all these facts, the warders, it may be readily imagined, redoubled their already vigilant watch over him, and his slightest movement did not pass unobserved. Peace's escape from instant death, when he leaped out of the railway carriage window, was a matter of surprise to everybody. His custodians never expected to see him alive after his fall. Chapter Roman 156, Outside the Police Court. Extraordinary scenes. As was generally expected, there was a most exciting and most unusual scene outside the police court on the morning appointed for the examination. On Friday, comparatively few people knew that Peace was to be brought before the magistrates, but almost as soon as it was opened, the court was crowded to its utmost capacity. The approaches were lined with excited people eager to gain but a glance at the prisoner or Mrs. Dyson, and in the hall on the ground floor were several hundred people who were unable to get upstairs. Outside, a mob surged to and fro, obstructing the traffic in Castle Street, and several free fights occurred between people whose only object seemed to be to get nearer the town hall door, without the faintest hope of getting in. This was the state of things when it was not generally known that the proceedings of the police court presented a feature of unusual attraction. But when it had been announced by the stipendiary and announced in the papers, and was known by everybody that the prisoner had been remanded until Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock, and that Mrs. Dyson was to be cross-examined, it was generally anticipated that a crowd such as had never before been attracted to the police court would besiege the building. Some fears were entertained even that serious results might follow from the immense crush when the doors were opened, and everybody in the large crowd made an almost superhuman individual effort to occupy one of the small number of places set apart for the gratification of the public. The chief constable accordingly took every precaution to guard against the rash and ill-judged violence of an excited crowd. A large staff of police officers were marshaled in front of the town hall, their instructions being to keep the crowd moving as long as possible. They found on arriving that they had been forestalled by the public, who had already assembled to the number of about 200, and were being rapidly reinforced. Some of the people who were there had, it is said, taken up their positions as early as 5 o'clock, and verily they looked it, the cold raw air had exercised to the full its nipping influence upon them. Their faces were pallid with just a dash of blue in the lips, and a dab of carnation on the tip of the nose. Their shoulders were raised almost to their ears, and their coats drawn carefully round their throats. They shivered occasionally in a most complete and uncompromising manner, but there was even in that shiver an expressed determination to stand their ground to see peace, even though an insidious fox in the form of a biting wind were gnawing to their very vitals. The unmistakable meaning conveyed in the shiver was echoed in the ceaseless stamp of feet upon the pavement, as the people endeavored by that means to keep up something like circulation in their benumbed extremities. There could be no doubt of their intentions. They had come to see peace, and they would see him however much they suffered. But waiting was very monotonous work, and despite the excitement of the occasion, the time passed slowly and wearily along. The individuals who composed the crowd must have been those with whom time ambles withal, for the minutes dragged themselves along in the style supposed to be appropriated to linked sweetness, and each succeeding minute seemed to be longer drawn out than its predecessor. The crowd was not large enough to get up any enthusiasm, and it was not until towards 8 o'clock that anything like life and fun were observable. Then the new arrivals were frequent and numerous, and what had been the fringe of the crowd became a compact mass. Castle Street near the town hall was crammed full of people, and now that it was evident that the whole of them could not get in, an excited and determined struggle for places began, and was carried on with vigor up to the time when it was known that their labors had been in vain. It was an intensely and essentially selfish crowd, and its composition was a medley of a motley character. Nearly all classes of society were represented in that mass of people, and one extraordinary feature was the immense number of women amongst them. Men, women, and children were huddled together as closely as it was possible for human beings to be packed. They were crushed and crushed and crushed again, until almost all the compressibility contained in their individual bodies had been utilized, and they were contorted into angular portions of humanity, all of whose sides geometrically corresponded with the sides of other portions of humanity presented to them. Thus it may be imagined that space was economized at the expense of comfort, but that was a trifling consideration. The people had come to see peace. Comfort was a secondary matter away with it, so they grinned those of them who had room to do so and bore the discomfort good-humoredly so long as they did not lose a point in the struggle towards the door. Those immediately round the door were of course the early risers. They were without exception people in the lower classes of society, boys who might fairly be classed as gamins with a neglected look and a suspicious air of having been out all night, had taken up front positions, and having become jammed in by the crowd were unable to get out, though there was not the slightest probability that the police would let them into the court. Many of the men were dressed in their working clothes, while some of the women had only shawls thrown over their heads. Further back in the crowd, other classes were represented. Not a few silk hats were observable dotted about here and there, amid the sober shoal of less demonstrative round felts, and one of the former dodged about in a most amusing manner, as its owner made the most heroic but unsuccessful attempts to defend a fair companion who wore a beautiful sealskin jacket. There was also a good sprinkling of young men who would perhaps be looked upon as swells by the lower classes, but these young gentlemen did not show any of their distinguishing characteristics and kept quiet. As 9 o'clock approached, the people began to be excited, and their ebullitions of feeling found vent in a series of rushes, which produced a swaying, surging movement on the part of the crowd. This placed in jeopardy the situation of some of the people who had secured what they thought to be good chances of getting in, and they fought manfully to retain any advantage they might have gained. Their struggles, however, against the surging of the crowd were puerile and utterly inoperative, and their vehement protestations against the injustice of the dispensation was laughed to scorn. As a natural sequence, curses and blasphemy took the place of protestations, but these were alike ineffective, and everybody seemed to devote his attention to swindling everyone in front of him of his position. The slightest rent in the crowd, caused by a rush, called forth numerous claimants, and angry passions were allowed to rise without stint in the breasts of those who allowed their chances to pass. Women as well as men struggled to the front, and as they asserted their rights courtesy, retired place ox dames was an obsolete idea. The women placed themselves on the same level as the men, and demanding the rights extended to men, received courtesy in the same ratio. Judging by the looks of some of them, they did not enjoy the working of the principle, and they would have been only too glad to sink their rights for a little comfort and convenience. It was a case of every man for himself, and the hindermost, who were supposed to be left in the care of the Prince of Darkness, were of course the women. 9 o'clock struck, and the excitement of the crowd reached fever heat. It was pretty generally known that peace was to arrive about 9, and it was thought the doors now would soon be opened. The people on the outside of the crowd saw that it would be hopeless for them to attempt to get into the court, and in the hope of seeing something to recompense them for their trouble, they gravitated towards the Castle Green and Water Lane entrances to the police offices. Those who went to Water Lane had the satisfaction of seeing a number of gentlemen pass in the portals of the offices, receive a military salute from the numerous constables posted about the place, and disappear in the long passage at the top of the steps. Several other people came up the same way, and some having the necessary credentials were passed in, and the others rejected and turned back. One of the funniest scenes of the morning occurred here, when a fat and self-sufficient landlord accompanied by his gaudily dressed wife sailed down Water Lane, and with an important air, strutted up the steps throwing dignified nods at the police officers. His wife waddled after him, and they successfully passed the gauntlet of police until they came to the steps. Here they were tackled in an apologetic but firm manner, and after having been reminded, as they were loth to go, that they were obstructing the passage, they were unceremoniously ordered out. The spectators who assembled in front of the Castle Green entrance certainly had the best of the day. They were in the very thick of the excitement. The prison van had gone down Castle Green to the station, and peace was momentarily expected. He would be concealed in the inmost recesses of the van. But what of that? He would be there. Time sped. It was 10 minutes past 9. The train must be late. No, there was the jingle of the bells on the harness, and the heavy rumble of the wheels was heard, as the ponderous conveyance turned out of Bridge Street into the green. But what is this? Why does the van come so slowly? Why does everyone seem so dejected? Why does not the driver turn his pair cleverly round into the parade ground, with a triumphant and defiant crack of the whip? What does it all mean? He can't have escaped. The suspense for the moment is fearful, almost agonizing, and then the word is passed. He has escaped, jumped out of the train going at full speed. A few incoherent sentences convey a world of information and form the groundwork of numerous rumors. The news spread like wildfire. The crowd in front of the town hall is dazed. The strain is gone. No longer do they struggle to get the best places. A feeling of insecurity has come over them. They think of Peace in the dock as an insignificant old man, but Peace at liberty is a very different individual. He is surrounded by an air of villainy, with a dark background of vengeful intrepidity, and his constant companion is a six-shooter. Society feels unsafe, and though an additional luster has been imparted to the halo of glorious romance, which surrounds his life by his latest achievement, a universal hope is expressed that he will be recaptured. The wildest rumors are floating about as to his mode of escape, and circumstantial details are not wanting as to his having overpowered the warders, alighted uninjured, and plunging into a wood-eluded pursuit. But these surmises are premature. Again, the van was brought out and driven off to the station. These were anxious moments. More than half the people declined to believe the rumor that Peace had escaped. It was such a likely thing for Peace to attempt that someone would be sure to suggest it, and thus start a rumor. On the other hand, it was so unlikely that a couple of London warders would allow a little man like Peace to escape that the majority of the people assembled would not accept the statement. However, the bringing out of the van a second time gave a foundation to the first rumor, especially when it was now expected that he had been retaken. The van was not long away. Again the jingle of the bells, the horses came up Castle Green at a smart pace. Triumph was written on the faces of the local police. The van turned into the yard of the police station with a good swing. The doors were banged to and locked, and once more peace was safe. Now came another struggle for places, and this was continued fiercely. Traffic had been resumed, however, and every now and then the consistency of the crowd was broken in upon by a vulgar cart, an impertinent hansom, or a blundering bus. The breaches were most trying to the people in the roadway. They must either sacrifice their positions or be run over. As long as they could, they stuck to their places, but preferring not to be run over, they relented and ran for it. Women as well as men were in the way of the conveyances, and it was most funny to see the terrified faces of the women as, after being elbowed out of the crowd by men who coolly took their positions, they suddenly found a horse's nose within a few inches of their faces. Flight was the first thing with them. Then, when they were safely out of the way, they were frightened and exhibited a tendency to screaming and hysteria, and subsequently, when all was over, they became vaguely but virtuously indignant. Such scenes as these beguiled the minutes which crept slowly by, until about 10:15, when it was known that a remand had been granted. More vague rumors flew about for a few minutes, and then the chief constable appeared at one of the upper windows. Immediately there was a breathless silence, and Mr. Jackson announced that Peace had been remanded for 8 days in consequence of injuries he had received. He had made an attempt to escape, but had been recaptured. A great shout greeted this latter statement, and society once more breathed. In spite of the obvious wish of the chief constable that it should move on as well as breathe, society did not move on, and for hours hung about the street, in the hope of picking up gossip, reliable or unreliable. Now and then a wild rumor sent a thrill through the crowd. Several times Peace had just expired. Others stated that he was so smashed that he had to be carried about in a sack. Then it was given out that he was very little hurt and was drinking brandy like mad, and lastly, as might have been expected, that he was not hurt at all, but was only shamming. Mrs. Dyson, though only a lesser light by the side of Peace, was somebody, and her appearance was anxiously looked for, but here again disappointment waited on the unhappy people. No 88. Illustration: T. Peace is visited by his solicitor. Peace is visited by his solicitor. She got safely away, and the only thing in the way of a sensation that turned up to gratify the crowd for long waiting was the appearance of the Pentonville warders. They had occasion to appear in the Haymarket, and being identified by their uniforms, were made the butt of much unpleasant chaff. They were followed about by the people, laughed at, jeered, ironically cheered, and asked the most pertinent yet impertinent questions. Eventually, they were protected by a strong body of police, and amid a discharge of chaff, succeeded in gaining the police offices. After this, nothing more happened, and as nothing seemed likely to happen, first one, and then another of the members of the crowd dropped off, until finally, the last man, sighing over the barren results of all his struggling, scuffling, suffering, Roman 100, cast a furtive eye at the police station, and a perfunctory glance at the now lighted town hall clock, and departed. Chapter Roman 157, the examination of Charles Peace, upon the charge of murdering Mr. Dyson. Scenes in court. Peace remained in a very prostrate condition, and according to his own account, he was not fit to make his appearance in a court of justice. It was deemed, however, expedient to proceed with the charge. Mr. Pollard, on Friday morning, put it to the Sheffield stipendiary whether the leap for life which Peace the burglar made from the express train was not inconsistent with his innocence of the crime of murder. Mr. Welby suggested that a convict under a life sentence might have other reasons for the leap than the fear of hanging. No doubt, it was with the convict a case of mixed motives. Had he been able to escape even for a few days, a lease of life for at least 6 months would have been secured, as his case would have been kept over till the Leeds Assizes following those which open next week. Having been remanded for 8 days, the desperado, like many less deeply interested, believed that his respite had been secured perhaps, but for this knowledge, the criminal would have played a deeper game by not getting better so soon. The brandy with milk and arrowroot, which from the first few hours of his capture, he took pretty freely, produced such an effect on his sound and wiry constitution, that by Thursday evening Mr. Hallam, the surgeon specially in attendance, was able to say that if no change for the worse occurred, he might be brought before the stipendiary on the following morning. The prisoner has proved such a troublesome and expensive guest that the authorities seem to entertain a strong desire to see him again in Pentonville or such other place of security as it may seem fit to assign him to. The secret of the examination being held today was last night divulged to the press, but only on condition that they should keep it private till the prisoner had been actually brought up. Of course it was kept, yet more secret from the prisoner. This helped him to sleep last night, and though he showed himself much more querulous than has been his wont, he took in the morning a plentifully early breakfast. The surgeon, having seen him, decided that he was fit to be brought up soon, after 10 o'clock. The prisoner was accordingly helped out of his cell, but apparently had no idea of where he was being taken. The warders presently placed him in a large armchair in the corridor, and into this he sank with a lengthened sigh, leaning his head on his hands, as if much exhausted. Then suddenly, with an ugly expression in his eyes, he protruded the lower part of his face across the long table which had been set in the corridor, and exclaimed with clenched teeth, but in a low tone, "What are we here for? What is this?" The scene might well arouse the criminal's curiosity. Unwilling to cause excitement either to the prisoner or to the public, the authorities had improvised a court in the corridor of the prison, where the light was supplied by candles. The stipendiary, with his clerks, sat ready to examine the prisoner. The chief constable was present, also Inspector Bradbury and Police Constable Walsh, who was in charge of Mrs. Dyson. Mr. Pollard again appeared to prosecute, and Mr. W. E. Clegg conducted the defense. The scene was dreary and depressing, especially as there was no audience for the principal actor to play up to, even had he been so disposed, the public having been excluded. After several half-winning protests from the convict, the stipendiary decided to go on, when with a sudden change of voice Peace exclaimed in his old sharp tones, "I wish to God there was something across my shoulders." He was then plentifully supplied with coverings through which his newly bandaged head at times could hardly be seen. His high but narrow forehead slopes rapidly upwards, and though much of his apparent weakness was evidently mere affectation, his wan and haggard aspect was pitiable as well as repugnant. Towards Mrs. Dyson, who was placed at some distance along the table, he alternately glared and scowled and leered, and more than once became very excited in his demands for justice, when the stipendiary firmly refused liberty to press certain questions which he deemed irrelevant. Mrs. Dyson was tastefully dressed entirely in black, and without her veil she seemed in good health, and though apparently suffering somewhat from suppressed excitement, gave her evidence clearly, calmly, and without a particle of flinching. The whitewashed walls of the cold corridor did not look more stonily at peace than did the face of the woman, whom he tried to claim as his former paramour. The absence of spectators was a relief to her, and she stood quietly and without apparent weariness during her long and trying cross-examination. Mr. Clegg did the best he could for his client, but refused to take any notice of the low mutterings or loud protests of the prisoner. The stipendiary refused to let the letters be read aloud, but the most exciting passages were given. These documents are a series of comparatively dull communications written on old envelopes and dirty scraps of paper. "Here is a specimen. How well you never told that man. I looked at you out of the window. You left me to find out for myself, and would not put me on my guard, as I do. You hope you won't do it again. Don't talk to little Willie much, or give him any halfpennies. Don't be a fool. It looks as if you want people to know the way." And a blank occurs here, and the remaining portion of the letter, now legible, says, "If you are not more careful, we will have to say quits. I have told you not to say anything until." On the theory of the defense, the Willie referred to is Mrs. Dyson's son, aged 7, and William Henry by name. Mrs. Dyson's reply to every question was a decided repudiation of the suggestion that the letters had been written by her. At these repudiations, the convict affected to be savagely indignant. Also, when Mrs. Dyson said the portrait had been stolen from her room, he muttered between his clenched teeth, "Stolen, stolen, stolen." He glared towards the witness with a tragic air, and then buried his head in his arms, which were stretched on the table. At another time, when Mrs. Dyson was being questioned as to whether any struggle took place between her husband and the murderer, and replied in the negative, Peace, who had seemed comparatively quiet, shot his head up, and made his lower jaw protrude in a loathsome manner as he glared at the witness. While Mrs. Dyson's depositions before the coroner were being read, the prisoner caused another scene. On being removed to his cell at the end of the proceedings, his energy seemed quite to leave him, but when his counsel visited him in his cell, shortly afterwards, the prisoner seemed comparatively cheerful and careless, and gave his instructions and suggestions in quite a businesslike fashion. Only passages from the letters, alleged to have been written by Mrs. Dyson, were read aloud in court. In spite of the policy of secrecy, followed by the stipendiary and Chief Constable Jackson, a large crowd gathered at the town hall, and long before the usual time of opening the doors, so great became the pressure against them as to burst them open, and the courts were rapidly filled. The police were able, however, to clear them without any serious trouble. People knew that the ordinary business of the court would commence at 11 o'clock, and they settled down to wait as comfortably as possible for that time, knowing that they would then be able to gain admission. When the doors were opened to the public, the two courts were soon filled again, and the people rested in expectation till authentic word came that the convict's examination was well-nigh over. Throughout the time, there was greater excitement than at any period since the great Sheffield flood, but the police were able to preserve order. Robinson, who captured peace at Blackheath after such a desperate struggle, was in Sheffield on a visit to some friends, and his frank, and yet jovial bearing, has impressed very favorably those who happened to meet him. A suggestion was made that a public testimonial should be presented to him for his bravery, and in spite of dullness of trade, was likely to be received with favor. Robinson had not seen peace in Sheffield. Up to 10:30 at night, the prisoner was behaving with comparative composure, and had taken refreshments when he required them. The following is a fuller account of the particulars of this examination. A few minutes after 10 o'clock, Peace was assisted out of his cell and placed in an armchair in the corridor where the inquiry was held. He seemed to be exhausted, and sinking into the chair he exclaimed, "Oh, oh," and leaned his head on his hand. He then looked about with an air of surprise, and exclaimed, groaning deeply, "What are we here for? What is this?" The stipendiary, Mr. Welby, this is the preliminary inquiry, which is being proceeded with after being adjourned the other day. Prisoner, groaning again, "I am not able to bear it, I ought not to be brought here." The stipendiary, "Then you must do the best you can. This is only the preliminary inquiry. You are not absolutely obliged to be here, so you must attend, as well as you can. You are represented here, and the preliminary inquiry is to be finished today." Prisoner, "I wish to God there was something across my shoulders. I am very cold. Oh dear, then. Am I to be committed today?" The stipendiary, "The preliminary inquiry will be finished, and if the evidence is sufficient, you will be committed." Prisoner, "I want to have my solicitor here. Oh dear, and I want to call my witnesses." Mr. Clegg, "You will have sufficient time, for that you will have plenty of time to call your witnesses." Prisoner, groaning, "I am not able to go on. Oh, I am so cold. A thick rug was here thrown over him by one of the warders. I am not able to go on. I am not." Groaning again, "This is not justice, it is not justice." The stipendiary, "You must take it for what it is." The prisoner here uttered some words, which were taken to be, "Oh, never mind that," and afterwards asked that his counsel should come nearer. He seemed to suffer from the cold and the draught of air in the corridor. Prisoner, apparently recovering himself, and looking more alert, and speaking with more energy, "Then, I say it is not justice, it is not justice. Why does not my solicitor prevent this? And ask for a remand. What is my solicitor doing not to prevent this? Tell my solicitor I want him." Mr. Clegg, "Well, what do you want?" Prisoner, sharply, "Why don't you ask for a remand?" The stipendiary, "It is no use asking for a remand at all, I tell you. The inquiry is going to be proceeded with." Prisoner, piteously, "It is not justice. I am not able to go on. You know how I am. Oh dear, it is no matter if I'd killed myself. It would be no matter. You know how I am, and ought to have a remand. I feel I want it, and must have a remand." The stipendiary, "Remand will not be granted, and you had better attend to what is said." Mr. Clegg, "If you want to say anything, wait until I am cross-examining Mrs. Dyson, and it can be done then. You had better save your energies. Until then the inquiry will be proceeded with today." Mrs. Dyson was then called, and sworn. She looked well, but spoke slowly, as if laboring under suppressed emotion. Mr. Pollard, Catherine Dyson, "There were some papers produced the other day in court. Bradbury, will you produce those papers?" Inspector Bradbury handed in the papers. The stipendiary, "Those, I suppose, are the papers and the card." Mr. Pollard, "They are the papers produced by Bradbury, to witness. Have you seen those papers before us at the coroner's inquest in December 1876? You have seen the first card, the card, numbered 1, that I think you say, is the handwriting of your husband on the back of it, yes. With reference to all the other papers, do you know the handwriting? No, I do not. The stipendiary, you had better look over them, every one of them before you speak to them, all. Witness then looked over them. Prisoner meanwhile, languidly, saying they are not all there, I want to look at them. Mr. Clegg, be quiet. Witness, I do not know whose handwriting it is. The stipendiary, you do not know whose handwriting it is on any of them, no. The stipendiary, you have looked at them, I know none of them except the postcard. Prisoner interrupting, I want the milkman called. The stipendiary, you had better be quiet, your time for calling witnesses will come. Mr. Pollard to witness, were any of those written by your authority? Do you know any of them? Not by my authority, I know nothing of them. What distance should you say it is from the house that you lived in at Darnall to the house you removed to at Bannercross? About 5 or 6 miles to the best of my knowledge. Mr. Clegg, before proceeding with the cross-examination, I should like to recall Mr. Inspector Bradbury. The stipendiary, why so? Mr. Pollard, I have a question to put to the inspector that I omitted to ask the other day. Mr. Bradbury was recalled and was examined by Mr. Pollard. Do you produce a bullet? Yes, producing it. From whom did you receive it? From Dr. Harrison, on deck 8, 1876, the day of the inquest. Cross-examined by Mr. Clegg, you remember on the last time, Mr. Bradbury, that I asked you if you had seen a photograph? Yes. Have you got that photo now? Yes, produced a photo. I got it from Mr. Jackson, the chief constable. The photo was then handed to the stipendiary, and Peace, eyeing it, said in an aggrieved voice, they have taken it out of the case. Mr. Clegg, addressing him, said, will you be quiet? Mr. Pollard, I want to ask 1 or 2 questions of Mrs. Dyson with reference to these photographs. The stipendiary, certainly. Mr. Clegg, perhaps it will be better if you let me finish my cross-examination first. Mr. Pollard, I prefer to do it now. Mr. Pollard, Mrs. Dyson, have you any remembrance of being photographed? First of all, whose photograph? Is this handing a photograph to the witness? It is the prisoner's and mine. Where was that taken? It was taken in 1876. The stipendiary, what part of 1876? I cannot remember the date, it was summer. When was it taken? At Sheffield Fair. Was it at the summer or winter fair? Peace, it was the winter fair. Mrs. Dyson, I won't say because I am not sure. How near was it to Nov 29, 1876? It was some months before that date at the Sheffield Fair. The stipendiary, there is a name at the back of the photo. Mr. Pollard, will you look at that, handing a small photo to Mrs. Dyson? That is mine. Had you in the years 1876 or 1875 a photo like that in that position? Yes, I had one in a locket. Was it in 1875 or 1876? I had it in 1875. Can you say at all whether it was in 1875 or 1876? Yes, I had it in the early part of 1876. You say you had it in a locket? Yes. Have you that photograph? Is the locket? Now no, it was taken from me. How do you mean it was taken out of the house, without my knowing how? It was in the winter, yes, 1875, as well as I can remember. The stipendiary, before the larger one was taken? Yes, it was. Can you say it was the winter of 1875 or 1876? Well, it was about Christmas. Do you say that the locket was stolen? No, the photograph was then out of the locket. You were living at Darnall, then, were you? Yes. Where was the locket when you missed the photograph from it? It was in my bedroom. Did you speak about the loss? Yes, I mentioned it to my husband. Did you make any search for the photo? Yes, I also told an officer before I went to America. You made a search for the photo? Yes. Did you ever find the photo? No. Mr. Pollard, is that the locket or a copy of the photograph that you so lost? That is not the original, because the one that I had was taken in Cleveland, Ohio. Mr. Pollard, and this is a copy of it? Yes. Mr. Pollard, I see that this has the name of F. Barber, photographer, Churchgates, Sheffield. Witness, this is not the original. The original was taken by Mr. Ragg, Cleveland, Ohio. Mr. Pollard, did you ever go to Mr. Barber's to be photographed? No. No, I never had a photograph taken in this country, except that one. Mr. Pollard, except the one that was taken at the fair. Mr. Pollard, to the stipendiary, that you see is done on glass, that was done at the back of the other. The stipendiary, oh, I see. The clerk, there was only one photograph taken, then witness, only one. The prisoner here put his legs on the table, and the stipendiary addressing him said severely, "You must not put your feet on the table." Prisoner sharply, "All right." Mr. Pollard to witness, did you tell any other person at the time besides your husband of the loss of the photograph from your lockety? Told one of the officers. That you told us, but anybody else? Mr. Clegg, besides, if you did it would not be evidence. Mr. Pollard, unless the neighbor was I, do not want to put it in her mouth. Mr. Pollard to witness, was your husband with you that day, in Sheffield Fair? Yes. On the day you were photographed? Yes. The prisoner called dared, meaning the policeman of Darnall. Will you please? At Sheffield Fair the prisoner was a neighbor of yours? Yes. I believed him at that time to be a respectable man. And a picture frame maker, as you said? Yes. You said you had this, referring to the photograph, with you then. Where was it kept? On the mantelpiece in the kitchen. When did you miss it? In a week or so after it was taken. When did you next see this one lifting another photograph? I cannot exactly say the day. One day last week, in Mr. Jackson's hands. In the hands of the police? Yes. Did you give it to anyone? No, I did not give it to anyone. It was taken away without my knowledge. Then, with reference to the photograph, which was taken from your locket, what about it? It was taken away without my knowledge. When was that? Mr. Robinson, I have got all that down, as in the winter of 1875. Mr. Clegg, I might as well take this photograph at once, showing the double one to the witness. Was not that photograph taken in the fair of 1876? In 1876? I think so, as well as I can remember. The photograph I am now holding? Yes, I see. Was this photograph taken in the fair of 1876? I said I could not remember the date. Was it during the time that you were residing at Darnall? Yes. When did you leave Darnall? Was it on Oct. 29, on Oct. 25, 1876? Was it at the fair, preceding the time that you left Darnall? It was at the fair before I left Darnall. I want now to know for certain, are you certain this was taken in the preceding fair, before you left Darnall? I did not say the preceding fair. Well, I ask you now. I cannot say, I am not quite certain, but I should be able to find out if necessary. But I want to know now. I cannot say. You have already said you thought it was the summer fair of 1876. I think so, but I am not quite certain, but it was taken at Sheffield Fair. I will try and assist your memory. Did you not say before the coroner that you had known the prisoner for about 10 months? I don't recollect exactly. At the time you gave evidence before the coroner in December 1876, how long had you known the prisoner? Perhaps near a year. Had you been with him to more than one fair? No. Had you been with him to what is called a winter fair? No. Then the fair at which you had been with him was the summer fair? Yes. You say you had only known him a year, and you had not been with him to a winter fair. Now, then, cannot you now say that it was the summer fair of 1876? Oh no, I cannot say, because I am not quite sure. I will try and assist you a little further. How many months was it, before you took out the summons against him, for threatening your life, that you had been with him to the fair? I cannot tell you how many months. I cannot tell you exactly. It might be 2 or 3 months, perhaps. I cannot be quite sure. When were you married to Mr. Dyson? I do not remember the date. Don't remember the date. What year was it? I can't tell you that. Do you mean to swear that you can't tell the year when you were married? No, I can't say what year. Not what year, no, but I can find out. Do you mean to say you don't know what year you were married? And I don't. Where were you married? In Cleveland, Ohio, Trinity Church. Mr. Clegg, were there any witnesses present at your marriage? Certainly my sister, Mrs. Thomas Mooney. Mr. Pollard, I object to this. I can't see the relevancy of it. The stipendiary, she says she can't remember when she was married. Mr. Clegg, I don't wish to waste time, but I believe all the questions I ask will have a relevancy to the case. The stipendiary, I must trust you to a great extent. I do not myself see the relevancy. Mr. Pollard, it will do no good to go into the whole history of a person's life from their first years. Mr. Clegg, I am only starting the question of whether she was married, and I have every reason for asking for full particulars of the facts. The stipendiary, if she could remember the year of her marriage, I should say the rest was not necessary. Mr. Pollard to Mr. Clegg, ask when it was about. Mr. Clegg, if she had told me the year, I should have been satisfied to witness. Your sister was one of the witnesses, who was another Dr. Sargent. Did you get a certificate of your marriage? Certainly. It is with my agent in America. What is your agent's? Name Booth Barrett and Co. St. Louis, Missouri, United States. Had you any object in leaving your certificate? There I have left other papers there, they are more safe than carrying them about. The stipendiary here interposed with reference to the manner in which Mr. Clegg was cross-examining Mr. Clegg. In this case it is a question of credibility as to what actually happened. And as this witness is the only person who actually saw what happened, I think I have a right to test her credibility. In every possible way I have an object in asking these questions as to her marriage. In consequence of what I am instructed, she has told somebody about it. I wish to inquire into it whether it is true or not. Mr. Clegg, was your husband friendly with the prisoner? Yes. Did he frame any pictures for you? Yes. Prisoner muttered something which was not distinctly heard. Did he tell you what they were? Yes, one was a portrait of my sister, one of Mr. Dyson and my brother, and my little boy. Was your husband's mother not amongst them? I think not. Will you swear he did not frame that? No, he did not. Had your husband a portrait or picture of his mother? I had one. The stipendiary, what about your objection, Mr. Pollard? Mr. Pollard, of course, I make my objection, I was leaving it in your hands. Mr. Clegg, will you swear he did not frame a portrait of your husband's mother? No, he did not, there was one in a pot frame. The stipendiary said something to Mr. Clegg, who replied, I will show the portrait to you, sir. I do not want to prove anything that is not material. Mr. Clegg, this is a material object, a most material object. The stipendiary, it is not in my idea of sufficient importance to be gone on with. Mr. Clegg, I think you will see when I bring out what I want to know about this portrait, that it is a very material object. The stipendiary, very well, I will say no more. But if it is merely a question of general credibility, it is unnecessary. Mr. Clegg, did you ever ask him to frame this portrait, this picture of your mother? Yes. I was to get a large one of my mother. I mentioned it to him about framing them, but I never got the photographs. Did you ask him to frame your mother's portrait? Yes, but he never did it. Mr. Clegg, did you write him any letter? Mr. Pollard, she gives a reason why she did not ask him. Mr. Clegg, it is not an answer to my question. I do not care about her reasons to witness. Did you send him a letter about it? No. Mr. Clegg, holding a bundle of letters in his hand, and calling the attention of the witness to one marked No. 6, look at this letter. Is it in your handwriting? No. Is it in your husband's writing? No. Do you know whose writing it is? No, I don't. Did any person know of your wish that he should frame the picture of your husband's mother, but your husband and yourself not, that I am aware of? Except your husband and yourself not, that I am aware of. Have you ever seen the prisoner write? No. You will swear that you never saw him write? No. I never saw him write. My husband used to write for him. I have seen him sitting at a table with writing materials in front of him. Can you tell his writing? If you see it again, I have not seen him write. Peace here leaned against the table and looked with great interest at the witness. Have you never seen letters purporting to come from him? No, I never have, for I did not know he could write, because he used to get my husband to write for him. As far as you are concerned, in reference to this wish, that you wanted the prisoner to frame your photo. Mrs. Dyson, I did not ask him to frame mine. I did not ask you that I said your husband's mother's photo. You did not tell anyone of that. I do not remember that. I Roman 999 now. Just listen to this letter. Will you take it into your hands and follow it while I read a copy? Now listen. Saturday afternoon I write you these few lines to thank you for all your kindness, which I shall never forget, from you and your wife. She is a good one. Does she know that you are to give me the things or not? How can you keep them concealed? One thing I wish you to do is to frame his mother's photograph and send it in with my music book. If you please do it when he is in. Many thanks for your kind advice. I hope I shall benefit by it. I shall try to do right to everybody as far as I can, for I can always look upon you as a friend. Goodbye. I have not much time. Burn this when you have read it. Madame, will you still venture to swear that that paper is not in your writing? No, it is not. Peace, I will prove it though. You remember you are upon your oath? Yes, I do. Peace, I want these witnesses of mine called. You were very intimate with Peace, were you not? Yes. I used to go into his house with his wife and daughter. Have you been together with him? And have you not been to places of amusement together? I have been with him, his wife and daughter. I did not ask you that. Have you not been alone to places of amusement, with him not to places of amusement? I have been to one place in Sheffield alone with him. Where I don't know where Peace said there was a man there, who was his brother. What sort of place was it? A public house. Mr. Robinson, did you see that man there? Yes, we saw him. Do you know the name of the street? Prisoner raising himself up and addressing his solicitor, extending his arm towards Mrs. Dyson, ask her about going to the theatre with me. Mr. Clegg, have you been to the theatre with him? I was with him, and his daughter and wife. Was your husband there? No, but I had other friends along with me. Have you been with him, alone to the Albert Hall? To the Albert Hall. Yes, to the Albert Hall. No, I never was with him, alone. His daughter was with me. The prisoner again raised himself up and exclaimed, "Send for Mr. Cohen," and then, as no attention was paid to his request, he leaned back again on his rugs. Have you been to any public houses together? I have already told you, I have been to one. More than one? No, not along with him, but he has followed me into public houses. When I was with my husband, he followed me into one or two at Darnall. I cannot tell you the names of them. Was one the Duke of York? I believe so. Didn't you used to go there alone? I used to go there. Stop a bit, did you not sometimes go to that house, to get something to drink, and tell the landlord to put it down to Peace? The prisoner, no. Peace muttered something about it being false. There was no landlord, only a landlady in the house then. Oh, you do remember that the name is Mrs. Liversidge's. It not. I ask you now, have you been to the halfway house? Yes. Have you told the persons belonging to that house to put down the drink you had to Peace? Not to my knowledge. Not to your knowledge, no. Will you swear you have not? I cannot swear it, but I say I never have to my knowledge. Did you frequent that house? I called there 2 or 3 times, I believe. Did you know a person of the name of Goodlad? Goodlad? Yes. Did you know the pianist at the Star Music Hall in Spring Street? No. Mr. Goodlad was here called up. Mr. Clegg, see, that is the man. The stipendiary, do you know that man by sight or name? Which one? The stipendiary, come forward, see, that is him. Mr. Goodlad advanced, look at him, Mrs. Dyson. Witness, I never remember seeing him before. Prisoner groaning, call his master, call his master. Mr. Clegg, have you and the prisoner been to the Star Music Hall together? I don't know it by that name. Then I will ask you this question, have you been to a music hall together? And to a public house? He called it a picture gallery. I didn't hear any music there was no music there. The stipendiary, you had been to a place he called a picture gallery? Yes. Mr. Clegg, where was it? It was in Sheffield. Can you tell me whereabouts it was? I could not tell you the street, I could not find it now. Have you been to a public house with him, where there was music and singing? We were at his brother's public house, and he said his brother was in some music society, I believe, so I am not quite sure. Have you been to music hall held at a public house, where there was some music and singing? Not to my knowledge. What, it looked as if there was some music, because there was a small stage, but there was no music in our time, it was early in the afternoon. Have you not been at night when there has been music and singing, and that man who was called has been playing there? No, I do not remember to have seen his face. The clerk, you say you have not been there at night? Witness, no, it was in the afternoon. Mr. Clegg, do you know a public house in Russell Street, Sheffield, called the Marquis of Waterford? No. Mr. Clegg, to witness, the public house that I am talking about now is in the street where the prisoner's brother lived. I do not know it by name. But do you know it now? I have given you the place. Do you know where the prisoner's brother lived? I do not know where he lived. He was in that public house. Mr. Clegg, will you call a man of the name of Cragg was brought before the court? Mr. Clegg, do you know that man? No, I never remember seeing him before. That man is the landlord of the public house that I have been talking about. I never remember seeing him, but he may have been there and me not see him. Have you been to several public houses with him, the prisoner, and had something to drink with him at those public houses? No, I had soda water. Mr. Clegg, well, that is something to drink. The stipendiary, you do not deny that you have been at these public houses. I have been there. But you have not seen these men that have been produced to your knowledge? Not to my knowledge. Mr. Clegg, you have had some drink there. I have had a bottle of soda water or pop. Have you had something stronger than either of those two? No. How many times have you been with him to these various houses? Only once. Where the house where you speak of? But I think you do not know it. I have been to the house where his brother was. But I am not talking about the place you call the picture gallery. I am talking about another public house altogether. Oh, I did not understand. Have you been to more than one public house with him? I have been to the picture regallery, and another place with him. Those are two. And have you been with him to the halfway house? Not with him. Or to the Duke of York? Not with him. Have you and he been out of the town together? Yes. He followed me one day to Mansfield. Was anyone with you? Mrs. Padmore and her 3 children. When was that? The summer before we returned. Was that about the time you had your photograph taken with him? No, not about the time. Was it before the fair, or after the fair? I cannot tell you exactly. Don't take refuge behind, cannot tell exactly. I cannot remember the date, and you don't want me to tell a lie. I don't want you to tell me a lie. It was in the summer sometime. Before or after the photograph was taken? I cannot tell you exactly. Was it immediately preceding or subsequently? I can't tell you exactly. Can you tell me whether it was before the fair, or after the fair? Don't remember. Oh, please do try and remember. Well, I can't, but I will find out for you. Was it before, or after you had taken out the warrant? Why, long before. The stipendiary, was it a warrant or summons? Mr. Clegg, well, both. Mr. Pollard, the summons was taken first, and then the warrant. Mr. Clegg, to witness, it was long before that. You say yes. Then at the time, you went to Mansfield with Mrs. Padmore. Had you had any quarrel with the prisoner? Yes. I didn't want him to annoy me. Had you had any quarrel? Yes, because he was a nuisance to me. That was before you had your portrait taken with him. When you went to Mansfield? I don't remember. At this point, the prisoner groaned loudly several times, and finally caused his head to fall forward on the table, placing his hands underneath. In this position, he remained. Examination continued. Do you say it was 2 or 3 months before? I didn't say 2 or 3 months, I said a while before. What do you call a while? A month or satwo, or 3 weeks? It might be longer, I am not quite sure. Before you took out this summons against him, had you any quarrel at all? Had I any quarrel? Mr. Robinson, you summoned him for a certain thing. Had you any quarrel before that certain thing? Not a quarrel, only that he was such a nuisance about the house, calling me a brute, and listening on the doorstep to our conversation. The prisoner here again groaned, and asked for the surgeon. Mr. Hallam, the police surgeon, felt his pulse. He then suggested that his feet should be raised by being placed on a chair. This was done, and then the prisoner lay back in his armchair with his feet curled before him. Had you any unpleasantness before you went to Mansfield? He was a constant source of annoyance by his disagreeableness. He used to listen at the door and jump over the wall and be very disagreeable indeed. He was a constant annoyance. What train did you go by when you went to Mansfield? The afternoon train. Where did you go after you got there? Was he with you? He followed us and came into the house just as we were sitting down to tea. Do you know a person of the name of Kirkham? Kirkham. Mr. Clegg, call Kirkham. Kirkham, a person about 20 years of age, was brought into the corridor. The stipendiary, do you know him? Yes, I remember his face. Mr. Clegg, you know him now? There can't be any doubt about it. I remember his face. Mr. Pollard, do you know him by name, or only know his face? I only know his face. Mr. Clegg, he delivered the mill key and his father. Have you never give him notes with instructions to deliver them to peace? I gave him 2 receipts. 2 receipts, what were they for? For pictures framing. What were they written on paper? I don't know whether there was an envelope, I think only a piece of paper. Have you not given him notes, or receipts? I have given him 2 receipts. I ask you, have you not given him notes? No, no notes. Little scraps of paper? No, I have given him 2 receipts. Where did your husband keep his address cards? In his writing desk. Locked up? No. Where was the writing desk? In the sitting room. Had you no address cards? I myself? No. Did you ever see your husband's? No. The prisoner had a daughter named Jane. Had he not? Jane Ann they called her. Now then, look at that, showing her a card. It is in the same writing as the other. Mr. Pollard, it is an address card. What is its number? Mr. Clegg, it is no 2 to witness. Read out what it says, handing witness the card. Witness, I cannot read it, and it is not written very plain. Then I will try and assist you. You can read? Yes. And you can write? Yes. This is what it says then. After he is going out, I want go, if I can help it, so see me love to Janie. I did not write it. Has that card been altered from Mr. to Mrs. Look? Mr. Vickers, is there some alteration there? Yes, there is an S there. Will you venture to say you did not use that address card and alter that from Mr. to Mrs.? I did not alter it. It is on your husband's address card. I am aware of that. Now, do you know a little girl named Hut? I don't remember the name. Do you know a Mrs. Hutton living in Britain? I wrote. No, I don't remember the name. But I might know her if I saw her, I can't tell her by name. Did you not go and meet him there? No, I never. Roman 999. Were you never together in Mrs. Hutton's? We called together one day, when I was looking after a little girl to go errands for me. Was it Mrs. Hutton's little girl? Yes, I believe that was the name. Will you swear that you never gave notes to her little girl, to give to the prisoner? I will. Will you give her a pen? I should like to see her write what I shall dictate to her. What do you write with generally? A steel pen, or a quill pen? It does not make much difference, though I usually write with a quill. Well, write with a steel pen. I will write a note when I can, perhaps tomorrow. Yes, that will do. Go on, and write. You can give me something as a keepsake if you like, but I don't like to be covetous, and to take them from your wife and daughter. Love to all. You have not written this half as well as the first part. It is the best I can do. Now look at this first line. I will write to you a note, and look at this card. Now, madame, will you swear that this is not your writing? That is not my writing. Now I will go over these letters. Did the prisoner ever give you a ring? Yes. Peace. Did I give her what? Mr. Clegg, do you be quiet. Did you write to acknowledge the receipt of that ring? Not to my knowledge. Had you any envelopes in your possession like this? I cannot say. Look it well over. It is important. I cannot say. Was the prisoner living next door to you when he gave you the ring? Yes. The attendant surgeon, Mr. Hallam, here went to feel Peace's pulse, whereupon the prisoner groaned a good deal and seemed to be very. Roman 99. He, however, found his invalid all right and left him for a time. Now then, just look at that letter, that envelope with the writing upon it. Is that your handwriting? No, it is not my writing. Did anybody besides you and the prisoner know he had given you a ring? I don't know. I guess his daughter knew, at least he said so. Did you know whether the daughter could write or not? I don't know, I guess she could. Do you know about when that writing was given to you? No, I can't remember. Very well, now then listen to me. I am going to read a letter, and you follow me. I don't know what train we shall go by. I have a good deal to do this morning. Will see you as soon as I possibly can. I think it would be easier after you move. He want watch. So the RG, meaning the ring, fits the little finger. Many thanks, and love to Jenny. I will tell you what I thought of when I see you about arranging matters. Excuse this scribbling. Mr. Clegg, what is the next word? Is it hello? I don't know. I cannot tell. Now you admit you have received a ring from him? Yes, he gave me a ring. Will you swear that is not a letter from you to him? It is not from me. Not about putting the ring on and trying it on and telling him the ring fits. The letter is not from me. You will not swear the letter is not from you? It is not from me. Did the ring fit? No. Did you tell him? Not. I did not keep it very long. It did not fit my little finger. Mr. Clegg, did you try it on? Yes, I tried it, but I could not put it on. What sort of a ring was it? I could not tell you exactly. It was not worth much. Do you remember the prisoner's foot being damaged? No, I do not remember anything about it. The prisoner groaned, and his solicitor had a consultation with him. Will you swear that you did not write this note to him, producing a letter marked No. 5? Is that in your handwriting? No. Mr. Clegg, I will read it to you. Mr. Pollard, the witness keeps on saying she did not write the letter to him, or the note. I object that unless it is proved the thing is connected with the case, it cannot be used. She denies that she wrote it. Mr. Clegg, I submit then, sir, that you have a most curious coincidence. She admits that the ring is given to her by the prisoner, and yet she denies writing the letter in which the ring is mentioned to her. The stipendiary, what does it all lead to? Mr. Clegg, it leads to this. This woman has sworn now, as she did previously, that she did not write any of the letters, and I am in a position to prove that she. Roman 999. The stipendiary, she distinctly denies it. You have evidence quite enough to damage her credit. Prisoner moaning, I demand that justice be done. The stipendiary to prisoner, don't you interrupt. Mr. Pollard, I will take your opinion on the subject. No. 89. Illustration. Examination of Mrs. Dyson. Examination of Mrs. Dyson. The stipendiary, I think enough has been gone into for the purposes of the preliminary examination. You can reserve the rest for the trial. I consider that enough has been gone into for the purpose of the preliminary examination. Mr. Clegg, supposing that at the trial this man is not defended, a state of things, which is not at all unlikely. The stipendiary, you know very well that in that case, the judge would order some learned counsel to defend the prisoner. I am not going to deal with a state of circumstances that may arise at the trial. It would be presumption in me to provide for one of justice before the judges. Mr. Clegg, this is a preliminary inquiry, and I can put in whatever I think is for the benefit of the prisoner. Though it is only a preliminary inquiry, I am bound to do it. The stipendiary, I rule that sufficient has been asked about those letters. Mr. Clegg, I shall persist in asking these questions until I am stopped. The stipendiary, then I stop them now. You have quite enough for your purpose. Mr. Clegg, I don't think I have. The stipendiary, you have quite enough. You can prosecute her for perjury if she has spoken falsely as to what has been asked of her. There are two very particular points on which she has decisively spoken in reference to these letters. Prisoner, she has done more than that. The stipendiary, you may, if you have cause, indict her for perjury. It can lead to nothing else. Mr. Clegg, then at present, I don't think I have got sufficient, in my opinion, to test this witness' credibility. The stipendiary, in my opinion, you have, if what you have asserted is shown to be true, you have more than sufficient to damage her credibility, and more than sufficient to have a cause for indicting her for perjury beyond that it is not necessary for you to go, and I rule you shall not go. Mr. Clegg, how can I indict the woman for perjury unless I put the letters in her hands? The stipendiary, she has looked at them, because I told her to look at them myself. I said to her, look at each one, and see if it is not in your handwriting. That is in itself sufficient. Mr. Clegg, those letters have been already produced by the prosecution. I have the right to call for those to be read, and if you will not now let me cross-examine her in reference to them in detail, then I ask that the letters be read. Then I can cross-examine upon them, and that comes to the same thing. The stipendiary, you should have done that before. It is too late now. I cannot have them read now. Mr. Clegg, put that decision on the depositions. I ask that those letters put in by the prosecution be read by the clerk of the court. The stipendiary, you have seen them. Mr. Clegg, I have not seen them. I have not had the opportunity of reading these original letters by mere favor. I have had copies of them sent to me. Prisoner, it is nothing but injustice. The stipendiary, you will take the ruling of the court, Mr. Clegg, if you please, and have done with it. Mr. Clegg, I put it to you as a matter of law. The stipendiary, I have given my decision. Mr. Clegg, I object to proceed until these letters are read. Prisoner, hear. The stipendiary, you can proceed with your cross-examination. Mr. Clegg, I have a right to have the letters read if I please. The stipendiary, you can read them over yourself if you like. Mr. Clegg, if they are put into my hands, I shall read them to witness. The stipendiary, then you may read them. Mr. Clegg, very well then, that is all I want. The witness has denied that she has had anything to do with them. To witness, have you read them, some of them? Have you read them all? Not all of them. Then I will read them to you. Mr. Pollard, there will be no necessity for their being read aloud. Let the witness read them for herself. Mr. Clegg, I will read this one to you now, if you please. Reading, if you have a note for me, send now, whilst he is out, but you must not venture, for he is watching. And you cannot be too careful. Hope your foot is better. I went to Sheffield yesterday, but I could not see you anywhere. Were you out? Love to Jane. Did you write that letter? No. Mr. Clegg, now, I put that letter in. Have you had an envelope in your possession, like that? Handing an envelope to the witness. I don't know, perhaps I might have. As regards the envelope, the prisoner used to come for paper and writing materials to my house. Prisoner, no, I did not. Oh no. Mr. Clegg, holding a yellow envelope in his hand, have you read the contents of this? Yes, excepting something I could not make out. Will you swear that is not your handwriting? I swear, there are none of them in my writing. Mr. Pollard, I think you need hardly put it to her now, because she has sworn over and over again that there are none of them in her writing. Mr. Clegg, to witness, did you ever give the prisoner an American cent? No. Did you ever borrow any money from him? No. Not at all. I never. Roman 999. Mr. Clegg, reading things are looking very bad, for people told him everything then. There is something missing. Pick out F. Roman 500. Do you know what that means? No. Mr. Clegg, again, reading, do keep quiet, and don't let anyone see you. You did not write that. No, I did not write that. The stipendiary, she says she didn't write these letters. Mr. Clegg, well, I wish to question her on the point. The stipendiary, I will not have it, and I will have my ruling attended to. It shall not go down on the depositions. Cross-examination, continued. You had a son named William Henry. How old is he? 7 years old last December. Did the prisoner ever give your son any halfpennies or coppers that you know of? No, not that I am aware of. You have seen that letter as well, handing a letter to witness. Yes, I have seen them all. Do you know a woman named Norton? I seem to remember the name. I think I remember the name. Did you ever write this to the prisoner? Mrs. Norton is raising H about what then follows a blank. Can you settle it and send me the prints? Mr. Pollard witness denied that she ever wrote the letter, and the magistrate has given a ruling. Mr. Clegg to witness, when you were before the magistrates last week, you said that you left Darnall in consequence of the prisoner annoying you. Yes, on account of his annoyance. Had you seen him from July 1876 up to the time when you left in October? No. Did you know where he was? No, I did not. He made himself scarce on account of the warrant I had taken out against him. Did his family leave the neighborhood before you left? I don't know. What do you now say was the reason for your leaving Darnall? Because we were afraid of him. That was the reason. We thought he might come in the night. We thought we had better go where he would not know where to find us. It was because you were afraid of him. Yes, he had threatened both my life and that of my husband. Was the sole reason you left because you were afraid of him? Yes, and we were told that he visited Darnall in female attire. Did you say that the prisoner had threatened to blow your brains out, and those of your husband? Yes, I said that. Will you say that he threatened to blow your husband's brains out? Yes, I will swear that threatened to blow out both my brains and my husband's. Did you state that before the coroner the case was not brought before the coroner? Were you not examined before the coroner? Yes, on the case of murder, nothing more. Were you examined as to the death of your husband? Yes. Did you say then that the prisoner had threatened your life at all? Not that I remember. The depositions of the witness were then put in by Mr. Pollard, from which it appeared that before the coroner witness had said that Peace had threatened to blow out both her brains and her husband's. Had there been any quarrel between prisoner and your husband? I say he had been very annoying. Was there any quarrel? I can't say there was any quarrel because my husband would not speak to him. Have you ever received a letter from the prisoner at all? No, sir. Oh yes, I have received threatening letters. Have you got them? Mr. Chambers has them, I think. I am now talking about the night of the murder previous to your going into the closet. Had your son been taken to bed? Do you know? Yes. Did you see the prisoner when you were in the bedroom? No. When you were coming out of the closet, did you see the prisoner? Yes. I Roman 999. Did you say to him, "You old devil, what are you doing here now?" I don't remember saying anything to him, but he said, "Speak or ill fire." Will you swear that you did not say, "You old devil, what are you doing here tonight"? I should have thought that you had brought enough disgrace upon me. I don't remember speaking at all. I was too astonished. Did he say to you, "I will let you have the notes back again if you will get him to stay proceedings"? No. Did you say, "You know very well he won't do it, as he has placed it in the hands of the lawyers"? No, I did not speak to him. Your husband then came up? Yes. How far was he from you and the prisoner before you first saw him? About 2 or 3 feet. How far is the passage from where you were to the closet? Close by. Well, how many yards? I can't say. How far were you from the closet door when you saw your husband? Only 3 or 4 feet. I was just at the end. Whereabouts was the prisoner when he came up? The prisoner was going down the passage. Was he walking or running? Away. He was going at a rather quick pace. Was he walking pretty quickly away from your husband? He was going down the passage. Away from your husband? Away from him. When your husband was going towards the prisoner, did you hear him say, "If you don't stop, ill fire"? No. Did you see the prisoner on the ground? How do you mean? With your husband, was there any struggling between your husband and the prisoner? No, no. How far were you away from them when your husband was shot? Did you say a few feet off? Did you hear the prisoner speak to your husband before he fired? No, I did not. There was no speaking at all. Not from the time that he came out, right up to the time he was shot? No. Will you swear that your husband and the prisoner were not struggling together on the ground? No, they were not struggling, they were not close enough together. Mr. Clegg, what became of the lantern that you had? What became of my lantern? Yes, had you it in your hand? I threw it down. Before you saw your husband come out, had you the lantern still in your hand? Yes. This concluded the cross-examination of Mrs. Dyson. Mr. Pollard re-examining, are there some steps coming from the passage into the roadway? There are 1 or 2 steps. When your husband fell, in what direction did his head fall from the side of the passage? Did he take any step forward after the bullet struck him? No. He dropped instantly. At the time the bullet was fired, did you see whether Peace was down on the pathway of the causeway? Yes. Therefore he would be some few feet below your husband? Yes. He was down off the steps on the causeway when he fired the second shot. And you say he would therefore be some 2 or 3 feet below your husband's head at the time he fired? Yes. You were saying something about threatening letters between July and October 1876. Did you see any threatening letters? Yes. How many? I know of 2, and there were perhaps more. Have you those letters? Mr. Chambers' solicitor has them. Mr. Dyson gave them to Mr. Chambers. You gave them to Mr. Dyson, your husband, and he gave them to Mr. Chambers? Yes. You don't know whose writing they were. They were signed as if from prisoner, and seemed to come from Germany. Prisoner, I wish to call witnesses. The stipendiary, it's not time to call witnesses. Prisoner, am I going to be committed today? I want my witnesses called before. The stipendiary, it's not the time. This concluded Mrs. Dyson's evidence, who then retired. Police Constable 235 John Pearson was next called and examined by Mr. Pollard. Do you know the prisoner? I do. 3 or 4 years. Prisoner, let that person come up here, will you? I don't know him. Mr. Pollard to witness 3 or 4 years from now? Yes. I knew him about 2 years before the murder. You remember the date of the murder of Mr. Dyson? In November 1876, yes. Did you receive some instructions from your superior officer to go in search of the prisoner? I Roman 999. I received instructions the same morning at 2:30. That was Nov 30, yes. Did you go to any place in Hull which you had any reason to know? Yes. I went to 37 Collier Street. Who was living there? Peace's wife, I believe the same person who had been locked up here in the name of Hannah Peace. She was keeping a shop. You failed to find him there? Yes. Mr. Pollard, I propose now to take the escape and recapture of the prisoner on the last occasion. Stipendiary, you have gone after the time. Mr. Pollard, I put it on the ground of what it is worth, as an element for a jury to consider whether an innocent person, after having been examined and hearing evidence, such as was given on the last occasion, would have attempted to escape, as he Roman 999, the stipendiary, he was a convict, you know, suffering under sentence of penal servitude for life. Mr. Pollard, well, I will not press it. Mr. Pollard then said that was his case. Prisoner here exclaimed, I want my witnesses called. Why don't you call my witnesses? And then fell down. The depositions were now read over, Mrs. Dyson's being taken first. Whilst her depositions were being read, the prisoner conducted himself in an excited and somewhat insolent manner, making a feint of jumping from his chair. He fell back suddenly, calling to be taken to his cell. The warders stepped forward, and he then refused to be removed, and called for his counsel, to whom he began to give instructions in an excited fashion. Mr. Clegg took little notice, and soon after Peace put his arms on the table, laid his head between them, and moaned loudly. He next drew the rug over his head, and made such interruptions that the rug was drawn back, and he was asked to be still. He paid little attention to this request, but kept moaning and muttering till the deposition were read over. Stipendiary, to Peace, do you hear what is said? Prisoner whining, oh yes, I hear. The depositions were afterwards read over of Sarah Ann Colgrave, Mary Ann Gregory, George Brassington, Thomas Wilson, Police Constable Ward, Inspector Bradbury, and Police Constable Pearson. Prisoner, cannot you call my witnesses? What is the use of my having witnesses if they are not called? The stipendiary, listen to me. Prisoner, I cannot have them called. The stipendiary, oh yes, you can listen to me. You first of all have to make a statement, and then if there are any witnesses to be called, they can be called. Now listen to me. The charge against you is that you willfully and of malice aforethought did kill and murder one Arthur Dyson on Oct. 29, 1876. Having heard the evidence, do you wish to say anything in answer to the charge? Prisoner, yes, I wish to say that. Stipendiary, you are not obliged to say anything in answer to the charge. What you do say will be taken down, and may be given in evidence against you. Mr. Clegg, if you take my advice, you will simply say not guilty. The prisoner, I say I am not guilty, and that justice has not been done to me so that I can prove I am not guilty. That is what I want. I want justice done me. Why don't they let me call my witnesses? Because you are asking me, shall my witnesses be called? Why should they not be called here? Why? Because I have not the money to pay the expenses. The stipendiary, what is it you complain of? The prisoner, I want my witnesses called to prove that I have really not done this. The stipendiary, are there any witnesses to be called? Prisoner, yes, sir. The stipendiary, are they here? Prisoner, yes, sir. The stipendiary, then you must ask your solicitor. Mr. Robinson, reading you say I am not guilty, and I want my witnesses called to prove I am not guilty. Prisoner, that is what I said. I have lots of witnesses who can prove that that base bad woman has threatened my life and has threatened her husband's life. But I can't talk to you. I am so bad. I feel very bad. But she has threatened to take my life often. The stipendiary, is this what you say? Prisoner, I say I am not guilty, and I say I have not justice done me to prove I am not guilty, and that I want my witnesses called loudly. I say I can prove that I have not threatened her life. She has threatened her husband's, and she has pointed pistols and things at me. The stipendiary, have you any witnesses today? You are not taking your trial today. This is only a preliminary examination. Prisoner, I cannot have those witnesses without I pay for them. Mr. Clegg, I say I don't intend calling any witnesses today. The stipendiary, do you care to sign your statement? Would you like to put your name to the statement? Prisoner, I will try. Prisoner to his warder, in a very rough tone of voice. Let me be then taking up the pen, he said, I cannot see. Mr. Clegg, just sign it there. Prisoner then rested his head on one arm, and signed his name very deliberately, the capital C, and P being particularly well flourished. The stipendiary, you are committed to take your trial on this charge, at the assizes at Leeds. The prisoner with eagerness, when are they? The stipendiary, they are next week. Inspector Bradbury was then bound over to prosecute, and the witnesses to appear at the trial. The prisoner, will you let me sit before the fire? A bit before I go, I am really very bad. Mr. Clegg, he complains of being cold. Prisoner, you can put me in irons if you like, but put me near a fire. The chief constable, the cells are warm enough. It is only in this corridor that there is so much air. Mr. Clegg, you will be warm enough in the cell. Prisoner, I want to see you. Mr. Clegg, yes, I will see you. Prisoner was then removed to the cell groaning and whining, apparently overcome by the result of the day's proceedings. Mrs. Dyson labored under suppressed emotion, but bore the ordeal well. The utmost precautions were taken to keep down excitement in the town, but popular feeling ran very high. We have during the progress of this work had occasion to refer in more than instance to the latitude allowed to counsel on police examinations. A striking instance of this was made manifest on the several examinations of the prisoner Webster for the Richmond murder, and before then in a lesser degree, perhaps a similar instance occurred in the examination of the witnesses brought forward to give their testimony upon the Banner Cross murder. Peace was a daring and reckless burglar, an adept at disguising himself in a style that eluded the scrutiny of the police. He set small value on the vigilance of professional detectives. The comparative immunity with which he had escaped the consequences of his iniquity induced him to wax bold in transgression. Even to the last, there seemed an idea that he might still be able to baffle justice. Everything a wicked ingenuity could do was done to discredit the testimony on which he was convicted, but the utmost license of counsel was unavailing. We are not disposed to say anything severe about a barrister struggling with the difficulties Mr. Lockwood was called to combat in such circumstances. The old adage of no case abuse, the plaintiff's attorney, is a sufficient explanation of what might otherwise appear unseemly. On the present occasion, however, it was not the attorney, but the press that got abused in the recent trial of the directors of the City of Glasgow Bank. A similar policy was pursued by a prominent and really able advocate. But the barrister to whom the defense of Charles Peace was committed passed beyond the duty of counsel in the denunciation of newspapers. It was thus that Mr. Lockwood delivered himself. Never in the course of my experience has there been such a cry raised on the part of those who ought to be most careful of all others in preserving the liberties of their fellowmen and the independence of the tribunals of justice. I say that in this respect these parties have proved false to the great duties entrusted to them, and have not hesitated to raise a merciless cry for blood for the sake of the paltry pennies which they have been able to extract from the public whom they have tried to gull. This charge against the press is false. There had really been no attempt to stimulate public antipathy against the Banner Cross culprit, In point of fact, a judicious critic might, with some show of reason, insinuate that the details of the life of Peace had been placed before the public in aspects more attractive than just. The convict was not at all averse to the notoriety which he had recently achieved, but when his life is carefully scanned from the day that he first enlisted in the Devil's Regiment of the Line, until sentence of death was passed upon him, it is abundantly evident that the way of the transgressor was hard. Charles Peace commenced his criminal career before he was 14. He was not yet 50, but already there was unambiguous evidence that premature old age was stealing over him. Though devoted to crime, Peace never consorted with criminals. This peculiarity in his career constituted his safety. It is mainly because the haunts and habits of criminals are known that they are detected. The impunity with which for a very considerable period Peace was enabled to commit the Blackheath burglaries arose from the air of mystery with which he was surrounded. It must not, however, be assumed that there was anything heroic in the kind of housebreaking with which he was identified. Houses in the district that formed the scene of his depredations afford every facility to the cracksman, but the good fortune which had so often favored Peace in this region at length deserted him. A constable, whom a revolver could not scare, mastered the burglar. When he was condemned to penal servitude, it was discovered that the culprit had been guilty of a more serious crime. Information received enabled the authorities to connect the Blackheath burglar with the Banner Cross murder. That crime was fast fading from the memory of even those amongst whom it had been committed, and every hope of arresting the murderer had been abandoned. Mr. Dyson's widow was in America, and Peace, who knew this, thought himself safe. But if justice steals along with woolen feet, it strikes with iron hands. Mrs. Dyson was brought back from the United States to avenge in the witness box the brutality of her tormentor. Her evidence as to all that transpired on the eventful night that her husband fell was too minute and circumstantial to be shaken by even the severest cross-examination. The line of evidence which counsel was instructed to take only deepened the infamy of the accused. Even had it been possible to prove an improper intimacy between Peace and Mrs. Dyson, that would have done nothing to mitigate the atrocity of Mr. Dyson's murder. A most persistent effort was made by Mr. Lockwood to show that previous to the firing of the shot from which Mr. Dyson fell, there had been a struggle between the murderer and his victim. On this point, however, the widow's evidence was decisive. There was indeed no necessity that Mr. Dyson should close with the culprit. Moreover, inoffensive people are not usually anxious to fight ruffians who are armed with six-shooters. When Peace was in a difficulty, or in a passion, recourse to firearms seemed perfectly natural. Society was his legitimate prey, and in presence of unarmed antagonists, the burglar waxed valorous. Rarely has a more wanton murder been perpetrated than that of Mr. Dyson. The only offense of which that unfortunate man appeared guilty was his abhorrence of the attentions of Peace to escape them. He removed from the neighborhood in which the convict dwelt. The scamp, however, followed the Dysons with a fiendish malignity when threatening to blow out Mrs. Dyson's brains. Peace had the effrontery to ask a bystander to bear him witness that she had struck him with a life preserver. This idea was a pure myth. The preserver existed only in the foul imagination of the criminal, and the struggle with Mr. Dyson on the 29th November 1876, a still bolder fiction. It is possible that the crime was unpremeditated, and that annoyance rather than murder was intended, but a man who makes a revolver the instrument of annoyance cannot guard against the most dreaded contingencies. Mr. Campbell Foster was justly enough precluded from making any reference to Peace's attempted escape from the railway train, but it is not difficult to understand the motives under which the desperate leap was taken. If Peace had possessed any confidence in his ability to support the plea set up in his behalf, there would have been no attempt to escape, but he was honor of what awaited him. He knew enough of Mrs. Dyson to fear that her testimony was not likely to be shaken. Every incident in her career, so far as it was known to counsel, was reproduced for the purpose of disconcerting and discrediting her. Nevertheless, she left the witness box with her evidence unshaken. Thus has Charles Peace been condemned, hunted down, while not yet 50. There is in every feature of his forbidding face evidence that such a career is as unprofitable as it is criminal. It is difficult to conceive what this malefactor might have been under other and brighter auspices, but dedicated to crime from his youth upward. As years passed away, conscience, which in his case was never tender, became seared, as with a hot iron. When the final stage in his trial was reached, and Peace was asked if he had anything to say, he whimpered out, "Is there any use of saying anything now?" But in his cell, the convict collapses, and his courage proves melodramatic. Chapter Roman 158 Prisoners and Their Custodians. One of the most remarkable and daring exploits of our time, and one which more than any other of his adventures awakened the public mind to the desperate and reckless nature of the man, was his attempt to escape, while in the charge of his warders in the railway carriage. This might be considered the culminating point of his lawless life, and had he been without handcuffs, and possessed of his favorite weapon, a six-chambered revolver, would not have given much for the lives of his two custodians. It was indeed fortunate for them that the wild beast under their care was safely manacled. And indeed the great body of the people had no idea of the risks run by the servants of the law in dealing with ruffians of Peace's type. We subjoin an interesting account given by an officer, and printed in Chambers' Journal, of a perilous ride with a convict. One of my journeys called me away to a town in Suffolk, where I was ordered to take charge of a prisoner to be discharged the next day from one of the local jails, in which he had been undergoing a year's imprisonment for a criminal assault. The man had been let out on a ticket-off leave from the defense hulk at Woolwich, and had speedily, as it appeared, got into trouble down in the country. As he was merely wanted to complete his original sentence, having broken his ticket-off leave, there could be no bother about apprehending him inside the prison, and using such precautions for his safe keeping as seemed best to my judgment. Just as I was about to leave the office in Bow Street, one of my comrades, with whom I was rather intimate, came in, having finished a journey such as I was myself about to set off on. "Going out, Tom?" he asked, and on my telling him where I was bound for, he continued, "Better have this Barker, Tom, you may find it useful." At the same time he produced a small pocket pistol, which he held out for my acceptance. "I have not got any powder," he added, "but here are some caps and bullets." It seemed needless to remark that this was before the days of revolvers and pat cartridges. We had then to load in the old fashion, and had merely got as far as the introduction of the percussion cap. I had never before carried anything more deadly by way of protection than a life-preserver, but as my friend seemed to mean a kindness, I made no ado about accepting his offer, and having capped it there, and then I consigned it to the side pocket of a pilot coat, which I wore buttoned over my uniform. My journey down to Suffolk calls for no particular notice. In due time, the railway deposited me at my destination, and left me with plenty of leisure to call upon the governor of the prison overnight, with a view to my carrying off my charge the next morning. I asked what sort of a customer I would have to deal with, and must confess that I did not feel much encouraged with the reply. "He is what I would call a nasty customer," was the answer. "He has given us a deal of trouble, while we have had charge of him, continually breaking prison rules. And more than once, he has tried to commit suicide in the most determined manner, by tearing open the veins in his arms with his fingernails." This account of matters was not, as may well be supposed, at all enlivening, and when the governor added that the man was a perfect giant, and had been a navvy before he fell into evil courses, I began to fear that my work was cut out for me. However, there was no help for it. The inn where I had taken up my quarters stood right opposite the jail entrance, and as the street was somewhat of the narrowest, the most complete view of all comers and goers could be commanded from the front of my temporary residence. Next morning found me seated at a very comfortable breakfast, and the weather being fine, the window of the private parlor was open, affording a perfect view of all that might take place at the prison door opposite. While I was absorbed in the good cheer before me, I was startled by an exclamation from both the landlady and her daughter, which caused me to look up and instinctively to glance across the street. "Did you ever see such a big, coarse, and clumsy-looking woman?" exclaimed the younger of my entertainers. "Or is it a woman at all?" added her mother. My attention was at once riveted upon the newcomer, whom I somehow could not avoid connecting with the criminal it would so soon become my duty to apprehend. Without saying a word to the two ladies, I carefully and closely watched every movement of the party opposite during the remainder of my morning meal. More than once, I caught myself mentally repeating my landlady's query, "Is it a woman after all?" The "it" must be excused, as the point was so entirely doubtful, For a woman, the individual was very considerably above the average height, and her whole physique indicated far more than the average strength of womankind. There was a swagger in her walk too, most unlike the carriage of a female. I was fairly puzzled, and none the less so that I had twice noticed her ringing the prison bell, and that I knew there was but one individual to be discharged that morning, and that it was close upon my time to go and look after him. I had barely finished my last cup of coffee when one of the prison warders came across to say that the wife of my prisoner was waiting outside, and had twice made a demand to see him, but that the governor did not care to accede to the request without first consulting me. After casting the matter over in my own mind for a minute, I told the warder that I did not mind the woman being admitted, but that the two ought to be very closely watched during the interview. The man re-entered the prison, and within a few minutes, I observed that the woman was called in. Punctual to my time, I crossed over to the prison, and found my charge waiting for me, his wife being still with him, and no one in the room but the governor. Contrary to my expectations, the prisoner held up his wrists, and submitted to be handcuffed with the most lamb-like docility. When we got out into the street, I suggested, as there was time to spare, that the stalwart pair should have a bit of breakfast at my expense before starting on the journey for town. I thought the woman seemed a little taken aback at my invitation, however it was acceded to, and we entered the inn parlor, where I requested the landlady to produce a plentiful supply of ham and eggs, and as the pair preferred ale to tea or coffee, I ordered them a pint apiece. I had of course to unlock one hand in the order to allow my prisoner the free use of his knife and fork, and after what I had heard the night before, I thought it was rather risky thing for me to do, as though he might not attempt to do me any mischief. It was just possible he might try to inflict some serious mischief on himself. All, however, passed off safely, and when breakfast was finished, I told him he must bid his wife goodbye, as I did not want to attract any attention at the railway station. A kiss was accordingly exchanged, the bracelets were again attached to the wrists, and we set off at a brisk pace. When we got to the station, I learned that the next up train was an express, and that I would have to look sharp, as it might be expected immediately, and made but a brief stoppage. The train in fact came in almost to a minute after the information was communicated to me, and I hurried across the platform, got my man into a second-class carriageth compartment I had only just time to notice was empty. The whistle sounded, and the train was beginning to move when the door was flung violently open, and in jumped the prisoner's wife, taking her seat right opposite me. There was but time for the porter to slam the door when we were off. It need not be said that I was very far from being satisfied with the look of things, and that I had made up my mind to be carefully on my guard. I said nothing, being fully determined not to show any uneasiness, though it must be owned I felt much. Before we had gone any great way, my prisoner turned sideways to me, and said, "Master, my missus and me have some small matters of our own we would like to talk over, and as they don't concern you in the least, p'raps you wouldn't mind looking out of winder for a minute or two while we have our talk." That I could not possibly do, was my immediate answer. My duty is to keep you always under my eye and control, and besides, as you have just said, your domestic arrangements can be a matter of no concern to me, so you can discuss them as freely as you please without minding my presence. This answer seemed to disconcert both of them, but as if by way of compromise, I at the same moment leant towards the window of the carriage for a moment, and glanced outside. My hearing is sharp enough now, but at the time I speak as was even more acute. Just as I turned my head, I heard, or thought I heard, the man whisper the words both together. Instantly, the suspicion flashed across my mind that these words related to myself, and I turned round and faced the couple in a moment. What I saw in the expression of each of them seemed to warrant my acting with immediate decision. I seized the man between his manacled wrists so that he could not raise his hands. With an instinctive thought, I plunged my right hand into the pocket of my pilot coat, pulled out the pistol my mate had handed to me, cocked it with my thumb, and holding it within a few inches of the face of the woman opposite, I looked steadily into her eyes, and said with emphasis, "If you attempt to stir before we reach the next station, you will certainly be a dead woman." It was something fearful to notice the immediate change on that woman's countenance. She became of a pallid whiteness, and her lips had the purple-bluish tinge that indicates so unmistakably an access of deadly fear in the hylodramatic positions I have just described. We sped on until the next stopping station was reached, and that occupied fully more than 20 minutes. The moment the train came to a stop, I thus addressed the woman keeping her covered with the muzzle of my pistol, "Leave the carriage, and if you value your liberty make what speed you can to get into hiding." She disappeared instanter, and I felt a heavy load of anxiety lifted off my mind as she left us. For of all the encounters, I most hate an encounter with a woman is to be classed foremost. Not a word passed between my prisoner and me during the remainder of the journey to London, which we were no great while in reaching, and where I duly delivered him into safe keeping at Bow Street Police Office. Next morning, I had to conduct my prisoner to Woolwich there to deliver him to the authorities of the hulks, from whom he had obtained his ticket off leave. He seemed to have recovered from his scare of the day before, and on our journey spoke freely enough, and with an earnestness that left no doubt of the truth of his communication. "Master," said he, "I am main glad you kept your head yesterday, and did not lean out of the winder. Had you done so, missus, and I meant to have pitched you out, and taken our chance afterwards of getting off." "I was not very likely to be so easily put off my guard," was the laconic answer. "Aye, but master, your danger was not over then for missus, and I had made it up that she was to pin your arm's end. She could have done it easy while I was to smash your head with the darbies. We should then a took a key, got off the bracelets, and heaved you out of a winder afore you could come to yourself. That pistol fairly put us out, for it cowed missus, and she isn't easily cowed, I tell ye." "But the pistol was not loaded," said a nothing but a cap and an empty barrel. "All the same, master, I am main glad we failed. Now I've thought it over, I know I could not have escaped. It was known I left in your charge, and that missus joined us when your body was found, would have been spotted at once, and most likely both on us would have swung for it. I am main glad, I tell you, that you got out o' the mess, and I don't bear you no ill will for having done your duty as a man and a hofficer. Never before to my knowledge had I been in such deadly peril, and truly thankful did I inwardly feel for the providential escape I learned I had just made. I was glad to hand my murder-minded charge over to the care of the officers of the defense, and I am thankful to add that I never heard more of him, or wished to do so." Among the many persons who had been present at the examination of Charles Peace was an old acquaintance, Sherman, the American detective of loquacious and anecdotal proclivities. After the prisoner's committal, he adjourned to an adjoining house, where good entertainment was provided for man and beast in the company of the English detectives engaged in the case, police sergeants and inspectors. Mr. Shearman was quite at home. A long rambling discussion took place, the leading subject being the merits, or rather demerits, of our hero. Incidents in detective life became the order of the day, and as far as this was concerned, Mr. Shearman as usual went ahead. He told a capital story, which, as this is the last time we shall have to take notice of him, we give in his own words. Tracking a fugitive over the ocean. "I am not Pollocky or Paddington Green, neither am I Inspector Webb, nor Detective Bull of the City Force," said Mr. Shearman. "My status in society is that of a banker's clerk. I hold an appointment in a Midland Counties firm, which I entered upon 25 years ago. I had reached what is termed the ripe middle age, when some months since the even current of my life was interrupted by the following event. The establishment with which I have been so long associated is well known, and has gained a reputation by the quiet, respectable character of its business transactions. It does not indulge in speculative ventures, and hence has escaped many of the misfortunes, and missed no little of the agitation, which some banking firms have had to encounter. Occasionally, we have been startled by the presentation of a bad note, a forged check, and other cunningly devised schemes of well-practiced swindlers, to impose on our simplicity and credulity, which circumstances have forced us into the excitement of judicial investigations. Thus, from time to time, I was brought into contact with some of the most celebrated detectives of the day. I still remember the feelings of admiration with which I witnessed the skill and sagacity of such men as John Forrester Leadbeater, the Bow Street officer, Inspector Witcher, and other police officers in tracking and detecting a swindler. At that period, I little dreamt that my quiet life would be disturbed by an eventful episode, such as I am about to relate. On the morning of the 28th of September 186, I was at my post as usual, when a message from the bank manager summoned me to his presence. I saw at a glance, on entering the room, that something had happened. My chief informed me that a customer of the bank, whom for obvious reasons I will call Mr. Hooker, had absconded. I was aware not only that he was under an engagement to liquidate a considerable claim we had against him, but that he had recently fixed a day for the fulfillment of his promise, assuring us that he should be in the immediate receipt of a large sum of money, which would enable him to pay his debt and leave a balance to his credit in our hands. The statement of his expected funds was no fiction. Duly received them, but, instead of appropriating his newly acquired wealth to the honest discharge of our claim, he clandestinely left his home, and before the intelligence of his departure had reached us, he was halfway to Canada. The manager's indignation at the fraudulent conduct of an individual, whom he had believed to be an honorable man, and had trusted as such, did not surprise me, neither was I astonished, when he told me he would do all in his power to punish the absconding debtor, if means could be adopted to discover and arrest him in his flight. It was a matter for serious deliberation, ultimately acting on an impulse I could not control. I proffered my services to go in pursuit of the defaulter. They were accepted. The same evening, in company with one of our directors, I left by the mail train for Liverpool, reaching that place some little time after midnight. The object of this journey was to endeavor to ascertain through the Liverpool detectives when and by what ship Mr. Hooker had sailed, as well as his destination, in order that we might arrive at a conclusion as to the propriety of my crossing the Atlantic in pursuit. Early the following morning, we were at the headquarters of the detective police. We related the nature of our mission, and the services of one of their most efficient officers were placed at our disposal. He was evidently well known at all the shipping offices. In less than an hour, he furnished us with every information we could obtain in Liverpool. He ascertained that Hooker had sailed for Quebec 7 days previously in the Canada mail packet ship Belgian, and had booked through to Montreal. And he added the still more important facts that the delinquent had with him his wife, sister-in-law, and 2 children, and further that he was in possession of a roll of banknotes at the time he secured the berths. Had he gone alone, I doubt whether I should have had the courage to proceed farther, but the fact of his being encumbered with the ladies, the children, and a large quantity of baggage was a set-off against his 7 days' start, and considerably altered my views. With such a drag on his movements, I felt there was a hope of success, and at once accepted the responsibility of following him. A berth was secured on board the China of the Cunard line, and on Saturday the 30th of September 4 P. Roman 1000, I found myself afloat, and the docks of Liverpool becoming fainter and fainter. Fortunately, the weather was extremely fine, and as we steamed down the Mersey, the scene and the event was one of unusual interest to me. The interior of a first-class mail packet, just starting on her voyage, and its animated appearance have often been described. I need only say there were over 200 passengers on board, and that my immediate 90 companions were a French gentleman, a Spaniard, and his wife, a Scotch physician, who was in a state of complete prostration. 3/4 of the voyage, a shipbuilder from St. John's, N.B., and his 2 daughters, the chaplain of the ship, and his wife, and Mr. Tucker, an intelligent man from Philadelphia, who during the voyage gave me such valuable information, and introduced me to some Canadian merchants on board. These gentlemen subsequently rendered me great assistance in the prosecution of the object I had in view. Illustration: a rope is flung. A rope is flung over Laura's head, and her arms are closely pinioned. One of the most agreeable interludes of our voyage occurred during our detention at Queenstown for the mail bags. A delay of the mail train enabled us to pay a visit to the lovely Cove of Cork. We landed at the pleasant quay, ascended Lookout Hill, and partook of the hospitality of the Queen's Hotel. The jaunting cars, Negro minstrels, mendicants, menafores, men yachtsmen, and hawkers occupied the foreground, while the cove itself was studded with vessels, among which some of our ironclads and gunboats were conspicuous. The view was bounded by the islands of Spike and Haulbeline, and the famous lighthouse that marks the entrance to the harbor. It was about 4:30 on the following day week, when I was aroused from sleep by the report of a cannon close to our saloon. The first idea that I had on awakening was that we had struck upon a rock, but my neighbor informed me it was a salute we were firing on entering Halifax harbor. We had made one of the quickest passages on record, for before 5 o'clock a Roman 1000 on Monday the 9th of October, we arrived at Halifax, being only 7 days and 12 hours from the time of our departure from Queenstown. I proceeded to Boston, where I remained 1 day. I left that city for Montreal. I reached the St. Lawrence Hall Hotel in that place at 10 a. Roman 1000 on Thursday, the 12th of October. I confess that the 300 miles of night traveling following so closely on the voyage out caused me great bodily fatigue, and I suffered much from mental depression. As I sat alone that morning, some 3,000 miles away from home, and as far distant from any friend, I began to reflect whether I had not undertaken a task of too great magnitude. I was weak enough to regret having left the shores of England upon what now appeared so quixotic an undertaking. It was too late for regret, and I immediately dispelled my doubts by action. My first step was to collect my credentials and call upon the solicitors whose advice was to guide my future proceedings. Messrs. Roberts Rowe are one of the most eminent firms of advocates in Montreal. On making the acquaintance of the senior partner, I felt that I stood in the presence of a gentleman of no ordinary ability, one whose verdict would go far to decide whether my mission would be stamped with success or endorsed with failure. I related to him as briefly as possible the circumstances which brought me to him. I handed him the power of attorney, and being desirous of securing his unlimited confidence, I also exhibited to him my letter of credit and introduction to the eminent Canadian house Messrs. Gillespie Moffat Co. When I had finished my recital, Mr. Roberts took a few moments for reflection. I watched him narrowly, and I fancied I read distinctly in his countenance that his honest conviction was adverse to my cause. I found that such was the fact, for addressing me very deliberately, he said, "I fear your case is hopeless, and that your journey will be a fruitless one." He explained to me the law of Canada in reference to such cases, and pointed out that even if I found Hooker, which was in his opinion doubtful, I could only treat him as a debtor. I could not touch either his person or his goods, that I might bring an action against him for a common debt, with the consolatory thought that after I had spent some weeks in litigation and obtained judgment, Mr. Hooker would run across to the United States and snap his fingers at me and my judgment. Mr. Roberts was kind enough to say he could not but admire the spirit which had been evinced by our bank in taking such prompt and energetic action in the matter, and expressed a desire that other large mercantile firms in England would adopt a similar line of conduct, which would prevent Canada, and more particularly Montreal, from its proximity to the United States, becoming the resort of so many swindlers to the mother country. Naturally, I felt for the moment cast down by the revelation of the hopelessness of my case, and for an instant I contemplated relinquishing all further proceedings, but happily in a few minutes, this feeling vanished, and I became, as it were, fortified with unusual strength and energy. I was enabled calmly to reflect upon the formidable difficulty I had to encounter, and instead of abandoning my mission, I resolved to prosecute it to the utmost. I told the legal adviser that my first step must be to discover the fugitive, and next to give him into pretty safe custody, until I could come to a satisfactory settlement, with him disregarding for the time all the terrors of the Canadian law on the question of false imprisonment. At this period, I was introduced to the junior partner of the firm, who subsequently undertook the management of the affair, and by his advice I shut myself up in my hotel in case Hooker should see me and abscond, whilst the avocat undertook to send during the day to all the hotels to examine the books of arrivals. After a wretched time of inactivity, I again sought my solicitors to ascertain the result of the search. It was altogether unsuccessful. I subsequently found that had the official to whom the duty had been entrusted exercised an ordinary amount of vigilance, he would have been able to have furnished me with most welcome intelligence. His search, however, had been a very superficial one, and I was consequently compelled to return to my hotel sadly disappointed, and wearied both in body and mind. The following morning I was introduced to the chief of the Montreal Detective Police, Mr. O'Leary, a remarkably acute and intelligent Irishman. He regretted that for a day or two he could not give me much personal assistance, as he was engaged in several important criminal cases at the assizes, which were then being held in Montreal. I briefly put him in possession of the facts of my mission, and he consoled me with the assurance that if Hooker were there, or in the neighborhood, he should have no difficulty in finding him. As I was deprived of the detective's active assistance, I resolved to take a line of action of my own. I suggested to Mr. Rowe that we should make inquiries at the offices of the Canadian Mail Steam Packet Company, in one of whose ships the Belgian Hooker and his family had sailed from England. Mr. Rowe acceded to my suggestion and accompanied me at once to the office, where I was introduced by him to Mr. Allen, the principal partner in the firm. My object was to ascertain whether from the official list of the passengers of the Belgian, they could furnish me with any information as to the arrival of the fugitive either in Quebec or Montreal. Mr. Allen at once communicated with the officials at Quebec, where the passengers had landed. I was employed during Friday in visiting my solicitors and the detectives' officers, as well as in making inquiries at banks, post office, and smaller hotels, but without acquiring the least information likely to prove serviceable. At an early hour the next morning, I started out with a conviction that if Hooker were in Canada, I should obtain some clue of his whereabouts before night. This presentiment did not mislead me, for before 3 o'clock, I effected his capture and had him closeted in my solicitor's office in Little St. James Street, with O'Leary and a brother detective in close attendance. I will record the events as they occurred that day, which was one of much anxiety and excitement. When I reached Mr. Allen's office, I was informed by the head clerk that a letter had been received from their establishment at Quebec in reply to their inquiries, containing some important and satisfactory information. It is true they had lost all traces of the fugitive on his landing at Quebec, and consequently could not have rendered any assistance but for a singular coincidence which occurred a few days previously at Toronto. The purser of the Belgian had occasion to visit the City of the Lakes, and whilst there he saw and had recognized Hooker as one of the passengers. The latter believed himself to be perfectly safe, and not having the slightest idea that anyone was in pursuit of him, he invited the purser to take some refreshment, and then voluntarily entered into conversation about himself and family, mentioning among other things that his wife, sister-in-law, and children were at the Montreal Hotel in Montreal, where he intended shortly to join them. The purser returned to Quebec, and fortunately for me, was at the office when the letter of inquiry from Montreal was opened. He immediately communicated the above facts to Mr. Allen. I hastened with the welcome intelligence to my solicitors. It was difficult to decide upon the best course to adopt. If any direct inquiry were made, Mrs. Hooker would probably communicate with her husband and prevent his return. After a short consultation, we decided to leave the matter in the hands of O'Leary, the detective. I went for him at once, and fortunately found him at the Chief Office of Police. As I have previously stated, he was a sharp-witted Irishman of gentlemanly bearing. After deliberately reading the letter which had been entrusted to me by Mr. Allen's clerk, he took my hand in his own, and grasping it warmly he said, in his native accent, "My dear sir, it's all right, leave it to me." On our way to Montreal House, he informed me that he knew, and had the greatest confidence in the landlord, from whom he could obtain every information without exciting suspicion. We entered the house by the public bar and, of course, were at once the object of that curiosity which is invariably manifested when a detective officer appears in company with a stranger in a public place of that description. The character of O'Leary was too well known for anyone to venture upon a remark beyond an inquiry as to the state of his health and what would he drink. One cadaverous-looking Yankee put the latter question to me, but as I was a stranger to him, I politely declined to take anything. I soon discovered that I had committed rather a grave sin, for the Yankee appeared much irritated at my refusal, and advised me, if I were going to New York, never to decline such an offer if it were made to me in that city, or said, "I guess it will be worse for you." On returning to O'Leary, I found him carelessly glancing at the names in the arrival book of the hotel. Suddenly, he closed the book, took it in his hand, and gave me a sign to follow him into an inner office. When the door was closed, he opened the book and, putting his finger on Hooker's signature, inquired if that was the man. I replied in the affirmative. The landlord was then admitted into our council, and a cautiously whispered conference took place. The landlord informed us that Hooker's wife and children were upstairs in the apartment above us, and that he had stowed large quantities of baggage in an adjoining room. At that moment, Mrs. Hooker was expecting her husband by the first train from Toronto, after which they intended leaving, but where they intended to go, he had no idea. O'Leary advised me to change my quarters from St. Lawrence Hall Hotel to the Montreal House, and keep a watchful eye on the movements of the family, so as to be ready to confront the husband on his arrival. I hastened to the hotel, removed all traces of my address and railway tickets from my luggage, and entered my name on the arrival book of the Montreal Hotel as Mr. Roman 5 Robinson from Boston. I lounged about the place with a view to picking up any stray piece of information. I heard, among other things, that Hooker had lodged his money in the merchant's bank. I thought this of sufficient importance to communicate to my solicitor at once. On my return, I was somewhat startled by the announcement that Hooker, who had just arrived, was then sitting down to dinner in the public room. There was evidently no time to be lost, as he had ordered his bill and would leave in half an hour. I knew my only chance consisted in playing a bold game. With the hopelessness of my case ringing in my ears, I had not the courage to confront him myself, and yet in half an hour he would be gone. It was just a question of finding O'Leary, and bringing him on the scene of action in those 30 minutes. There was no vehicle at hand. I ran hastily to the head office of the police, and found to my dismay that O'Leary was not there, nor was there anyone who knew where he could be found. I retained the services of the chief officer present, secured a cab, and went at full gallop to O'Leary's private residence, where we were fortunate enough to find him. He immediately entered the cab, and we returned to Montreal House, whilst I related to him all that had occurred since I last saw him. As I told him, we should probably find our man quietly taking dinner, his face lighted up with pleasure, and he exclaimed, "It's one of the most beautiful little affairs I have been engaged in for some time past." I feared that his zeal might get the better of his discretion. I again explained to him the full nature of the case, that I could not legally give him into custody, and my only chance of recovering any portion of the money with which he had absconded from England was to frighten him into some concession before he could procure legal advice. O'Leary appeared delighted with the prospect of his game, and requesting me to lave it entirely in his hands, assured me that in case he were obstinate he would terrify him out of his life. Ere we reached the hotel, I was wrought up to a high pitch of excitement. The time for decisive action had arrived. Preceded by the landlord, and in company with the 2 detectives, I ascended the principal staircase, at the top of which was the entrance to the dining saloon. The door was open, thus affording us a view of some 20 of the guests, and among them of the man in search of whom I had crossed the Atlantic. He was sitting with his back to us, his wife and sister-in-law being on each side of him. He appeared in high spirits, and was chatting with the various guests at the table, little dreaming who was standing at the open door, prepared to denounce him, if necessary, as a fugitive swindler from England. I pointed him out to O'Leary, who calmly remarked, "That's enough," and then, as a second thought struck him, he added with a spice of Irish humor, "But well, let him finish his dinner first, for he seems to be enjoying it so much." In accordance with so odd a request, we allowed him a minute's grace. He was then touched on the shoulder by the head waiter, and informed that a gentleman was waiting to see him. Still unsuspecting, he arose from his seat, and came towards us with a smiling countenance. O'Leary met him, and with a slight inclination of the head, said, "Mr. Hooker from England, I believe." "Yes," was the apparent firm reply. I thought I could discover an anxious, nervous twitching in his face, betraying an undercurrent of guilty consciousness, and a fear that he had not escaped pursuit, as perhaps only a few minutes previously he was flattering himself he had. I was standing a little in the rear of O'Leary, and thus was partially hidden from observation. Stepping on one side, and extending his hand towards me, O'Leary said, "Allow me, Mr. Hooker, to introduce you to a gentleman from England, with whom I believe you are well acquainted." Making an effort to appear calm, and unconscious of danger, the swindler deliberately disowned all knowledge of me. Looking at me, and then turning to O'Leary, he replied, "I do not know the gentleman, he is a perfect stranger to me." I was unprepared for such a barefaced disavowal, from a man with whom I had so often, and so lately transacted business. For a moment, I felt staggered by this fresh evidence of guilt. At length I stepped forward, and said, "Mr. Hooker, you know the bank, and you know me as the cashier of that establishment, and you know too perfectly well the nature of the business which has brought me to Canada in search of you." These words, uttered with all the menace and determination I could throw into them, had a marked and striking effect on the conscience-stricken man to whom they were addressed. His courage instantly forsook him, he trembled as stricken with ague. Uttering all sorts of miserable excuses for his conduct, he requested that we should retire to a private room with a view to an explanation and settlement. I readily acceded to this, and now felt somewhat hopeful of bringing the business to a satisfactory conclusion. I soon discovered that in this I was fated to be disappointed, for shortly after we were closeted, he again assumed a bold appearance, and seemed disposed to justify his conduct rather than make any reparation for what he had done. His principal anxiety appeared to be to avoid exposure before the inmates of the hotel. This afforded me an opportunity for suggesting a movement I was anxious to effect, viz. An adjournment to the office of my legal advisers. Taking his arm in mine, and requesting the detectives to follow closely, we left the hotel. After we reached Mr. Rowe's office, nearly 2 hours were expended in vain attempts to induce the delinquent to accede to some equitable terms of settlement. He at first appeared very penitent, and in the midst of his tears declared that it was his intention, as far as lay in his power, to act honorably to everyone. He begged again and again to be allowed to return to his wife, who, being ignorant of the state of affairs, would be suffering great anxiety from his prolonged absence. He seemed so sincere in his protestations that Mr. Rowe suggested that I should accede to his request. This was a moment of great difficulty to me. I did not wish to be unnecessarily severe, neither did I wish to act in opposition to the advice given me by Mr. Rowe. Still, I felt sure that I should be losing some of the vantage ground I had gained through the day if I released him, whilst matters were in their present position. At last I said, I have a duty to perform, and I cannot shrink one step therefrom. You absconded from England, and having incurred expense in finding you, I cannot, and will not release you, until you have given me some material guarantee that the funds which you have deposited in the merchant's bank in the city shall not be touched until you have made a satisfactory settlement with me. My determination had the effect of again making him change his tactics. He upbraided me for bringing 2 detectives to his hotel, threatened vengeance against me for having been given into their custody, and asked me indignantly what I required. An idea flashed across my mind. I confess it was a piece of strategy, and conceived as it was in a minute, I could hardly hope that my prisoner would fall into the trap I wished to lay for him. I replied, "You are anxious to get back to your family, and I am equally anxious to terminate this painful interview. I will release you on the following conditions. You shall draw a check for the funds, with the exception of a few pounds for your immediate use, which you have placed in the merchant's bank, payable to your order and my order jointly, and deposit the same with my solicitor. As a man of business," I continued carelessly, "you are aware that I shall not be able to touch this money without your endorsement to the check." I confess I did not draw his particular attention to the fact that he would be equally helpless without my signature. Neither could he have given one moment's consideration to this feature in the transaction, or he certainly would not have so readily acceded to my terms. He appeared lost to every idea but that of his present escape. He immediately drew up the check, which he signed and handed to Mr. Rowe. I was now as anxious to get rid of him as I had been a few hours previously to effect his capture. It was necessary to have the check initialed at the bank, which would place such an embargo on his funds as would prevent the possibility of his tampering with them by other means. It was Saturday afternoon, and a half-a-day hurrying away as quickly as we could, we proceeded to the merchant's bank. It was closed. After some little delay, we gained admission by the private door. The clerks were leaving, but informed us that no further business could be transacted until Monday. Monday would be too late. The full nature of my compromise with Hooker would be laid before him by a legal authority, and perhaps was at that moment being divulged to him. Steps might be taken to remove his funds from my grasp. He, too, would be told of the hopelessness of my case, and would doubtless set me at defiance. I felt that if we failed now, I should never recover 1 shilling of the money, that I should have to return to England beaten and disappointed, with a heavy bill of costs to add to the amount of which my firm had already been swindled. With desperation, I urged my solicitor forward, and we soon found ourselves in the interior of an inner office, where one of the chief tellers and junior still remained. Fortunately for me and those whom I represented, the principal was a friend of my solicitor. The cashier had his hat on. The junior was in the act of placing the last huge ledger in the iron safe when he was stopped by Mr. Rowe. "1 minute," he exclaimed to his friend, the cashier. "I will not detain you long, but in that ledger you will find an account opened within the last few days by a Mr. Hooker from England. He has just given me a check for nearly the whole amount payable to the joint order of himself, and this gentleman pointing to me, we do not require the cash, but simply to have the check accepted by the bank. The cashier, anxious to oblige his friend, opened the ledger, turned to the account, attached his initials to the check, and returned it to us. The thanks we tendered him were neither few nor cold, and as we hastily left the bank, Mr. Rowe warmly congratulated me on the success of my plot. I was too overpowered to say much myself. Begging him to take especial care of the check, and under no circumstances to part with it without my authority, I left him, promising to see him on Monday morning. I wandered down Notre Dame Street, in a state of complete abstraction and bewilderment. I was overjoyed at the result of the day's proceedings, the exciting events of which had passed so rapidly in succession that I could scarcely realize the agreeable change which during the last few hours had taken place in the aspect of my Canadian affairs. Of one circumstance I have a vivid recollection. I sat down to dinner that evening with a heart full of thankfulness, and for the first time since I landed in America, I really and truly enjoyed the viands which were placed before me. Although I had virtually brought Mr. Hooker to a strait which would compel him to accede to my own terms of settlement, still, he evinced at times more obstinacy than ever, and it was not until after a week that I finally closed with him. It was early on the morning of Saturday, the 21st of October, that I sought an interview with Mr. South, the solicitor, who had been consulted by Hooker. Fortunately for me, he was a highly respectable man. He had on one or two occasions intimated his contempt for his client, and that he was heartily sick of the transaction. I told him that I had fully made up my mind to leave Montreal that night by the mail train for Quebec, and to take passage in the North American, which would sail from the latter place on the following morning for England. If I said to him, "Your client does not accept my terms, I will take his check back with me, and make a bankrupt of him. His assignees shall endorse the check per procuration, and the whole of the funds will then be sent to England for the benefit of his estate." The reply was satisfactory. "I admit," he said, "that the terms you propose are such as my client ought to accede to. He will be here shortly. I will inform him of your ultimatum, and if he still remains obstinate, I shall decline to have anything further to do with him. Will you call on me again at 12 o'clock?" I kept the appointment punctually. The guilty man was there too, and quite crestfallen under the heavy pressure that had been brought to bear upon him, he had at length given way. He accepted my terms, endorsed the check, and in a few hours, with a draft for the salvage money drawn by the City Bank of Montreal on Messrs. Glynn and Co. of London safe in my possession, I was steaming rapidly towards Quebec. I landed in England on Thursday, the 3rd of November. Notwithstanding the hopelessness of my case, I had effected my capture in Canada, and was enabled to report the same personally at headquarters in less than 5 weeks from the date of my departure. Chapter Roman 159, scene at Stoke Ferralora, Stanbridge, led into an ambuscadia love story to unwilling ears. It was the 19th of November, and it had been a cold, gloomy day, and the night descended black and noiseless as a funeral pall upon a corpse. The railway station was built of red bricks, which the storms of winter had almost turned brown. One gaslight flickered feebly within its case of glass. 2 travelers were waiting for the train, one of them reading the advertisements on the walls, the other walking quickly to keep himself warm. A bell was rung. 2 red stars appeared in the distance. Other was a low hum which became a roar, and the train stopped by the trembling platform. There had been only one passenger. It was a lady neatly dressed, without luggage or attendants. She was not young, but her features were very handsome, albeit her grey eyes, which had a cold and cunning look, and her low receding forehead together with the thinness of her lips robbed her of half her beauty. A red-haired man with a whip in his hand and a copper badge upon his breast came up and spoke to her, touching his hat. As he spoke, he pointed to a large close carriage in the road outside the station, to which were harnessed a pair of strong brown horses. "I wish to go to Broxbridge Hall," said she. "Do you know the place?" "Yes, ma'am, seat of Earl Ethelwood. I know it well enough. I knew it when the old Earl was alive. Ah, me things are changed since then, surely." As she stepped into the carriage, she glanced anxiously towards the western sky, where a few rays of light showed that the sun had lately set. These rays resembled streaks of blood, and cast a lurid glow upon the purple and copper-hued clouds around them. She drew down the blinds, and throwing herself back at full length in the vehicle, gave herself up to the meditation of her schemes. She was roused by the stopping of the carriage. She drew up the blinds, and opened the windows. It was now nearly dark, and distant flashes of lightning betokened a storm. The wind also had risen and moaned among the distant trees. They were upon the banks of a broad river, which was covered with small but white-crested waves. The driver gave a peculiar kind of shout, which was answered from the other side by another shout, and the ringing of a bell. The lady began to understand. They were about to cross a ferry. She looked back on the road they had come, and which merely consisted of two huge ruts. She could faintly distinguish the road on the other side, and it appeared to improve but little. "Is this the only road to Broxbridge?" said she, in a tone of anxiety. "Well, mom, it be," returned the red-haired man, "unless we'd gone by the pike, which is 5 miles round. Cattle and men are both used to these roads hereabouts." "But I thought the station was close to Broxbridge." "There's a station close by it, but not the one I've brought you from." "Then they have deceived me, and I booked for the wrong station." "It can't be altered. Now, mom, we must make the best of a bad job, but y'all be all right enough." She walked to the brink of the river, and eyed the dark, sullen torrent as it ran swiftly past. She heard the rattling of chains, and looking up saw a man crossing the river in a large punt. In the dusk of the evening, the mass glided towards her like some monster ghost, and the noise of the chains added strongly to this impression. The boat was moored to a post in the bank. The horses were led carefully, and the driver assisted the lady with rough courtesy into the boat. Then the ferryman, having unloosed the chain, drove his long iron-pointed pole into the gravelly bottom of the river. The boat moved slowly and silently through the water, which it cleaved into ripples with its broad bow. The sky was covered with clouds, some long, some narrow, and streaky, floated irregularly over the general mass. They are called mare's tails, and generally forebode rain. The lightning flashes still continued, and once they heard a peal of thunder, faint and dull as an echo. "The storm is coming up," said the driver, and he patted his horses, which were sniffing the air nervously, and soothed them with those signs and words which form a language between men and the lower animals. The ferryman appeared to be old and feeble. He bent his face over his pole as he drove it into the ground at the bow of the boat, and followed it into the stern. "I," said he, "the storm is coming up quickly, and from what I can see of it at present, we shall have it pretty sharp and no mistake." When the boat grounded upon the sandy shelving bank on the other side, the ferryman stepped out and fastened the chain, averting his face from the boat. The driver led the horses out of the craft, and up the bank, the carriage jolting and rumbling as he did so. As the lady passed out, her dress touched the hand of the ferryman. At this touch he started suddenly and trembled all over, and his eyes followed her savagely. As soon as she was reseated in the carriage, and had pulled the blinds down, the driver looked back at him significantly. He nodded, and climbed into the rumble, where he sat with his arms crossed, and his head upon his breast. Laura Stanbridge crouched within the vehicle, which she had made dark, as if her thoughts were too evil to bear the light, did not hear the wind which now howled fiercely above her head, nor the thunder peals, which every moment grew more long and loud. "Ah," said she, "I will see this proud earl, and let him know who and what his father is. He little thinks what an amusing tale I have to tell about Mr. and Mrs. Thomas Gatliff. I will bring him to my feet, and he will be but too glad to purchase my silence at a princely sum. So, Mr. Gatliff, you spurn me now like the risto. You are meditating mischief. Ill dare be sworn. Well, we shall see, fool, that you were to entrust me with your secrets." She uttered a cry of impatience as she saw from the slow pace of the horses, and the manner in which the carriage hung back, that they were ascending a steep hill. At the same moment, a vivid flash of lightning darted past her eyes, and a peal of thunder, which made the windows rattle, followed it immediately, a sign that the storm was near. The horses had stopped, and on peering through the front window, she saw that the driver was no longer on the box. She opened the door, and alighting, found that a tree had fallen across the road. Upon this tree were seated 2 figures. "Goodness me, how unfortunate!" exclaimed Laura. "What must be done?" The driver scratched his head, and seemed sorely puzzled. "I don't know how we are to get to the hall, now, Mom," said he. "But we must get there by some means or another," cried Laura in a petulant tone. "How very unfortunate we've been, to be sure. Everything seems to go wrong. What do you propose, driver? Just think, there's a good fellow." I am thinking but can't tell what to do for all that. One of the figures rose and approached them. It was a woman in the uncouth dress of a female peasant. If the lady wants to see the Earl, a mon si im tonnates off to London early the morrow. I do want to see him, most particularly, said Miss Stanbridge. My business is immediate. Can you tell me, my good woman, how I can get to Broxbridge Hall? You know the neighborhood, I dare say. I do indeed, was the ready response. And can tell me what to do. Well, marm my zon, and oi be goin' that way, and we can show if a don't mind goin' by a rough road through the woods. How far is it? Oh, only a little bit of a step. Very well, then I will go and trust to you to guide me, said Miss Stanbridge. I do not see any other course left open. Having paid the man for the distance he had brought her, she prepared to accompany them. The woman climbed the bank at the side of the road, and passed through an open gate into the footpath which led across a field. The person whom the woman had mentioned as her son followed behind Laura Stanbridge, turned round in the field to look at him, but the night was so dark that she could only make out a shadowy form which appeared to be enveloped in a large cloak with a high collar, which completely hid his features. Neither his dress nor his gait were those of a laboring man, and she began to think that she had acted imprudently in trusting herself so implicitly to two strangers. However, she thought, if they belong to any London gangs, I have only to speak to them in the thieves' patter, and they will not dare to touch me. If, on the contrary, they are yokels, they will be content with robbing me, and I have not much to lose. They passed from the field into a small gorse, common across another high road, past a couple of lights, which, shining in the windows of the cottages, showed that their inmates were already retiring to bed, and over a stile into a shaw or small copse, which skirted the side of the road. Laura Stanbridge had addressed several questions to her conductress. Without receiving a reply, she had spoken once to the young man, who followed like a phantom on her steps, and he had not chosen to make any answer. Laura, who possessed the courage of a man, or rather of a demon, began to be afraid. The night was miserably dark and cheerless, the way was lonely, the rain descended with much violence, and the thunder seemed to shake the earth as it rolled from horizon to horizon. Sometimes the lightning flashed through the trees, and showed her three outstretched branches, and their ghastly trunks. But they could not show her the features of that gray-haired woman, who strode so swiftly before her, nor the face of that young man who followed with equal speed, and who watched all her movements with glistening eyes. She was trying to shake off her fears, which appeared to her idle and reasonless, when the woman stopped and pointed to the trunk of a tree which had been stripped of its bark, and which lay like a naked giant across her path. Sit down there, madam, said she, in a voice which she seemed to remember. Sit down, you must be tired. Laura hesitated. Tut, said she, after all, what can be more natural? One meets every day with people who will not answer questions, and who will yet show every consideration for your comfort. So she did as she was requested. As soon as she was seated, a rope was flung over her head, and her arms were closely pinioned to her side. She struggled violently to free herself, but in vain. She therefore became calm, and said some words in the secret language of thieves. You are mistaken, answered the woman in the same tongue, as she seated herself on the trunk. I do not wish to rob you, I wish to tell you a story, that is all. Laura Stanbridge trembled. She began to suspect that she had fallen into the hands of a mad woman, but by a miraculous effort she recovered her self-possession, and said quietly, very well, I shall be glad to hear what you have to say, but you need not have tied me. Unloose me first. No, madam, I must not unloose you, for when you have heard my story you will try to run away. I swear I will not attempt to do anything of the sort. I pledge my word. As to this, I do not choose to take your word. Why not? For many reasons. I do not intend to let you escape. Laura was bewildered. The tones of this woman's voice were firm and menacing, and she fancied they were not unfamiliar to her. She remembered also the rustic accent with which she had at first cloaked her words, and which must have been used for the purpose of deceiving her. All this began to resemble a preconcerted scheme. She waited anxiously with dilating eyes and ears bent forward like the stag, which hears the first bay of the distant hound. Besides, observed the woman quietly, if you tried to run away you might meet with an accident. She produced a dark lantern from underneath her shawl, and flashed the light in front of them. By the yellow stream of light, she distinguished a black opening in the ground, at the distance of scarcely 3 feet from where they were seated. She shrank back, shuddering. The woman smiled grimly. I do not understand your meaning, or what your purpose is, cried the miserable. You will understand all presently, I dare say. Gracious heaven, you are Mrs. Grover, your old friend, replied the woman. A light suddenly dawns upon you. You do not mean to harm me, cried Laura. No answer. The question was repeated. I have a story to tell, said Mrs. Grover. Bah, silly woman, I have no desire to listen to your tales. I believe you are half crazed. No, I am not. Listen, once I was a young girl as innocent and happy as a spring bird. But a gentleman saw my pretty face. He fell in love with me, wrote me letters. I could show you them, if I wished, for I have borne them on my heart. Ever since we used to meet on this very spit was here that I first felt his warm lips, and the pressure of his hand so soft and small. It was here that I first learned what it was to love to have a beating heart. When he came near me to tremble with delight when I heard him speak. He did not treat me at first as gentlemen treat poor girls. One day, he told me to meet him at Broxbridge. I made an excuse for leaving home that day and night, and met him at the corner of a dark street as he had appointed. I asked him no questions, I felt no fears, I loved him too well for that. He took my hand in his, and asked me if I would go with him. I kissed that hand, and said I would go with him to the end of the world. Goodness me, what have I to do with your early days? What care I for your romantic love story? Ejaculated Laura Stanbridge. Have you brought me hither for no better purpose than this? You will know all in good time. When it was quite dark, he took me to a little church, which stands about half a mile from the town. In this church, there was only one person. It was a young gentleman in a white robe, who stood at the communion table between two wax tapers with a book in his hand. The woman's as mad as a March hare, murmured Laura. My sweetheart drew me towards him and again took my hand and made me kneel with him. Then I knew that he was going to marry me, and I almost swooned with astonishment and joy. The young clergyman read the service in a low and solemn voice. I could hardly speak the answers, my lips were trembling. So a ring was placed upon my finger, a hand pressed mine, and something like a soft flower fell upon my forehead. It was my husband's fond kiss. Undoubtedly mad, but I must humor her, thought Miss Stanbridge. Ah, how happy were we the first few months. We seldom saw each other, but that only made us love each other more. We used to meet on this very spot, and often on that soft bank he would crown me with a garland of fair wood flowers, and kiss me, and enfold me in his arms, and tell me again and again that he loved me as his life. And then she said plaintively, he deserted me and died at sea. Ah, it's a sorrowful tale, very sorrowful, said Miss Stanbridge, still however thinking that the narrator was most decidedly off her head. I had a child, said the woman, continuing her singular narrative. The neighbors scoffed at me, and called me a wanton, and my child baseborn. I did not tell them, so I kept my secret, as my husband had ordered me. Oh, he wished you to do so then? Yes, made me promise not to divulge it upon any condition whatsoever. After this I was ill a while, and too weak to work out in the fields. No one would take me into their house, because I had a baseborn child. This made me mad. I cursed the poor infant for bringing its mother into shame. I tried to destroy it, but my heart failed me, and one night I abandoned it to its fate. Ah, there's nothing like misfortune to harden the heart. It will make a mother murder her own child, and there is no worse crime in the world than that. Chapter Roman 160, the accusations made against Laura Stanbridge. Mrs. Grover, or more properly speaking Mrs. Kensett, relict of a Virgil Kensett-esque deceased, had spoken the words which form the conclusion of the last chapter in a voice which was tremulous, and at times inaudible from emotion. After this, she fell into a reverie. The rain still pattered upon the leaves, the lightning still dashed its gleams through the wood, the thunder still rolled menacingly. By these flashes of lightning, Laura Stanbridge might have been seen pale, paralyzed, and crouched, rather than seated upon the log. Now she knew by whom she had been captured, and she knew also that she was in imminent danger. Helphelp, she cried in a loud voice, Helphelp. Her companion was awakened by these cries. You may shout as loud as you like, nobody will hear you at the same time. If you do so again, I will kill you. This was enough. Laura became silent. It was evident that this woman was remorseless, and that her best hope to protect her life lay upon the chance of someone passing by. It was a public footpath. Then she remembered that there was a young man present. He might be corrupted with a look, with a whisper. She stole a glance towards him. He remained motionless as a statue of black marble, his face hidden by his cloak. Who can this man be, she reflected, whom she calls her son, and whom I cannot recognize it, must be someone whom she has hired to help her if so I may be saved. She darted another look, piercing as a flame upon the mysterious individual at this look. He hid his head. Ah, he knows me and fears to be recognized. It is perhaps one of my old comrades, so much the better he will understand that his employer is less powerful than I am. She half turned her head and whispered, £100 for my liberty. Mrs. Grover burst into a hoarse laugh. She is trying to bribe you, that is because she does not know you. The figure nodded. Woman, exclaimed Mrs. Grover, with sudden vehemence, which made the other start, what have you done with my son? With your son? I don't echo my words, but answer shall I tell you, infamous wretch, hateful fiend, you have murdered him, and for this, as well as for other crimes, you have been brought here to die. Oh, take pity on me, you do not mean to do anything so horrible. I will give you money, all you may desire, but oh, I am not fit to die. You are not fit to live, and I intend to have your life. Who was it you pushed over the cliffs at Margate? Answer me that. Laura Stanbridge gave utterance to a piercing scream as these words fell upon her ears. She trembled in every limb, and the first thought uppermost with her was that she had been betrayed by Tom Gatliff. Listen to me, be reasonable, she cried in piteous accents. I see now who has brought this about, and know who has charged me with this odious crime. Who? Tom Gatliff. The woman smiled sardonically and shook her head. Who then? Ah, my lady, you want to know too much. You can't deny the charge. I do deny it. You do? Yes, returned Laura resolutely. The man in the cloak passed slowly round the fallen trunk and stood in front of her. The yellow light of the lantern streamed upon him. He tore open his cloak. Laura Stanbridge screamed with horror. She beheld the pale features of Alf Purvis, who uttered but one word. It was murderous. No 91. Illustration, Laura Stanbridge hanged. Laura Stanbridge hanged in endeavoring to escape. The lantern was hooked upon a branch, and flung its ghastly rays upon the surrounding trees, and upon the young man who stood with his arms, folded a cold stern light in his eyes upon the convicted wretch, who now cowering to the ground uttered low moans of terror. At the same time, another figure also cloaked, and with features concealed issued from behind the trees, and stood in the dark shadows of the background unheard and unseen save by Mrs. Grover, who however seemed to be heedless of his presence. Laura Stanbridge, said she, prepare to meet your fate. In a few minutes you must die. Why must I die? Exclaimed the wretched woman. What have I done that my life should be thus sacrificed? Do not fear, answered Mrs. Grover, you shall be fairly judged, and I will accuse you first. You have me in your power, and can of course do as you please with me. It is cruel and merciless to treat me thus. Heedless of this last observation, Mrs. Grover proceeded. I accuse you, said she, of decoying my child into your house, of depraving his mind, and teaching him to steal, of driving me forth, when I attempted to save him. How say you, Laura Stanbridge, is that true or false? It is true, but you must remember that I found him starving, and that I gave him bread to eat, that I taught him to earn money as I earned it, and as you earned it. And at the time I parted with you, you did not yourself know that he was your son, and could allege no good reason for trying to thwart my schemes. That I admit, returned Mrs. Grover, after a few minutes' reflection. We are not likely to disagree as far as that point of your history is concerned. Laura had a glimmer of hope. I accuse you, said her relentless companion, of urging my son to all sorts of crimes. I accuse you of betraying him to the law. What say you to this, Laura Stanbridge? Is it true or false? It is false, she cried. You cannot prove what you say. Have you forgotten our conversation in the French café? I have not forgotten it. I remember every word. I was jesting. Then, you know that as well as I do myself. Would you condemn me for a few empty words? The woman made no reply, but her son, Alf Purvis, stepped forward and scowled at the prisoner. Subterfuge and prevarication will avail you not, murderess, said he. Thrice guilty, as you are, any plea for mercy will be unavailing. Miserably guilty woman, your hour has come. Mercy, mercy, exclaimed Laura Stanbridge. I never meant to harm you. You drove me to desperation, and I know not what I. Roman 999. You will not turn against me. Alf Purvis held up his hand deprecatingly. Silence, said he, for you I have no pity. You have made me what I am, a thief, and an associate of thieves. This done, you betrayed me, and my companions. Not content with this, you hurled me from the cliff. but Providence, more kind than my companions or friends, watched over me. Fate willed that I was not to perish. Exhausted and all but dead, I was picked up by a fishing smack, and saved to become your accuser and the avenger of those whom you have so deeply injured. Laura Stanbridge, are you prepared to die? Gracious heaven, no, I am unfit to die, said she, and she made the tears rise to her eyes, and turned upon Alf Purvis one of those mournful and languishing looks, by which the hearts of men are destroyed. But this look was lost upon him, he knew her but too well. Is this all? She said scornfully. Am I to be murdered? My son evaded your wiles, said Mrs. Grover. It is well for him that he did so. He offered me his hand, and made me love him, returned Laura, then not content with affronting me by a rejection, he became my most bitter enemy. Is it, in any way surprising, that I should have striven to have revenge for the injuries sustained? I will not answer you, infamous and merciless woman, exclaimed Mrs. Grover, but we have here another victim. The third accuser now advanced and bared his aged and weather-beaten face. This was the old ferryman. And who is this? Who is this? Cried Laura Stanbridge, her hair undulating and rising over her head, as if alive. Mrs. Grover laughed. It is the faithful servant of the man you murdered, man, who patronized and protected you. It is Henry Wincott. Oh no, it cannot be, she cried. Yes, said the old ferryman, I am Henry Wincott, faithful servant of the gentleman, whom years and years ago you robbed and murdered. She uttered 2 or 3 wild cries, which produced a strange and melancholy effect as they died away on the night wind. Then she swooned. There was a consultation. The 3 accusers debated for some time. They had intended taking summary vengeance on the woman who had so deeply wronged them, but a better feeling at length prevailed, and Laura Stanbridge, when she had in a measure recovered from the deep trance into which she had fallen, was taken bound, as she was, to the home of Mr. Kensett, the magistrate, where she was charged with the murder of her paramour and attempted murder of Alf Purvis. A long examination took place, and Laura was taken to the lockup in the neighborhood. She was placed in one of the upper rooms of this station, and left alone for the remainder of the night. Her remorse and miserable thoughts would be difficult to describe. She became duly impressed with the hopelessness of her condition, and during the dark hours of the lonely night, but one burning thought possessed her. This was to effect her escape. She tore up the sheets of her bed, contrived to unfasten one of the windows of her bedchamber, from which she flung herself in the vain hope of reaching the ground. The circumstances connected with the attempted escape were never rightly understood, but she was found in the morning, hanging from the open casement, quite dead, with the shreds of the sheets around her neck. Whether she had purposely put an end to her existence or her death was the result of accident never transpired, but the close of her sinful life had this miserable ending. Chapter Roman 161 pieces, last night in Sheffield. His removal to Wakefield. Incidents before the trial. A true bill found. We must now return to Charles Peace, who the reader will remember was fully committed for trial upon the charge of murder, a report of the examination of which appeared in a previous chapter. Peace entered his cell, and there he soon recovered his spirits, and was more cheerful than he had been since his recapture. He spent a much better night, and on Saturday morning he appeared refreshed and altogether a stronger man. It may not be perhaps out of place to refer here to an extraordinary statement made by Peace at this time. His relative, who lives in Spring Street, made no secret of the fact that Peace did call on him on the night of the murder. Peace came to his door and found it locked. He went into the public house close by and asked for a glass of beer, and seeing his brother there called him out. They were together a few minutes, and then Peace wished him goodbye and went on to the Aturcliffe Road station and took train at Rotherham. When he arrived at the Maspero station, he found there was no train to Beverley for 2 hours, and he wandered about in the neighborhood during that time, and when the train came up he procured his ticket and went on as stated to Normanton. At that time Peace was altogether unaware of the result of his encounter with Mr. Dyson. He saw his victim fall, and he heard Mrs. Dyson scream, and he had no doubt that the second shot had inflicted injury, but it was not until the next morning, when he was at York and saw the papers, that he became aware that he had committed murder. He further disguised himself and took greater precautions than before to avoid detection. In confirmation of Peace's story about having been seen in London, it may be mentioned that Mr. W. Fisher told Detective Carswell amongst other offices that he had seen Peace in Holborn. Peace further stated that in the course of his career, he has stolen thousands of pounds worth of property, diamond, rings, gold watches, and indeed valuable articles of every description. On the Saturday succeeding his committal, Peace was removed to the county prison at Wakefield. He was seen in the morning by Mr. Hallam, the police sergeant, for the purpose of ascertaining whether he was in a condition to be removed, and on his certifying that he could safely undergo the short journey from Sheffield to Wakefield, it was decided that he should be taken there in the afternoon. This intention was observed with the utmost secrecy, but somehow or other, a rumor got abroad that Peace was likely to be removed, and small crowds hung about the station, and especially in close proximity to the entrance in Castle Green. The appearance of the prison van horses on their way through the town, of course, led to the supposition that the van was to be used, and the crowds quickly increased, but there was a strong force of policemen on duty in the neighborhood of the station, and as their orders were to keep the people moving on, they carried their instructions out very literally. The spectators indeed might as well have moved off altogether, for nothing whatever could be seen, and when the prison van did come out, it was driven off so rapidly that but a glimpse of it could be caught as it quickly disappeared down Castle Green. There was also but little to be seen inside the parade ground at the police station, where the prison van was drawn up in readiness to receive its very notorious occupant. The first intimation that Peace was about to leave his cell was furnished by some of the prison officials bringing down the mattress upon which he had lain since his arrival here, and the rugs or blankets which constituted his bedclothes. These were placed upon the floor of the van, and an impromptu bed was thus readily at hand. Soon afterwards Peace himself came down, but he did not walk, whether he could not or because he was still shamming is entirely a matter of opinion. One of his warders, a man of sturdy frame and powerful build, held him underneath his arms, whilst the other warder and Inspector Bradbury carried him by his legs. In this way, he was taken from his cell down the 2 flights of stairs, and then out into the parade ground. If Peace were shamming, he did it admirably. He looked a miserable, wretched object of humanity, little limp bundle of brown-colored clothes, out of which peeped a face intensely wan and haggard. It was noticed that he wistfully and almost pleadingly glanced into the faces of those who were in the parade ground, probably in the hope of seeing someone whom he knew. But there was no time for recognition, for he was carried quickly across the space between the bottom of the steps and the prison van, and placed upon the mattress on the floor. The warders followed him in. Inspector Bradbury and others joined them. The door was then locked, and the van speedily driven out of the station. In some mysterious manner, the news became known that Peace would go from the Midland station, and a considerable number of people assembled there. They stood about near to the entrance, of course, expecting that the prison van would draw up there, and that a good view would be obtained of the convict. As he was brought in, they were disappointed. Presently several policemen suddenly appeared at the Heeley end of the platform, and immediately there was a rush in that direction. Almost before the foremost of the crowd could get to the open beyond the platform, the prison van was driven rapidly into the yard, and drawn up close to a passenger guard's van, which was in waiting on the siding. That had been placed there in readiness to receive the convict, and those in charge of him. The movements of all concerned were marvelously quick in what they had to do. The doors of the guard's van were thrown open, and at the same time, the doors of the prison van. Out of the latter stepped members of the Sheffield force, and then came the warders carrying their burden. He was promptly lifted into the guard's van, moaning piteously, and placed on the floor. Then his mattress and rugs were carried in, and a bed prepared for him, and on it he was laid and covered up. He appeared glad to curl himself up under the rugs, and to hide himself from the gaze of the bystanders, for notwithstanding the utmost exertions of the police and the officials at the station, a great number of people got near, and many hundreds more crowded the bridge across the line, and other points from which they could see what was passing. The warders, Inspector Bradbury and Police Constable Capel, entered the van with the prisoner, and the doors were then shut and bolted. The people surged round the window, anxious to catch a glimpse of the prisoner, but all that the most favored could see was what was very much like a heap of rugs on a mattress. Amongst the crowd was Police Constable Robinson, who was shot by Peace at Blackheath. He came forward and shook hands with the warders through the window, and had a look at the man with whom he had had such a deadly encounter. After waiting a short time, the train from London arrived in the station, the guard's van was pushed up from the siding to it, and the train went on its journey. The van was detached from the train at Sandal and Walton, and hooked onto the train for Wakefield, where it arrived soon after 3 o'clock. One of the warders left the van, and called a cab, and into it Peace was lifted. Accompanied by his 2 warders and Inspector Bradbury, he was driven to Wakefield Prison, where he was safely lodged. The warders were supplied with the necessary documentary evidence that Peace had been handed over to the officials at Wakefield, and later in the evening, they set out on their return journey to Pentonville. They were heartily glad to be released from any further charge of the convict, who since his escape had been a source of great anxiety and trouble to them. Nothing of importance occurred during the journey. Soon after the train had left Sheffield, Peace threw back his rugs, looked at his custodians, and then asked, "Where are you taking me to?" They told him he was going to Wakefield. He gave a groan, rolled himself up in his rugs, and nothing more was heard from him throughout the journey. Peace, after his arrival to Wakefield, was watched with the utmost jealousy by the officials, and as the convict recovered from the effects of his leap from the railway carriage, he displayed a good deal of irritation at this strict supervision. He declared that never before was he so closely watched as he was then. His system was recovering its tone, and the effects of the injuries sustained by his leap from the train were becoming less apparent. Removal of Peace to Leeds. On the arrival of Peace at the Wakefield prison on Saturday, a notice was posted at the principal entrance lodge in Lovelane warning the officials not to divulge any information to the outside public, and this order was most strictly complied with. It may be mentioned that Peace was no stranger at the Wakefield House of Correction, for he had been incarcerated there on 3 or 4 different occasions, and one of his visits was rendered famous by a most daring act. A man named Roberts, who lived in Garden Street, Wakefield, and was for many years an officer at the Wakefield prison, informed a correspondent on the occasion that in 1854 Peace was ordered to be imprisoned for 4 years, and he was sent to Wakefield. For some time he worked in the gardens which surround the jail, and in the evenings after work hours, he was in the habit of whiling away the time and amusing himself by cutting out figures and making designs in tin cardboard Roman 100, or in cutting tissue paper in various ways for the decoration of rooms. Subsequently, he was employed in what is known as the beaming room, in connection with the manufacture of mats and matting, and one afternoon, whilst in charge of Roberts, he succeeded in making his escape out of the room, the door of which had been accidentally left unfastened. He succeeded in getting upon a wall, and then climbed upon the roof of a house in the prison yard, which was occupied by the late Dr. Milner, who was convict surgeon at the prison at the time of which we speak, 1854. Peace removed some of the slates on the roof of the doctor's house, and made an aperture through which he descended into one of the bedrooms. Immediately he was missed from the workroom, an alarm was raised, and a most diligent search commenced. In a very short time, the daring fellow was found secreted on the top of a wardrobe, out of which he no doubt intended to take a suit of the doctor's clothing and attire himself in them, in place of the prison dress he was wearing. He was at once seized and placed in solitary confinement, when he became violent, and made a most determined attempt to destroy himself. He inflicted a very severe gash in his throat, the mark produced by which was still visible. On the Tuesday night, Councillor Atkinson, cab proprietor, received instructions from Captain Godfrey Armitage, the governor, to have 2 coaches in readiness at 1:30 o'clock the following afternoon, for the purpose of conveying Peace to Armley, and the strict secrecy which was enjoined on him was observed to the very letter. It may be safely affirmed that not a single other person in Wakefield had the slightest idea of the time of Peace's departure, and the fact that all the trains departing for Leeds up to 2 o'clock on Wednesday were closely watched showed that the mystery remained as deep as ever. Even at 1:30 on Wednesday morning, when the fast train leaves for Leeds, people were found who, despising the cold, kept a steady lookout for Peace, and frequented the approaches to Westgate Station, with the object of satisfying their insatiable curiosity. Precisely at the preconcerted hour, one of the coaches arranged for was driven into the prison yard, and pulled up in front of the main entrance. At that moment Peace was being conducted across the vestibule, heavily manacled, and guarded by 3 warders, so that as soon as the coach came to a standstill, he was at the door. The proceedings seemed to go altogether against the grain with him at one moment. He twisted his face, as if in pain, then changing to a scowl. He at last flashed his eyes with evident anger, as he was ordered to step into the coach. This he seemed to do with pain, making it appear that the lifting of his legs was indeed a laborious task. When he had sat down, within 3 warders, armed with cutlasses and revolvers, got in after him, and then, the windows being darkened by blinds drawn down, the coach was driven out. The whole proceedings, which were under the personal direction of Captain Armitage, and were carried out in the presence of a considerable body of the prison officials, did not occupy much over a minute. In the lane outside the prison, scarcely a single person was stirring, so that the coach got clear away up Back Lane, and through St. John's, without any of the general public being any the wiser. While matters were proceeding at the prison, as we have just described, another 2-horse coach was being quietly walked up Back Lane, and destined to convey an extra body of armed warders to Armley along with those in the first coach. It was arranged that this second coach should wait at the West Riding Police Depot until the other came up, but as it was thought that its standing in the open street for some time might attract attention, it was driven on for some distance further. When opposite St. John's Church, 4 warders who had been sauntering along got into it, and were driven along in the wake of the convict and his more immediate attendants. Here another move was made to throw the public off the scent, for instead of keeping the Leeds Road, the drivers turned into the Bradford Road as soon as they had got out of the town. Continuing on the route for 4 or 5 miles, when they got to the White Bear Inn at Ardsley, they turned into the Leeds and Dewsbury Road, by which they arrived at Armley Jail. Chapter Roman 162, The Trial and Conviction of Charles Peace. The eventful day at length arrived upon which the most daring and desperate criminal of modern times was to be tried upon the grave charge of willful murder. Let Charles Peace stand forward. There is a scuffling of feet, and a small, elderly-looking feeble man in brown convict dress is helped into the dock and placed in a chair by stalwart warders. The clerk of assizes states the charge. How say you, Charles Peace, are you guilty or not guilty? In a feeble voice, hardly audible, the words "not guilty" are uttered. The prisoner's face is impassive, but he takes in all the surroundings with short, quick glances. The jury is impaneled, the arraignment is opened, and Mr. Campbell Foster rises to address the jury. The scene is one of much interest. As early as 9 o'clock, the small portion of the court allotted to the public had begun to fill with eager spectators. The press enters in force, considerable portions of the court, and also of the gallery above the jury being reserved for its representatives. Barristers drop in eager as the people who are unfamiliar with the courts, and quickly filling their seats, there accumulates a standing group, which remains about the door all day. The occupants of the court, with scarcely an exception, deport themselves as men and women come to witness a comedy, not a grim tragedy-talking, laughing, joking, and congratulating themselves on their luck in gaining admission on so famous an occasion. The judge takes his seat precisely at 10 o'clock, and the case at once begins. Mr. Campbell Foster bespeaks the unprejudiced and impartial attention of the jury, and enters upon a lengthened recital of the facts of the case. The tale is a plain and unvarnished one, but to be quite candid, that is all the praise that can be bestowed upon it. A very frank critic might even say that it is somewhat dreary and decidedly commonplace. However it is listened to with silent attention, be none is it followed with closer care than by the prisoner, who occasionally indulges in a nod of assent, or a remonstrating shake of the head or now, and then leans forward, his head on his hand, and eyes fixed upon the speaker. The learned counsel spoke for half an hour. Then the evidence began, the first witness being Mr. Johnson, who proved the plans put in of the Dyson's house in Bannercross, and was asked a question or two as to Mr. Dyson's physical appearance. There was sensation in court when Catherine Dyson was called. She stepped into the witness box dressed in black neatly, her jacket trimmed with crape, the somewhat jaunty hat, which she had worn at the preliminary examination, replaced by a modest bonnet. She had a veil or fall over the upper part of her face, but it was not enough to obscure it. She had a heightened color, suggestive of rouge, with a slightly sulky expression, and the look of a person who, tensely strung yet, knows what she is about, and is resolved to act on the defensive. She was examined by Mr. Shield, and spoke in a very low tone of voice. The examination was uneventful, It only repeated the old familiar account of the transactions which led to this trial, and when Mr. Lockwood rose to cross-examine the witness, there was a feeling that now the preliminary details settled the real engagement of the day was about to be fought. The first point on which the opposing forces came into conflict was as to whether or not Mr. Dyson on the night he was shot got hold or attempted to get hold of the prisoner. Before the coroner and before the magistrate, the witness had professed her inability to say that her husband did not grapple with the prisoner. She now declared positively that he did not, and there was a long struggle on this point. Mrs. Dyson maintained her composure during the searching catechizing that ensued, whatever she might have said before she now said positively that her husband did not get hold of peace. Pressed hard for admissions that there was some sort of a struggle between the prisoner and Dyson, the witness adhered to her denial that anything of the kind did or could take place, and the cross-examination then went on to deal with the photograph taken in the fair. A good deal of fencing took place as to the precise fair at which this photograph was taken, based partly upon the mistaken assumption that the pieces went to live at Darnall at the end of 1875, whereas they went there at the beginning of the witness could not see her way through the puzzle, except that there was some mistake in the dates, which was a very just conclusion at which to arrive. Nothing was made of this except to render it evident that no reliable dates could be got from the witness, and with the positiveness displayed on previous occasions, she repudiated any knowledge of the letters found near Banner Cross after the murder. The journey to Mansfield on the occasion when peace followed her there next came under notice, and the gift of a ring by the prisoner. Then the visits to Sheffield public houses with peace had been once with him to the Marquis of Waterford Russell Street, she said, and might have been twice, but she could not say positively. The keepers of several of these houses were called and confronted with Mrs. Dyson, but she knew them not, nor did she know, though she avoided positively swearing it, that she had ever had drink at the halfway house, Darnall charged to the prisoner. Mr. Lockwood was equally unsuccessful in his attempts to extract confessions as to the transmission of notes between herself and peace. As before the stipendiary, so now, Mrs. Dyson was subjected to a trial in calligraphy, and it may be assumed that the results were not very encouraging to Mr. Lockwood, since he did not pursue the subject further, but the incident elicited a curious example of Mrs. Dyson's composure. She was passing to Mr. Lockwood the paper on which she had written with the ink what it had actually left her hands, when she took it back, and calmly rubbed a piece of blotting paper over it. Coming down to the day before the murder, new points of much interest were opened up. The witness admitted that she was on that day at the Stag Hotel, Sharrow. A little boy was with her, not her own child. A man followed her in and sat beside her. Would almost swear that the prisoner was not the man, upon which a sort of laugh ran through the court. She was cross-examined as to her other movements that night, and as to going to a friend's named Muddiman. On leaving the Stag, she swore that she did not tell peace that she was going, therefore she did not see him. A laugh was caused when Mrs. Dyson pleaded guilty to the soft impeachment of having been slightly inebriated at the halfway house, but she denied that she had ever been turned out of that house, either for being drunk or for being slightly inebriated. This concluded Mrs. Dyson's cross-examination, which had lasted exactly 2 hours, her examination in chief having previously lasted half an hour. The re-examination by Mr. Campbell Foster lasted only a few minutes, and after a question or two from the judge, the court adjourned for luncheon, the general opinion being that Mrs. Dyson had passed through the trying ordeal with great firmness and self-possession, and that the defense had not made a material mark upon the case. After half an hour's interval, the trial was resumed by the production of the Banner Cross witnesses. There were few new features in this, but Mr. Lockwood made a vigorous attempt to damage the credibility of the young man Brassington, whose testimony went to establish malice and intent on the part of the prisoner. Peace himself during this departed from his customary air of stoical calm, talking rapidly in a low tone, and evidently challenging the witness' statements in no amicable mood or feeble terms. The evidence of Mr. Harrison, the surgeon, went to show that the direction of the shot was such as would be likely to be taken by a bullet fired from the low level of the road at a person above, and the questions of Mr. Lockwood in cross-examination pointed to the suggestion that certain bruises on the deceased's nose and chin were caused by blows in a struggle with the prisoner. But Mr. Harrison did not take to this theory, though as the deceased had fallen on his back when shot, he did not seem quite able to account for these grazes. Soon after this, there took place between the learned counsel engaged in the case, a contention of which there had been one or two previous indications. It was a struggle on the part of the defense to force the prosecution to put in the letters found in the field at Banner Cross. Mr. Lockwood wanted the letters to be put as evidence that he might use them, but he did not wish to put them in himself, because that would deprive him of the last word to the jury, and give it to Mr. Campbell. Foster. The point gave rise to much argument, but in the end, Mr. Lockwood had to abandon his contention. After this, the prosecution called witnesses who had not been before the coroner or the magistrates. Then followed evidence as to the capture of Peace at Blackheath, and this closed the case for the prosecution. Mr. Campbell Foster summed up the evidence he had produced in proof of the charge of murder. Peace, listening to everything he said, with unflinching attention. Mr. Lockwood's vigorous speech for the defense followed. It contained powerful appeals to the jury and animated attacks upon the prosecution and the press, but it was an uphill fight that the learned counsel was so gallantly waging. He claimed to have utterly discredited Mrs. Dyson's testimony, and urged that the jury could not send to execution any human being on such evidence as she had given. The theory set up by him as to the actual occurrences at Banner Cross on the night of the murder was that Peace, finding himself pursued by Mr. Dyson, fired his revolver to frighten him from pursuit, but this not affecting its purpose, a struggle took place, and in that struggle, the revolver went off accidentally with fatal effects. But unfortunately, Mr. Lockwood had no testimony behind him to back up this ingenious attempt to reduce the crime to one of manslaughter, and the glamour of feeling in which he had sought to invest the case was quickly dispelled, even in the breasts of the most sentimental in court, when the learned judge, in a summing up of a marked fairness and impartiality, placed the plain issues and the unanswerable facts, about which there could be no question, before the 12 men on whose word the life of a human being hung. His lordship, who began to speak at 6:15, occupied 55 minutes. The jury, who retired at 10 minutes past 7, were absent 15 minutes, and on their return, the prisoner, who had been allowed to leave the dock, was brought back and replaced in his chair, looking limp and wretched. The warders, who had hitherto sat beside him, now stood one holding either arm. The judge resumed his seat, and the jury immediately delivered their verdict of guilty. Asked if he had anything to say why sentence should not be passed, he replied very faintly, "It's no use my saying anything." The learned judge forthwith passed sentence in a few calm matter-of-fact sentences. There was an utter absence of feeling in court. The unhappy man heard the sentence with an apparent indifference, bred either of stoicism or despair, and the warders at once raised him to convey him from the dock. As he stood up, he clutched at the rail in front and appeared to wish to speak, but his keepers paid no attention to the desire. He bowed to his solicitor, and expressed in a word or two thanks for his efforts, then disappeared to his doom. The trial. In the Crown Court at the Leeds Assizes, Charles Peace, described as a picture-frame dealer, 4 to 7 years of age, was placed upon his trial before Mr. Justice Lopes for the murder of Mr. Arthur Dyson, civil engineer, at Banner Cross, Sheffield, on the 29th November 1876. It is almost unnecessary to say that the case has created the greatest possible interest, not felt simply in Sheffield, but throughout the country. This had arisen not so much because of the murder itself, for the facts were exceedingly simple, but because of the extraordinary career of the prisoner, his sudden disappearance after the murder, and his subsequent identity as the notorious burglar, who kept Blackheath in a state of considerable excitement for some months. Peace was already under a sentence of penal servitude for life for shooting at Police Constable Robinson, who apprehended him whilst he was endeavouring to escape from a house, which he had burglariously entered at Blackheath. At that time Peace was known as John Ward, a half-caste, who had, according to his own statement, recently arrived in this country for considerably more than a week. This was all that was known of him. Then information came to the police through a woman with whom he had been living that the prisoner under remand at Greenwich was not Ward but Peace, who was wanted for murder, and for whose apprehension a reward of 100 had been in vain offered for more than a couple of years. Subsequent investigations resulted in some extraordinary disclosures, It was found that Peace had been living in a semi-detached villa at Peckham in company with a woman named Thompson, who was supposed to be his wife, that he kept a pony and trap, and that he lived in a style of considerable comfort. It was found, too, that he was the perpetrator of most of the burglaries, which had for some months past been of almost nightly occurrence at Greenwich and Blackheath. After his sentence of penal servitude for life, the Treasury authorities decided to prosecute him for the murder of Mr. Dyson. The chief witness, Mrs. Dyson, was then in America, having gone there to reside with some relatives a few months after her husband was shot. A special messenger was dispatched in search of her, and on her arrival in this country Peace was taken to Sheffield to undergo an examination before the stipendiary magistrate. His attempt to commit suicide on the way down from Pentonville, by jumping from the train, is too well known an occurrence to need more than a passing mention. In consequence of the excitement prevailing and the great desire to obtain admittance to the court on the occasion of the trial at Leeds, it was decided that only a limited number of seats should be thrown open to the public, all other parts being reserved for those in possession of tickets. The public seats were taken possession of immediately on the opening of the court at 9 o'clock. The other parts of the building were filled within the next hour, and when the judge took his seat at 10 o'clock, every seat was occupied. In one of the galleries were Lord Houghton and a number of guests from Friston Hall. A large crowd remained outside the hall, but a strong force of police prevented them reaching the doors. Peace was removed from Armley Jail on Monday evening and was placed in one of the cells at the town hall under the care of 4 warders. He passed a very restless night, and on Tuesday morning was in a state of much weakness and depression. His appearance in the court, of course, attracted considerable attention. He partially walked and was partially carried up the step leading into the dock, and then was placed in a chair in front of the dock. A warder occupied a seat on either side of him. Unless he was shamming, his condition was almost pitiable to behold. He seemed so weak that he could scarcely sit up in his chair, but notwithstanding that he appeared to take the keenest interest in the case as it proceeded. On the charge being read to him, he pleaded not guilty, but he spoke in so low a tone that he could scarcely be heard. Mr. Campbell Foster, Q. Roman 100, and Mr. Hugh Shield prosecuted on behalf of the Treasury, and Mr. Lockwood, and the Hun Stewart Wortley, instructed by Messrs. Clegg and Sons Sheffield, defended the prisoner. Mr. Campbell Foster, Q. Roman 100, in opening the case for the prosecution, said he could not disguise from himself, nor from the jury, that the case, from the great public comment which had been made upon it in the various newspapers, must come before them under circumstances calculated somewhat perchance to bias their minds, but before entering upon it, he would beg and implore them to put from their minds anything they might have read about the case, and be guided entirely by the sworn testimony which would be given by the witnesses as to the guilt or innocence of the prisoner. It would be shown, he said, that previous to July 1876, the man into whose death they had to inquire lived at Darnall, a village about 3 miles to the east of Sheffield, and now one of the outskirts of the town. He and his wife lived in a row of cottage houses, and next door, but one lived the prisoner, and a person who, so far as they knew, was his wife. From being so near neighbors, the Dysons got to know the prisoner. He was in the habit of framing pictures, and was employed by them to frame 2 or 3 small prints and pictures which they had in the house. This led to an acquaintance between the prisoner and the Dysons, but at last, Mr. Dyson seemed not to like the persistent familiarity with which the prisoner was in the habit of treating them, walking into the house whenever he thought proper at meal times, and generally obtruding himself upon them. This annoyed both Mr. Dyson and his wife, and as a consequence, shortly before the 1st July 1876, Mr. Dyson wrote on the back of one of his address cards, "Charles Peace is requested not to interfere with my family." The card was thrown over the wall into Peace's garden, and the sending of it seemed to have created a bad feeling in the mind of Peace against Dyson, for it would be shown that on the 1st of July, meeting Mr. Dyson, he suddenly commenced an assault upon him, attempting to trip him up and throw him down. Late in the evening, Peace found Mrs. Dyson talking to some neighbors about his extraordinary conduct, and asked if she were talking about him. She replied that she was, and apparently in a sudden burst of passion, he produced a revolver, and presenting it at her head, said he would blow her brains out. Off course, using an expletive. Subsequently, he threatened to blow her husband's brains out as well. In consequence of that, a summons was taken out against him, but he did not appear, and a warrant was granted against him. He seemed to have known that a warrant had been obtained, and from that time until October he was not seen in the neighborhood. To be quite out of the way of his annoyance, the Dysons decided to remove, and took a house at Banner Cross, a village about 3 miles to the west of Sheffield, and consequently about 6 miles from Darnall. They removed on the 29th following the furniture by train, and when they arrived at Banner Cross, the first person they saw was the prisoner. Some conversation took place between him and Mrs. Dyson, and the prisoner said, "I am here to annoy you, and I will annoy you wherever you go." Mrs. Dyson told him there was a warrant out against him, and he replied that he did not care for the warrant, and he did not care for the police. That sort of conversation would tend to show that there was the same bad blood, the same ill feeling in the breast of the prisoner against both Mrs. Dyson and her husband which had existed in the previous July. Mr. Campbell Foster put in a plan of Banner Cross and described its surroundings to the jury prisoner. He added, went to the shop of a man named Gregory at the end of October and engaged him in conversation, and at that time he was particularly noticed by Mrs. Gregory. In about a month afterwards, he again called, asked if her husband was in, and upon being answered in the negative, he went out and was seen to be loitering about. During that time, he was seen by a Mrs. Colgrave, who was going to Gregory's shop. The meeting took place in the road. The prisoner engaged her in conversation and asked if she would take him a message to Dyson's house, asking Mrs. Dyson to come out. Mrs. Colgrave objected, upon which he made use of a coarse expression regarding Mrs. Dyson. At 10 minutes to 8, he was seen by a man named Brassington, who met Peace walking in front of the Banner Cross Hotel. They met under a gas lamp, and prisoner inquired if he knew some strangers who had come to live there. Witness did not, he said, and Peace showed him a bundle of notes and some photographs, but Brassington put them back as he could not read. They separated about 10 minutes past 8. The jury would learn from Mrs. Dyson that about that time, she had occasion to go to the closet in the yard. To do so, she put on her clogs and had to pass Gregory's back door. After being in the closet a short time, she opened the door and saw standing before her the man Peace, who had a revolver in his hand. He presented it in her face and said, "Speak or I will fire." The woman gave a loud and sudden shriek, and stepping back into the closet, slammed the door and fastened it. She next heard her husband's footsteps, and Mrs. Gregory also came up, but when she saw Mr. Dyson, she went into her own house and fastened the door. Hearing her husband's footsteps, Mrs. Dyson became emboldened, opened the closet door, and advanced towards the end of the passage. Mr. Dyson passed her, and she saw Peace going out of the passage by the front. When he was a few steps from the gateway, Mr. Dyson stepped after him. According to Mrs. Dyson's statement, he was never near enough to touch Peace. Having got into the road, Peace fired his revolver apparently at Mr. Dyson. The shot struck the stone lintel of the doorway at the entrance to the passage. Mr. Dyson continued to advance, and before he had got out of the passage, Peace, who was on the road, again faced round and fired his revolver, and Mrs. Dyson saw her husband instantly fall. She shrieked out, and was heard by a young man named Whitting to say, "Murder, you villain, you have shot my husband." The learned counsel then proceeded further to describe how Peace escaped from Banner Cross after the murder, and showed that Mr. Dyson died 2 hours after the bullet entered his temple. He laid much stress on the fact that in a field which the prisoner had crossed over on his way from Mr. Dyson's house, a packet of letters was found. In this packet was the very card which Mr. Dyson had sent to the prisoner, requesting him not to annoy his family. There could therefore, he said, be no doubt that the man who dropped the papers was Peace, man in whose mind the card had produced so much ill will and ill feeling, and who had dogged the footsteps of the Dysons in the way he had described. Mr. Foster next proceeded to show that after the murder, Peace made his escape and was not discovered until he was apprehended in the commission of a burglary at Blackheath. He next showed what took place after his apprehension, and was proceeding to refer to the attempts made by Peace to escape on his way to Sheffield. When Mr. Lockwood objected to the matter being gone into, he said it would of course be affectation on his part to object to its being mentioned, because it was notorious to everybody, but he certainly strongly protested against the course his learned friend was pursuing. His lordship said he considered the reference that Mr. Foster was making was quite unnecessary. Mr. Foster said he was quite content to leave the matter as it was. He proceeded to say that if the jury believed the circumstantial evidence, which showed the prisoner to have been at Banner Cross from 7 o'clock up to 10 minutes, past 8 which traced him across that field, and found on his path a packet of letters, they could not but believe that the prisoner was the man who fired the shot which killed Mr. Dyson. With what intent did he do it? Did he do it maliciously? And with the intent to do the full charge mentioned in the indictment, with what object did he go from Darnall to Ecclesall, hanging about the house, threaten Mrs. Dyson, and tell Brassington the scandalous story of which they would hear? Did all that point to malice, to malignity, to hate? He thought it Roman 999, if the jury came to the conclusion that it was the hand of prisoner who shot poor Mr. Dyson, and if they found that the motive which prompted him to do it was a malicious and a premeditated motive, then he thought they could come to no other conclusion than that the prisoner committed the crime charged, and that he did it with malice aforethought. Mr. Johnson of the firm of Holmes and Johnson Architects and Surveyors of Sheffield produced a plan of Banner Cross showing the house in which Mr. Dyson lived and the gardens and fields adjoining. Mrs. Dyson's evidence. Mrs. Dyson, whose appearance in the witness box aroused great interest in court, said she was the widow of Arthur Dyson, who was shot at Banner Cross in 1876. She lived with her husband in Britannia Road, Darnall, and at that time the prisoner resided in the next house. She knew him then as Charles Peace, a picture reframer, and he frequently visited their house, until her husband, annoyed at his visits, sent him a card requesting him not to annoy his family. In July of the same year, the prisoner threatened to blow out their brains, and put a pistol within 6 inches of her face. No. 92. Illustration piece conducted to the prison van. Piece conducted by the officers to the prison van. A warrant was taken out against him for this, but he still continued to annoy them, so they removed on the 25th of October to Banner Cross, where they hoped to be freed from his disagreeable visits. But the very night they removed, the prisoner appeared at Banner Cross, and said to her, "You see, I am here to annoy you wherever you go." On the 29th of November, about 10 minutes past 8 in the evening, she went to the closet behind the house, and when she opened the door to come out, she was confronted by the prisoner, who stood near the closet doorway with a revolver in his hand. He said, "Speak, or ill fire." She screamed and stepped back into the closet, and shut herself in, but hearing her husband's footsteps in the yard, she came out. Prisoner was then in the passage leading to the road, but being followed by her husband, he turned round and fired. That bullet struck the wall, and on getting to the bottom of the passage, the prisoner fired again. The second shot struck her husband in the temple and he fell. She screamed and the neighbors came, but in the meantime the prisoner had scaled the wall on the opposite side of the road and fled. Her husband did not speak after he was shot, and died the same night about 11 o'clock. Cross-examined by Mr. Lockwood, before going to the closet, "I put my little boy to bed. The bedroom is in the front. There was a light in the room. My husband at this time was downstairs reading, and when I went to the closet, I left him still reading. I said nothing to him. Before going to the closet, I had to pass through the room where he was. When I heard him coming, I came out of the closet." A plan of the premises was then put into witness' hands, and she said she did not understand it very well. Cross-examination resumed. "I was only 4 or 5 feet from the passage leading to the closet when my husband passed me to go down to the prisoner. I could see him plainly, and all that he Roman 999 he was going rather slowly. I am prepared to swear that my husband never touched the prisoner before the shots were fired. He could not get near enough to him. Of course I cannot say what he intended doing. I remember being before the coroner, but I cannot remember that I said to him that I could not say whether my husband attempted to get hold of Peace or not, but if I did say so it is correct. The account which I gave to the coroner is the correct one. I cannot swear that my husband did not attempt to get hold of the prisoner, but I can swear that he did not succeed in doing so. I distinctly swear that he never touched the prisoner." "When were you first so certain of this?" "I have been certain all the time." "Were you certain about it on the 24th of January last?" "Yes, as certain as I am now." "When before the magistrates did you say this?" "I cannot say. My husband did not get hold of the prisoner. I cannot say that he did not try." Mr. Lockwood contended that this was not an answer, and a conversation took place between Mr. Campbell Foster and the judge on the matter. On the question being repeated, Mrs. Dyson said, "I cannot swear, I did not use the words just quoted. I will not swear I did not, having heard the words. I still pledge my oath that my husband did not get hold of the prisoner. I don't remember swearing before the magistrates that my husband didn't get hold of the prisoner. What I said before the magistrate is correct. I noticed how my husband fell. He fell on his back. Nothing touched him before he fell. I will swear that, after the first shot was fired, my husband did not get hold of the prisoner. He did not catch hold of the prisoner's arm, which held the revolver, and the prisoner did not strike my husband on the chin and nose. I will positively swear that my husband was never touched on the face, except by the bullet which the prisoner fired. How long have you known peace? Between 3 and 4 years. I never saw him before I saw him at Darnall. I cannot say whether I or my husband first made his acquaintance. He lived next door. But one to us. My husband began to dislike him in the spring of 1876. Was he jealous? No. Do you remember showing your husband a photo of yourself and the prisoner? Yes, it was taken at the Sheffield Fair. How came you to be photographed? Together. We went to the fair together with some children. The children were photographed, but we were in a separate picture. I cannot say whether it was the summer or winter fair. It was summer fair. But I cannot say whether it was the summer of 1876. It certainly was not in 1875. If it was in the summer of 1876, how was it you were photographed with a man of whom your husband disapproved in the spring of that year? I think there must be a mistake in the dates. I cannot say. I had known the prisoner for more than a year in November 1876. I may have known him since the spring of the previous year, but I won't be cert. I cannot say when we went to Darnall. I mean the jury to understand that I cannot tell within 3 or 4 months. When before the coroner, I stated that we had been in England 3 years, and that we lived for a year with my husband's mother. I also stated that afterwards we lived at Highfield. We did not remain there more than 4 or 5 months. We next went to Healy, and remained 3 or 4 months from there. We went to Darnall. I still say I do not remember when we went to Darnall. We were there a few months before the prisoner. He framed 4 pictures for us. I remember a conversation about his framing the portrait of my husband's mother. I asked the prisoner to frame it. I mentioned the matter to the prisoner or his daughter. But I cannot say when it was. I did not write to ask him to send the frame. He never sent the frame. I never wrote asking him not to send it. I know nothing about the matter. Mr. Lockwood looked at that letter. Witness, after looking at it, said it's not mine, and I don't know whose it is. Another letter was then handed to her, and she gave a similar answer. Mr. Lockwood next handed to the witness a scrap of paper, on which she wrote some words when before the magistrates, and asked her to look at it. This having been done, Mr. Lockwood asked, "Did anybody know, except yourself, your husband, and the prisoner, that you wanted the portrait of your husband's mother framed?" His wife and daughter knew. "Did you talk to them about it?" I mentioned it to the daughter. I remember going on one occasion to Mansfield. That was in the summer of 1876. I don't recollect the month. Mrs. Padley went with me. I had not told Peace that I was going. I went by an afternoon train to Mansfield. Did you ever write to the prisoner telling him you were going by the 9 o'clock train? No. Did you tell him he must not go by train because he Dyson will go down with me, and also say, "Don't let him see anything if you meet me in the Wicker Hope. Nothing will turn up to prevent it. Love to Janie." Did you write that? No. Just look at that, handing up the note. Just read that. Is not my handwriting. I was not in the habit of dealing with Francis Walker, wholesale and retail grocer, and Italian warehouseman at High Street at Turcliffe. At any rate, when you got to Mansfield, he was there. Yes. And you told him you were going? No. Can you account for his being there? No, I can't. He was a constant source of annoyance to me, and was always following me. Do you remember the prisoner giving you a ring? Yes, he gave it to me in the winter, at least. I cannot tell when it was, or the year. Was it before or after you were photographed together? That I cannot say. I cannot say, too. If I showed it to my husband, I know I threw it away. The ring did not fit me. Did you ever write this? I do not know what train we shall go by, for I have a great deal to do this morning. Will see as soon as I possibly can. I think it will be easier after you leave. He won't watch. So, the ring fits the little finger. Many thanks. Love to Janie. I will tell you what I think of when I see you about arranging matters, if it will excuse the scribble now. Did you write that? No. Did you ever tell him that the ring would not fit? No. Are you now prepared to swear that you did not write to acknowledge the ring? I did not. Mr. Lockwood then asked the witness whether she preferred a steel or a quill pen to write with, and Mrs. Dyson said it made no difference. A steel pen was given to her, and she wrote as follows from the dictation of the learned counsel: "I write to you these few lines, to thank you for all your kindness, which I will never forget. I will write you a note when I can." Mr. Lockwood, that is your best writing, yes. Witness continued: on one occasion, I went to a public house with the prisoner, but I cannot remember the date. I cannot say where the public house is. The prisoner told me that there was a picture gallery. There my husband became dissatisfied after that. Was it in consequence of your going to the public house with the prisoner that he became dissatisfied? No. Are you sure of that? Yes. Did you tell him you had been to a public house with the prisoner? Yes. Was it after that he became dissatisfied? I can't say exactly. I know a public house in the same street as that in which the prisoner lived. I don't know it by name, nor do I know a man named Craig. As the landlord, I have been to a public house where there was a picture gallery, and there I had a bottle of pop. Did you go to another public house with the prisoner? Yes. Did you see Craig? I don't know him. Craig was then called into court, and Mrs. Dyson was asked, "Have you not been to the Marquis of Waterford public house in Russell Street, Sheffield, on several occasions? With the prisoner I may have been once or twice, but not more often. When you have been with Peace, has he not paid for drink for you? I have only had pop with him. How many times have you been with him? I am sure of once, but I don't know that I have been any more times. Do you remember when this was? No. Did you tell your husband? I told him that Peace had introduced me to his brother. Did you tell your husband that Peace had taken you to a public house and paid for drink for you? Yes. And after that he became dissatisfied? Yes. Do you know the Norfolk dining rooms in Exchange Street? No. Have you ever been to some dining rooms near the marketplace with the prisoner? Yes. Alone? I mean never alone. Never alone, you say. Call in John Wilson. Witness called in. Now look at that man. Did you ever see him in those dining rooms? Not to my knowledge. Do you remember being introduced to that man by Peace? I never remember seeing him before. Look at him again. I have looked at him. I will swear I have not been to some dining rooms with Peace on several occasions. I have been to some near the market. Once then, we were not alone. There were 2 children with us. They were my own little boy and a child of Mrs. Padmore's. I had refreshment there. That was at the time of the Sheffield Fair, the same fair at which I was photographed the same day that I had been photographed with Peace, and these children went to the dining room. What had become of your husband? He was away from home. Was he not at the fair? Yes, I saw him there, and met him in the evening after the photograph was taken. My husband did not come into the fair until evening. Do you know a music hall in Spring Street, Sheffield? Witness, what is the name of it? Mr. Lockwood, the Star. Witness, is it a picture gallery? Mr. Lockwood, I don't know. A man named Goodlad was called into court, and Mr. Lockwood asked the witness, have you ever been to the Star Music Hall with Peace? I don't know it by that name. Have you been to any music hall with Peace? I have been to a place where there is a picture gallery, and where it looked as if singing went on. There was a small stage, and tables and chairs. Do you remember being introduced to that man by Peace at a music hall? I never remember seeing his face before except at the town hall. Have you not been 3 or 4 times to the music hall in Spring Street? No, I have only been once. I know a public house at Darnall, called the Halfway House to my knowledge. I have never had drink there which was put down to Peace. That won't do. Are you prepared to swear that you have not had drink there on Peace's credit? Never to my knowledge. Though the witness was pressed severely on the point, this was the only answer that could be obtained. I have shown you some letter. Shave, you written a letter to the prisoner? No. Do you know a little girl named Elizabeth Hutton? Call Elizabeth Hutton. On the child coming forward, the learned counsel asked, can you swear you never sent that child with a note to Peace? Not with a note. What did you send her with? I sent her with receipts for some pictures which the prisoner had framed. He was in the habit of asking my husband to write out his receipts and letters. Now look at the child again. Will you swear that child has not brought back notes from Peace to you? She brought me one, and I returned it. I can't say when this was, but it was after Peace removed to the opposite side of the street at Darnall. I never gave the child anything for taking notes to Peace. I don't know. A man named Kirkham was here called. I never gave him any notes for Peace, but I gave him a couple of receipts. Those receipts were for picture framing. Kirkham has not brought notes from Peace. Can you swear that? Not to my knowledge he has not. Can you swear one way or the other I can swear he has not to my knowledge. Did you ever send that little girl for drink to the halfway house? Not to my knowledge. By that I understand that you want swear either one way, or the other I have sent her for beer, but not to the halfway house in particular. Now I want to bring you to the night before the murder. Were you, on the 28th of November 1876, at the Stag Hotel Sharrow? Yes. I was there with Mrs. Padmore's little boy. He is about 5 or 6 years of age. Was anybody else with you? No. Mrs. Redfern, the landlady of the Stag, was called into the court, and Mr. Lockwood asked, was there not a man with you? No, I was by myself. Now looking at Mrs. Redfern, will you swear that a man followed me in, and sat down beside me? Was that man the prisoner? No. Will you swear that I would almost swear that the prisoner was not the man? That will not do on your oath. Did not this man go into the Stag on that night with you? No, he did not. Did he not follow you in? I don't know that he did, unless he made himself different from what he is now. On your oath, was it not this man? To the best of my belief, it was not. He seemed a man about 35 years of age. What did you mean by saying just now that you would almost swear he was not the man because he was so much in the habit of disguising himself? So it might have been him. Did you speak to the man? I don't remember. Did he speak to you? He asked me where I had been, or where I was going, or something of that kind. Did you answer him? Yes, I passed some remark. Did the man go out when you went out? Yes, he followed me out. Do you mean on your oath to say that you did not see the prisoner, and that he did not tell you he would come to see you the next night? No, he did not. Did he say anything to you? Nothing particular, because I did not take any notice of him. Not after you left the public house. I did not speak to him after leaving the public house. Did you think at the time that it might have been the prisoner? I had not the slightest thought. I had not been in the fair that night. I passed by. I might have said to Mrs. Redfern that I had not been in any public house before going into the Stag. I had previously been to the house of some friends of mine, named Muddiman. Did you tell Peace that you were going there? Witness, what had he to do with it? Answer the question. Mr. Muddiman does not live at Sharrow. Will you swear you did not tell him that I did not see the prisoner at all? How long were you at Mr. Muddiman's? Perhaps an hour or so. And from there, you went to the Stag? Yes. Witness continued, I have seen the landlady of the halfway house at Darnall here. Have you ever been turned out of that house, on account of being drunk? No. What, never? No, I have never been drunk in my life. Will you swear this? Yes. Bring in the landlady now. Will you swear you have never been drunk in this woman's house? Well, I might have been slightly inebriated. Laughter. Will you swear you have never been turned out of the house, for being slightly inebriated? No, not to my knowledge. Mr. Lockwood, quite true, you might not have been aware of it, that is all I ask you. Mrs. Dyson was then re-examined by Mr. Foster, who asked you have been questioned as to whether your husband got hold of Peace. Are you quite sure that he never tried to get hold of Peace? The question was objected to by Mr. Lockwood. Continuing, Mr. Foster asked, can you tell me how your husband fell? The witness, on his back, rather slanting. Was that in the passage, or in the little court? It was in the little court. What is the width of the court? It is about twice as wide as the passage. Did you observe when he fell whether the side of his face went against the wall or not? He fell close to the wall, slanting, and then on his back. You have been asked about going to a dining room near the market with 2 children. I think you answered that you went for refreshments. Yes, the children were hungry, and I went to give them some refreshment. My friend has asked you about a man bringing a note to you from Peace. Is that correct? Yes, but I sent it back again. Have any others been sent to you by Peace at all? Not to my knowledge. My friend got out the last answer from you about Mrs. Norton, that you might have left the house slightly inebriated. How did it occur? I cannot tell. I might be slightly inebriated, but I cannot tell. The judge, you said the prisoner came to the closet door. Yes. How long was it after that the first shot was fired? About a minute or two. It may be a little more. What time elapsed between the first shot and the second? About a second. It was almost immediately. So far as you could see, did he stand in the same place when he fired both shots? No, he stood on the lower step when he fired the second shot, and in the yard when he fired the first. How far was your husband away from the prisoner at the time? They were about 4 feet apart. There were only 2 steps between them. The prisoner was on the bottom step. This concluded the examination of the witness, and the court adjourned for half an hour. On the reassembling of the court, Mr. Lockwood said, If the case for the prosecution lasted till 5 o'clock, he should ask his lordship to adjourn the defense till the following day. His lordship said that if it would be a convenience to Mr. Lockwood, he would certainly do so. Mr. Lockwood added that if the case for the prosecution was over before 5, he should not then ask his lordship to adjourn, but would proceed with the defense, and finish the case that evening. Mary Ann Gregory, wife of John Gregory Grocer Bannercross, said she lived next door to the house occupied by the Dysons, and on the night of the murder, the prisoner who had previously visited the shop came again and asked to see her husband, who was away. The prisoner left the house going down the road. An hour afterwards, she saw Mrs. Dyson walking towards the closet and 2 minutes afterwards heard her scream loudly. She told Mr. Dyson to go to his wife immediately, and he went directly along the passage. She then heard a banging noise, or rather 2 noises, and heard footsteps coming up the passage. The next thing she saw was Mr. Dyson bleeding from the head, as he was propped up in a chair in his own house. In answer to Mr. Lockwood, the witness said she heard Mrs. Dyson scream within a couple of minutes of her going into the closet. When Mr. Dyson left to go down in the direction of the closet, he walked quickly. Sarah Colgrave's, wife of Thomas Colgraves of Dobbinhill, said she remembered going to the shop kept by Gregory on the night of the 29th of November about 7:30 o'clock. She met the prisoner about 30 yards from the shop, and he asked her if she knew who lived in the second house down the road. She said she did not. He asked if she knew whether they were strangers, and she replied in the affirmative. The prisoner then said, "Do you mind going to the house to say that an elderly gentleman wants to speak to her?" Before that he had said, "You don't know them," and she replied, "No." He then said, "I will tell you, she is my B." She told the prisoner he had better mind what he said, particularly to strangers, and told him to take the message himself. About 10 minutes afterwards, she saw the prisoner come out of the passage by the side of the house. This witness was not cross-examined. Charles Brassington, living in the Lane End, Ecclesall, said he was on the road near Bannercross on the 29th of November, standing opposite the Bannercross Hotel about 20 yards from Mr. Gregory's shop. It was about 8 o'clock. The night was moonlight, and he noticed the prisoner walking to and fro on the causeway, standing beneath a lamp. At the time he could see the prisoner quite distinctly. Peace approached him and said, "Have you any strange people come to live about here?" He replied, "I don't know." Peace then showed him some photos and letters, and desired him to read the latter. He said he could not. The prisoner then told him that he would make it warm for those strangers, for he would shoot them. And after saying this, Peace walked down the road towards Gregory's. He next saw the prisoner in Newgate walking round the yard, along with several others, and he was certain he was the man who uttered the threat at Bannercross. In cross-examination, the witness was severely questioned as to the date when he saw the prisoner, and had the conversation with him. He admitted that he could not himself tell the date, but had been told by other witnesses. Charles Wyville, living at Ecclesall, said on the night of the murder, he was in the Bannercross Hotel when his attention was attracted by hearing 2 reports of a gun or pistol. On his going to the door to see what was the matter, he heard Mrs. Dyson screaming murder. He went in the direction of the screams, and saw Mr. Dyson lying on the ground with Mrs. Dyson holding his head. Thomas Wilson, scythemaker of Brinkloffehill, said he was outside the Bannercross Hotel about 20 minutes past 8 on the night of the 29th of November, when he heard 2 reports from a revolver. The sound came from Gregory's house, and on looking that way, he saw a man run across the road from the end of Bannercross and get over the wall on the opposite side. It was a moonlight night, but as the man was crossing the road, the moon was under a cloud, and he did not see the man distinctly, but he heard Mrs. Dyson scream, and on going into the passage from which he had seen the man emerge, he found Mr. Dyson lying on the ground, and Mrs. Dyson was holding up his head. Mr. J. W. Harrison of Sheffield, surgeon, said on the 29th of November, he was called by those Wilson to see Mr. Dyson, who had been placed on a chair in his own house. He was unconscious, bleeding from the temple, and there was a quantity of blood on the floor. He laid the injured man on the floor and attended to him, but he did not recover consciousness, and died about 10:30 o'clock the same night. Subsequently, he made post-mortem examination on the left temple. There was a valvular wound in the skin, flesh, and muscles. On removing the scalp, he found in the substance of the brain, running upwards and backwards, a groove, and on the right side of the brain, he discovered the bullet produced. It had entered the temple, and passed in an oblique line to the right side of the head. The cause of death was the entrance of the bullet to the brain. By Mr. Lockwood, he found some light abrasions on the nose and chin. He did not think they were caused by a fist, because in the case of abrasions the skin was grazed. A fist, he did not think would produce the effect. Not even if there was a ring on the finger. The abrasions seemed to have been caused by sand at the coroner's inquest. He might have said he noticed a bruise on the nose and chin, as if Mr. Dyson had fallen on his face. That really was correct, and he would adhere to that statement. Police Constable Ward stated that on the 30th of November he searched in a field opposite Mr. Dyson's house at Banner Cross. The field was divided from the house by a road, a garden, and a wall. About 15 yards from the wall dividing Mr. Dyson's garden from the field, he found a bundle of papers, and amongst them, Mr. Dyson's card. At this stage, a discussion took place between the counsel on either side and the learned judge in regard to putting in the letters found by this witness. Mr. Campbell Foster objected to their being put in on the ground that they were irrelevant, but Mr. Lockwood contended that his learned friend had gone too far, and that inasmuch as he had opened the letters to the jury, he was bound to put them in. Now his lordship entertained a contrary opinion, and consequently, none of the documents were brought before the court. Inspector Bradbury produced the bullet found by the surgeon in Mr. Dyson's brain. At the request of Mr. Lockwood, witness produced the photograph of Mrs. Dyson and piece taken in the fair ground. He said it was handed over to him by Mr. Jackson, the chief constable at Sheffield. Mrs. Dyson was here recalled, and in answer to Mr. Lockwood, she said the photograph was that to which she referred in her evidence. This was the whole of the evidence regarding the murder, and Mr. Foster proposed to call evidence of threats used by the prisoner against the Dysons in July 1876. Mr. Lockwood objected to this course, but his lordship ruled that the evidence was admissible. Rose Annie Sykes, wife of James Sykes, Darnall, proved that on the 1st July 1876, she saw Mr. Dyson coming down the street. The prisoner was following him and endeavoring to trip him up on the night of the same day. She saw the prisoner take a revolver out of his pocket, point it at Mrs. Dyson's head, and say he would blow her brains out, and those of her husband too. Cross-examined by Mr. Lockwood, witness said she heard nothing about a poker or a threat from Mrs. Dyson, that she would use one. She did not hear about this time of any disturbance with the police, or of Mrs. Dyson being inebriated. She was quite certain about the date, because her little boy was born on the Tuesday following. James Sykes Darnall said on a day in July 1876, he was with his wife and Mrs. Dyson at Darnall. Peace came up at the time, and Mrs. Dyson said, "That's the man that's always annoying my husband." Peace replied, "I will annoy your husband, and you, and all at the same time." He pulled a revolver out of his pocket, and presenting it at Mrs. Dyson said, "I'll blow your brains out, and your husband's too." Peace then went up a passage, as if he was going into Mr. Dyson's back door. He returned in a minute, and said, "Now, Jem, you be a witness that she struck me with a life-preserver." Witness replied, "No, I will be a witness that you threatened to take her life." He did not notice that Mrs. Dyson had a life-preserver, or that she struck at the prisoner. During the examination of this witness, Peace seemed somewhat excited, and kept muttering to himself. Jane Wadmore said in 1876, she was living in Brittoniro, Darnall. She knew both Mrs. Dyson and Mr. and Mrs. Sykes. On the 1st of July in that year, she was talking with them when the prisoner came up. Mrs. Dyson said to him, "Why do you annoy my husband in the way you do?" Peace replied, "I will annoy you, I will blow your brains out, and your husband's too, before I have done with you." Peace then went in the direction of Mrs. Dyson's back door, and subsequently went into his own house. In answer to Mr. Lockwood, witness said she remembered going to Mansfield with Mrs. Dyson. Peace did not accompany them, but he followed them on their arriving at Mansfield. She and Mrs. Dyson went to a house for some refreshments. Peace followed them right into the room and called for a bottle of something to drink. She did not leave Mrs. Dyson alone with Peace on the occasion. Mrs. Dyson returned home with her. Peace did not ride in the same compartment, nor did he treat them to anything to drink. She did not accompany Mrs. Dyson to a fair, but she remembered that there was a fair in Whitweek of 1876. Police Constable Robinson of the Metropolitan Police Force related the well-known circumstances under which he captured the prisoner when committing a burglary at Blackheath on the 10th of October 1878, and described how he was fired at by Peace 3 times and was wounded by the 3rd shot. Charles Brown, sergeant in the Metropolitan Police, who went to the assistance of the last witness, produced the revolver taken from the prisoner on the occasion. James Woodward, a gunmaker of Manchester, examined the revolver produced, and said it contained 7 barrels. He believed it was of Belgian manufacture. The bullet produced found in Mr. Dyson's head would fit the barrels. In reply to Mr. Lockwood, witness said the revolver was of a common description. This was the evidence for the prosecution. Mr. Campbell Foster then summed up the evidence. He said if it was true that Mrs. Dyson was on terms of intimacy with the prisoner, was that any justification for his shooting her husband. He characterized strongly the attempts made to discredit the evidence of Mrs. Dyson and to prejudice the jury against her, and he showed what a conclusive case this was against the prisoner, even excluding the testimony of the murdered man's widow. But taking Mrs. Dyson's evidence, as reasonable men must take it, the case against the prisoner was irresistible. Mr. Lockwood then rose at 5 o'clock to address the jury on behalf of the prisoner. In the course of a powerful appeal, he declared that there had been a wild and merciless cry for blood, which was a disgrace to the country, and he spoke fiercely against the action of the press in this matter. This remark elicited a low hear from the prisoner, who listened with the utmost eagerness to the words advanced on his behalf. The learned counsel maintained that he had placed Mrs. Dyson's evidence in a light which necessitated a most suspicious examination on the part of the jury. It had been all important to show at the time when Mr. Dyson became dissatisfied with his wife, she was still keeping up communication with the prisoner, and he claimed to have done this pointing especially to her prevarication. As to the date of the fair at which she was photographed, the learned counsel claimed to have irretrievably shaken the testimony of Mrs. Dyson. By means of the persons with whom he had confronted her, he dwelt emphatically upon her answers as to what transpired at the Stag Inn on the night before the murder, and her credibility, he insisted, was an essential element, because other than that woman and the prisoner, no one could say what took place at Bannercross. The theory he adduced was that Peace fired a first shot to frighten Dyson, that a struggle ensued, and that during the struggle the pistol went off and killed the man. That was not murder. He pointed out Mr. Lockwood maintained that there was strong corroborative evidence of a struggle. Turning to the letters, he commented strongly on the refusal of the prosecution to put them in evidence. They dared not place in the hands of the jury documents which might throw light upon the case and might benefit the prisoner. Was not that an additional reason for looking with suspicion upon the woman who was accused of writing them? The whole case depended on Mrs. Dyson's testimony, and it was not upon such evidence that human life should be taken. A detailed examination of the statements of the other witnesses followed, Mr. Lockwood maintaining that all these were consonant with his defense or were fatal to Mrs. Dyson's statement. He did not deny that his client had been a wild and reckless man, and it would be quite possible for one with such a temperament to use threats, which he did not intend to carry out. He appealed to the jury to spare the man's life. However bad he might have been, he was all the less fitted to die. But he had stronger grounds, and he asked whether, on the uncorroborated testimony of that woman, they were going to condemn this man to die. He concluded with a powerful appeal to the jury. In summing up, the learned judge briefly defined murder as distinguished from manslaughter. The theory of the defense was that there had been a struggle between the two men, that the first shot had been fired merely to frighten, and that the second was the result of accident in the struggle. If that was the opinion of the jury, then they could not find the prisoner guilty of murder. But it was important to tell them that this was only a theory, and was not supported by a particle of evidence. The jury would be shown revolver taken from the prisoner, which it was suggested was like the one, if not the same, which had been in his possession on the evening of the sad occurrence, and it would be for the jury to say for themselves whether they thought such a weapon could have gone off accidentally. To press home their theory, the prisoner's counsel discredited the testimony of Mrs. Dyson, and it would be for the jury to carefully weigh her evidence. At the same time, he would remind them that the case did not rest alone on her evidence. His lordship, having remarked that no one could regret more than he did that the case had been talked about and written of so much, then proceeded to read over the evidence, the verdict, and the sentence. The jury retired to consider their verdict at 7:15, and returned into court 10 minutes subsequently, having answered to their names. The clerk of arraigns asked, "Are you agreed upon your verdict? Do you find the prisoner at the bar guilty or not guilty?" The foreman, "Guilty." The clerk of arraigns, addressing the prisoner, "You have been indicted and convicted of willful murder. Have you anything to say why sentence should not be passed upon you according to law?" The prisoner very faintly it's no use my saying anything." One of the ushers having called for silence. His lordship said Charles Peace, after a most careful trial, and after every argument has been urged by your learned counsel on your behalf, which ingenuity can suggest you have been found guilty of the murder of Arthur Dyson, by a jury of your country, it is not my duty, still less is it my desire to aggravate your feelings at this moment, by a recapitulation of any portion of the details of what I fear. I can only recall your criminal career, imploring you during the short time that may remain to you to live, to prepare for eternity. I pass upon you that sentence, and the only sentence which the law permits in cases of this kind. Here his lordship assumed the black cap. The sentence is that you be taken from this place to the place, from whence you came, and thence to a place of execution, and that you be there hanged by the neck, until you are dead, and that your body be buried within the precincts of the prison, in which you shall have been last confined after your conviction, and may the Lord have mercy on your soul. The prisoner was then removed from the dock, but before leaving, he expressed his thanks to Mr. W. E. Clegg for the efforts he had made in his behalf, and his appreciation of all that had been done for him. Immediately after he was handcuffed, and leg chains were put upon him, the prisoner's van was then backed to the inner gate of the town hall. Peace walked along the corridors to the gate, muttering, as he went. He was lifted into the van, and he was driven to Armley Jail shortly before 8. Mr. Keene, the governor of the jail, accompanied the van. There was one warder outside, and 4 warders were inside with Peace. The only meals which he had on Tuesday at the town hall were breakfast and dinner, both of which he ate heartily. Mrs. Dyson, attended by Inspector Bradbury and several of the witnesses, for the prosecution left Leeds for Sheffield the same night by the 10 train. Chapter Roman 163. After conviction. Peace at Armley Jail. Interview with his relative Aspiciana. The accounts which appeared in the several papers of the condition of Charles Peace were at this time most conflicting. Some declared him to be in a sinking, desponding state, and hinted at his committing suicide if he was not carefully watched, while other journalists said he was perfectly resigned to his position, and was preparing as best he could to meet his doom with becoming fortitude. Very much was made of the supposed letters which Peace dropped whilst running away from Banner Cross on the night of the murder, and their supposed authorship by Mrs. Dyson. They formed the subject of much of her cross-examination at the trial, and have been often referred to show the terms of intimacy upon which she must have been with Peace. We are therefore glad to be able to say upon authority that the letters are not hers. That authority is none other than the statement of Mr. Dyson himself. During the summer of 1876, when Mr. Dyson took out a peace warrant against Peace for threatening and annoying himself and family, he consulted Mr. Chambers' solicitor. At that time, the letters alleged to have been written by Mrs. Dyson to Peace were in existence, and had been seen by Mr. Dyson and other persons. Mr. Dyson expressed to Mr. Chambers his full assurance that the letters were not his wife's, but were forgeries concocted by Peace for purposes of annoyance. He was anxious that Peace should not be able to bring the letters into court, for he felt sure he would do so if possible for the sake of further annoyance and persecutions. Peace's stepson, accompanied by a friend, visited him in Armley Jail. The cell was in a sort of cage within the cell, 2 sides made by the walls, and 2 composed of iron bars from floor to ceiling. Beyond this was the cell itself, into which no friends were allowed to pass. The prisoner was dressed and sitting in a railbacked armchair, such as is common in old-fashioned public houses. As the visitors entered, his face was turned towards the door, and over his head behind him was a gas light. Seated a little to the left, and looking him steadfastly in the face, was one warder, and behind him, a little to his right, was a second official, not lolling back in their chairs with folded arms, and endeavoring to make their irksome task as pleasant as possible. Nothing of the kind. They were all attention, ready to spring forward to the convict in an instant. Willie asked his father how he was, and he replied, "I am a little better, but very weak." Dropping his head and breathing apparently with difficulty, he repeated, "I am really very weak." He then looked at the friend, as much as to say, "Who are you?" Willie told his father that his friend was the gentleman to whom he referred on the previous day, and the convict nodded as though gratified to see him. Peace asked respecting the witnesses who could be collected at Darnall. "There are plenty of people there," he said, "who can tell what sort of a woman Mrs. Dyson is if you can only get them to come." Then, becoming more animated and apparently wishful to get closer to the bars, which separated him from his friends. He made a move as though he would stand up and draw his chair towards them. Instantly, the warders were at his side, and one of them said, "Don't disturb yourself, well move you." Instead, however, of drawing him nearer to his son, they lifted the chair, perhaps a foot further from the visitors, nearer to the wall, and more immediately under the gas. A savage scowl came over his face, and he gave them a look that plainly said, "That was not what I wanted." An almost painful silence prevailed for a few moments, and then the convict looked at his son and said, "Do you know a house in Westbar opposite to the top of Bower Spring? There is such a shop, and such a shop," mentioning the business carried on in each, "and then there is the house I mean." Willie asked him if he meant the little tankard, or the old tankard. The convict said he did not mean the singing room, it was a little low house with a shop front. Asked if it was opposite the Shakespeare, he answered, "Yes, it is opposite the Shakespeare. It is a little beer shop with a passage up the side of it." The window of the snug looked into the passage. "One day I was in the snug alone with Mrs. Dyson, and the landlord went out at the front door down the passage, and peeped in at the window. I want you to get him to come to tell the jury what he saw. He will remember us. Try and get him to come." Peace was then asked if anything occurred during the fortnight between his leaving Hull, after the quarrel with his family, and the 29th of November, when Mr. Dyson was shot. The convict replied, "I went from Hull to Manchester, and after stopping there 3 or 4 days, I went to Sheffield. Oh yes, I went backwards and forwards to Sheffield several times. I saw Mrs. Dyson more than once." And he repeated what he had said several times before, that, on the evening of the 28th, he was at the Stag at Sharrow with her. The convict was then asked where he went when he left Hull after the affair at Banner Cross. "I went from Hull to Cottingham, then to Beverley, and then to York. Either took train to London, but got out at a little station before I got to London, and went by the underground to Paddington. From Paddington, I went down to Didcot, from Didcot to Oxford, then to Bath, and on to Bristol. They will know that I was down there by this fact, that when going, I think it was from Didcot to Oxford, I travelled in the same compartment as a police sergeant. He had been somewhere, and had apprehended a young woman for stealing 40, and he was bringing her to lock her up. I sat next to him, and talked to him nearly all the way, and he told me all about the case. He seemed a very smart chap, but not smart enough to know me. If you can find out the day an officer took a girl to Oxford, that is the day I travelled there. I stopped in Bristol a few days, and did a little work, and then I left for Nottingham, and reached there, I remember, on the 9th January, or about 6 weeks after I had left Banner Cross." Peace, apparently proud of the manner in which he had gone shoulder to shoulder with the police, went on to tell them how he once lodged at the house of a police sergeant in Hull. He also entertained his friends with the story of his escape through the bars of the bedroom at Nottingham. It exactly corresponded with the version given more than a week before, and subsequently confirmed by Mrs. Thompson. The convict seemed pleased to have someone to speak to, and he would laugh when he told them that he once threatened to report an officer for insulting him. Willie asked him when that occurred. The convict replied, "In the summer after that affair at Banner Cross, I went down to York to see the races. The militia were up, and one day I found myself standing by the side of Mr. Cook, who lived next door to us when we were on the Brocco. I think he was doing duty as a military policeman. I knew him, but he did not know me. A row broke out whilst I was there amongst a lot of the militiamen who were drunk, and presently a mounted policeman rode up to help to quell it. He rode close past me, and his horse nearly knocked me down. I went after him, got hold of his horse's bridle, and insisted on knowing his number. A superior officer came up and said, 'Don't stop him now, while the row is on. Come in the morning, if you have a complaint against him.' I replied, 'All right, ill be there, ill see, if he is to knock people down like that.' 'Of course,' said the convict, 'I did not go to pick him out. If you mention it to Cook, he will remember it.'" On Monday, Mrs. Bolsover, the daughter of the convict, with her little baby in her arms, and her husband, visited him. Peace, although dressed, was lying down in his little bed, and by his side were his 2 warders. The convict heard the visitors enter, and roused himself. Seeing his son-in-law, he said, "How art thou, Billy?" The young man appeared overpowered, and he was unable to reply. Seeing his daughter, Peace then said, "Come forward, Jenny, and sit down." She stepped forward, and sat on the little seat to the left of the door, but still within the barred enclosure. "Have you said he brought the baby with you?" The daughter replied that she had then said he let me look at it. The mother held the child up to the bars, and Peace exclaimed with much earnestness, "God in heaven bless its little soul." Peace asked how his wife was, and whether she fretted much. He was told that she was very poorly, and in low spirits I should like to see her. He said I should like to see her. He then asked what efforts were being made for his defense, and if they remembered a row that took place one day at Darnall, when Mrs. Dyson came out of her house with a potato masher and challenged any of the neighbors to fight. They did remember such an occurrence, and he asked that some who witnessed it might be called to speak to it. Mr. Bolsover told him that Mr. Hutton's little girl, who carried notes from Mrs. Dyson to Peace, was coming forward. No 93. Illustration gives spectacles to wife. Peace giving his spectacles to his wife as a keepsake. The convict, I am very glad to hear that heaven bless her, I hope she will come. Mr. Bolsover reminded him that 2 persons were in the bus with him and Mrs. Dyson when they rode up to the Stag at Sharrow on the night before the Bannercross affair, and told him that one of them would come forward and speak to that fact if he was asked. The convict was pleased and said, I hope you will tell Mr. Clegg all about that and look after that witness. The convict then alluded to the current version of the circumstances under which he jumped from the express train, went on his way to Sheffield, and he said the warders stated that one of them caught him by the foot and held him head downwards for a distance of nearly 2 miles. Nothing of the sort, he said, before he left London. He made up his mind to jump from the train and to kill himself if he could when the train had passed Worksop. He stood up on the footwarmer, put his hands together, and sprang clean through the window. His heels struck the top of the window, and he fell head first on the footboard and bounded away from the train. He did not remember anything that occurred after that. Until late in the afternoon, he declared the warder never had hold of his foot, otherwise he could have held him. He had not the slightest intention of escaping, he wanted to kill himself. Mr. Bolsover told him he understood that the prosecution were going to bring down a gunsmith from London to prove that the bullets found at Blackheath and the bullet found in Mr. Dyson's head were of the same size. The convict replied that he had 4 revolvers, a little one that had 5 chambers, one that had 6, one that had 7, and one that had 10 chambers. The 6-chambered one taken from him at Blackheath carried the same size bullet as the 7-chamber. He did not attach much importance to evidence of that sort. The convict then expressed the hope that Mr. Bolsover would take warning by what had befallen him, told them that he did not care who came forward against him if they only spoke the truth, and then asked to be allowed to shake hands with them. He was told that that could not be allowed. His friends withdrew, and the interview terminated. Peace is said to have made an extraordinary statement respecting the murder. He stated that on the night Mr. Dyson was shot, he was at Bannercross at the request of Mrs. Dyson, with whom he had an appointment. On reaching the house, he saw her go upstairs, and he alleged that she made signs to him signifying that Mr. Dyson was within, and that he, Peace, was not to enter the house. In consequence of these signs, he remained outside, and presently Mrs. Dyson came into the yard with a lighted candle. She went into the closet, and he followed her and remained talking to her for some time. At the time, there was a warrant out against Peace at the instance of the Dysons, and he asked Mrs. Dyson to get her husband to withdraw it. She replied, I can't do it, you know what an old devil he is. For cash, he wants 40 to square the matter. At this moment, Mr. Dyson came out in the yard, and according to Peace, a struggle took place between the deceased and his wife, in the course of which a pistol, which Mrs. Dyson had in her hand, went off. Peace then ran away. Peace's early crimes. We now give some authentic particulars of Peace's childhood and youth. It is said that when having recovered from 2 years' illness caused by an accident at Kelham rolling mills, he had been in the service of Mr. Edward Smith, and had after that become under the tuition of one Bethley, a player on the violin at public houses. There is a tradition that soon after this, having had a quarrel with his sister, he slept out in an empty house, was caught, and got a month's imprisonment therefore. Whether this be so or not, the next glimpse we get of him is making a highly promising commencement in his future profession. He was charged at the Sheffield Sessions on Saturday, Dec. 13, 1851, along with George Campbell, with breaking into the house of Mrs. Catherine Ward, Mount View, and stealing 2 pistols, a mahogany box, a bullet mold, and other articles. An entrance apparently had been effected by climbing upon the balcony and opening the bedroom window. The only property missed was a case containing Mrs. Ward's jewels, a case containing a brace of rifle pistols, and a silk dress. The jewel case was found unopened on the balcony. The prisoners were afterwards found dealing with the pistols. Campbell was discharged, while Peace, who received a good character for honesty from his employer, got 1 month's imprisonment. This robbery shows how closely Peace adhered through life to the modus operandi adopted thus early, and it fixes his then aged 19. A crop of burglaries in 1854. During the subsequent years, 185,234, he continued his musical services at public houses and became familiar with company no better than it should be. In the autumn of 1854, he carried on a daring game of house robbery, and it appeared that on the 13th of October 1854, Charles Peace, Mary Ann Neal, his sister, and Emma James were placed in the dock of the town hall to answer several charges of felony. James had offered a pair of boots in pledge at the shop of Messrs. Wright Westbar, and on her being detained on suspicion, Peace came forward and claimed the boots, and was given into custody in Peace's mother's house in Bailifield. There were found a large quantity of jewelry and wearing apparel, including crepe shawls, silk dresses. Roman 100. The proceeds of robberies effected at the residences of H. E. Hoole esque Crooks, Moore House, R. Stewart esque, Brinkliff Edge, Mr. G. F. Platt Priory, Villa Charolane, and Mr. Brown, Broomhall Street. The houses of all these parties had been robbed by effecting an entrance through the bedroom windows in the evening before the windows were closed and fastened for the night. At Mr. Hoole's, the thief had climbed the portico, and from Mr. Stewart's, a good deal of jewelry had been stolen. The prisoners were clearly proved to have been in possession of this property. The defense raised did not place in a very amiable light the affection subsisting between the sister and that brother who used to avenge the wrongs she sustained at her husband's hands. Each accused the other of being the culprit. At the sessions at Doncaster, October 20, 1854, Peace, who was undefended, said that a watchmaker named Bethley in Division Street had kept his sister Neal for some years, and she had had 3 children by him. Bethley, not having given her any money, lately sent the jewelry and a bundle of wearing apparel by him to her instead of money. Peace was sentenced to 4 years penal servitude, and the female prisoners each to 6 months imprisonment. Peace was described in the calendar at that time as being 22 years of age. The mention of Bethley's name will remind our readers that he was the person who instructed Peace in the art of violin playing, and Mrs. Neal's connection with the case does not shed much luster on the family annals. She died, we may add by way of completing her history, on the 2nd April 1859, aged 33. Marriage and 6 years penal servitude. The matrimonial alliance with Miss James was of course rudely interrupted by the sentence pronounced at Doncaster. The tender passion does not seem to have survived his 4 years of penal servitude. It is believed that Peace served his whole term of 4 years. This brings us to the October of 1858, and the term of imprisonment conflicts with Mrs. Peace's statement that she was married to him in July 1858. On his liberation, he resumed his strolling vocation of fiddling at public houses and feasts. It was at one of these that he met Hannah Ward, a widow with one son, Willie, and she became his wife. He was then earning a fair livelihood, partly in the way mentioned and partly by hawking cutlery, but his ingrained fondness for entering the houses of others and for appropriating goods that did not belong to him had not been eradicated by his prison discipline, and it was not many months after her marriage that Mrs. Peace's eyes were enlightened as to the extra-professional avocation of her husband by a police visit to her house. The police at Manchester, having discovered a quantity of stolen property in a place of concealment, set a watch and caught, but not without violent resistance, 2 men who came to remove the goods. One of the prisoners gave the name of George Parker, and they both hailed from Sheffield. Parker was really Charles Peace, the other being the keeper of a beer shop in Spring Street. They were tried at Liverpool Assizes, August 1859, when Parker. Peace was sentenced to 6 years penal servitude, and his companion to 15 months hard labor. Daring adventure at Wakefield. In serving his time, Peace made the acquaintance of the prisons of Millbank, Chatham, where he was mixed up in a mutiny for his share, in which he was punished flogged, and Gibraltar. His handiness caused him then, as at other times, to be employed as a sort of general utility man about the prisons, doing any odd jobs in which dexterity and tact were needed. It was this sort of work which enabled him to make that daring attempt to escape from Wakefield during one of his sojourns. There perhaps it is worthwhile to tell the story in some detail. The repairs he was executing gave him an excuse for smuggling a short ladder into his cell, and an opportunity also of nicking for himself a sort of saw out of a piece of zinc or tin. Thus armed, he cut through a beam in the ceiling, made a hole through the plaster, and got through on to the roof. He was just drawing the ladder after him when an official opened the cell door As he attempted to seize the ladder, Peace gave him a blow with it in the chest and knocked him down. Then, running along the roof, he got on to the prison wall and was making his way along it when, the bricks being loose, he fell. It was supposed that he had fallen outside, and there was a hue and cry after him, but he had really fallen inside, not far from where some servants were looking out from the door of the governor's house. Their attention was, however, directed away from Peace, and with the cunning of a hunted fox, he slipped quietly past them into the house and ran upstairs, stripping off his prison clothes. He appropriated a suit of the governor's and watched for an opportunity to escape, but none came, and after being in the bedroom for an hour and a half, he was found and recaptured. The picture-frame business. At the end of November 1859, not long after Peace's enforced departure for penal quarters, his wife gave birth to a daughter. Mrs. Bolsover, the lonely wife, had sold up her home to provide the means of defense at his trial, and had afterwards begun to keep a shop, that little bow-windowed shop, so well known in Cautionary hither. He came one night in the summer of 1864, the returned convict released on ticket-off leave after serving nearly 5 of his 6 years. It was now that he commenced that picture-frame making which was the ostensible business of the remainder of his life, and for a time he seems to have been industrious, and to have done well. It was in Cautionary that he began this trade, and he worked for closes in Gibraltar Street afterwards. He was manager at Peter's in Westbar Green. Then he engaged a workshop at the end of Cautionary, and found so much to do that, from having only a boy, he employed 2 journeymen to help him. In this way, he got a good business together, and the place being too small, he made the unfortunate venture of taking a shop in West Street, 2 doors from Rockingham Street. The moment he got there, his luck seemed to turn, and the takings were not as great in a month as they had been in Cautionary in a day. 8 years penal servitude. In this state of things, the West Street shop was given up, and Peace migrated with his family to Manchester. He took with him a stock of frames, but he had not been there a fortnight when he was once more in the hands of the officers of the law, doing a job at a house in Lower Broughton. He was caught in the act, and his excuse for such clumsiness was that he, who was usually strictly temperate, had had 9 glasses of whiskey, and did not know what he was doing. He was tried at the Manchester Assizes on the 3rd of December, 1866, under the name of George Barker alias Alexander Mann, and he was sentenced to 8 years penal servitude. His last return. Upon that, Mrs. Peace for a short time kept a little shop in Long Millgate, Manchester, but before long she came back to Sheffield and got employment in Charing, and in the bottling department of a wine merchant. At first she lived in Trippett Lane, but afterwards in Orchard Street, where Peace's mother also lived. In 1865, shortly before leaving Cautionary, there had been a son, John Charles, born, but he did not live to see the return of his father, who on the night of the 9th of August, 1872, reappeared at home. His 8-year sentence had been commuted to less than 6. Having provided himself with picture-frame making tools, Peace then took a house in Brocco and lived a few doors from Inspector Twible, and his family helped him in the business. Here Brahma fowls were kept, and Peace there, besides resuming his performances on the violin, attempted, but without much success, to instruct Willie in the art. The frame-making prospering, there was a removal to Scotland Street. The testimony is that Peace was really industrious at this time, and being particular in the execution of his work, he got much custom. His children attended the day and Sunday schools of the parish church in Queen Street, and he was very strict with them as to the companions and the hours they kept for himself. He had never been known to go to church. He was accustomed to profess his belief in the existence of a God and a devil, but he declared that he feared neither one nor the other. But he wished his children, he said, to believe in God and to fear him. Peace left Scotland Street through a disagreement with his landlord and removed to Darnall in the beginning of 1875. The house he chose was a semi-detached one in Milton Villas, Brittany Road, next door, but one with an unoccupied house, intervening, a circumstance which explains one of the letters found in the field at Banner Cross. Lived Mr. Arthur Dyson and his wife, and these were the materials out of which has to be developed the tragic termination of Charles Peace's career. The Banner Cross murder led to the performance of extraordinary feats in telegraphing on the day that Mrs. Dyson was under examination in the corridor at the Sheffield Police Office's press messages, numbering 180,000 words, were telegraphed away. The number of words actually sent away from Leeds in one day in connection with Peace's trial was 200,000. The number of words delivered to all papers exceeded 300,000. With respect to Sheffield, 2 special wires were used solely for the local papers. 10 men were specially employed at that end in writing up the news, and at no time throughout the day were they above 20 words behindhand. The news was delivered almost sheet by special messengers. Sale of pieces, musical instruments. The excitement which prevailed at Mr. Harvey's auction mart in Bank Street during the sale of pieces violins was only excelled by that manifested at the Sheffield Town Hall, when the convict was first brought up for the murder of Mr. Dyson. For several days, it had been publicly announced that those celebrated violins which had accompanied Peace in his wanderings would be sold by auction by Mr. Harvey, and on the afternoon long before the hour fixed, the room was filled by persons who were either intent upon purchasing if possible, or having at least a sight of the instruments. Scores who were unable to obtain admittance collected outside the premises, and it required the efforts of 2 policemen to prevent a disturbance amongst the crowd, as there were a great number of roughs, who frequently indulged in shouts and yells. The proceedings were characterized by no little amusement, and when in the first place, Mr. Harvey inquired whether there was anyone present concerned about the property to be disposed of, he was met by the felicitious rejoinder, "Do you mean concerned with Peace?" and much laughter was created. Mr. Harvey then proceeded to open the sale, and first offered a copy of the Duke fiddle. He said a gentleman had come a distance of 225 miles to look at the fiddles that he might be able to say he had had Peace's fiddles in his hand. He had also received letters from gentlemen residing at Tunbridge Wells, Manchester, London, and other places, offering to purchase them by private treaty. They were capital instruments. And if Peace had stuck to his music, he would not have been in the position he was now. There was no doubt the man had good as well as bad qualities. The instrument having been handed round, several tunes were played upon it, and the bidding commenced at 1, followed by offers of 5 and 10. An offer of 11 guineas was increased by steady bids of 1 guinea each, until a bid of 12 guineas was made, and at that price the violin was knocked down to Mr. G. Roman 100 Millward Provision, Merchant, York. Mr. Harvey said that 50 had been offered for the fiddle before it was put up for auction, and he firmly believed it was worth quite that to any person. He declared that there was not a bit of pluck in Sheffield, or the fiddle would have sold for double the amount. The kit violin was next put up. Mr. Harvey, assuring his audience that there was no want of genuineness about the original ownership of both instruments they were first pledged, he said to pay for the defense of Mrs. Peace, and they had recently been redeemed by Messrs. Clegg and Sons to be sold for the convict's defense. The offer made was 5s, which was quickly followed by offers of 2 10s, 5 10s, 6 10s, 7 10s, 8 and 8 10s, and an offer of 8 15s being refused, it was sold to Mr. Lofthouse of the George Hotel, Bridlington, for 9 10s. A short grand piano, formerly the property of Peace, was then offered. An offer of 10 guineas was first made, and the bids rising by 1 guinea each to 19 was offered, the figure slowly rising by 3 other bids to 23 guineas. Half-guinea bids were made in rapid succession, till 12 guineas were realized, the purchaser being a gentleman from Hull, who desired that his name should not be published. A violin made by Peace himself 20 years ago was next offered for sale. Bidders were now, however, very scarce, and though the instrument was of infinitely better tone than the one first disposed of, it only realized about 1/3 the sum. Mr. Harvey said the violin was now the property of a person named Hewitt, better known by the name of Little Teddy, who told him that he and Charlie had played upon the instrument many a time. Mr. John Stansfield of the Music Hall of Varieties, Leeds, was the buyer for 6 10s. No small amount of surprise was expressed that the instruments should have been permitted to leave the town. Peace and Mrs. Thompson. It was suggested that there was some secret behind Mrs. Thompson's alleged potent influence over the convict Peace. He sometimes treated her with more partiality and kindness than he did his wife. But when Sue got drunk and pawned the proceeds of his robberies which he had given to her, he would treat her with as much savage brutality as he ever did his wife, and for days after she would carry the marks of his violence. Mrs. Thompson, it was stated, was never asked to help Peace to make away with the goods he had stolen, but Hannah was frequently called upon to share in the risk of removing them. In this selection of his tool, Peace knew perfectly well what he was about, and it furnished no proof of his partiality for Sue over his wife. She was his paramour, and had she been detected in possession of his stolen property, she could have been indicted with him. His wife, as the trial at the Old Bailey proved, could not be punished for making away with such goods, as she was supposed to act under his influence and control. On the day when Peace's daughter Mrs. Bolsover, her husband, and his other relatives visited him at Armley Jail, they implored the condemned man not to see Mrs. Thompson, stating that if he did, Mrs. Peace would not come over. When put to him in that way, Peace promised not to see her. Mrs. Thompson called at the jail immediately after they were gone in response to a letter she had received from Peace dated Feb 9th, saying she would be allowed to see him, but after waiting 2 hours, she had to leave without seeing him. A second letter addressed to her by Peace was however read to her by the governor. For some reason, the visiting committee were also opposed to letting Mrs. Thompson see Peace. On Wednesday, Mrs. Hannah Peace, her son Willie, and the nephew Anu importuned Peace not to see Mrs. Thompson, threatening they would not come again if he did so, and they obtained a promise from him that he would not see her. In addition to his promise, they relied on the position assumed towards the woman by the Leeds visiting committee, who were indisposed to allow a mistress to visit her paramour in jail. It is also inconceivable that, knowing the unenviable position in which she stood to Peace, and knowing that he does not wish to see her, that his friends were strongly opposed to the interview, and that the local authorities had repeatedly refused her admission, that she should still hang about the jail and persist in her attempts to obtain admission to the cell of the condemned man. The following is the letter above alluded to that Mrs. Thompson received from Peace, the envelope being addressed on Her Majesty's Service, Thompson Litter Box, General Post Office, Leeds, to be called for. From Charles Peace H. Roman 1000s, Prison, Leeds, Feb 9, 1879. My poor Sue, I receive your letter today, and I have my kind governor's permission for you to come and see me at once, so come up to the prison, and bring this letter with you, and you will get to see me. I do wish particular to see you. It is my wish that you will obey me in this one thing, for you have obeyed me in many thing. But do obey me in this one. Do not let this letter fall into the hands of the press. Hoping to see you at once, I remain your ever well-wisher, Charles Peace. The letter was written on the usual official paper. Mrs. Thompson took the original with her to Armley Jail, and at Governor Keene's request, give it to him. One of her friends who went to the post office for her had however taken a copy of it. Had Mrs. Thompson gone with this letter at once, she would probably have seen Peace, but she delayed, and the permission to see him was delayed. Letters to Peace's family. After the sentence of death had been passed upon Peace, his wife and family were astonished at the interest taken in their welfare by people about whom they knew nothing. They received several letters expressing sympathy with them, and other people showed their regard for them by asking that some small article which the convict had used might be sent to them, to keep in remembrance of him. It need hardly be stated that none of these modest requests were complied with. The following was one of the latest letters received. Marketplace, Middlesbrough-on-Tees, Feb 11, 1879. Mrs. Peace, I have taken the liberty of writing to you under your painful circumstances, to ask if anything is being done on behalf of your husband Charles Peace, I mean, in the ways of appealing to the Home Secretary, for a respite for your husband. I have made an appeal in his behalf to Mr. Cross, the Secretary of State, and the reply is that it shall have their careful attention. I hope some one, or at least a large number, will follow up in the same line, and urge for a respite. Of course, I know nothing of your husband, only from the accounts of the papers, which I think has been most erroneous, and must have damaged his case in the mind of the public. And I fear the judge and jury also. It is upon this head that I make my appeal for his life to be spared, and I should like to know if any other effort is being put forth. Please write a few lines if you can, or get someone else to do it for you, and let me know if you hear of anyone that is making any effort, for what is done should be done quickly and without delay, and I hope God in his mercy will uphold you and yours under your most trying circumstances, and I trust by the mercy of God that your husband may not come to die by the hands of the executor, but I hope his life may be spared, that he may depart at last, as is the way of all flesh. I am only a poor man, and a stranger to you all, but nevertheless I am doing all that I can in this matter, hoping you pardon me for intruding upon you in the manner I have done by writing to you, but I felt as though I should like to know if anything is being done in the way of partitioning about where you live. Yours respectfully, E.W. Please write by return, and let me know if anything is being done. To the above letter, the following reply was at once sent. Darnall, Feb 13, 1879. Mr. W. Dear Sir, I received your letter this morning, and on behalf of my mother and family, I heartily thank you for your kind and sympathetic letter. In reference to the petition, your letter is the first intimation we have had, and we are not aware that anything is being done in that direction. I quite agree with your remarks about the public being prejudiced against my father through the action of the press, for many of the papers have published things that are utterly untrue, but not too untrue or too romantic for the public to believe. The blacker a paper has painted him, and the more romance has been mixed with it, the more it has suited the public appetite. With reference to the jury being prejudiced, I can only say they took a very short space of time in which to make up their minds to return a verdict of guilty in such a serious case. I thank you for your kind wishes towards us, and am pleased to tell you that Mr. Peace is resigned to his fate, and his state of mind is all that could be desired. Hoping you will not think it any intrusion if you wish to write again, I remain yours respectfully, William Ward. The following may be taken as a specimen of another class of letters that were received. Dear Mrs. Peace, I hope you will go and see your husband Mr. Pease. In reading the papers, I think he is not aware that it was Mrs. Thompson thought betrayed him. Ask him if he ever come to Nottinghamshire with Mrs. Thompson. If Mrs. Pease is not able to go, I hope some of the family will, and be sure, and ask him. I hope God will pardon his sins before the execution takes place. I feel sorry for you all, but not for those two women. I think they have led him to more than he might have done. Yours truly, I will write again to you. Charles Peace, while under sentence of death in Armley Jail for the murder of Mr. Arthur Dyson, addressed the following letters to his son-in-law and son. They were written on one sheet of paper, the one letter following the other. Both the writing and the spelling were much better than in some previous letters received from the convict. The letters will speak for themselves, and will afford additional proof if proof were needed of the sort of man he was. Roman 50p, Roman 100h, Roman 1000, Roman 100p, Roman 100,073. From Charles Peace. H. Roman 1000, Prison Leeds, 7th February, 1879. My dear son-in-law, I hope this letter will find you as well as it can do. I am still very weak and ill, but a little better than I have been. You will know well that I have been perjured against by 3 persons in Darnall. What I wish to say to you is this: do not attempt to avenge the wrong that was done to me by Jim and his wife and Mrs. Padmore, for under my present feelings, I feel no embitterness against no person in this world, for if I must be forgiven, I must forgive. So, my dear son, do you not commit yourself in either thought, word, or deed against any of these persons, but in place of being in their company, do all you can to avoid them, and this will keep you from doing anything at each other that will be offensive. I do send you a form of prayer that I compiled myself before I left Pentonville prison. O Lord, turn not thy face from me, but have mercy. Good Lord, have mercy on me. I need not to confess my life to thee, for thou knows what I have been, and what I am. So, O my blessed Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, have mercy upon me, and wash and cleanse me from all my sins, and make me clean, and save me from the danger of sin, and from the power of hell. O God, do not despise me nor cast me from thee, but have mercy. Good Lord, have mercy upon me, and make me what thou would have me to be, to enter into the kingdom of heaven, and then receive my poor soul at the last, for Jesus Christ's his sake. Amen. The Lord have mercy upon me. Christ, have mercy upon me. Amen. My dear son, I have sent you this prayer to show you the state of mind that I do now feel myself to be in. I do not feel no trouble so great as I do my sinful life against my God. I begin to feel that my God will have mercy upon me, and forgive me all my sins, and receive my poor soul into the kingdom of heaven. I send my best love, thanks, and good wishes to all friends that came up on my trial to speak for me. I do want to see all my family as often as I can do. Before I die, you can see me any weekday, but you will have to bring this letter with you, and go the Leeds Town Hall and inquire for Mr. John Thornton, magistrate's clerk, and he will give you every information you require to see me. You cannot see me without an order from him, so to save time and trouble, go and see him before you come to the prison. I send my dearest love to my dear wife, and all of you, my loving children. I am your wrecked husband and father. Charles Peace. Willie's letter. The above letters are in answer to the following. Darnall, Feb 6, 1879. Dear Father, we had hoped to have had a letter from you this morning to tell us how your will was in court on Tuesday and heard your trial, and when he came home and told us what the sentence was, it upset us all. We did all we could for you, and if there is anything more that we can do, right, and let us know. We cannot come to see you as often as we could wish, but we hope you will write to us and let us know how you are getting on, your affectionate son, Willie. Interview with his relatives. On Monday, no fewer than 13 of Peace's relatives and friends went from Sheffield to Leeds to have an interview with the convict Peace in his condemned cell. There were 11 in the first group, but in their appeals to Mr. Thornton, the magistrate's clerk, for tickets of admission, they were not all successful. Only 5 of them, Mr. Daniel Peace, the convict's brother and his wife, and 3 of their children, were granted permission to see the condemned man. The others were refused. The second group consisted of Mrs. and Mr. Bolsover Peace's daughter and son-in-law, and they readily obtained the necessary authority to see him. On their arriving at Armley, the governor, Mr. Keene, gave them very strict injunctions as to how they were to behave themselves. When in the presence of the convict, they were to restrain their feelings, and on no account whatever was there to be any scene. They were also to be extremely careful what they said to him. Having been thus suitably admonished as to their conduct, they were taken in 2 parties by the governor to the condemned cell. It was the same that the convict has occupied from his arrival at Armley, and they were simply admitted within the barred-off portion of the cell. He was sitting in a chair, and on either side of him stood a warder watching his every movement. He seemed very weak, much weaker than when he appeared in the Crown Court to take his trial. Indeed, those who had not seen him for some time were quite startled at his pale, shrunken, weak appearance. Peace was asked by one of the party how he was, and he replied in very feeble tones, "I am no better, my head is very bad." From further remarks, he made it appear that he was suffering very much from the effects of his jump from the train. He said the wound on his head had broken out afresh, and he was in much pain from concussion of the brain preceding. He said, "I am sorry now that I made such a rash attempt upon my life. I would never do it again." The governor, seeing the condemned man was becoming somewhat excited, interposed, and urged him to keep himself calm, and not to talk too much. Peace thereupon became quiet, and said little more except to express a wish to see his wife. The interview allowed to either party was of short duration. The impression they formed was that the convict was perfectly resigned to his sentence, and that we had given up all hope of having his life prolonged. He was wearing the spectacles which the Home Secretary had given instructions that he should be furnished with, and near him were 3 books which he had been reading. When the time allowed for the interview had expired, the relatives were exceedingly desirous to shake hands with him, but that was not allowed. The culprit, as one after the other bade him goodbye, quite broke down, and his grief expressed itself in tears. Interview with his wife. On Wednesday, Mrs. Peace, Willie Ward, her son, and Thomas Neal, a nephew, went from Sheffield to Leeds to visit the condemned man in his cell at Armley. They left Sheffield by the Midland 9 train and arrived at Leeds at 10 after an interview at the town hall with the chairman of the visiting justices. The necessary order was then given to them, and they went a circuitous route to Armley. The governor then conducted them to the cell, and the interview with the condemned man lasted more than an hour and a half. He was sitting up, and since Monday the bandages had again been placed on his head, he was exceedingly pleased to see them, and though weak he appeared in excellent spirits, and during the whole time the interview lasted he carried on a most animated conversation with them. He gave his wife minute instructions with respect to private matters, about which nothing further need now be said, and as a memento of her visit, he took off and handed to her, with the case, the pair of gold-framed spectacles about which so much has been said and written. Peace had had those spectacles for many years, and he had them on the night he was captured by Robinson. They were then taken from him, under the impression that a burglar would not come by a pair of gold spectacles honestly, and that they were part of the proceeds of some robbery. While he was in Pentonville, he asked to be supplied with spectacles, as he could not without them see to read and write, and the pair of brass-framed spectacles, which gave him such a grotesque appearance, seemed, which it was assumed he had adopted with a view to better disguise himself, were supplied to him in his leap from the express train. When on his way to Sheffield, he lost those spectacles, but others were supplied to him while he was in Armley a few days previously. He wrote to the Home Secretary asking that his own spectacles might be forwarded to him, and they were sent carefully packed in a small box. He was much gratified to receive them, and as they were almost the only articles with which he could part, he took them off, put them in their steel-bound leather case, and handed them to his wife, asking her to keep them for his sake. With Willie and the nephew, Peace talked with equal freedom and gave them much good advice. Mrs. Peace had not seen her husband for 4 months, and she could not but observe the change that had taken place in him. But although he appeared feeble in body, so feeble that he could not walk alone, yet his mind was as clear as ever it was in his life, and never did he talk more sensibly. He had in his cell a Bible, and a prayer book, and a number of tracts and letters, which had either been supplied to him by the chaplain, or sent to him by sympathizing friends, in reading, writing, listening to the exhortations of the chaplain, praying, and in talking the convict past his time. He appeared to be not only perfectly resigned to his sentence, but to have no fear of death whatever. Indeed, he expressed a hope that he would have sufficient strength to walk firmly to the scaffold, not in a spirit of bravado, but to show that he was not afraid to die. He asked his wife to forgive him every wrong he had done her, admitting that had he followed her advice, he would not have been in his present terrible position. She freely forgave him. He then said he entertained feelings of ill will towards no one, and he hoped to receive the forgiveness of everybody towards whom he had done wrong. He spoke in terms of gratitude of the kind treatment he received at the hands of the governor and all who had to do with him, and said he had nothing to wish for at their hands. Towards the end of the interview, his remarks were of so kind and tender a character as to affect his relatives to tears, and when they were leaving, he entreated them to visit him again, and they promised to do so. The Central News special reporter, referring to the interview with his family, wrote, "There was an affecting scene between Peace and his daughter, who carried her baby in her arms. The woman sobbed bitterly, and even Peace himself cried. He inquired in affectionate terms after her mother, and seemed disappointed at her not being among the party. Mrs. Bolsover told him that she would tell her mother of his desire to see her, and that she would visit him. Peace took a great deal of notice of the child, and hoped that God would bless it as well as all his relations and friends. Although he seemed depressed still, he chatted freely and showed no reluctance to talk on any subject. He complained that he had not received justice, and that several of the witnesses against him had perjured themselves. Both Mr. and Mrs. Bolsover reproved him for thinking any more about Mrs. Thompson, and when they learned that he had written to her again, they became quite angry. They begged him to have nothing further to do with her, as she had been the means of giving him much trouble. Peace reluctantly vowed he would have no more to say to her. After an interview of over an hour, the party took an affectionate goodbye of him, some of them promising to come back again if they could get admission. Mrs. Thompson again. It seems that before leaving Leeds, Mrs. Thompson wrote the following letter and entrusted it to one of her friends to deliver. 7th February 1879. To the Postmaster, Leeds. Please give the bearer any letters addressed Mrs. S. Thompson, Post Office, Leeds, to be called for and oblige. S. Thompson or Bailey. On Monday morning, an elderly woman dressed very plainly called at the post office and got 2 letters for Mrs. Thompson, one of which was, it was known, from the convict Peace. The party receiving the letters must have telegraphed for Mrs. Thompson, for she was seen to enter the jail shortly after 4 o'clock. She said she came from London, having left that place early in the forenoon. She remained within the jail about 2 hours and had a long conversation with Governor Keene, but was not allowed to see Peace, the latter, it is said, declining to see her. Mrs. Thompson cried a good deal, and said she had had her second journey. For nothing, it was stated that this sudden change of the convict's mind was brought about by the visit of his relatives earlier in the day. A Leeds correspondent telegraphed to the surprise of the officials of Armley Jail. Mrs. Thompson made her appearance there again on Monday. Accompanied by a young man, she drove up to the gates in a cab at dusk, and at once sought another interview with Mr. Keene, the governor. When she applied to the visiting justices at Leeds Town Hall on Friday week, she was told emphatically that she could not be allowed to see her former associate on Monday. She received no more satisfaction. She was not admitted, and she seemed little disappointed. Peace's will. Peace's will was drawn up by Deputy Sheriff Ford, who is a member of a local firm of solicitors. It extended to but 4 or 5 lines, and devised his property to Hannah Ward or Peace, his wife, the mention of her first name, obviating the necessity of legal proof of marriage. The text was not to be published until the day of his execution. In regard to the former, will be made bequeathing everything to Mrs. Thompson. The latter's sister burnt the document so that neither Peace nor his family need have any fears on that score. Mrs. Thompson has again made her appearance in Leeds. She was evidently bent on seeing the convict. On Thursday morning, she called at the office of Messrs. Ford and Warren Solicitors, 25 Albion Street shortly afterwards, or about noon. Mr. Warren drove to the jail in a cab with Mrs. Thompson, and presenting the following letter to Governor Keene, asked him to allow her to see Peace. Prison Department. Home Office, Whitehall, SW. 8th February, 1879. Madam, I am directed by the Chairman of the Commissioners of Prisons to acknowledge the receipt of your letter of the 7th inst., requesting to be allowed to see John Ward alias Charles Peace, a prisoner under sentence of death in Leeds Prison. In reply, I am to acquaint you that by desire of the Secretary of State, the Governor of the prison has been authorized to permit you to have an interview with the prisoner under the usual restrictions, and subject to his wishing to see you on your presenting this letter at the prison. I am, Madam, your obedient servant. Roman 100 N. Joseph. Mrs. Thompson, Post Office, Leeds. The letter, to which the foregoing was a reply, was as follows. February 7, 1879. Gentlemen, I beg to be allowed to see the condemned man, Charles Peace Thompson, or Ward, now in Armley Jail, Leeds. He has been my reputed husband for years, and he has no other legal wife. He has earnestly desired to see me, and for reasons that can easily be understood, I deeply hope and pray, gentlemen, that you will furnish me with the authority to see him before the end. I will not disturb his mind, but try to soothe him, imploring you will speedily grant my prayer. I am your obedient servant. S. Thompson. P.S. Please address to me, Post Office, Leeds, to be left till called for. Governor Keene said to Mr. Warren that since the letter sent by the prison authorities had been received, the governor's authority to allow the interview had been countermanded by the Home Office, but that if Mrs. Thompson had applied at the jail immediately the letter reached Leeds, he should have allowed her to have seen Peace. Mr. Warren explained that there were difficulties that prevented her doing so and withdrew, saying he would make a formal application for leave for her to see Peace to the visiting committee after proceeding to the town hall, and being unable to find any of the members of the visiting committee, Mr. Warren went to the office of the chairman of the committee, John Ellershaw Esq., who declined to accede to Mr. Warren's petition, saying he should not do so unless Mr. Warren could show him a letter from the convict dated since Peace's interview with his daughter Mrs. Bolsover, stating the convict's wish to see Mrs. Thompson. Mrs. Bryan in Leeds. As Mr. and Mrs. Bolsover were returning from Armley to Leeds, they were greatly astonished to see Mrs. Bryan, the wife of Peace's friend at Peckham, wending her way to the jail. She told them that she had come down from London and was going on to Armley, and hoped she would be allowed to have an interview with Peace. She expressed great concern for his state of mind, and said she believed if she could see him, she should be able to say something to him that would do him a little good. At that time, she had not seen the magistrate's clerk, and had obtained no authority to see Peace. Offers to hang Peace. After Peace had been tried and condemned, the authorities had several applications to fill the grim office of executioner. These were from amateurs, one of whom, from the neighborhood of Sheffield, wrote to say that he would undertake the duty gratuitously, whilst another asked the modest sum of only 3/10 for his services should they be accepted. It is scarcely necessary to say that no notice was taken of them, and Marwood was engaged to carry out the sentence. Suggested postponement of the execution. A letter was forwarded to the Home Secretary on behalf of the convict, which said, I hope you will kindly bear with me whilst I venture to address you upon a matter the immediate attention to which must prove of the utmost importance to one who stands condemned to suffer capital punishment, according to the organs of the newspaper press. In the course of the coming fortnight, there can be no disguising the fact that a large number of persons in the metropolis and throughout the country entertain the idea that the prisoner Peace's late trial before the judge and jury was too hurried to be just. Such persons believe that the very circumstances which had been alluded to by the learned counsel for the defense, namely, that the cry for the prisoner's blood and the sensational intelligence of the prisoner's career, which had appeared in the columns of the leading organs of the press, had combined to induce the jury to come to their most serious decision in the reported space of a quarter of an hour. A very unpleasant sensation has likewise been created that the whole matter, namely the condemnation of Peace, had been previously, or it had indeed been cut and dried, as I am confident that the spirit of justice of English law would rather permit 99 guilty to escape than that one innocent should suffer, and as I feel it would lie upon my conscience, did I abstain from laying the evil alluded to, before you I have herewith endeavored to discharge my duty, a duty which I feel I owe to the prisoner his sympathizers, and to the best interests of English justice. Certainly, if the sentence cannot be reversed, the impression of unfairness would be removed by postponing the date for Peace's execution. To this communication, the following reply was received from the Home Secretary on Tuesday. Whitehall, Feb. 8. Sir, I am directed by the Secretary of State for the Home Department to acknowledge the receipt of your application on behalf of Charles Peace, and I am to acquaint you that the same will be fully considered. I am, sir, your obedient servant. I.F. Liddell. Mr. Briand also claims a reward. The Central News said at this time, Mr. Briand of 22 Philip Road, Peckham, had prepared for the Treasury a statement of his work in connection with this case, in order that payment might be made him for his services. It was with Mr. Briand that Peace was engaged in perfecting his invention for raising sunken ships, in fact witness, and the prisoner in their quieter days were in the habit of taking a large model ship, which had been built by them for experimenting in regard to the invention to the pond at Peckham Rye, where they attracted the general attention of the neighborhood. Briand claims to have been the first to identify Peace after his apprehension for the Blackheath burglary. The notorious convict, when in Newgate, wrote to Mr. Briand, in the name of Ward on Nov 3rd, beseeching him to come and see him, and attributing the whole of his misfortunes to drink. Mr. Briand went to Newgate to see who the man was, and was very much surprised to find it was Mr. Thompson, his friend and neighbor. This fact he at once communicated to the governor of the jail, and the police, being put on the alert, searched Thompson's house at Nunhead. The woman Thompson, it will be recollected, had got herself into the meshes of the law by being a party after the crime, and acting as a receiver of his stolen goods. No. 94. Illustration: Mrs. Thompson refused admission. Mrs. Thompson refused admission to see Peace under sentence. The detectives worked upon her fears, and in this they were aided by Mr. Briand, who heard her drop words of a criminating character while she was under the influence of drink, so that partly by threats and promises of immunity, if she would confess all and assist the officers of the law, the woman informed on Peace. Mr. Briand received 2 other letters from Peace, but they merely referred to making subsequent visits and arranging for the defense and getting money for that object, and nearly all the facts narrated by this witness as regards Peace himself were published when he gave evidence before the magistrates. He appears to have been most anxious to aid the police in their endeavors to recover the stolen property, and the long list of journeys which he undertook at that time with them testifies to the value of his services in this respect. He was particularly successful in revealing the establishment in Petticoat Lane, where Peace had much of the proceeds of his robberies placed, and by representing himself to the receiver as an accomplice of Peace, and then revealing the results of his interview to the police, the latter were able to act with promptness and decision. Among the many attributes of Peace, according to Mr. Briand, none were more remarkable than his wonderful ability to hide in the smallest limits. He could place himself in a box with almost the same promptitude as Mr. Cook of Egyptian Hall celebrity in the bottom drawer of a chest, and in a chiffonier he was frequently hidden, while from long practice he was able to hide under an ordinary round table, clinging to the spiral stem in such a manner that even if the table had no cover, he would escape the glance of a casual observer. Peace's cipher code. A Central News telegram states the convict evidently kept fully abreast of the age in all he did, for instead of making use of the ordinary thieves' slang, when he had anything of a secret nature to communicate to his friends, he made known his message by means of numerals, each of which represented a word. This cipher code of his, though somewhat crude and cumbersome, bore a general resemblance to those used by business firms and government officers. Messages, containing the secret ciphers of Peace, were usually sent to certain receivers of stolen goods, to whom he disposed of the proceeds of his burglaries, and to Mrs. Thompson. As to Mrs. Peace or Hannah, none of these messages were sent to her, for as she says herself, I am nae Schuller. Peace had 144 words at least in his secret vocabulary, as the number ran from 1 to 140, for the numbers 2713, 2139, 4098, 100, 101, 102 were respectively the words he me of we call pet coming house pounds night, and right in fact the code was well calculated to enable him to communicate secretly in respect to almost any matter. Peace had also another peculiarity: he kept a careful and accurate account of the money he received and expended in his city house, in little passbooks, each alternate leaf of which was provided with blotting paper. He entered an account of his payments and expenditure. Mrs. Thompson had an interview with Governor Keene at Armley Jail after Peace's conviction, and he read a long letter to her, which he had just received from Peace's hands. The letter was full of most endearing terms, even fulsomely, so the convict, calling Mrs. Thompson his pet and darling, and professing undying love for her, Mrs. Thompson wept passionately on hearing it read, and appeared much crushed. The Central News special reporter wrote, as doubt has been expressed respecting the existence of Peace's cipher code. The following is furnished as an accurate copy of it, the original having been for some time in the hands of the police authorities. 112I3 is 405he62 7me8my9 in 10 as 11 at 12 at 13 of 14 up 15 on 16 or 18 a 18 I 19 am 20 so 21 we 22 us 23 but 24 you 25 nap 26 hope 27 they 28 thy 29 was 20 will 31 she 32 well 33 went 34 who 35 has 36 let 37 and 38 can 39 call 40 time 41 still 42 her 43 out 44 4 45 give 46 kiss 47 dear 48 pet 49 there 50 some 51 that 52 had 53 life 54 are 55 poor 56 course 57 come 58 coming 59 were 60 but 61 from 62 much 63 many 64 what 65 this 66 mean 67 when 68 must 69 may 70 read 71 uneasy 72 money 73 love 74 loving 75 every 76 then 77 old 78 how 79 never 80 name 81 ben 82 sent 83 say 84 85 almost 86 friends 87 some 88 pull 89 post 90 happy 91 wish 92 pain 93 until 94 bear 95 word 96 shall 97 used 98 house 99 back 100 pounds 101 night 102 right 103 right 104 mind 105 oblige 106 cannot 107 sold 108 things 109 said 110 no 111 just 112 railway 113 yes 114 believe 115 about 116 owes 117 told 118 fact 119 belong 120 word 121 since 122 away 123 early 124 such 125 finish 126 best 127 first 128 whose 129 early 130 Monday 130 1 Tuesday 132 Wednesday 135 Thursday 134 Friday 135 Saturday 136 Sunday 127 home 138 have 139 fancy 140 face 141 washed 142 ready 143 for 144 Johnny being of course himself. Peace in the company of members of Parliament. We cannot refrain from telling a story of Peace's extraordinary coolness and impudence. He was, as the reader perhaps has heard, the inventor of a plan for raising sunken vessels, and he actually exhibited his patent at Bristol, where, too, he offered 50 for the salvage of a wrecked schooner, though as the money was not forthcoming, the bargain was never concluded. This invention, however, brought him into the acquaintance of several Roman 1000 PS, interested in the subject of his patent, and a friend of ours remembers going with him to the lobby of the House of Commons to see these gentlemen. Peace conducted himself throughout these negotiations as a quiet, respectable, steady, and apparently well-to-do man. He seemed to be acquainted with most of the prominent Roman 1000 PS, and quizzed them upon their peculiarities at one time. Indeed, it was thought he was the author of some of the political quizzing in truth. It would doubtless surprise Mr. Plimsoll and the First Lord of the Admiralty to learn that they had been in the company of peace in connection with his patent, but we are told there is no doubt of it, and it was after the Dyson murder. Peaceana. Peace, it will be remembered, on more than one occasion, assumed the role of a hawker of spectacles, and he provided himself with the necessary proof, had his representation been challenged. On one occasion when visiting his friends at Hull, he was asked what he was doing, and he replied, "I am selling spectacles." At the same time, he produced a traveling sample case, made of leather and elaborately gilded, and on opening it exposed to view some 30 pairs of spectacles of different kinds. He never did much in the way of pushing the spectacle trade, but no doubt the taking of it up assisted to conceal his identity. He had for many years worn the gold-framed spectacles, about which so much has since been said previous to his murdering Mr. Dyson. He only used them when reading or doing fine work, but afterwards he wore them out in the streets, and was seldom seen without them. Peace was once terribly annoyed at a disappointment he met with at Croydon. He went down there one afternoon, and selected a house to rob the same night. He visited it again, expecting to obtain a good booty. He reached one of the bedroom windows and forced back the hasp, but to his chagrin, he found that the sash was secured from opening wider than a handbreadth by patent fasteners, those little metal knobs, the shape of an acorn, that screw into a brass socket. He could not therefore open either that or any other window within reach. He returned home in a most ill-conditioned humor, and made no secret how he had been duffed, but he said he would not be beaten provided with the necessary tools. He went to the same house. The next night took off the strips of wood, which held the sashes of the bedroom window in its place, drew the lower sash forward, and got into the bedroom. He then not only gathered up jewelry and other articles of considerable value, but revenged himself for the disappointment he had experienced on the previous night, by taking the patent fasteners off the window. When he got home, he threw them on the table, and with an air of triumph, exclaimed, "There's your patent fasteners." A good many versions have been given as to the circumstances under which Peace met with the injury to his hand. The account he gave to his family was that one night in October, while he was living in the Brocco, he was going up Holliscroft, when a young man struck him. He was about to return the blow when either his assailant or some companion shot at him, with a pistol, blowing off the first finger, and otherwise injuring his left hand. Peace walked to the public hospital, where he was treated as an inpatient for a month. He then took his discharge, and doctored his hand himself. The police never discovered his assailant, and the opinion some of them arrived at was that the injuries were self-inflicted accidentally. Of course, they believed that Peace was carrying the pistol in his pocket, and that it exploded and shattered his hand. Reference has previously been made to the long screws, which formed part of Peace's burglarious implements. It will be remembered that he used these to secure himself from intrusion while ransacking a room, and he also employed them to prevent pursuers from cutting off his retreat. On one occasion, he showed his confidence in them in a remarkable manner. It was night time, and he selected one of a row of houses in a main street at Brixton. He went to the front door, and fastened it with a screw. On going to the back, he saw two doors, one of which opened to the lawn. He secured both of them in the same way. He then climbed a spout, and entered the house by a bedroom window. The door of the room he so fastened, with a screw, that it could not be opened from the outside, and then proceeded leisurely to ransack the drawers. He was just upon the point of forcing open the desk, when a servant came to the door, and when she could not open it, she began to scream. There was a rush to both back and front doors, but it was impossible to open them. Peace remained in the room until he had broken open the desk and abstracted its contents, and then he left the house as he had entered it and escaped. The specials of many newspapers drew the long bow very considerably when they began to pile on the agony in describing Peace's appearance. When sentenced to death, there was talk among them about fierce scowls and convulsive twitchings of the mouth, and a pallor that extended to his very lips. Others descended still lower and described the tremblings of his limbs, and spoke of him as if carried out in something like a swoon. There was a great deal in all this as imaginary as Dr. Potter's trembling like an aspen leaf. As the judge pronounced sentence, Peace sat with one leg crossed over the other knee, without the symptoms of even a passing tremor. And as for his face, it was almost expressionless. He had seemed the whole day to be in a sort of lethargy, If there was any change at the end, it amounted only to an increase of stupor. We wonder where Dr. Potter picked up his story about the convict, having broken his aged mother's heart, possibly from the unreliable source, whence many of the other fictions promulgated from St. Luke's pulpit came. We mean no disrespect to the ancient lady who was wont to hawk tapes and ribbons about the outskirts of the town, but her heart took an uncommon lot of breaking. As to Peace having dishonored his mother, if we mistake not, she was largely responsible, far more responsible than the father who received such short shrift at Dr. Potter's hands, for his evil start in life. She is credited with having possessed a pretty accurate acquaintance with the details of her illustrious son's career. She had a domestic establishment around which hovered anything but an atmosphere of sanctity, and our readers know how the poor creature was dragged over to Manchester Assizes to swear to an alibi for her son. She managed to survive the tragedy, which according to Dr. Potter, broke her heart by something like a 12-month. Did Dr. Potter receive his intelligence by electric telegraph, that is the latest form of journalistic enterprise, have news specially wired from Bank Street to High Street, that it may be reproduced from other columns in a surreptitious second edition, and that it may be claimed as confirming statements, which it emphatically contradicts. The account of Peace's doings after the murder may be taken as one among the innumerable episodes, which the Sheffield papers were the first to publish. They gave the route he took on that fatal night, and the manner in which he made his escape. That account was contradicted by the Journal, which was so sure Mrs. Dyson could not be found. 2 days afterwards, one print ventured to give a route of its own. It told how Peace went down Ecclesall Road on Sharrow Vale through Frogwalk and into Cemetery Road. The statement by Peace, which was published afterwards, showed that this story was the purest fiction. An offer to Mrs. Thompson. Notoriety has with some people more merit than business qualifications, as the following indicates. J. Myers, Queen's Music Hall, 20 Bridge Street. Manchester, February 10, 1879. Mrs. Thompson, Madam, you will excuse me taking the liberty of writing to you, as I thought I should like you at my house as waitress. If you would like to come to Manchester, I could give you 25s per week. If you think you would like to come, hoping there is no offense in my proposition, I remain yours, most respectfully, John Myers. Chapter Roman 164, Mrs. Dyson's departure, autobiographic sketch, and self-indication. After the trial and condemnation of Charles Peace, Mrs. Dyson left for the United States, and subsequently she conducted herself while in New York in anything but a creditable manner. She left Sheffield for Liverpool on Thursday morning, Feb 26, 1879, and later in the day, she embarked on board the White Star steamer Britannic, the vessel in which she returned to this country en route for Cleveland, Ohio. She was accompanied by Police Constable Walsh as far as Queenstown. Mrs. Dyson was desirous before leaving this country of contradicting, in the most emphatic terms, the imputations which had been freely cast upon her character and her morality. She accordingly left the following narrative behind her, with an earnest request that by its publication she would be set right in the estimation of her husband's townsmen. I was born in Ireland at Maynooth. There I remained until I was 15 years old. Then, having just left school, I started off by myself to see my sister, who had previously gone off to America. She was living at Cleveland, Ohio, and is the wife of Mr. Mooney, captain on one of the Lake Erie steamers. Though I only went originally to see my sister, I stayed at Cleveland, for I liked the place, the people, and the life. It was there that I first met my husband. He was then a civil engineer in the service of Sir Morton Peto, and was at that time one of the engineers on the Atlantic and Great Western Railway. We married and spent our honeymoon on a visit to the falls at Niagara. Coming back from our honeymoon, we went into housekeeping at Cleveland. But we did not remain there long. We stayed only until the section of the line of which Mr. Dyson had charge was finished. Then he received another appointment, that of engineer to the St. Louis Railway, known as the Iron Mountain Road, and went to reside there. He subsequently became the engineer of other lines, then in course of construction, and his last engagement in America was as superintendent engineer of the magnificent bridge, which spans the Mississippi, and here his health broke down. He had been often compelled to lead a very rough kind of life, and it began to tell. His duties made that necessary for the railways on which he was engaged opened up quite new country. The life, however, had many charms for me. I am a good hand at driving and am fond of horses. I always used to drive Mr. Dyson. He used often to say that I could drive better than he, and he would sit back in his buggathy, call them buggies there, whilst I held the reins and sent the horses along. I liked the excitement of driving him to and from his work, and especially when we were in new country, and he was out surveying. I have driven him through forests where there were bears, and over creeks they call rivers, creeks in America that were swollen by the floods. The horses have often had to swim. I remember on one occasion sending the horses and the buggy across a river, and then coming over myself on a piece of timber. Of course, such a life has some drawbacks, but I was young and strong, and it possessed for me considerable fascination. My husband loved me, and I loved him, and in his company, and in driving him about in this wild kind of fashion, I derived much pleasure. Afraid not. Roman 1. I did not then know what fear was. Besides, I have a good deal of courage. I think I have gone through sufficient here. Mrs. Dyson's tone was tinged with some sadness of late to show that, and I always felt safe to be in positions attendant with danger, caused me not fear, but a kind of excitement, which if not always pleasurable certainly possessed some kind of fascination. But as I have said, Mr. Dyson's health broke down and he was compelled to return to England. This was about 4 years ago. We first lived at Tinsley with Mr. Dyson's mother, then at Highfield nearly opposite the police station, and afterwards we took a house in the Alexandra Road, Heeley. Then we went to Darnall, and it was there that my troubles began. But for our going there Mr. Dyson would probably have been still alive, and I should have been spared all that has happened since. You will naturally ask how I became acquainted with Peace. It was impossible to avoid becoming acquainted with him. Besides, at that time, I did not know the sort of man he really was. He lived the next door, but one to us at Darnall, and he used generally to speak to Mr. Dyson in going in and out. Mr. Dyson was a gentleman, and of course when Peace spoke to him, he used to reply. He introduced himself, and would have you to talk with him, whether you would or no. At first, Mr. Dyson did not object, and Peace became a constant visitor to the house. Our impression of him at that time was that he was really a nice old man. I suppose you have heard how plausible he was. He was plausibility itself. To hear him talk you would have thought him the most harmless of men. To us, he appeared to be simply a picture reframer in anything but good circumstances, for he had but little business to do, and his wife used to go out every morning washing bottles. We considered they were poor. Mr. Dyson soon began to tire of him. He very soon began to show that he was anything but a gentleman. Mr. Dyson could not stand that, and besides he had seen something which disgusted him, some obscene pictures, which Peace had shown him. He said he didn't like a man of that kind, and wouldn't have anything more to do with him. Besides, another thing greatly repelled Mr. Dyson. It was this: Peace wanted to take him to Sheffield to show him what he called the sights of the town. Mr. Dyson knew what that meant, and being, as I have said, a gentleman, he became much disgusted at Peace, and annoyed that he should force his company upon us. My husband had been used to other society, but we couldn't get rid of him. We were bound to show him common politeness. Though he must have seen that we didn't want his company, he forced himself upon us. He would, for instance, drop in just when we were sitting down to tea, and we were compelled almost to ask him to have a cup. His constant visits to the house at last became intolerable to us, and then it was that my husband placed his card in the garden, desiring Peace not to annoy him or his family. When he found that he could no longer gain access to the house, Peace became awfully impudent. He would, for instance, stand on the doorstep and listen through the keyhole to what we were talking about, or look through the window at us. His persecutions at this time became almost unbearable. He did everything he could to annoy us. I was not afraid of him, and should have taken the law into my own hands, but my husband would not hear of such a thing. He always advised me to keep quiet. Amanuensis, it is impossible for you, Mrs. Dyson, to be unaware of the rumors afloat as to the terms on which you and Peace were at Darnall. Would you like to say anything about that matter? Mrs. Dyson, that is just what I want to speak about here. Mrs. Dyson spoke under some emotion, and her face became quite flushed with excitement. That's what I want to speak about, and I want you to do me the justice of writing down just what I state. The public of Sheffield, the vulgar public, I mean, have been prejudiced against me. I have been tried in every shape and form since I came over here to give evidence, and my character and credibility have been made light of. But I want the people of Sheffield to see that I am a different kind of person from that which they have taken me, for they have classed me with Peace and Mrs. Thompson and others of his gang. But I wish to show them that I am far superior to any of them. Mr. Dyson did not take a stronger disgust to peace than I Roman 999. In fact, I think I was the first to express my disgust. I could not stand his impudence. And the way in which he went on. I had not been used to such society as his proved to be, and I rebelled against it. I can hardly describe all that he did to annoy us. After he was informed that he was not wanted at our house, he would come and stand outside the window at night and look in, leering all the while, and he would come across you at all turns and leer in your face in a manner that was truly frightful. How is it that, having been so friendly with me and Mr. Dyson Peace, should conceive so intense a dislike to us? Well, I admit that's a matter which has never been clearly stated, and I want it clearly stating now. His object was to obtain power over me, and having done that, to make me an accomplice of his. I have told you that, when I knew him first, I thought him to be a picture-framer, and nothing more since then. However, I have learned a good deal, and much that was difficult to understand has been made plain. He wanted me to leave my husband. What should I do that for? I said, if you will only go to Manchester. He answered, I will take a store American for shop for you, and will spend 50 in fitting it up. You shall have a cigar store or a picture store. You are a fine-looking woman, you look well in fine things, and I will send you fine clothes and jewelry. And if you wanted to pawn them, it would be easy. The pawnbroker would think everything all right. Suppose, for instance, you had a grand pair of bracelets on. All you would have to do would be to go into the pawnbroker's, take them off your wrist, and say, I want to pawn these things. He also said, if you will only do what I want you, there shall not be such another lady in England as you may be. At the time I couldn't understand what was his object. Of course, I see it plain enough now. At that time, I didn't know he was a burglar, but I was suspicious. I remember on one occasion, he offered me a sealskin jacket and several yards of silk. If I had accepted them, I should have been quite in his power. I declined his present, and told him that if he had a sealskin jacket and some silk to spare, he had better make a present of them to his wife and daughter. I also told him that they wanted them much more than I did, and that if I desired to have a sealskin jacket, I would wait for it until my husband bought it, and that if he couldn't, I was content to go without. Some time afterwards, he offered me a gold watch, but I wouldn't have it. That, of course, was stolen. I consider that he offered me these presents as one means of getting me into his power. I remember when he was speaking to me about Manchester, he said, if you will only go, I'll fix you up there nice, you will have a splendid business, and will live like a lady. Thank you, I said, I always have lived like one, and shall continue to do so quite independently of you. I was getting downright mad with him, because of his constantly bothering me. What he wanted me to go to Manchester for was to pass off his stolen goods. At least, that is my opinion, when he found he could not succeed by fair means. Then, he tried what threats and persecution would do. He once came into my house, and said as I would not do what he wanted, he would annoy and torment me to the end of the world. Don't you ever come into my house again, I said, or ever darken its doors. But it was no use. He still came whenever he could get in, and when he couldn't, he watched for me, and followed me wherever I went. I have known him go to the railway station, and say to the booking clerk, after I had taken my ticket, give me a ticket for where she's going. That's how it was. He followed me to Mansfield, and then came into the same house there, where I and my companion were staying. That was too how it was, that he was seen with me in the streets. So it was as regards his being with me in the fair ground, about which so much has been made. I went to the fair with a neighbor and her children, and when we got into the photographic saloon, my intention was to have the children photographed. I had no intention whatever of having myself taken with Peace, but he stood behind my chair at the time my likeness was taken. That was quite unknown to me, though, at the time. You can have no idea, unless you know the man, how he persecuted one, and attempted to get me within his power. Once I was terribly frightened at him. I was busy, I remember, doing something in the kitchen, and my back was turned to the door. Hearing a slight noise, I turned round, and then I saw Peace standing just inside the door. The expression on his face was something dreadful. It was almost fiendish, devilish. He had a revolver in his right hand, and he held it up towards me, and said in an excited and threatening manner, now will you go to Manchester? Now will you go to Manchester? I did not shriek, but I cried out, no, never. What do you take me for? Finding that I was firm, he dropped his hand and went out, but I can assure you that I was frightened at the time. He had a way of creeping and crawling about, and of coming upon you unawares, and I cannot describe to you how. He seemed to wriggle himself inside the door, or the terrible expression on his face. He seemed more like an evil spirit than a man. He turned against me solely because he could not make me do as he wanted. He thought he could handle me, as he liked that I was a weak sort of a woman, and could be got over like others who have been associated with him. But he found he was mistaken. I was terribly tried by him, though, and at last I was frightened. I don't deny it. There have been times when I haven't feared him, and when I should have thrashed him if Mr. Dyson would have allowed me. I once did give him a good hiding, because he had insulted and annoyed me. But perhaps I had better not say much about that now. I used to be especially afraid of him at nights because he had a habit of continually prowling about the house, and of turning up suddenly. He would too assume all sorts of disguises. He used to boast how effectively he could disguise himself, and I was afraid of his coming in some guise or other at night, and carrying out his threats. I never saw such determination and persistency as his. It seems to me there was scarcely anything which he couldn't accomplish, if only he was determined. The only way to get rid of him was to knock him down, as I once Roman 999 determined, as he was one way, was equally determined the other, and that was why he never succeeded with me. He once made use of this expression to me: "I don't care how independent you are, I'll get hold of you some way or other." But I said as firmly as I could, never, and so I have always said. The statement is not true that your husband was jealous of you and peace, and so decided to go to Bannercross. Why should he be jealous? There was no cause for all this time that we were at Darnall. I was doing my best to withstand peace. I know what has been thought, and what has been said here. Mrs. Dyson spoke excitedly, and in a tone of much bitterness. I think no woman has ever been tried as I have. Why, ever since I came from America to give evidence, they have been trying me, not peace. I want the public to understand that I have been tested to the utmost, and yet what has been proved against me? Why, absolutely nothing. All that has been said about myself and peace is a lie, and I wish it to be put down as a lie. If you could draw 3 strokes under the word, so as to make it plainer, I should like it done. I wanted this opportunity of saying what I have on this matter. I had no one to speak up for me. I had to speak for myself. I deny what has been said and imputed with regard to peace and myself, and I dare and defy anyone to say with truth that my conduct with regard to him was anything but what was right. We went to Bannercross simply because we were afraid of peace. What became of peace after the warrant was taken out, I never knew, except that I heard he had gone over to Manchester. He suddenly disappeared, and I did not see him again, until on the very day that our furniture was being removed to Bannercross. I and my husband saw him coming out of our new house. There, so annoyed and irritated was I at this that I really should have caught hold of him and held him until a policeman could have been fetched, but my husband would not hear of such a thing. I really felt quite mad. This was on the 25th October, and I did not see him again till the night of the murder. There is no truth whatever in the imputation that I was with peace on the day and night previous to the murder. I say, I never saw him from the time of his coming out of our house on the 25th of October till I saw him, pistol in hand, standing outside the closet door on the night of the murder. To say that I did is an abominable and wicked lie. But no one can really say that I Roman 999. It is true, certain persons were brought at the trial, but could they say that they had seen me? No, not one of them, and I defy them to say. I am aware, as you say, that when I was asked if peace did not follow me into the Stag Inn on the night before the murder, I replied that I could almost swear it wasn't peace. I know also that it seemed as if my evidence at that point was weak, but I didn't want to swear a lie. Peace had been in the habit of so disguising himself, and of following me about, that I should not have been surprised if it had been him. That was why I answered Mr. Lockwood in the way I Roman 999. It certainly was not peace, of that I am confident. It is not true, as it was imputed, that I was in the fair with peace on the day before my husband was shot. I simply passed along the road from the Victoria station and looked over the wall. Neither is it true that I went with him to any dining rooms or to a public house. That is a lie altogether. The only place I called at was at Mr. Muddiman's shop at the top of Pinstone Street, and I went from there to the Stag at Sharrow. If I were to die this minute, I am altogether innocent of seeing peace, or of having anything to do with him from the time of our going to Bannercross till the night of the murder. I cannot put the matter plainer than that, and I want it putting plainly. As to the letters which peace dropped on the night of the murder, I say, as I have always said, that I never wrote them. They were base forgeries, and were written with an object. I cannot say whether peace wrote them himself, or whether they were written by members of his family, because they, as well as he, tried to get me into their power. but I know what the object was. It was to endeavor to compromise me. Yet how much has been said about those letters, and how I have been maligned in regard to them. I don't think any woman has been tried as I have or has been compelled to go through so much. But I have been able to stand up through it all because I have spoken nothing. But the truth, if the letters were mine, the handwriting could have been easily proved. Wasn't I tried in court about it? Didn't they ask me not once, but twice to give specimens of my handwriting? If the letters were mine, they could then easily have proved it. The letters must have been manufactured for a purpose. I don't see how else they could have come into existence. So far from writing to Peace after the murder, I never wrote to him in my life. I never heard anything about Peace from the night of the murder, until Walsh came over to Cleveland to fetch me. I was staying at my sister's house there, and Walsh went direct to the house. When told that he had come, I knew at once what he wanted me for, and to his question, whether I was willing to go back with him to give evidence against Peace, I said I would go back if I had to walk on my head all the way. That's just what I said, and it will show how willing I was to give evidence. Of course, at the time I didn't know what I should have to pass through, but if it were to come all over again, I would do the same. My friends didn't want me to come, and did all they could to dissuade me. I also received a threatening letter from Sheffield, but I was determined to come. My desire was that Peace should receive the justice he so richly deserved. I didn't really know that Peace was a burglar until after the murder. If I had, he would never have entered our doors, but what I know now explains a good deal. For instance, when we were out walking together, if I happened to look into a shop window, he would say to me, "Is there anything there you would like? If there is, I will get it for you before morning." He would say that if I looked into a jeweler's or a draper's shop, I did not know what he meant then, but I do now. My suspicions were aroused, for I used to see him leave his house at Darnall in the evenings with a little satchel under his arm, and he would come back early in the morning carrying a large bundle. The satchel, I suppose, contained his housebreaking implements. He often used to go to Manchester with this satchel. He came to my door one morning, just as he was going to Manchester. He then had his satchel with him. Looking into the room where I was, he said, "Ill have you alive, or dead? Ill have you, or else ill torment you till the end of your life." On another occasion, when I had defied him, he said, "Ill make you so that neither man nor woman shall look at you, and then ill have you to myself." I answered, "Never. What can you do? What are you capable of?" "No matter," he replied, "ill do it." He was always wanting to get my photograph, and as I wouldn't give him it, he or some member of his family stole one out of a locket which I had. It was afterwards copied by a photographer in Sheffield, and I have fancied since that he wanted to get my features transferred in some way or other to one of his obscene pictures, and so disgrace me. I cannot understand in any other way what he meant by saying that he would make me so that neither man nor woman should look at me. My opinion is that Peace is a perfect demon, a man. I am told that since he has been sentenced to death, he has become a changed character, that I don't believe the place to which the wicked go is not bad enough for him. I think its occupants, bad as they might be, are too good to be where he is. No matter where he goes, I am satisfied. There will be hell. Not even a Shakespeare could adequately paint such a man, as he has been. My lifelong regret will be that I ever knew him. Chapter Roman 165. Peace confesses himself to be the murderer of a policeman near Manchester, the convict, and Mrs. Thompson. It was understood on the Wednesday night that the convict Charles Peace was expected to confess to having murdered Constable Cock at Whalley Range, near Manchester, a crime for which a youth of 18 years of age named William Habron had been sentenced to death, and only escaped with a commutation of his sentence to penal servitude for life. Peace, in justice to this young man, made a full and explicit confession. He admitted with many professions of penitence that he murdered the officer, and declared Habron to be perfectly innocent of the crime for which he was at that time so cruelly and unjustly suffering. When in July 1876 Peace heard that Mrs. Dyson had taken out a warrant against him, he packed up his tools and some other things, and prepared to leave Darnall. His family asked him where he was going, and he replied to Manchester. He had often been there before. Indeed, it was a favourite resort of his when he lived on the Brocco and in Scotland Street, as well as after he went to Darnall. He frequently ran over to Manchester, sometimes remaining there for a week or more. It is no secret that he went there to commit robberies. There was a man there to whom he sold his plunder, and he would come back to Sheffield with nothing but the proceeds in hard cash. Of course, there was nothing remarkable in his going to Manchester. and he confessed that he went there on this particular occasion as he had often gone before to work. On the afternoon of the 1st August, he went round by Whalley Range to select a likely house as the object of his burglarious intentions, and he put up that occupied by Mr. Gatrix at West Point, where 3 public roads and an occupation road converged towards midnight. He went to the place, and as he was creeping along under the overhanging trees on the opposite side of the road, he saw Mr. Simpson and the 2 policemen Cock and Beanland talking together on the footpath. Presently he left his hiding place and crossed from Upper Chorlton Road to Seymour looking distinctly at the officers. As he passed he entered Mr. Gatrix's grounds, but before he could get up to the house, he heard a policeman on his track, and it is a fact that Beanland followed him. Peace doubled and attempted to leave the grounds by another way when he was confronted by Police Constable Cock, who attempted to apprehend him. Said Peace, "I told him to stand back, and to frighten him, I fired 1 barrel of my revolver. He however came towards me, and was about to collar me when I hit him. By hitting him Peace meant that he fired at him. The officer fell and he escaped." Peace remained in Manchester for several days, and heard of the arrest of the Habrons, and the committal of John and William on the charge of willful murder. He then left the city and went to Hull. During the next few weeks, he gravitated between Hull, Sheffield, and Manchester several times, and he was in the latter place at the end of November. Incredible as it may seem, he distinctly stated that he went to the assize courts, and heard the 2 Habrons tried for the crime which he had himself committed. He was present when John was acquitted, and he heard William sentenced to death. He appeared to have had no compunctions of conscience whatever at the terrible position in which he had placed the youth. Had the sentence been carried out, there is no reason whatever to suppose that Peace would have come forward and confessed to the crime. It would almost seem that his escape from the remotest suspicion at Manchester only made him more reckless, as the night after the trial he went to Bannercross and shot Mr. Dyson. Since he was himself sentenced to death at Leeds, and he had occupied the condemned cell, he had thought not only of the crime for which he was suffering, but also of that other almost more diabolical act of his at Whalley Range, for which an innocent man was undergoing punishment, having given up all hope of life himself, and having nothing to fear from any confession he might make. He decided to do tardy justice to young Habron. Some days before his execution, he asked the governor to supply him with the necessary paper, pencils, rule, compasses, and so forth, that he might draw some plans. Having satisfied the governor as to the object for which he wanted them, the articles asked for were supplied. He then began working diligently upon the plans, and the progress of his work was a matter of no small interest not only to the governor and the chaplain, but to all the officials who had to do with him. The plan which he drew of Bannercross 2 years after the murder proved that Peace could remember localities, and that he could transfer to paper his recollections. The plans he drew of West Point, for they were in 3 or 4 parts, represent very accurately the locality, and on them the precise spot as indicated where Peace encountered Cock and shot him, and the route he took to escape. He completed the plans and handed them over to the governor together with a full confession of his guilt. Peace affected to the extremely sorry for the young man Habron, but he excused himself for not having done him the scant justice he deserved at his hands in a very plausible way. He said that if he had come forward and accepted the responsibility of his act, he would have been sentenced to death without any doubt whatever, whereas the one who had to bear it had escaped with penal servitude. We give the circumstances under which the murder was committed, and it will be seen at once that the crime looks very much more like the work of a man of Peace's experience than of a lad of 18 who probably never fired a revolver in his life. Nicholas Cock, the officer who was murdered, was 23 years of age, and had been in the county constabulary about 8 months. He was a Cornish man, but had gone from Durham to Manchester to join the force. His beat on the night of the 1st of August was from Chorlton village along Chorlton Road to its junction with Seymour Grove and Upper Chorlton Road. The junction is known as West Point and is near Manley Hall. The officer's beat terminated there, and from that place he would retrace his steps to Chorlton village. The junction is a triangular piece of ground from which 3 roads diverge: Chorlton Road, Upper Chorlton Road, and Seymour Grove End. There is also a small occupation road leading from that triangle to Furze Farm. Cock arrived at West Point at midnight, and there he was met by Mr. Simpson, who was at that time a law student and whose father resided in Upper Chorlton Road. They walked together a short distance along that road, and meeting Police Constable Beanland, they stopped and conversed for a few minutes. Whilst they were standing, they observed a man walk out of the shadow of the overhanging trees in Upper Chorlton Road and cross over the triangle to Seymour Grove. Here, he stopped under a lamp, and after gazing steadfastly at the officers passed on Beanland, said to Cock, "Who's that man?" And he replied that he did not know. They watched the man go up Seymour Grove, but finding that he did not pass the gates leading to the house of a Mr. Gatrix Beanland, said he would go and see who the man was. The officer accordingly went up to the gate, and finding it open passed in and went up to the house. He tried both doors and windows, and found them safe, and was turning to leave the grounds when he heard 2 shots, and saw 2 flashes of fire. At the same time, he heard someone shout, "Oh, murder, murder, I am shot, I am shot." Scarcely half a minute had elapsed since he had left Cock, and running back to the spot, he found the officer lying on the curbstone. He was bleeding from a wound in the breast. Police Sergeant Thompson, who was on duty in Whalley Range, and had heard the shots, came running up and joined Beanland at the same time that Mr. Simpson returned. That gentleman also heard the firing when he was about 200 yards from the end of Upper Chorlton Road. At that moment, a Knightsville cart came past, and the injured man was lifted into it and taken to Dr. Dill's surgery in Lower Chorlton Road. Cock was unconscious when he arrived there, but after stimulants had been administered, he revived a little and was repeatedly asked who had shot him. Once he said, "I don't know," but afterwards relapsing into semi-unconsciousness, he said, "Leave me, Abe. Oh, Frank, you are killing me." There was no one named Frank in the room. He died shortly afterwards, and at the post-mortem examination made by Dr. Dill, a gunshot wound was found in the breast near the right nipple. The ball had struck the 4th rib, shattered the bone, and had then gone through the right lung to the spine where it had lodged. Death had resulted from hemorrhage, which was very great, both internal and external. Suspicion fell upon 3 brothers named John William and Frank Habron, the first of whom had been employed for 9 years, the second for 7 years, and the third for 8 years, by Mr. Francis Deacon, nurseryman of Chorlton Lane. Cock, being a young officer, was disposed to take notice of things that older and more experienced men would have tolerated with impunity. He had not been long in the neighborhood before he incurred the ill will of the Habrons, and both John and William were heard to use threats of violence towards him. In July, Cock saw John and William the worse for drink, and he obtained summonses against them. The case against William was heard on the 27th July, and he was fined 5s, and costs. The case against his brother was adjourned until the 1st August, and between those dates John on several occasions, and William at least once, was heard to threaten what they would do to Cock if he was not careful. At the adjourned hearing John was fined 10/6d, and that very night Cock was murdered. Cock had told his superior officers what these young men had been heard to say, and immediately after his death Superintendent Bent went with Inspector Whittam and a large staff of officers to apprehend the 2 brothers. They occupied one room, a sort of outhouse upon the premises of Mr. Deacon, their employer, and as the officers went up Chorlton Lane the room was full in view, and they saw a light in the window. Superintendent Bent called up Mr. Deacon, and then went to the outhouse, and found that in the meantime the light had been put out, and the police having rapped at the door, which was opened by one of the brothers, the 3 were arrested. Next day the prisoners were brought before the magistrates. No. 95. Illustration: the plan of the Whalley Range murder. Piece drawing the plan of the Whalley Range murder. Chapter Roman 166. The condemned man visited again by his relative Aspice confirms his confession. On Friday Nov 21st Peace was again visited in Armley by his wife Mrs. Hannah Peace, Willie Ward his son and Mr. and Mrs. Bolsover his daughter and son-in-law. Though this visit was intended to be kept a secret from any but the prison and other officials, this object, very much to their annoyance, was defeated. At the Normanton station, they were discovered by a couple of reporters, and on their arrival at the Leeds station, they were met by several others. Taking shelter in a cab from their persistent attentions, they drove to Mr. Watson's. The solicitor engaged to draw up Peace's deed of gift, and then proceeded to the town hall to get the necessary order of admission to the jail. There they had to wait for a couple of hours, in consequence of the absence of the clerk, to the visiting justices, who had ultimately to be sent for. 2 visits were made by them to the jail during the day, for there was much business to transact, and this was the last occasion upon which it could be done. When the relatives arrived at Armley on the first occasion, and reached the cell of the condemned man, they found him in a somewhat perturbed state. He had got hold of the notion that the authorities were endeavoring to prevent his relations from seeing him, and he was determined that they should not be excluded from visiting him. He was assured that he was laboring under a misapprehension, and that the relatives who had any claim to see him should be admitted. He thereupon became calm, and expressed regret that he had been so hasty. Peace then conversed for some time about his deed of gift, and the disposition of his property. He told them that on the previous day Mr. Briand came to see him, and spent nearly 3 hours with him. He obtained from Mr. Briand a list of the articles retained by him, and which belonged to Peace, and a promise that they should be given up to the proper owner of them. He also assigned to Mr. Briand the right to make use of 3 inventions that he had discovered, if they should be worth following up. Having made the necessary arrangements for the completion of certain legal documents, the visitors left, and returned to Leeds to again consult a legal gentleman. In the afternoon, they returned to Armley, and had another long interview with Peace. They found Hemas, they had found him during previous visits, calm, and collected and prepared to reply to any questions put to him. A number of subjects were referred to. The chief of them was as to his remarkable confession that he murdered Police Constable Cock at Whalley Range on the night of the 1st August 1876. He was told that a portion of the public had received the statement with considerable incredulity, that some persons would not believe that he had made any such confession, and others, that if he had made it, he had done it to throw discredit on the police, and that it was still untrue. He repeated that he had made such a confession, and that he had prepared plans of the locality where the murder occurred. The plans and the confession he said, placed in the hands of the governor, by whom they had been forwarded to the proper authorities in due course. He said it would be seen whether or not he had not made such a confession. Of course, his relatives needed no confirmation of the statement at his hands. They knew perfectly well that he had made such a confession, and what was more, it was no news to them. It is true Peace never had a confederate in his work, but he could not do without a confidant. There is perhaps not a crime of any consequence that he had committed that he did not make known to someone. He, however, exercised great discretion in the choice of his friends, and while he had his liberty, he did not suffer anything at their hands. He had not been back from Manchester among his friends long before he dropped hints that during his absence, he had done the biggest thing in his life. Months went on, and one day, when in a more than usually confiding state of mind, he told a relative the whole story, and it differed in no particular from the story he told in the condemned cell. He said then that when he heard that the Dysons had taken out a warrant against him, he went to Manchester. He had not been there many days when he put up the house of Mr. Gatrix at Whalley Range, intending to work it at night. He went there before 12 o'clock, and it was he whom Mr. Simpson saw cross the road. He did not think the police were watching him when he went in at the gate, but before he got up to the house of Mr. Gatrix, he heard Police Constable Beanland following him. He turned back towards the road, and jumped over the wall close to where Police Constable Cock was standing. That officer tried to capture him, and as he would not keep back with the first shot, he fired again and hit him in the chest. Attracted by the reports of his revolver, he heard people coming in both directions, and to escape, he jumped over the wall again into the grounds of Mr. Gatrix, and went through them past the place where the Habrons lived, and escaped without anyone having seen him. The next day, he heard of the arrest of the 3 Habrons, and he followed the course of the proceedings taken against them with the deepest interest. On one occasion, when speaking of the murder to a relative at Hull, he said he was truly sorry for the young Habron who was sentenced to death, and subsequently let off with penal servitude for life, and said if he could get him his liberty without sacrificing his own, he would do so. At one time, the crime appeared to weigh so heavily upon him that he declared he would draw plans of the place, showing precisely the spot where the murder was committed and tracing the course of his flight from it, and forward them to the authorities with a full statement of the facts, but withholding his name. He thought perhaps that would lead to inquiry and to the liberation of Habron. He did not carry out his intention at the time, and subsequently he said he should abandon it. But if he ever did get into trouble, one of his first acts would be to try to prove the innocence of Habron. Peace did get into trouble, and a few days after he had himself been sentenced to death, he bethought him of his determination. He knew there was no prospect of a reprieve being obtained in his case. He knew that say what he would no further harm could come upon him, and he therefore set to work upon his plans, and his confession that he might do tardy justice to the young man he had so grievously wronged. On Monday the Mrs. Peace visited him in his cell. He was engaged upon the plans, and a hint was quite sufficient to let her know what he was doing. When Mrs. Bolsover was with him on Wednesday, he had completed his work done. He said all that lay in his power to secure the liberation of Habron. A load seemed taken off his mind, and he conversed with her freely on the subject. He begged of her not to let this additional proof of his baseness trouble either her or the rest of his family, and said, if there was anything more that he could do to prove his own guilt and Habron's innocence, he would gladly do it. To the Rev. J. H. Littlewood, Vicar of Darnall, he told the same story, and when the subject was referred to Peace adhered to all he had previously said upon it, and declared that he had spoken nothing with respect to it but the most naked truth. There is no foundation whatever for the story that Peace had spoken about a crime committed by him 7 or 8 years before, or that he persisted in saying it was as long since he shot the policeman at Manchester. The fact is that at that time, Peace was in penal servitude doing the penitent business, and winning a ticket of leave. Peace, during his last days, frequently expressed the hope that he would be able to walk to the scaffold. On this matter, he seemed exceedingly anxious for courageous, as he undoubtedly was. He imagined that if he had to be carried it would look as if he was a coward. The impression of one who saw him at the time was that he was suffering from partial paralysis of the lower extremity as a result, it might be, of his terrible leap from the train on his way to Sheffield. His general health had somewhat improved. He had from the very moment of his conviction regarded his speedy death as inevitable, and now that the time was rapidly approaching, he showed no fear nor gave any indication that he was not to meet the last act of justice with composure. The stealing of the portrait by Gainsborough of the Duchess of Devonshire will be fresh in the minds of many of our readers. It will be remembered that the picture, which was valued at 10,000 guineas, was very cleverly cut from its frame one night, and that since then no tidings would ever have been obtained as to its whereabouts. The robbery looked like such a one as Peace would come at it, was so cleverly managed, and the thief left no trace behind. It is not unnatural, therefore, that he should have been regarded as the thief, and we believe he had been seen on the subject by 2 or 3 gentlemen interested in the matter. Peace stated that he did not steal the picture, nor did he know where it then was. He had also been seen or written to regarding some valuable lace, which was stolen some time before, and very urgent requests have been made to him to say where it now is. But notorious as Peace is for his many burglaries, and his successful way of working them, there are other burglars besides himself, and it is not surprising therefore that he knows nothing of the lace. Peace had no actual accomplices, but he found a ready means of disposing of the booty, which fell into his hands. The receivers, however, whoever they are, were not likely to suffer by any confession from Peace as to their whereabouts. We understand that pressure had been put upon him, we suppose, by the authoritisto, induce him to say where he disposed of his plunder, but he had steadfastly refused to say. When pressed on this point, his answer had generally been that if any man were in prison on his account, he would now do his best to get him out, but that he was the last man to be the means of getting anybody else into trouble. The receivers, therefore, are safe so far as Peace was concerned, but we should have thought that Mrs. Thompson could have told all that the police wanted to know. It may be, though, that Peace didn't tell her all, and that there were some things which he considered it wise to keep to himself. During the course of an interview, Peace gave his relatives some excellent advice as to their future conduct, and expressed an earnest hope that they would all meet in heaven. One of his relatives thereupon remarked that the Rev. Dr. Potter of Sheffield had preached a sermon about him, in which he said that all hope for his Peace's salvation was gone forever. Peace replied, well, Dr. Potter might think so, but it's not my opinion. He moreover said that he was confident of his forgiveness and acceptance, bad and base as he had been, he was yet able to look to his end with confidence and hope. Peace had always had an objection to having his portrait taken, and it will be remembered how indignant he became at the Sheffield police court when he fancied that he was being sketched. At Newgate, though he had been compelled to submit to the unwelcome attentions of the prison photographer, this was before he was identified, and the portrait represents him with his lower jaw very much protruded. A copy of the portrait, falling into the hands of the London Stereoscopic Company, it had been multiplied in immense quantities and circulated all over the country. This had somehow or other come to Peace's knowledge, and he wrote a letter to the governor of Newgate Prison, complaining that he should have allowed his portrait to have been so made use of. The power which he possessed of protruding his lower jaw seemed to have been a comparatively recent accomplishment. About 10 months previously, he broke off a couple of teeth. The jagged stumps bothered him a good deal, and it was whilst working his jaws about to reduce the stumps to something like a level surface that he discovered he could so protrude his under jaw as to almost completely alter the expression of his face. Upon making this discovery, he told his relatives that it would stand him in good stead if he ever got into trouble, as he should be able to deceive the police as to his identity. That he was firmly convinced of this was evident from the fact from the time of his apprehension at Blackheath until he was identified in Newgate, he protruded his jaw in the manner shown in the photograph. As soon as he was identified and found that the game was up, he abandoned this mode of disguise, and his face assumed its normal expression. There was no use Mrs. Thompson endeavoring to see Peace, and she might as well have retired from the hopeless task. The fact was Peace did not want to see her. It might be that he had discovered by this time that she it was who had first informed the police authorities, who it was that Robinson had apprehended at Blackheath. During the interview with his relatives, he was told that Mrs. Thompson had caused a letter to be written to the Home Secretary asking for an order of admission to see him. Peace at once replied that he did not wish to see her, and that the Home Secretary's permission would be useless inasmuch as he would have to be consulted, and that his permission would most certainly not be given. The Leeds Central News reporter said, "About 2 o'clock on Friday Hannah Peace, W.M. Ward and Mr. and Mrs. Bolsover obtained permits from the visiting committee to see the condemned man for the last time. The nephew Thomas Neal also applied for a permit, but he was refused on obtaining the orders, or permits. The party proceeded in a cab from the town hall to Armley Jail. They were accompanied by a clerk of Mr. Alfred Watson, solicitor, who was to see that certain papers were signed by Peace. Among the papers in question was a new will and another deed of gift. The object of the visit was to induce Peace to make a new settlement of his affairs, and to take farewell of him. The interview was of nearly 3 hours' duration. During it Peace gave directions for the disposal of his affairs, and the conversation was for the most part entirely connected with private matters. A wish was expressed that Peace should not see Mrs. Thompson, but nothing further was said on that score. The parties then said goodbye. But the leave-taking could not be called a sorrowful one. Mrs. Bolsover was the only one that really appeared deeply affected at saying farewell. The relations of Peace subsequently drove to the office of Mr. Watson, solicitor, in order that he might draw up certain legal documents defining their respective interests in the property. A Manchester correspondent wrote, "Although the police at Manchester are still without any official information on the subject of Peace's alleged confession of the Whalley Range murder, there is no abatement of the public anxiety in the matter. If Peace has really declared himself the murderer, the fact will be a great relief to a great portion of the public in the neighborhood, for there has always been a strong feeling of doubt about the guilt of young Habron, who is now undergoing his commuted sentence. This feeling was expressed soon after the conviction in 2 petitions for a reprieve, one of which was signed by 8,000 persons, as many signing it probably because of the doubt there was in the case, as on account of the convict's youth. The report that Peace gave an entertainment in a Wesleyan school, Hulme Hall in Manchester, in August 1876, is officially denied, but there seems to be no doubt that he was in the city in that month, and a series of burglaries committed in the neighborhood about that time are now attributed to him." Still another letter to the convict from Mrs. Thompson. The Central News reporter at Leeds telegraphed the following correspondence as having taken place. Leeds Railway Station, GN. 9 P. Roman 1020th, Feb 1879. To Mrs. Thompson. I have been today and seen Charles Peace, and he has expressed a great wish to have your address so that he can communicate with you. Will you therefore please write to him at once? I send this to you, by whom I have just met, and who has promised me to hand it to you. Yours, Roman 100. High T. Briand. Mrs. Thompson at once forwarded the following letter to Peace. 21st February 1879. My own dear Jack, I have received information from Mr. Briand that you have not altogether forgotten me, and that you don't utterly despise and hate your poor Sue. Oh, Jack, for the love of mercy, as you hope for that mercy, which is given to all those who truly repent, do my Jack, let me come to see you, if only once more. You know in your heart that you ought to see me, your own Sue. John, I have not betrayed you. Little do you know how I have suffered, and how I was threatened and tormented. I was only obeying that which you have over and over again told me to save myself, as I could not do you good had I not have opened my mouth. I should now have been in prison like you two of us, instead of one end, that could have done you no good, darling. Jack, do write me asking me to come, and see you. Never mind what the people in this world say. I can say many things, darling, don't judge me wrongly, as you know your trouble has made me an altered and different woman. Oh, do take that to heart. I am living here in private lodgings, so as to be near you now, darling. I must, and shall be near you. Oh, for all the love you bear me, do let me see you once more upon this earth. Do write me to my solicitor, for if I give my address it will get through the papers, and I am talked about enough. I will tell you where I stay when I see you. God in heaven bless you, and give you strength, is the every thought now of your unhappy Sue. John, write me quickly. God bless you from my heart, your Sue. Friday. Darling, since writing you the enclosed a letter from Mr. Briand has been sent to me telling me that you want to see me. Oh, John, I am so happy to think this is true. This will be taken to the jail by the person who met Mr. Briand at the station, and was kind enough to give me the message. Do pet right at once. The bearer will wait for your letter asking me to come, and when I receive it shall come at once. I will tell you where I am staying when I see you. Your own Sue. Chapter Roman 167, The Convict's Confession. The Sheffield Daily Telegraph gave the following as the full text of Peace's confessions to the Rev. Dr. Littlewood, Vicar of Darnall. When Mr. Littlewood entered the cell, he saluted the convict, according to the custom he followed when he was chaplain at Wakefield Prison. Well, my old friend Peace, how are you today? Peace looked up at him with a wistful glance, and replied, I am only very poorly, sir. And then, after averting his face as if to hide the emotion upon it, he turned round and added, But I am exceedingly pleased to see you. Mr. Littlewood said, I should have been much more gratified, Peace, to have visited you under different circumstances. This is a very sad errand for me to have to attend upon you in such an awful position. The convict shook his head and slightly moaned. But I assure you, added Mr. Littlewood, that there is at least one person in the world who has deep sympathy with you. Peace seemed a little surprised at this, and after some hesitation he asked, as Mr. Littlewood paused, Who is that? Mr. Littlewood looked at him intently, and as their eyes met for a moment, he added, It is myself. Peace seemed overpowered, muttered the words, I deeply thank you, and burst into tears. He remained sobbing for a considerable time, his body quivering, his lips moving, as if he was muttering something, and altogether he appeared remarkably moved. That remark, Mr. Littlewood says, made the criminal as humble as a child. I wanted to see you, said Peace, after a few moments, to unburden my mind to you. I know I am about to die, and I want to take from my conscience some things which weigh heavy upon it. But before I begin, I want to ask you, do you believe I am anxious to speak the truth, and nothing but the truth? He paused for a minute, and Mr. Littlewood also waited. Peace then resumed, I know, sir, I am about to meet my God. I know that he will hear all that I now say in my cell, and that he will require me to give an account not only of what I have done, but of what I am now telling you. Do you believe me? Mr. Littlewood intimated that he would, but Peace did not seem satisfied with this, and pressing his face as close to the grating as he could, he said earnestly, I do assure you, sir, I want to utter nothing but the truth and the whole truth in everything I say. The convict paused again, and repeated the question in a firmer tone, as if he was determined not to proceed, until he was assured that Mr. Littlewood had thorough confidence that he desired to speak the truth. Mr. Littlewood looked at him, carefully observed his manner very closely, and states that from his experience as a prison chaplain in Wakefield, having had to do with criminals of the deepest dye for many years, his own conviction was that the convict really was in earnest, and as sincere as any man could be. Peace waited during all this trying time, until Mr. Littlewood at last said, Yes, Peace, I believe you are sincere and desire to speak the truth, no matter how bad you are or have been. I cannot conceive it possible that any human being in your terrible position could deliberately lie, and confirm those lies knowing that your creator and judge is conscious of all you say, and that you will have to give an account of all you utter. Peace seemed relieved at what Mr. Littlewood said, and after waiting a little he said, "You know, sir, I have nothing to gain, and nothing to lose in my present position. I know, I shall be hanged next Tuesday. I desire to be hanged. I do not want to linger out my life in penal servitude. I would rather end my days on Tuesday than have that dreadful looking forward to all those years. But I do want as far as I can to atone in some measure for the past, by telling all I know to someone in whom I have confidence." And he added, looking up earnestly into Mr. Littlewood's eyes, "I have perfect confidence in you." Proceeding Peace said, "I am exceeding grieved and repentant for all my past life. And if I could only undo anything I have done or make amends for it in any possible way, I wouldn't," he spoke very firmly, "I would suffer my body as I now stand to be cut in pieces, inch by inch." He then turned again to Mr. Littlewood, evidently to see what effect his words had upon him, and as the Rev. gentleman made no response, he asked him again sharply and firmly, but yet somewhat pleadingly, "Do you really think, sir, I am speaking the truth?" Mr. Littlewood again assured him that he believed him, and then Peace continued in lower and mournful tones, "I feel, sir," and he raised his hands wearily, "I feel, sir, that I am too bad either to live or to die, and having this feeling I cannot think that either you or anyone else will believe me, and that is the reason why I ask you so much to try, and be assured that you do not think I am telling lies. I call my God to witness that all I am saying and wish to say shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth." Mr. Littlewood says that at this moment Peace talked with all the earnestness of a judge, and repeated these words with a deliberate solemnity, which greatly impressed him as he spoke. He turned not only to Mr. Littlewood, but motioned also towards the warders as if he were invoking God in the presence of them as witnesses. He was not at all excited, but spoke most rationally and coherently. "Well now, sir," said Peace, evidently reassured by Mr. Littlewood's belief in him, "in the first place, I understand that you have still the impression that I stole the clock from your day schools." He waited for an answer. "Well," said Mr. Littlewood, "I have that impression." "I thought you had," replied Peace, "and this has caused me much grief and pain, for I can assure you I have so much respect for you personally that I would rather have given you a clock, and much more besides than have taken it." Then he added, "At the time your clock was stolen, I had reason for suspecting that it was taken by some colliers whom I knew." Peace stopped again. Mr. Littlewood thought he was going to mention the names of the colliers, but he did not. And as the Rev. gentleman was not disposed to follow that subject up, thinking it was too trifling compared with the others that were to follow, it was about to be dropped, when the convict turned to him again sharply, and earnestly asked, "Do you now believe that I have spoken the truth in denying that I took your clock, and will you leave me today fully believing that I am innocent of doing that?" Mr. Littlewood looked at him again to confirm his own conclusion, and paused for some few moments, as if deliberating what he should reply. The convict watched him keenly all the time, and seemed rather uneasy at the answer about to be made. But in the end Mr. Littlewood said, "Peace, I am convinced that you did not take the clock. I cannot believe that you dare deny it now in your position, if you really Roman 999. The convict looked immensely relieved and burst into tears afresh, and it was some time before he was able to proceed. He next abruptly said, "Now, Mr. Littlewood, about the Banner Cross murder, I want first to say solemnly before you in the sight of these men, and in the hearing of God, that several witnesses grossly perjured themselves. Brassington and Mrs. Padmore were two. They have grossly perjured themselves, but I freely and fully forgive them, and hope to meet them in heaven. May ask me what their perjury was. Well, they swore that they heard me threaten Mrs. Dyson. That was a lie. I call God to witness that I never did threaten Mrs. Dyson. I tell you, sir, that Mrs. Dyson and I were on such intimate terms that I could not have done so. It would not have suited my purpose to have quarreled with or threatened Mrs. Dyson." Here the convict made use of language expressive of his familiarities with Mrs. Dyson, which we cannot reproduce in print, but if true confirms all that has been alleged on that delicate subject without another word. He then burst out, "And now about Whalley Range." Mr. Littlewood was a little anxious to keep him on the Banner Cross murder for a little time, but Peace would have his own way, and he went on.